Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create even better quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. The sky had darkened, apartment lights flickered. A small hand rang the doorbell in that night. Dong Duyet leaned lightly against the wall, pensively stroking her beautiful hair. Hearing the bell, Han Tianlin quickly pulled her close. Dong Duyet didn't hesitate, revealing her flushed lips. He embraced her tightly. They gazed at each other tenderly. Then she gently pulled his neck, bringing his face closer. At the same time, he lifted her up. They shared a sweet kiss as he laughed. Han Tianlin held her buttocks firmly. He gently asked, "Why so eager?" Dong Duyet didn't answer. She lightly bit his reddening ear. Her legs now tightly wrapped around Han Tianlin's slender back. She hugged his neck, teasing, He didn't want Dong Duyet to continue her assault. She kissed him and said, "Darling, begging for mercy tonight is useless." Han Tianlin gently grasped her long hair, kissing her cheek softly. Then they both stepped onto the bed, exchanging another warm kiss. He hurriedly pulled at Dong Duyet's outer garment. His face couldn't hide the surprise. Beneath him was a beautiful and alluring woman. Han Tianlin's face flushed red. He declared, "Little minx, don't expect to get any sleep tonight." They continued under the yellow lamplight. The night scene was now very quiet. The next morning, as the sun shone brightly, Han Tianlin sat naked, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, Dong Duyet lying beside him hurriedly kissed him. He looked at her affectionately. He said, "Wasn't playing with fire enough." Her face was full of challenge. "I don't want any more." Han Tianlin angrily lay on top of her. Dong Duyet cried out. She hugged his neck and gently said, "Enough, enough. Let me take a bath first." After saying this, she got up and put on a colorful outfit. He sat behind on the bed, seemingly reluctant. Then he moved forward and hugged her tightly, kissing her long, glossy hair gently. She turned back, smiled softly and reminded him, "Stop messing around now." In that small, pretty box was a necklace. He fastened it around Dong Duyet's neck. Standing before the mirror, they admired it. Han Tianlin said, "I saw it when I was abroad. I thought it would suit you very well." She looked at her reflection in the mirror, then hugged him tightly. She smiled brightly, thanking him profusely. "Thank you, I love it." Dong Duyet kissed Han Tianlin and said, "I'm going to take a bath now." She watched his back as he went into the bathroom. Then her face filled with discomfort. She yanked off the necklace, a purple necklace symbolizing fidelity. In her heart, she thought, "This man's name is Han Tianlin, 28 years old. Although we're doing the most intimate things in this world, but in reality, I know nothing except his name and age. At my most desperate age of 18, I met him." She recalled that moment. At that time in the bar, the music was pounding. Dong Duyet walked hurriedly. Some guys nearby teased, "Hey, little sister, are you alone? Want to have a drink with me?" She walked out of the bar and fell onto Han Tianlin's shoulder. She clutched his shirt. "Take me away. I don't want to go home tonight." He gently stroked her lips and asked, "Are you sure?" She was startled but replied, "Absolutely, even if it's just a short period of freedom." Back to the present, she had left the house. Her beautiful face and hot figure were unmatched. She recalled, "Since that first time, we've met whenever it was convenient." Unconsciously, 5 years have passed. However, no matter how long it's been, it's ultimately just a physical relationship. Once emotions are involved, it should be cut off cleanly. Now, it's time to say goodbye. Dong Duyet held her phone in her hand. The screen displayed, "Add to blacklist. Add to blacklist. You will no longer receive messages from each other, and you won't see each other's friend updates anymore." Today is the engagement ceremony of heiress Dong Duyet, daughter of Sushi Dong Group, and Yang Zilin of Lin Group. Yang Zilin. Inside, the party was lively and bustling. Everyone enjoyed fine wine together. They gossiped. Who would have thought that finally the young master of Lin Group, Lin Ziyang, would marry Dong Duyet? Two enterprises united, they continued to discuss. Such a grand engagement party, truly befitting a major enterprise counted on the fingers of one hand in this long city. These two together are really a perfect match. I heard that the heiress's mother was a mistress who became the wife. The heiress is actually someone else's child. Don't know if it's true or false. Don't ever say that. Be careful if Dong Jian hears and seeks revenge. Dong Duyet, beautiful with red lips, walked gracefully towards them. She said, what a good opening." The party host clearly announced, "Respected guests of both families, dear guests, love knows no distance. Even without a bridge, one can cross over. Love doesn't fear hardship, will cross many rivers, and overcome thousands of obstacles." And next, let's use our warmest applause to invite our main characters of today. The madam sobbed quietly. The master beside her comforted. Children's engaged engagement is a good thing. Don't cry anymore. The host said, Yang Zilin and Miss Dong Duyet, please solemnly step onto the stage. At this moment, Yang Zilin, arm in arm with Dong Duyet, stepped onto the stage. The MC looked at the couple, smiling, and said, truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect pair. I hear you two have known each other since school days, childhood sweethearts. Yang Zilin looked lovingly at Dong Duyet and said affectionately, that's right. Ever since Duyet agreed to be my girlfriend, I was determined to make her happy. The MC smiled and said, the feelings between you two are truly admirable. I hear that Mr. Lin has specially prepared a surprise gift. Quickly, let us see what exactly this surprise is. Dong Duyet heard this and smiled contemptuously. Yang Zilin opened it. On the big screen appeared a photo of him and Dong Duyet from high school. The two were holding hands tightly, smiling happily. He gently held her slender hand. Duyet smiled softly as he said gently, Duyet, this was when I confessed my feelings to you, and this is how you looked when you agreed. At that moment, I decided that I must marry you in the future and take care of you for the rest of our lives. The audience below cheered bashfully. Oh my. Dong Duyet's face was full of hidden meaning as she thought, go ahead, admire me more. Go ahead, be jealous of me. I, Dong Duyet, am such a heaven-sent beauty. A wonderful family, beautiful looks, a handsome and faithful fiancé. Whatever I want, there's nothing I can't have. The madam seemed to see something and whispered, what the hell is that? The master beside her was equally startled. A guest nearby looked at the two angrily. Ah, Dong's upbringing is truly excellent. The guests discussed among themselves. What's this picture about? Is Dong Duyet sleeping with another man? They despised her. The engagement party is so lively. This trip wasn't in vain after all. Haha, such a high-level position. Only talented dancers could manage it, right? Dong Duyet was bewildered. What are they talking about? What picture? She looked at the picture of her intimately with a man on the screen. She was startled. Yang Zilin gripped her shoulder tightly. Dong Duyet cried out, ah, it hurts. He asked Dong Duyet, what's the story with this picture? She put on a cunning face and pretended, I don't know. I don't know him. The person in the picture isn't me. At this moment, Dong Duyet grabbed the mic and accused, liar? She slowly walked on stage. All eyes were on her as Dong Duyet boldly said, dear sister, do you like the engagement gift I prepared for you? Dong Duyet pointed at her angrily. It's you, Dong Duyet, you bitch. You did this, you framed me. Han Tianlin saw Dong Duyet. I thought it was her. Looks like coming here today wasn't a waste after all. I've been searching for you all over Long City. So you're the young miss of the Dong family. Interesting. The master angrily shouted, you little vixen. The madam was equally furious. Why did she show up here? If I'd known this day would come, I should have killed her mother back then. Dong Duyet gently stroked her hair and said, look at what she's saying. How can this be called framing? I just didn't want to see you deceive Zi Yang, raising someone else's child. Yang Zilin gripped Dong Duyet's hand tightly, angry. What do you mean by what Dong Duyet said? Is the child in your womb not mine? Dong Duyet sadly said, Zi Yang, it's not like that. Dong Duyet interjected, want to know the truth. Why don't you ask her? She then pointed towards a man. Guo Hai Yang, Dong Duyet is carrying your child, but is about to marry someone else. What are you waiting for now? Guo Hai Yang stood up, puzzled. Duyet, I know you still love me. Don't marry Yang Zilin. Come back to me. I'll surely make you happy. A guest eating watermelon nearby was startled. What the hell, man? Dong Duyet gritted her teeth, her mind in chaos. How did he come here? Guo Hai Yang approached Dong Duyet. She shouted, I don't know him. Guo Hai Yang grabbed her shoulders. He said sadly, Duyet, we've been in love for so long. Was it all fake? I'm the real father of the child in your womb. Do you want me to watch my woman and my child take another man's name? Dong Duyet cried out, let go of me. The master ordered, turn off the projector immediately and arrest that man right now. The subordinates obeyed and rushed towards them. Dong Duyet blocked them, causing one to fall to the floor. Yang Zilin clenched his jaw, thinking, 3 months ago, I was still working abroad, and Dong Duyet is truly a filthy whore, daring to play such a deceitful game. Dong Duyet looked at the intimate photo of Yang Zilin playing with a young woman. She pointed at Yang Zilin. Your reaction is terrifying. Why be so angry? You and Dong Duyet are just cheating on each other after all. Isn't it fair game? Guo Hai Yang begged Dong Duyet, darling, it's best if you choose me. I promise to take care of you for life. The guests looked up at the screen. They whispered among themselves. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. These two were all lovey-dovey in public, but behind each other's backs, they're both doing depraved things. It's fine. What's there to be ashamed of? They're well matched. Dong Duyet ran to the madam. She cried, begging, "Save me, mother." The master angrily shouted, "Hurry up and throw this man out." Two bodyguards forcefully dragged Guo Haiyang out. He still persisted, "Duyet, I love you. I won't give up." Dong Duyet, seeing this scene, clapped happily. "Ha ha ha. A match made in heaven. Perfect for eternity. What a great show." The madam approached Dong Duyet. She raised her hand to slap her. She scolded, "You vixen. You ruined my daughter. I'll ruin you back." Dong Duyet wasn't afraid. She dodged and then slapped the madam hard on the cheek. It made a loud smack. She spoke up, "It's not me who ruined your daughter. It's you who ruined her." With a mistress mother like you as an example in front of her, Dong Duyet learned from you. She only knows how to degrade herself. The madam held her face angrily. "You're talking nonsense. Shut that filthy mouth of yours right now, or I'll tear it apart myself." Suddenly, she lunged at Dong Duyet. A hand firmly grabbed her wrist. The madam cried out, "Ah!" Han Tianlin pushed her away and said coldly, "This woman, you're not allowed to touch her." Dong Duyet looked at Han Tianlin. She worried, how could he be here? He turned to look at her. "Just wait, I'll deal with you later." The madam angrily pointed at Dong Duyet. She said, "I'm telling you, how can a vixen like you be so arrogant? So you have someone backing you up, boy. I don't care who you are. This is our Dong family's business. You'd better not interfere. If you anger me, the consequences will be unimaginable. You can't bear them." Han Tianlin was surprised. He replied, "Well said." She shooed him away. "Now that you understand, get out quickly. Otherwise, I'll have someone deal with you." The master ran over to cover her mouth. He anxiously said, "Shut up." The madam looked at him and shouted, "You want to protect that girl." The master reminded her, "Shut your mouth. Stop talking nonsense. That's Chairman Han Tianlin." She was surprised. Her pupils dilated. "Chairman Han Tianlin, CEO of Furuan Group, the richest man in Long City. How can it be Han? Why is he protecting that girl?" The master bowed, hurriedly apologizing. "Chairman Han, we're truly sorry. We were blind and offended you. Please don't hold it against us." The madam beside him pretended to cough. Han Tianlin frowned. "Control your family members well." Dong Duyet stood behind, doubtful. Dong Qian knew Han Tianlin. Hearing this, he timidly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. Another day, I'll bring those involved to apologize in person." Han Tianlin grabbed Dong Duyet's hand. He said, "Come with me." He held her hand tightly and she was completely stunned. At this moment, Dong Duyet clutched her stomach, grimacing. She cried, "Mom, my stomach hurts so much." Everyone rushed over, creating a commotion. Dong Duyet looked at them pensively. Her face showed no emotion. She thought, "You created bad karma back then. Now I'm paying it back step by step." Han Tianlin was still holding her hand, leading her out. He was extremely angry. Dong Duyet spoke up. Hey, slow down a bit." By now, they had reached the parking lot. He gripped Dong Duyet's hand tightly. She uncomfortably said, "Can you slow down a bit? I can't keep up." "It hurts." He then slowed down. She smiled smugly, thinking, "Heh, the acting coy trick still works." She smiled and said, "Thank you. Today, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'd have had to jump the fence to escape." He replied absently, "No future." Daring to cause trouble, but not thinking of an escape route for yourself. She gently hugged his arm, acting coy. "Can't go out and cause any more trouble." Han Tianlin opened the car door with a beep. He pushed her down onto the seat. Dong Duyet yelped as he started to settle scores with her. "Is it because I couldn't satisfy you, so you still have energy to go after Dong Yethi's man? Is that it?" She hugged his neck, smiling, and replied, "After eating so many delicacies, sometimes I need to eat some bean sprouts, you know." He squeezed her shoulder forcefully. Dong Duyet still spoke gently. "Why are you so angry, Han Tianlin? Are you really that jealous? I'm actually a bit touched." In her heart, she thought, "Using such force, you want to strangle me." He replied, "No need for strange thoughts." She was confused. "I was just joking." Dong Duyet felt a bit sad inside. She knew he wouldn't get jealous. He grabbed her chin and said, "Dong Duyet, I'll decide when our relationship will end. Next time you dare to pull such a stunt, I'll take you back and show you how formidable I am." She gently pushed Han Tianlin, so domineering. Dong Duyet leaned close to Han Tianlin. "You helped me so much today. How should I thank you?" He asked back, "How do you want to thank me?" She whispered in his ear, of course, with physical actions. After saying that, she pulled out Han Tianlin's belt. Compared to his current pristine suit, he now had the look of a beast in human clothing. "But I prefer your naked appearance more." He hugged the neck of the little vixen. He gently kissed Dong Duyet's sweet lips. His strong hand pulled down her zipper. Suddenly, he dazedly pushed her away. Dong Duyet was stunned. He adjusted his clothes and said, "We'll talk when we get back." The luxurious car sped along the winding road. The wind whistled. Dong Duyet sat in the back, looking at Han Tianlin. She seemed sad. At this moment, she recalled the scene at the party. The image of Dong Qian timidly apologizing to Han Tianlin. She wondered who Han Tianlin really was, that Dong Qian was so afraid of him. She picked up her phone. Perhaps she could find some information online. Information appeared on the phone screen. Han Tianlin, 28 years old, CEO of Furuan Group. An image of a handsome man appeared in her mind. He was actually the CEO of Furuan Group, the wealthiest businessman in Longcheng. She was astonished. Frankly speaking, most rich businessmen were old men. But now, why did a tall, handsome man appear, who was also well endowed? And he made a lot of money too. It was basically unimaginable for others. Oh my God, she thought, supporting her chin. But if he was willing to help her get revenge, perhaps by now they could have arrived at a magnificent villa. The car stopped. Han Tianlin turned to look at Dong Duyet. He announced, "We've arrived," she exclaimed in surprise. Strange. Why did he bring me to the villa where he lives? It seems I come here often, and the duplex is just a place for our dates. As soon as they entered the room, he pinned her down and kissed her. Dong Duyet moaned, Their hands intertwined tightly. She hugged him happily. Today, Han Tianlin was incredibly energetic, but she liked it. Hehe. He kissed her shoulder gently, then her lips again. An hour later, Dong Duyet's hot body was covered in kiss marks. He stroked her hair, teasing. "How's your waist?" She shyly replied, "How do you think?" Dong Duyet stretched out her arms coyly. "Carry me to the bath quickly." He was surprised, then immediately picked her up. He held her tightly in the bathtub. Dong Duyet leaned against Han Tianlin and asked, "Han Tianlin, are you the head of Furuan Group?" He looked at her lovingly and replied, Countless thoughts raced through Dong Duyet's mind. For better or worse, I've been with him. We've been roommates for 5 years. Now, if I ask if he's willing to help me get revenge, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The devil inside her emerged. He won't help a roommate get revenge. The angel in her advised, there's no hope. But this is related to my grand revenge plan. She shook her head frantically. He asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Dong Duyet refused to speak. She took a deep breath and looked at him gently. Then she pleaded with Han Tianlin, "Can you help me deal with the Dong family?" Han Tianlin looked at her and replied, "Do you know that the Dong family and Furuan have a cooperative relationship?" His face was rigid. Each year, the Dong family can bring Furuan several hundred million in profits. Dong Duyet, I don't know what grudge you have against the Dong family, but I am a businessman. She hugged him tenderly and said, "So, if I can bring you more benefits than the Dong family, you'll help me, right?" He gently pinched her cheek. Besides business interests, there's also credibility. Partners can't be changed on a whim. Dong Duyet smiled. "Don't worry, if I dare to mention cooperation, I naturally have confidence." He stood up and replied, "Then I'll look forward to your performance." Then he turned and left. She looked at him meaningfully. Han Tianlin, I never expected you'd become one of my revenge plans. Adding this weight is good too. The Dong family won't be able to escape. A while later, as Dong Duyet was drying her hair, Han Tianlin handed her a black card. He tucked it into her bra. Dong Duyet was stunned. Han Tianlin looked at her and said, "This is my supplementary card. If you need money, just use it." Dong Duyet's eyes lowered. Then she took the card and smiled. "You want to be my sugar daddy?" He moved closer to her and said softly, "You can think of it that way if you like." Dong Duyet kissed the card. "All right then, I have something to do. I'll go first." As she was putting on her shoes, Han Tianlin spoke up. "Dong Duyet, it's late. Stay here tonight?" She looked at him lovingly. "Thanks, but I'm not used to sleeping elsewhere." He grunted angrily. He turned around and suddenly stopped. Surprisingly, the black card had been snapped in half. He recalled Dong Duyet's beautiful face. This woman actually wanted him. By now, Dong Duyet had returned home. She sat dazed, talking to herself. "I moved in such a hurry. I forgot I still have a lot of things to pack." The phone rang. On the screen, someone was calling. Dong Duyet stood up and answered. "Hello." On the other end was Fusi Jia, 24 years old. He pushed open the door and asked, Duyet, why did you move? Where are you now? I heard that today you went and crashed Dong Duyet's engagement party. Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Dong Duyet smiled and replied, "Why are you asking so many questions? How can I answer them all?" Fusi Jia held his head sadly and said, "Duyet, listen to me. The Dong family is not someone you can deal with. You shouldn't destroy yourself for revenge. Tell me where you are now. I'll come to get you right away." Dong Duyet touched the glass door and replied, "Si Jia, you don't need to persuade me. I will never give up on revenge, and I will never move back. Let's not contact each other anymore. It will only implicate you." Fusi Jia called her name painfully. Duyet, you have a long life ahead. please, for me and do. She interrupted. Enough, don't say any more. I'm tired, I'm hanging up, he shouted. Duyet. His mother behind him interjected. All right, stop shouting. Don't meddle in Dong Duyet's affairs anymore. He looked at his mother dejectedly. Duyet moved out. Why didn't you stop her? She pondered. Why should I stop her? Dong Duyet seeking revenge on the Dong family is righteous. Even if I wanted to stop her, I couldn't, he cried. But she's just a young girl. How can she be a match for the Dong family? If we agreed with her grandmother to take care of her, how can we just let her go like this and watch something happen to her? Lucy Lei angrily shouted. Fusi Jia, your father owed her grandmother a favor, and we've taken care of her for 5 years now. The debt has long been repaid. Now that she's left the Fu family, you shouldn't meddle in her affairs anymore. He rubbed his hair. Mom, how can you say that? Duyet is all alone if we don't help her. She stood up and said, when I say no, it means no. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Fusi Jia, as long as I'm alive, I absolutely won't let Dong Duyet drag you and our family into the fire. The apartment was quiet in the night. Dong Duyet felt uneasy. She recalled the past. It was raining heavily then, the sound of rain pouring. Dong Duyet stood outside the door. She looked around sadly calling, Mom, where are you? Dong Jian slapped Dong Duyet hard. Dong Duyet fell to the ground. He yelled, stop screaming, or I'll throw you far away right now. She sat up, crying in fear. Dad? She saw Dong Jian's blood-soaked arm. Then she was even more shocked to see him standing there, while her mother lay motionless in a pool of bright red blood. She called out dazedly, Mom. Dong Duyet's mother had been stabbed through the stomach. Her face was pale. She cried loudly, Mom. Dong Jian approached her with a stick. He swung it, his face full of malice. Shut up, or I'll cut your throat right now so you won't make any more noise. At this moment, she seemed to fall. She cried out in pain, returning to the present. Dong Duyet sat up fearfully, breathing heavily. She thought to herself, dreaming of childhood again. It was now 4:30. She touched her forehead and smiled bitterly. Excessive fatigue does have some effect, but compared to usual, I still slept an hour more. But if I really stayed to sleep, Han Tianlin would see me like this and definitely think I'm sick. She stood up and opened the wardrobe. A rustling sound was heard. She thought, this won't be good. Han Tianlin won't cooperate with someone who's mentally unstable. She put on a seductive black dress. Going to the Dong family to declare war today, I must wear something really beautiful. Dong Duyet opened the door and went out. She got into a waiting taxi. Then she said to the driver, Sir, take me to the Dong family house. The driver replied, okay. At this moment, news appeared in the car. The engagement party of the Dong family heiress has taken place. But the alliance between the Lin and Dong families is suspected to have failed, and the Dong Corporation's stock price has been affected. A mysterious woman appeared at the engagement party, looking very much like Dong Yeshi's sister. Is she the pitiful cousin of the Dong family, or is there another hidden story? Dong Duyet smiled lightly. The effect is not bad. It wasn't a waste to invite so many reporters to attend the engagement party like that. By now, they had arrived at the Dong family house. Dong Duyet looked at the people around from inside the car, all in a commotion. President Dong, the Dong Corporation scandal. Won't the Dong family come out to explain? She touched up her makeup, thinking, finally back at the Dong family. She stepped out of the car. Whatever unethical things you've done in the past, this time I'm back, and I'll definitely repay blood with blood. Dong Jian inside the house looked at the noisy crowd of reporters. He was angry. This is all because of what that cursed girl has done. Damn it. The Dong family's reputation has been completely ruined by her. He turned and said to his subordinate, call security immediately. Chase all these people away. The subordinate replied, understood. Dong Duyet approached the reporters. She waved and said, hello. If you want to know anything, you can ask me. The reporters all turned around. One guy said, it's the woman from the engagement party. Dong Jian saw this and was stunned. Is that Dong Duyet? What does she want to do now? A reporter quickly asked Dong Duyet, you caused chaos at the Dong family engagement party yesterday, and today you appear at the Dong family villa again. What exactly is your grievance with the Dong family? We hear that you're also surnamed Dong. So what's your relationship with President Dong? Dong Duyet smiled and held up a red paper. She declared boldly, I can confirm that I am Dong Jian's daughter. This is my parents' marriage certificate. I am the legitimate heir of the Dong family. The reporters looked at the marriage certificate Dong Duyet showed. They were stunned. It was true. Married in 1997, 24 years ago, not an illegitimate child. The marriage certificate showed Xie Uyensin and Dong Ji An. The marriage registration form, after review, met the requirements of the marriage law of the People's Republic of China regarding marriage. The registration was approved and a certificate issued. Several tall bodyguards rushed over quickly. The reporters were frightened. One man shouted, all of you, get out now. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Dong Duyet stood in front of Dong Jian's main door. All the reporters had been chased away. Still don't dare to come out. Dong Jian angrily grunted. He pointed straight at her. Dong Duyet, you still dare to come? She replied without fear. Dong Jian, I am your biological daughter, and this is my home. Why wouldn't I dare to come? He picked up a vase. You cursed thing, shut your mouth. She moved closer, challenging Dong Jian. If you have the guts, then kill me. Let everyone see how cruel and heartless you are, ungrateful and disloyal. Let the news of you killing your wife and child spread everywhere. Then when you're in prison, the vengeful spirits of us too will haunt you for the rest of your life. He raised the vase, angrily shouting, you. Dong Duyet grabbed it. She said softly, we're all family. Let's talk things through slowly. Why get angry? She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Dong Jian, don't forget what Han Tianlin once said. I'm not a woman you can hit, you know. Reporters hiding behind bushes took photos. He then said, where are the guards? By now, Dong Duyet had entered the villa. She looked around the room and thought, this was originally my grandparents' Xie family mansion, yet the Dong family is comfortably living here without a care. Dong Xian sat down and looked at Dong Duyet. He coughed. Dong Duyet asked, Dad, is your throat uncomfortable? If it's not, you should go to the hospital right away. Be careful it doesn't turn into pneumonia. He looked at her with an annoyed expression. You're really ill-mannered. Dong Duyet said smugly, that's right. I indeed have a mother who gave birth to me, but no father to teach me manners. He was so angry, his blood rushed to his head. Tell me quickly, what's your relationship with Han Tianlin? Dong Duyet sat cross-legged and said, oh, that, a wealthy and powerful man and a beautiful woman. What kind of relationship could they have? Dong Jian hastily said, so it's true. How long have you two been together? Dong Duyet replied nonchalantly. Why should I tell you? He frowned. You dare to speak to me like that. It seems you've been with Han Tianlin for quite some time. He showed contempt. I've long heard that Han Tianlin has a secret lover he's been living with for a while. So it turns out to be you, Dong Duyet. I never thought you'd be so skilled at seducing men. She crossed her arms and replied, you know quite a bit, don't you? I'm planning to move back to the Dong family house. I assume you won't have any objections. Dong Jian was stunned. What? No way. Dong Duyet stood up and said smugly, no way. Are you sure, Dong Jian? The reporters outside haven't gone far yet, you know. He trembled, pointing at her face. You. In his mind, he calculated, not good. Can't let her stay outside spreading rumors. Must keep her here so I can monitor her. Suddenly, he waved his hand. With a resigned look, he said, fine. All right, you're a Dong too. Of course you can stay here. Dong Duyet looked at him and shouted, Dong Jian, don't think you can play any tricks on me. If you do, I won't care about our father-daughter relationship either. We'll both go down together if we have to. Dong Jian gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want? Dong Duyet replied blankly, you're asking what I want. Of course, I'm here to collect a debt. He spoke with contempt. If you want child support, I'll give it to you, as long as you don't cause trouble. She crossed her arms and retorted bluntly, do you take me for a beggar? How much did you take from my mother back then? Now spit it all out. Only then will I consider letting you off. Dong Duyet looked around and said, this villa belonged to my mother too, didn't it? How did it suddenly become the Dong family's property? He frowned at her, thinking angrily, damn it, Han Tianlin values her now. I can't afford to offend her. Dong Duyet smiled slightly, triumphant. With Han Tianlin as her shield, Dong Jian was indeed wary of her. He pretended to be gentle. Back then, it was because your mother made me so angry I lost my mind. In a moment of rage, I drove you away. Don't be angry with Papa anymore. Dong Duyet held out her hand, smiling, and said, with money, everything's okay. Without money, don't even bother. Dong Jian, with a sad face, said, Duyet, Papa knows you've suffered a lot before. But don't worry, Papa is yours. I won't owe you anything. Dong Duyet laughed with delight. Then I'll wait for you to repay me and my mother. I'll count each and every debt clearly with you all. Then she looked towards the stairs and asked, is the room ready yet? I'm exhausted and want to rest. Dong Jian worried. Room. There are 3 guest rooms in the house. See which one you like. Dong Duyet didn't bother to notice his sharp gaze as she looked at him. She then said, guest rooms. I'm the legitimate daughter of the Dong family. Of course I should stay in the young lady's room. As for those guest rooms, you can leave them for that fake Dong Depthi. And as for her belongings, I'll instruct the servants to throw them all out. Dong? Jian angrily shouted, you. Suddenly his phone rang. Dong Jian picked up and the voice on the other end said, Mr. Dong, it's not good. Many factories have come here demanding to terminate contracts with us. Please come quickly to see. He jumped up. What? I'll be right there. Dong Duyet watched him leave and wondered, what's going on? She turned to the servant. What are you waiting for? Hurry and prepare Dong Depthi's room for me. The servant quickly ran off, saying, Yes, miss. Dong Duyet snapped her fingers. Let the battle begin. How wonderful. Early the next morning, when she stepped out, the dining table was lavishly set. Sunlight shimmered. Dong Duyet was surprised. Is it too early? The Dong family servants seemed very diligent. As she was putting a pastry in her mouth, suddenly there was a shout. Ahem, ahem. It turned out to be the Dong family arriving. Dong Duyet greeted them. Well, Dong Diepthi, you finally returned from your hospital checkup, huh? Is that little bastard all right? Dong Diepthi angrily replied. Dong Duyet, you bitch. Why are you here? Dong Duyet coldly answered. Where else? What a shrew, yelling so early in the morning. This is my grandparents' house. Outsiders absolutely cannot be allowed to occupy it. The purple-haired guy pointed at Dong Duyet. You're the one who caused trouble at my sister's engagement party, aren't you? Dong Duyet replied sarcastically. What? Want to thank me? The madam stepped in. Dong Duyet, this is the Dong family home. I don't know how you got in here, but don't overstep your bounds. Dong Duyet, visibly annoyed, said, So you know this is the Dong family home. Do you remember clearly how you got in here? The woman pointed and shouted, You bastard. Didn't your mother teach you anything? Like it or not, I'm your stepmother. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The Dong family isn't a place you can come as you please. Dong Duyet clenched her fists, angrily thinking, This bitch still has the nerve to mention my mother. She pushed the woman away and angrily said, You're just a mistress? A cuckoo stealing the nest? Let me teach you what rules really are. Dong Duyet grabbed the woman's head. She screamed in pain. Ah! Dong Diepthi anxiously shouted. Mother, she frowned and lunged forward. You bitch. You've ruined me. Today I'll definitely break your legs. The son also ran over. Mom, I'll help you. Everyone started punching and kicking. The son hugged his leg, face pale. Ouch, it hurts. All three fell to the floor. Dong Duyet confidently declared, Absolute victory. She clapped her hands, clap, clap. Seems like I didn't miss a single hit. The woman hugged her son and yelled, Hey, you crazy girl. If my son is hurt in any way, you'll pay for it. Dong Duyet chuckled. If you've got the guts, come at me. Just not sure if your son's fuel tank can take any more kicks from me. How many more times? The woman gritted her teeth challengingly. You just wait. Dong Duyet left the dining room, thinking to herself, only a fool would wait for you. She reached the door and met young Zilin. Dong Duyet raised her hand. Hello, Zilin. Long time no see. His face looked sad. Indeed, it's been a long time since we met. She lightly touched his chin. She mocked, regrets. We're both Dong family heiresses, but you betrayed me and chose her. What did you gain in the end? Young Zilin, gloomy, dared not speak. Today I came here to consider canceling the engagement or finding someone else to raise the child, he replied. Duyet, I was wrong back then. I truly apologize. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope we can be normal friends. Meanwhile, Dong Diepthi was holding her stomach. Seeing this, she angrily shouted, Young Zilin, I forbid you to go back to that bitch again. Dong Duyet grabbed young Zilin's collar. She whispered in his ear, Contact me later if you're free. Dong Diepthi yelled, You slut. Stay away from my Zilin. Beautiful, Dong Duyet thought. I wonder why young Zilin came here today. But no matter what, I can't let the Dong family get support from the Lin family. At this moment, everyone was sitting in the living room. Young Zilin awkwardly said, Auntie, I came here today to discuss my marriage with Depthe. The madam gently took out an ultrasound paper. Take it easy, Zilin. This is Diepthe's pregnancy checkup. Look, she's already 2 months pregnant. If it's not your child, whose could it be? Dong Diepthi held his arm and said sadly, That's right, Zilin. I love you so much. How could I possibly be pregnant with another man's child? He uncomfortably replied, Of course I believe you. But our engagement party was too noisy. Depthe, let's postpone our wedding. The madam, dazed, said, Postponing isn't a good idea. Diepthi is currently pregnant. If the wedding is postponed, it won't be good for your reputation either. Young Zilin waved his hand. It's not that I don't want to marry Diepthi. It's just that right now, my parents no longer agree with our marriage. But don't worry, Auntie. When things settle down, I'll definitely marry Diepthi. He thought angrily, Only heaven knows if that pregnancy test is real or fake. We'll have to wait until the baby is born and get a DNA test done. Only then will we know. If it's really mine, for the sake of the Dong family, marrying her wouldn't be impossible. The madam smiled and said, Auntie believes you're not the kind of man who runs away from responsibility. Dong Depthi gently hugged young Zilin. She said, Oh, Zilin, you need to hurry up and marry me, okay? He touched her face lightly. Don't worry. Are you feeling very tired from the pregnancy? Let me help you go rest. Dong Depthi shyly replied, Yes. Suddenly a voice rang out. Who is it? Who changed my room? The madam and Yang Zilin looked up. It turned out to be Dong Duyet. She questioned the maid. Who gave you permission to change my room? The maid explained it was the master's orders. Dong Duyet angrily approached the madam, who took her hand. She consoled. It seems something has happened while we were away from home. Don't worry, I'll go ask your father about it. Yang Zilin looked at the two angry people. He entered the room. A beautiful photo of Dong Duyet appeared. He held the photo and thought happily, this is the photo Dong Duyet took at school. He reminisced about the past in high school. Back then, Dong Duyet and Yang Zilin were playing music together. He smiled and asked, Duyet, Duyet, what do you think of this song? She smiled and replied, oh, let's sing this song together then. He praised her sincerely. My Duyet Duyet is so beautiful today. Dong Duyet shyly said, oh, you? You're talking nonsense again. He moved closer to her. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Can't I compliment her? She blushed and stood up. I just remembered, I haven't submitted this afternoon's homework to the teacher yet. I have to go now. Dong Duyet hurriedly left, leaving Yang Zilin with a regretful look. Outside, her heart was pounding rapidly. She thought to herself, was Ziyang about to kiss me just now? She felt shy. If I suddenly go back now, he'll definitely be very surprised. She walked away happily. But when she entered the room, an unimaginable scene was unfolding. Dong Duyet stopped. Inside, Yang Zilin was kissing another girl. Dong Duyet was stunned. Who was that? It turned out to be Dong Duyet. She spoke, Ziyang. When I came back just now, I saw Dong Duyet's figure, the two of them. Yang Zilin hugged her and said, don't think nonsense. Dong Duyet and I are just acting partners. You're my real girlfriend. Seeing this scene, Dong Duyet cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dong Duyet looked at Yang Zilin happily. That's good then. Dong Duyet is the daughter of the mistress. If you, Ziyang, get too close to her, it will affect your reputation. She looked at him shyly. Ziyang, I want to go back now. At present, Dong Duyet was walking alone on an empty street. She pondered, Yang Zilin, a two-faced scoundrel. But it's a pity I ran away then. Otherwise, I could have recorded an interesting video and uploaded it to the school's official website. That would have been quite a show. At this moment, a luxury car approached. Yang Zilin sat inside smiling, Duyet Duyet. She looked at him with contempt, caught so quickly. He got out of the car and took her hand. Luckily, I drove here, or I wouldn't have caught up with you. She had already started recording. Dong Duyet asked, why are you chasing after me? Why don't you go take care of Dong Duyet? He said excitedly, you're jealous, aren't you? Duyet Duyet, everything you said at the engagement party, I heard very clearly. Are you blaming me for choosing Dong Duyet instead of you? She pretended to be hurt and replied, you weren't with me when we were still in school. Now you and Dong Duyet are already married. So whether I blame you or not, why do you still care? Yang Zilin took the bait. He spoke up, calling her Duyet Duyet. I told Dong Duyet before. We are each other's first love. I've long found Dong Duyet troublesome. In my heart, I only love you. Dong Duyet naively asked, really? Yang Zilin, is what you're saying true? You only love me, right? He held her hand tightly and replied, yes, it's you. I've thought it through. Dong Duyet thinks she's a princess every day and wants the whole world to revolve around her. Moreover, she secretly cheated on me behind my back countless times. I'm sick of it. Yang Zilin puckered his lips. Duyet Duyet, I love you. Dong Duyet thought fearfully, so thirsty. Huh? I don't like the look of that mouth. I really don't want to kiss a disgusting guy like you. She stepped back. Suddenly a voice rang out. In broad daylight, you two are getting handsy. It looks quite unsightly. Dong Duyet turned around. She was surprised to see that the voice belonged to Han Tianlin. She pushed Yang Zilin away. She said, Han Tianlin, what a coincidence. I was wondering why I suddenly felt a bit uneasy, so that's why. Yang Zilin gripped her hand tightly. Hello, Mr. Han. Han Tianlin remained silent. Yang Zilin became worried. If Mr. Han and Dong Duyet have business, then I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave first. He quickly drove away. Dong Duyet saw this and muttered stubbornly. Han Tianlin looked at her and asked, didn't you say you don't like thugs? Dong Duyet wiped her hands and replied, this is a big misunderstanding. She gently touched Han Tianlin. I only like someone like you. Her finger moved across his chest. Big, useful, and doesn't stick to people. She moved closer to him. As for him, who said he's now Deep Thee's man, I was just angry at Dong Deep Thee, that's all. Han Tianlin held Dong Duyet's hand. His face unchanged, he replied. So, as long as he's Dong Deep Thee's man, you'll approach him. She pretended to be innocent and changed the subject. You're misunderstanding that there's something special between us. Mr. Han's reputation here. Can I borrow it to help me? She thought to herself, it's best to report to him beforehand. If someone leaks it and wants to make a fuss, it'll be troublesome. He smiled and replied, in general, you're quite adept at using me. She tugged at his shirt. Just one photo, that's all. Just a quick snap. Just a little photo, okay? He replied, no. If it's beautiful, I might reconsider. Dong Duyet leaned against Han Tianlin. She coaxed, help me a little bit. It's not like I want to take advantage of you. Han Tianlin hugged her lovingly, trying to seduce me. Be careful, I might eat you up right here and now. Dong Duet replied, ha ha, then open your mouth. Then Dong Duet raised her phone and took a beautiful photo with Han Tianlin. Click, click, he saw marks on her neck. Dong Duet said, it's done. Anyway, not many people know me, so when they look, the level of attention will definitely be much higher for you. She winked. I might make the news with Mr. Han, and if Dongjian sees it, he might value me even more. She turned to leave. Han Tianlin quickly grabbed Dong Duyet's hand, saying, get in the car. She asked fearfully, do you really want to play a real game? Don't you want to wear your mask? He picked her up and replied, do you know you're injured? She asked blankly, really? Now at Han Tianlin's villa, the chef was cooking. The sound of sizzling could be heard. He said, please make some light dishes. The chef replied, yes, sir. Dong Duyet sat in a chair, hands on her face. Looks like Han Tianlin can care for others sometimes. He approached her and said firmly, take off your clothes. I'll apply medicine for you. She teased. Just kidding. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. I'd better do it myself to be safe. He picked her up abruptly. Dong Duyet shyly said, I'm injured, you know. Do you really want to do it? He looked at her, smiling. Naughty kitten needs to be punished. He carried her to the bed. Then he started applying medicine to her. From behind, Han Tianlin scolded, you're so bold, daring to rush into a fight all by yourself. Dong Duyet's back was full of bruises. She wondered if he was angry. She moved closer to comfort him. Mr. Han, you care about me so much. Could it be you want to be with me? He gently pushed her shoulder down. Don't interfere with my medicine application. Dong Duyet thought absent-mindedly. He didn't refute what I said. Han Tianlin pressed lightly on her wound. Dong Duyet frowned and cried out, it hurts. He said sternly, teaching you a lesson you'll never forget. Don't be so foolish in the future. When you see a crowd, just run away. Dong Duyet seemed heartbroken. She replied, as long as it's someone from the Dong family, I'll take them all on, no matter how many. Han Tianlin applied medicine to her. Hearing this, he didn't dare say anything. Then he stood up and said, the medicine is applied. You should get some sleep. Later, I'll have the driver take you home. Dong Duyet asked, you don't need me today. Han Tianlin replied, I'm not interested in women with many wounds. So now, Dong Duyet had returned to the Dong family. She stood at the front door. Then she stepped in, thinking another fierce battle was about to begin. Dong Duyet walked to the dining table. At this time, the whole Dong family was enjoying a delicious meal. The madam said in a friendly tone, Dong Duyet, you're back. Come have dinner with us. She sat down, thinking such a good attitude. Could it be that Dong Jian had said something? Dong Jian said, Duyet, Dad heard that you and your sisters got into a fight this morning. Is that true? That's not good at all. Your younger sister is pregnant. If something were to happen, what would we do? Dong Yethi looked at Dong Duyet with sorrowful eyes. That's right, the doctor said I'm not well. I still have to worry about Dong Shi's matters. If I'm not careful and get angry, leading to a miscarriage, who will compensate for this life? Dong Duyet smiled lightly. If that's the case, you should just stay at home and rest to get better. As for Dong Shi's matters, I'll take care of them for you. Dong Duyet angrily stood up and said, Sister. Dong Jian reminded, you've just returned to the Dong family. You're not familiar with everything yet, so there's no rush for you to start working. Dong Yethi sat down, frightened. Dong Duyet took out a photo of her with Han Tianlin. She showed it to everyone. Look at this. Isn't my phone screen very bright? Dong Jian saw it and smiled. She continued, I'm not in a hurry, Dad. Do you remember what you promised me last time? He replied angrily, Of course I remember. If you want to go, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. In his heart, he thought, that's fine. If she's already seduced Han Tianlin, I want to see if their relationship is truly as strong as they claim. Dong Yethi cried, throwing down her chopsticks. Dad, you're so unfair. Madam looked at the smiling Dong Duyet. She gritted her teeth, thinking, Dong Duyet is putting on this show just to take advantage and grab Dong Shi's power. You little hussy, just wait and see. I'll show you how I deal with you. At night, Dong Duyet was sitting on her bed. She held the tube of medicine, thinking, Han Tianlin cares about me so much that he actually put the ointment in my pocket. At this moment, her phone beeped with a message. Dong Duyet picked up her phone and saw it was an unknown number. She opened the video that was sent. Inside were images of her mother being beaten by thugs. Dong Duyet fearfully called out, Mom. She panted anxiously. Suddenly, Dong Duyet cried out and rushed to the bathroom. Dong Duyet continued to vomit. She cried, thinking, Mom, my mom is still alive. She angrily thought, how dare they? They dare to imprison my mother. They dare to torture her like this. Dong Duyet gritted her teeth. What a bunch of animals. The madam slowly entered the room. Dong Duyet reached out. She grabbed the madam's neck and asked, "That video, you sent it, didn't you?" The madam cried out. She replied dazedly, "Mother and daughter are truly connected. After not seeing each other for over a decade, you can recognize her with just a glance." She raised her fist, about to hit the madam. "You really are a vicious woman." The madam blocked with her hand. "You dare hit me. Be careful. I'll return it to your mother twofold." She stopped her fist. "You imprisoned my mother for over a decade. You people are breaking the law." The madam smugly brushed off her hand. "Imprison. That useless mother of yours went mad long ago. If we hadn't put her in a mental hospital to take care of her, are you sure she could have lived until today? Just for this alone, you should be grateful to us and thank us." Dong Duyet was furious. "If you hadn't tortured my mother, how could she have gone mad?" She smugly replied, "We tortured her." "Do you have any evidence?" the madam said arrogantly. "Dong Duyet, I'm warning you. Even if you climb up to Han Tianlin, Dongxi is still not a place you can control." Dong Duyet clenched her fists. She tried to calm herself. "Dong Duyet, you're not the same girl you were before. There must be a way to rescue mother." The madam mocked Dong Duyet. "You can now bring benefits to the Dong family, so just focus on doing your job well. If you make me angry, I will definitely retaliate." Dong Duyet responded without hesitation. "You're absolutely right. If you make me angry, I will definitely retaliate." She turned away. The madam smiled viciously. "I want to see what waves you can stir up." Dong Duyet dialed a number and said to the other end, "Brother, can you help me track down the person in the video?" On the other end was Dong Moan, her cousin. "Dong Duyet," he replied. "Dong Duyet, is that your mother?" She sadly answered, "Yes, right now she's in Fang Jiao's hands. Can you send someone to keep an eye on her for me?" He said sorrowfully, "Don't rush. The place where Aunt is held must be very secret. We need to be well prepared for a long-term battle." She replied, "No need." He was stunned. At night, the rain pattered. Dong Duyet said softly, "I'll make Fang Jie quickly bring us over there." After saying this, she sat dazed on the chair, looking at her phone. She recorded Yang Zilin's words, "We are each other's first love. I've long found Dong Yeshi troublesome. I only like you and you alone." She sent it successfully. Dong Duyet thought smugly, "Fang Jiao, you have the ability to threaten me, so don't blame me for directing my anger towards your daughter." At this moment, Dong Yeshi was sitting on the bed when her phone chimed. She picked it up, wondering, who's sending me a message at this hour? The sound of rain outside couldn't drown out Dong Yeshi's scream. Dong Yeshi, she became furious. Gritting her teeth, she walked to Dong Duyet's room. "Dong Duyet, you're such a bitch!" She banged on the door, making loud thuds. Dong Yeshi shouted, "Dong Duyet, you bitch! Come out here right now. Since when have you and Yang Zilin been meeting? Come out and explain clearly." The door banging continued to thud. Inside, Dong Duyet laughed, thinking, if only the bedroom door had a peephole, it would be so much better to see Dong Yeshi's expression right now. It must be very interesting. Dong Yeshi angrily said, "If you have the guts, then come out here. Don't hide inside and keep your mouth shut like that. I know you're in there." Dong Duyet chuckled to herself. What does this thing think she is? Snow. Dong Qian approached and said, "Dong Yeshi, be content with your lot. Haven't you had enough of losing face?" Dong Yeshi cried loudly, pointing. "First, she disrupted my engagement party. Then she took over my room. And now she's seducing Yang Zilin. Dad, you want me to be content? The one who should be content is that bitch." Fang Jia interjected. "Yeshi, how can you talk to your father like that?" She kicked Dong Duyet's door. "If you don't open the door, Dong Duyet, today in this house it's either me or you. If you're here, I won't be." Dong Yeshi angrily said, "Won't open the door, right?" Dong Yeshi moved towards the stairs. "Just you wait." She slipped and screamed, "Ah!" Fang Jiayue rushed to Yeshi. Dong Duyet heard the thud. She laughed, thinking, did Dong Yeshi fall? She opened the door and walked down the stairs. At this moment, Dong Yeshi had fallen, blood all over the floor. Fang Jie asked, "Yeshi, are you all right?" Dong Yeshi cried, "Mom, it hurts so much. Please help me, Mom." Dong Qian looked at the maid and shouted, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly call 120. Dong Duyet watched this chaotic scene. She crossed her arms, thinking smugly, karma comes around. It's finally your turn, Dong family. Dong Yeshi was exhausted. The doctors had arrived to help her. The doctor said, "The patient is bleeding too much. Call the hospital to prepare blood bags." The doctors rushed her away. Dong Qian and his wife were anxious. He looked at Dong Duyet angrily. "That's your sister. Quickly, go change your clothes and come to the hospital with us." Dong Duyet thought, another interesting development. She called Dong Moan, saying, "Dong Yeshi seems to be about to miscarry. Call reporters to immediately go to Sheng'an Hospital and infiltrate. The Dong family is rushing there." At that moment, in Sheng'an Hospital, the rooms were lit up with bright lights. Dong Duyet leaned against the wall. On her phone screen, a news headline appeared. Dong family heiress rushed to emergency late at night. Heavy bleeding threatens miscarriage. Truth uncertain. Dong Duyet looked at her phone, smiling and thinking, such a good opportunity. It absolutely cannot be wasted. Dong Duyet walked over. She looked at Fang Jiayue and said sarcastically, "Tell me, isn't this karma? You just laid hands on my mother, and now your daughter is." She raised her hand towards Dong Duyet. She kept cursing. "This is your sister. How dare you show your face here?" Dong Duyet quickly grabbed her hand. She frowned at Fang Jiayue. "You don't get to hit or scold me as you please." Dong Qian saw the two of them. He was angry. "Enough. Don't you know where we are? Be careful. Reporters might take secret photos." Fang Jiayue withdrew her hand. Dong Duyet said, "Looks like you're more promising than your mother." Dong Duyet said maliciously, "All thanks to your guidance, aunt." The doctor opened the door. Fang Jiayue approached and asked the doctor, "How is my daughter?" The doctor sadly replied, "The patient is safe, but we couldn't save the child." Dong Qian sighed. "The child is gone. Actually, I was already suspecting the child wasn't from our family. She can get pregnant again in the future." He looked at Fang Jiayue and reminded her, "I'm leaving first. Tell Yeshi later not to listen to those baseless rumors anymore. Lately, too many things have happened because of her. It's exhausting." She agreed. "I understand." Dong Duyet crossed her arms, watching him. "Dong Qian, after all these years, you're still the same, still as selfish as ever. You haven't changed a bit." The doctors wheeled Dong Yeshi out. She looked at Dong Duyet and shouted, "Dong Duyet, you bitch, why are you here?" Dong Duyet smiled with satisfaction. "As your sister, of course I should care about you." She lay on the hospital bed, extremely angry. At this moment, Yang Zilin rushed in, calling aunt. He looked at Dong Yeshi sadly and said, "Yeshi, how are you now?" Dong Yeshi slapped him hard. She shouted, "Get out of here. What did you say to Dong Duyet? I heard everything. Now the baby is gone. Are you satisfied now?" Yang Zilin was angry and dizzy. "You hit me." Dong Duyet went crazy. "So what if I hit you? You actually conspired with Dong Duyet to humiliate me. I want to break off our engagement." Fang Jiayue interrupted. "Zilin, Yeshi is not in a good mood right now. If there's anything to say, let's talk tomorrow." She said to Yeshi, "Daughter, this matter we need to discuss more carefully." Yang Zilin looked at Dong Duyet accusingly. "Did you tell Dong Yeshi you dare use me?" Dong Duyet saw reporters taking photos. She pretended to shout, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're a scumbag. You deceived my feelings to have an affair with my sister. Already engaged, but still causing trouble. I should beat you to death." Hearing this, Yang Zilin angrily rushed towards her. He grabbed Dong Duyet. "You really think I won't teach you a lesson?" A foot kicked him in the stomach. Yang Zilin cried out and fell to the ground in pain. It turned out to be Han Tianlin. He gently embraced Dong Duyet and sneered, "You dare touch my woman." Dong Duyet looked at him and asked, "Han Tianlin, why are you here?" She thought disappointedly that with Han Tianlin here, those photos taken certainly won't be published as news. He sensed her thoughts and said, "You seem like you don't want to see me. Are you blaming me for disturbing you?" Dong Duyet said gently, "Of course not. Every minute I think of you. That Yang Zilin is just a ruminating cow, and he likes to hit women too. How can he compare to you?" Dong Duyet turned around. "Right, Zilin." She was surprised. "Oh, where did Yang Zilin go?" Han Tianlin said, "Your little lover has run away, losing his shoes." She smiled. What little lover? If he wasn't Dong Yeshi's fiancé, I wouldn't have bothered with him. Han Tianlin gently held her head and questioned, "Do I need to remind you again whose woman you are?" He looked straight at her face. Dong Duyet, "Don't challenge my patience." She smiled and replied, "Mr. Han, you're really professional at being a sugar daddy, such a strong desire to possess. And I misunderstood that you didn't care about me." He looked at her, slightly angry. "This kitten completely doesn't take my words to heart. I need to teach her a lesson." Dong Yeshi inside threw a glass of water out, the sound of shattering. She shouted, "Get out, all of you." Dong Duyet saw her sister standing there, trembling. She pulled Han Tianlin's clothes and said, "I'm afraid if we stay here a bit longer, we'll get hurt by this mad woman. Mr. Han, do you want to take me home?" He gently held her face and replied, "Want me to be your driver? I need some compensation." They shared a sweet kiss. Early next morning, sunlight shimmered on the street corner. Han Tianlin sat in the car, feeling refreshed. He recalled Dong Duyet yesterday. She smiled and waved. He thought, this woman is capricious with others, but tries to please and show off to me, sometimes obedient. Suddenly, Han Tianlin stopped the car. He looked out and saw a noisy scene. Dong Yeshi frowned and said, "Do you know how to fix the car or not? If you want to waste other people's time, then don't do it." The old man bowed and replied, I'm very sorry. Please give me a little time. Han Tianlin was dazed. He recalled Dong Duyet's sweet words. As for him who said he's now Dong Yeshi's man, I'm only angry at Dong Yeshi, she said. She smiled. What little lover. If he wasn't Dong Yeshi's fiancé, I would have ignored him. He then had an idea. That little kitten, I wonder when she sees me with that woman, what interesting expression will she show? Dong Yeshi and Fang Jiahui saw a luxury car approaching. Han Tianlin asked, is your car broken down? Dong Yeshi and Fang Jiahui smiled shyly. She replied, Mr. Han? Han Tianlin coldly said, get in the car. I'll give you a ride for a while. Dong Duyet was now in the study. She pulled open a drawer, grabbed some papers, and scribbled. She thought, while they're not here, it's a good time to see if there are any useful documents that can be used. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Dong Duyet was stunned. They're back so quickly. She looked down. Dong Yeshi was getting out of the car. She was surprised. Dong Yeshi and Han Tianlin, since when did they collude? The three of them entered the house. Dong Yeshi said happily, thank you, Mr. Han, for bringing us home. Otherwise, we would have had a lot of trouble today. Han Tianlin replied coldly, it's a small matter. No effort at all. Dong Yeshi smiled. If it weren't for Mr. Han, Yeshi would still be at the hospital today waiting for who knows how long for a car. Fang Jiahui smiled and said, that's right, Mr. Han. Please stay here and rest for a while. I'll tell the servants to prepare a meal. Han Tianlin saw Dong Duyet at the top of the stairs, looking at him. She seemed sad, thinking, are you playing with me? Han Tianlin turned to Fang Jiahui and said, then I'm afraid I'm intruding. She replied, not at all, not at all. Mr. Han, please have a seat. I'll call someone to prepare right away. She whispered in Dong Yeshi's ear, it's so rare to meet Mr. Han. You must seize this opportunity. Dong Duyet upstairs angrily watched the three of them. She smiled lightly. At this moment, Dong Yeshi was approaching where Han Tianlin sat. Suddenly, Dong Duyet swept past, stunning her. Dong Duyet hugged his arm and said, darling, you came here without saying a word to me. How heartless. Seeing this, Dong Yeshi gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, Dong Duyet ruined my good opportunity again. She lay down, gently resting her head on Han Tianlin's slender, long legs. She said, there's no pillow here to rest my head on. Can I borrow your thigh as a pillow? He shyly replied, it's up to you. She sighed, you scared baby to death. I thought Han Tianlin would push me away. Dong Yeshi, sitting beside, asked, Mr. Han, you specially brought me back. Won't it delay your work? Han Tianlin's face remained expressionless. No, it's fine. She pretended to be shy. That's good then. Otherwise, if Papa knew, he'd scold me. Suddenly, Dong Duyet turned on loud music. There's a little white-eye bird. It looks so pretty, saying yes and okay, the most obedient at home. She turned the volume to maximum. Bird meets Uncle Bulbul, greets uncle. Bird meets Aunt Lark, greets aunt. Dong Yeshi was angry. She turned to Dong Duyet and said, Dong Duyet, can you turn down the volume a bit? Don't you see Mr. Han is talking to me? You're so impolite. Dong Duyet sat up, crossed her legs, and said gently, is this called impolite? I can be even more impolite. Dong Yeshi pretended to be hurt. What else do you want to do? You've already hurt me like this. Are you still not satisfied? Dong Duyet thought contemptuously. Seeing Han Tianlin, she quickly turns into a white lotus immediately. It's disgusting. Dong Duyet replied without hesitation, this isn't my fault. Wasn't it you who fell and caused your own miscarriage? The younger brother came closer and asked, what, sis? You had a miscarriage. The brother approached, calling Han, Mr. Han. Han Tianlin nodded. Dong Yeshi angrily gritted her teeth. Dong Duyet? Dong Duyet gently pulled Han Tianlin's tie. It's too crowded here. Darling, let me show you around the area. Dong Duyet led him away. Han Tianlin obediently followed her. Dong Yeshi sadly called out, Mr. Han. The younger brother caught her. Sis, don't be so upset. If Han Tianlin didn't want to go, she couldn't have dragged him away. Dong Yeshi angrily shouted, that bitch, that vixen. She only knows how to use dirty tricks to seduce men. The younger brother behind scratched his head, not daring to speak. He compared Dong Yeshi and Dong Duyet. He said, you're right about the vixen part. Dong Duyet indeed has a very feminine charm. Her dress is quite sexy too. He looked at Dong Yeshi teasingly. Sis, if you want to win Han Tianlin back, looks like you'll have to learn a lot from Dong Duyet. Dong Yeshi retorted, learn from her. Learn your head. She's not worthy of being learned from. The brother continued, well then, just stand there and wait, sis. She'll crush us everywhere. Look, sis, is there any position in this house that's still left for us? The brother crossed his arms, lecturing his sister. Today you brought Han Tianlin home to visit, yet she dared to directly snatch him away. I wonder what else she wouldn't dare to do in the future. Dong Yeshi was furious. Once Han Tianlin and I are together, I'll definitely make sure Dong Duyet has nowhere to stay in this Long Cheng city. She won't even have a place to hide her armor and helmet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Duyet led Han Tianlin into the room. She angrily snorted. He looked at her happily. She hugged him and gave him a quick kiss. He gently pressed her against the wall and kissed back. She let out a soft moan. He looked at her passionately and said, "You actively brought me to the room, but won't let me kiss you. Are you playing hard to get?" She angrily questioned, "Why did you come back with Dong Yeshi? You even took the initiative to bring her back. How very kind of you." He stroked her head. "Are you jealous?" She snuggled closer to him and whispered, "Do you want me to be jealous?" He replied absent-mindedly, "Didn't you once shout that anyone who's with Dong Yeshi, you'd snatch them away no matter what?" He was curious. I wonder if those words were true or not. She quickly replied, "Mr. Han, we only have a physical relationship. Who you want to be with is your freedom. But please consider, Mr. Han, our feelings over these many years. Can't you give me a little face?" He slapped the wall and asked, "What do you mean?" She looked at him directly. "If you're tired, we can say goodbye anytime. But with so many women clinging to you, you don't necessarily have to choose Dong Yeshi, right?" He thought angrily, "Say goodbye anytime. How nice for someone who can say goodbye anytime." He replied absent-mindedly, "Sleeping with me for years and talking about feelings with me. Miss Dong's intentions are not small at all." Dong Duyet was stunned. She angrily clenched her fists. Dong Yeshi called from outside. "Mr. Han, I heard you were here, so I rushed home. He wants to invite you downstairs to talk." Han Tianlin and Dong Duyet looked at each other with anger. Dong Yeshi happily looked at Han Tianlin. She said, "Mr. Han, the servants have finished preparing the meal. Would you like to join?" He walked past her coldly, saying, "No." Dong Duyet looked at Dong Yeshi standing awkwardly. She then mocked, "How about it? Pretending to be a white lotus didn't work, so you're trying to be forceful." Dong Yeshi angrily turned away from her sister. Downstairs, Dong Jian looked at Han Tianlin and said, "Mr. Han, are you really not staying for dinner?" Dong Yeshi quickly caught up. She held an umbrella for Han Tianlin. "Mr. Han, be careful of the rain." His expression softened. "Thank you." Seeing this, Dong Duyet was speechless. After noon, while she was sleeping, the phone rang. Dong Duyet answered, "Hello." Dong Muon said, "Dong Duyet, did you send the documents to Brother Q today? That's timely." Dong Duyet sat up and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied with a smile, "Dong Jian is preparing a project recently. He originally wanted to cooperate with Lin's company. Now, both Lin and Dong families are tired because of the engagement issue. We can take this opportunity to do something." Dong Duyet replied, "I will try to get Dong Jian's project quotation." Dong Muon worried, "But I still have no news about your mother. I've checked the hospitals in the city. There's no one named Xie Wan." Dong Duyet said, "For now, let's observe Fang Jiatui carefully. I'll try to act quickly before she does." He agreed. "All right, remember to be careful in whatever you do." At the company, Han Tianlin was signing contracts. He thought gloomily, "This woman hasn't even sent a message until now." In the quiet scene, Han Tianlin called Special Assistant Yan. He stood up and said, "Mr. Han." Han Tianlin ordered, "Send a bouquet of flowers to Dong's house. Attach a dinner invitation card for Dong Yeshi, thanking her for providing the umbrella." Special Assistant Yan panicked. Dong Yeshi." He shuddered, thinking of her cheating fiancé, the scandal spreading everywhere, pregnancy, and miscarriage. Han Tianlin asked, "Is there a problem?" He quickly changed his expression. "No, Mr. Han, I'll go do it right away." He looked at Han Tianlin, sighing. "What's with the thank you flowers? Who would have thought Mr. Han, so pure-hearted for years, would be interested in a girlfriend from the Dong family?" Fang Jiatui and Dong Yeshi were chatting excitedly. Dong Duyet thought, "Are these two winning a prize or something? Why so happy?" Dong Yeshi hugged the bouquet happily. "It's a dinner invitation from that evening." Fang Jiatui's mother held the card and said, "Yeshi, you must seize this opportunity. I'll take you out later to touch up your makeup and look beautiful." Dong Yeshi smiled. "Thank you, mother. I'll definitely show Mr. Han who's better." Dong Duyet raised her eyebrows. She took out her car keys and smiled, saying, "Wanting to steal this old lady's man?" without seeing if the old lady agrees or not. Dong Duyet drove her red car on the road. The wind whistled by. She stopped the car in front of the villa. Then she rang the doorbell. Beep, beep, beep. Before, knocking was exciting. "This time, I'll go straight in to give him a surprise." She stepped inside. Dong Duyet thought, "Dong Yeshi, let's see if you can keep up." Han Tianlin was sitting on the sofa. Seeing her arrive, he asked, "Why are you here?" Dong Duyet approached, leaning close to his face. "Someone idle is trying to provoke me to anger. He even wants me to meet him alone, so I'll grant his wish." She said smugly, "Han Tianlin, you've succeeded in angering me. So I not only want to steal you away, but I also want to eat you up." He asked dazedly, "How do you want to eat me?" She hugged his neck and kissed him. He gently pushed her down and kissed back. They laughed and undressed. After finishing, Han Tianlin embraced Dong Duyet. She spoke angrily. Clearly, women should just lie still and enjoy receiving in this matter. But why is it that every time we do it, I'm the one who's most tired? Did you grow up in Africa or something? Han Tianlin placed her on the bed. He gently covered her with a blanket and said, "Tired. Let me hold you and comfort you. Sleep, I'll massage you." He rubbed her waist. Dong Duyet lay enjoying the sensation. Is he really helping me massage my waist? He gently kissed her forehead. She smiled and asked him, "Am I like your girlfriend this way?" Han Tianlin coldly replied, "The girlfriend of the young master of the Han family isn't so easy to be." Dong Duyet sighed sadly. "Indeed, Dong Duyet, don't fall for it 1,000 times over." He gently touched her cheek and said, "You're a clever little cat. We've worked well together before. I need a woman by my side, and you're very suitable." He stroked her waist. Dong Duyet asked, "Do you have any other requirements?" He gently replied, "Yes, don't let me see you with another man in an unclear situation, especially Yang Zilin. Otherwise, you won't want to know the consequences." She replied, "You're so perfect. Of course, in my eyes, there's only you. How could I have the mood to approach other men?" But she winked. "We were originally just a casual relationship. Now Mr. Han wants me to be his canary. Of course I agree. But I also have conditions." Han Tianlin said, "Go ahead," Dong Duyet pointed. "The Dong family and I are sworn enemies. If I do something to the Dong family, you can't intervene to save them." He lay still and replied, "Agreed." Dong Duyet added a second condition. "I want you to keep your distance when looking at other women, and these eyes should only look at me." He hugged her neck affectionately. "And the third?" She pouted. "Of course there is." Dong Duyet sulked. "Third, you gave Dong Yeshi roses. I'm not happy. I want flowers too, but they must be more expensive, more vibrant, and more beautiful." She caressed his chest. He gently held her waist. Han Tianlin said the roses were ordered by Yan Hui. Dong Duyet sulked. "He really understands the boss's heart," she said angrily. "It's Yan Hui, isn't it? I'll remember that. You should write it down in your notebook." He turned to her. "I'll meet all those conditions. Anything else? Say it all at once." He caressed her long, slender legs. Dong Duyet blushed shyly. Is it that easy to talk about? Let me think about it. I'll add a few more to make you lose face completely." He kissed her. "Take your time thinking." Dong Duyet kissed him back. She said softly, "You're so hateful." Now Dong Duyet was sound asleep. Han Tianlin sat beside her, smiling and caressing her. He stood up and called his subordinate. "Order 999 roses to be delivered to the villa. Little Namquok." Yan Hui was stunned and bewildered. "Yes, Mr. Han." Dong Duyet opened her eyes and woke up, groaning. "How did I sleep until now?" She looked up at Han Tianlin, the handsome man working. He spoke up, asking, "How long are you going to peek at me?" She sat up, shyly replying, "Who's peeking at you?" Dong Duyet was startled. She was surprised to see roses in front of her. "These are roses." Han Tianlin stood up and said, "Get out of bed and change your clothes. Someone's waiting for us outside." Dong Duyet was confused. "What?" She put on a mysterious black dress. She looked truly beautiful in the mirror. Han Tianlin leaned by the door, watching her. Dong Duyet turned and asked, "Do I look pretty?" He moved closer to her and said, "Instead of wearing this to attend a cocktail party, I think you're more suitable to be naked and in my bed." She hugged his neck. "Thank you, Han Tiansheng, for the encouragement." They shared a sweet kiss. He held her waist as they headed to the party together. Yan Hui opened the car door, looked at the two. This woman isn't Dong Yeshi, is she?" Sitting in the car, Dong Duyet asked, "You're Yan Hui." He replied, "Yes, that's right." Yan Hui froze in fear. He had a feeling that disaster was about to strike. Dong Duyet leaned back and said, "It's nothing. Drive." Yan Hui sighed in relief. Okay, that's great. Nothing happened." He was worried, but still felt uneasy somehow. Han Tianlin hugged Dong Duyet. "He's my man. Do you want to order him to do something?" She leaned on his shoulder and replied, "What if you're not happy?" Han Tianlin gently touched her lips. "Don't tease, otherwise I can't guarantee that we'll be able to attend the party on time." Dong Duyet hugged her chest and exclaimed, "Ah! No one can ruin my beautiful appearance today, okay?" Han Tianlin reached out. "Come here, don't move anymore." Yan Hui sighed. Mr. Han's love life is really troublesome. From now on, this woman definitely can't be offended." The party was lively. Everyone chatted, drank, and discussed happily. A short-haired girl said to the long-haired woman, "I heard Han Tianlin will come tonight too." She replied excitedly, "Really? Is it true? Oh my. If I'd known earlier, I would have put on better makeup." Dong Yeshi looked at them laughing. She sneered, waiting for everyone to see her standing next to Han Tianlin. They would surely forget her humiliation from the previous engagement party. By then, she'd probably become the object of envy for all the girls here. Yang Zilin approached with a glass of wine. "Yeshi, I didn't think you'd come here today." The two girls saw this and left. Let's go quickly. Let's go. How come both of them are here? It's so shameless and unlucky. Dong Yeshi replied unhappily. Why are you here too? Yang Zilin took a glass of wine. My father told me to come here to expand connections. How are you feeling now? I've reconsidered my father's words. Let's stabilize things at the Dong family first. Dong Xian wants to join hands with us on a project. So during this time, we can't let anything else happen. He replied, yes. Han Tianlin thought at that moment, if it wasn't for my father's request, who would bother coming here to comfort a crazy woman like you? He reached out to Dong Yeshi, but she swatted his hand away. Let go, don't touch me. She pointed directly at Yang Zilin and shouted, Yang Zilin, I've endured you long enough. If you're smart, you'll stay far away from me. I've already forgotten about our engagement. Don't come bothering me anymore. Yang Zilin replied uncomfortably, I swear I'll only love you from now on. Dong Yeshi, I hope you'll save face for me right here. Dong Yeshi scoffed, save face for you. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you something. The invitation for tonight was given to me by Han Tianlin himself. I'm currently Han Tianlin's girlfriend. You're nothing compared to him. People behind them started gossiping loudly. Yang Zilin was furious. Dong Yeshi, you'd better not come crying to me in the future. He turned and left. Dong Yeshi glanced at Yang Zilin with a cold expression. A gossipy guest wanted to say, Han Tianlin is here. Someone else chimed in. Who is she? Does Han Tianlin have a girlfriend? Dong Yeshi turned around puzzled. What's going on? Han Tianlin entered with Dong Yue. Guests started gossiping. Who's that girl? They look so good together. Dong Yeshi was furious. Why is it Dong Yue of all people? Dong Yue looked at Han Tianlin sarcastically. Han Tianlin, you truly are Long City's #1 golden bachelor. I'm about to be killed by these women's stares. He hugged her affectionately, asking, are you scared? Dong Yue replied, I even know how to eat people. What's there to be afraid of? Han Tianlin immediately responded, that's right. I should be worried about you eating other people. Suddenly, a phone ring was heard from Dong Yue's purse. She held up the phone, telling Han Tianlin, it's my brother calling. I'll take this call. You go in first. Dong Yue walked away. Han Tianlin frowned. On the other side, she spoke to the person on the phone. What's the matter? Dong Moan replied, I've sent people to observe the Dong family. Are you sure Fang Jiahui will make a move tonight? Dong Yue answered, I'm attending a banquet and playing a game of one-upmanship with Dong Yeshi. Guess what? They might jump up like dogs. Suddenly, Dong Yue saw Dong Yeshi talking with a guy. Dong Moan worriedly called, hello, hello, where are you? Dong Yue said smugly, wait a second. I think I've found something very interesting. Dong Yeshi panicked, quickly walked over. She caught up with Dong Yeshi in a corner of the banquet. Dong Yeshi was putting something into a wine glass. She shook it gently. If only this could become reality. I can't believe I can't compare to that bitch Dong Yue. Dong Yue, on her side, crossed her arms thinking, drugging. She came up with this idea. Not bad. Her nature never changes in 1,000 years. Want to try something new. Dong Yeshi took 2 glasses of wine. She called out Mr. Han. Han Tianlin, sitting calmly, replied, you're here. She put down the 2 glasses of wine and then sat down. She then said, Mr. Han sent out invitations, and people thought that Mr. Han only wanted to invite Yeshi alone. Dong Yue approached and called out, Dong Yeshi, why do you always like to seduce other people's men? Is being the other woman so exciting? Dong Yeshi turned around angrily. She tried to suppress her anger and replied to Dong Yue, what nonsense are you talking about? Dong Yue quickly switched the wine glasses. She asked again, what? Then quickly sat between the 2 of them. Dare to do it, but not admit it. Dong Yeshi picked up the 2 glasses of wine. I'm just here to toast Mr. Han with a glass of wine, because he sent me roses and an invitation. In her heart, she thought, just wait and see. After tonight, let's see if you're still so smug. Han Tianlin raised his glass with Dong Yeshi. He spoke up, saying, no need to thank me. Dong Yue took a long drink. Han Tianlin leaned close to Dong Yue and whispered in her ear, I saw you switch the glasses. What are you trying to do? Dong Yue whispered back, Dong Yeshi put something in your wine. If you regret it, switch them back. The 2 were intimate with each other. Dong Yeshi, uncomfortable, called out, Mr. Han. Immediately, Han Tianlin took a long drink. Seeing this, Dong Yeshi felt triumphant, thinking she had succeeded. She tilted her wine glass. Now it's this little bitch's turn. Wine spilled on Dong Yue's dress. Dong Yeshi pretended to exclaim, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Dong Yue. I wasn't careful and it slipped from my hand. You don't blame me, do you? Dong Yue coldly replied, want to play games with me, darling? She stood up and said, never mind, I'll go change into something else. She winked at Han Tianlin before leaving. He smiled happily. Dong Yeshi, looked at him coyly. Han Tianlin, when you smile, it's so devastatingly handsome. She moved closer to him. Mr. Han, do you think Yeshi is beautiful? He stood up and replied, Miss Dong, please have some self-respect. She angrily watched Han Tianlin leave. Damn it. What kind of drug is this that has no effect at all? Dong Yeshi hurriedly chased after him. Mr. Han, wait. Suddenly, she felt unwell. Why am I so dizzy? A young man ran to support Dong Yeshi. Taking advantage of the situation, he embraced her and started to grope her. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Dong Yeshi's arm and pulled her away. A young man raised his head high. Who dares to ruin my good deed? Yang Zilin hugged Dong Yeshi. The other guy was startled. Is that young Master Lin? Sorry. Yang Zilin smiled lightly and replied, I've been looking for Shi for half a day. Thank you for taking care of her just now. The man was worried. It's nothing. Don't mention it. In a room nearby, Dong Yeshi fell sitting into the bathtub. She cried out in discomfort. Cold water flowed from the tap in the tub. Yang Zilin questioned, Look at the state you're in. Anyone could be your husband now. I need to sober you up a bit. Dong Yeshi hit him. Stop it. Yang Zilin asked, Are you sober now? Dong Yeshi angrily replied, Yang Zilin, are you crazy or what? He grabbed her chin and said, I really didn't expect a young lady like you from a noble family, always looking down on others, would actually take drugs voluntarily just to seduce a man. He frowned at her. Are you so desperate that you want Han Tianlin to devour you? Like that. She pushed him away hard. You madman. My business is none of your concern. Yang Zilin, I've already made myself very clear to you. I've endured you long enough. Get out of my sight. The further the better. Dong Yeshi stood up and declared, Even if he toys with me, I still don't want to look at you anymore. Yang Zilin angrily pointed at her. You bitch. Today I'll consider it meddling in others' affairs. I won't serve you anymore. Dong Yeshi threw the shower head and yelled, Get out. Get out right now. The shower head hit his face with a thud. Han Tianlin held his bleeding head and cried out in pain. He looked at her, blood covering his face. Dong Yeshi was stunned. You. She looked at him worriedly. Yang Zilin staggered away. In the room, Dong Yue was changing clothes when she heard a click. She turned and said, There's such delicious and beautiful food over there. Mr. Han, don't you want to spend a wonderful night with that Miss Dong? Really? Han Tianlin looked at her and replied, I still find this Miss Dong much more interesting. She moved closer to him. Is that so? But unfortunately, this young lady has urgent matters to attend to. May I borrow Mr. Han's car for a moment? You're making me sad. Do you really have to go? She gently embraced his neck. It's an unexpected situation. I have no other choice. She thought to herself, Dong Yeshi has appeared this time playing so dirty. I must rush back to confront Fang Jiarui immediately. He held her waist. All right, then, I'll take you. Dong Ye replied, If you insist, I'll obey. On this side, they arrived at the Dong residence. A luxury car was parked at the entrance. Dong Yue lightly kissed Han Tianlin's cheek. He caressed her cheek and said, You want to give me just that little bit. He kissed her lips. Dong Yue let out a soft moan. Han Tianlin said with satisfaction, Go on then. Be careful. Dong Yue was stunned. Be careful. This man, could it be that he already knows what I'm planning to do? She smiled and replied, I will. Dong Yue entered the house. As soon as she stood at the door, she heard loud shouting, You bitch, you bitch. It must have been her who switched my drink. She stole my opportunity. Dong Ye was stunned. Dong Ye, you're back so early. She opened the door and entered, saying, What's all this noise about? People might think the Dong family has no manners. Dong Ye ran towards her. Dong Ye, you bitch. You dare show your face here. I'll beat you to death. Dong Yue slapped Dong Yeshi hard. She retorted, How rude of you to speak like that. Since when did an uneducated fool like you, who always resorts to violence, get to have the upper hand in this house? Dong Yeshi held her face and shouted, Dong Ye, did you switch my drink and deliberately seduce Han Tianlin? You stole my opportunity. Dong Ye stood before her with arms crossed. Yes, I did. So what? Dong Yeshi, remember this. You have the blood of a mistress, but I don't. You think Han Tianlin is some cheap commodity like Yang Zilin, that you can hook him whenever you want. Dong Ye said smugly, Han Tianlin is my man. We were enjoying ourselves when you barged in demanding this and that, and you even played that cheap trick of drugging the drink. Who taught you such a despicable move? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing your place. Dong Yeshi was furious. Dong Yue, I swear we're mortal enemies now. Dong Yue looked up. Fang Jiarui was frowning at her. Dong Yue smirked triumphantly. She came down and said, Dong Yue, you're so bold and reckless. It seems you don't care about your mother's life anymore. Dong Yue clenched her fists and replied, Such a foolish woman. Why should I care about her at all? Fang Jiarui looked at her with contempt. I hope you don't take it to heart. Otherwise, you'll truly be heartbroken. Dong Ye was dazed. Aunt Fang, you don't need to worry about me. Look at your daughter Dong Yeshi. She only learned how to be a mistress, but not your cunning skills as one. Besides being toyed with by others, her fate won't be much different. She whispered in her ear, Who knows what her final outcome will be. Dong Ye went upstairs. Feng Jerry was furious. She walked away, leaving Dong Yeshi sitting there. She picked up the teapot and poured. Dong Yeshi cried, calling out, "Mother, that bitch Dong Yue is truly lawless. Mother, are you just going to watch her bully me?" She coldly replied, "If you weren't so useless, how could a rebellious girl like her possibly bully you?" She sadly wiped her tears. "Mother." Fang Jieri held her head and said, "You're no match for her. Don't provoke her anymore. This time with Han Tianlin, we were too naive in our thinking. I didn't expect Han Tianlin would actually help her." Dong Yeshi held her mother's hand. "So what should I do now? Do I have no chance left?" She gritted her teeth. "Han Tianlin is so excellent. Why should Dong Yue have him and everything?" Her mother replied, "Forget it. A man like Han Tianlin is not someone you can hold on to. Don't think about it anymore. With this attitude, I'll intervene on your behalf." Dong Yeshi was delighted. "Mother, how do you plan to teach that bitch a lesson?" She said smugly. "The hand she used to hit you, I'll make her mother pay with that same hand." At this moment, Dong Yue was in her room talking on the phone. "Today, I completely slapped Fang Jieri's face. In her words, she kept using my mother to threaten me. Your people need to watch her closely. I guess she'll do something to my mother right away." Dong Muyan replied, "Is the situation that intense?" Dong Ye said softly, "If it's not intense, how can I force her to show her hand?" Dong Muyan comforted her. "Don't worry, everything is under control on my end." Ending the call, Dong Ye sighed in relief. She thought to herself, "Oh, heavens, I hope you'll help me. Please make that bitch Fang Jieri go after my mother herself." Through the long night, Dong Ye dozed off in her chair. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound. She opened her eyes wide and went to look out the window. The car drove away. Dong Ye smiled. Finally, the wait is over. She immediately followed that car. She asked Dong Muyan, "You're here too?" He laughed and replied, "How could I miss the chance to make the Dong family miserable? Let's go. I've already arranged for 2 cars to break down Fang Jieri's car. No matter where she goes today, we'll definitely know that place." Dong Ye looked worried. Seeing her expression, he comforted her. "What if Fang Jieri isn't going to find your mother, but to meet her lover? That would be even more interesting." Dong Ye coldly replied, "Fang Jieri knows everything she has now is thanks to Dong Jian, so she wouldn't dare betray him. Dong Jian has harmed so many lives, yet he lives more comfortably than anyone." Dong Ye said gloomily, "Those who create bad karma can't live long. I hope he can enjoy just a few more days." The car arrived at a desolate place. Dong Muyan looked and said, "We've secretly investigated this hospital. The people here are all patients whose families have paid and abandoned them, no longer caring about them." Dong Yue opened the car door and stepped out. She replied, "They've been paid off and silenced. Using conventional investigation methods, we definitely won't find anything out." Dong Yue was full of determination. "Brother, I'll borrow your men for a bit, okay?" Dong Muyan tapped his glasses and replied, "Please, go ahead. Fang Jieri, you don't need to interfere. I'll send people to handle it." She entered with several tall bodyguards. Seeing her, the nurse was startled. She stood up saying, right now you can't register." Dong Yue coldly asked, "Which room is Shui Yuan in?" The nurse stood up in panic. Right now you can't register." Dong Yue asked, "Which room is Shui Yuan in?" The nurse secretly pressed a button and nervously replied, "We don't have any patients here named Shui Yuan." Dong Yue slammed her hand on the desk. She raised her voice, "You want to call security? Huh, guess whether I'll deal with you before security arrives or not." The nurse trembled. There really isn't anyone named Shui Yuan here." Dong Ye took out her phone. On the screen appeared a picture of a girl. "So, please look for me. Is the person in this photo here?" The nurse answered, "This is the patient in room 305. Dong Yue immediately said, "Which way to room 305? Please show us the way." Dong Yue and her men followed the nurse. As she walked, she thought, "It's my fault for not investigating earlier. I've let mother suffer in a place like this." At the last room, the nurse pointed, "It's here." Dong Yue stood outside, looking at the room. Then she took a deep breath. Dong Yue opened the door slightly. A certain song echoed. Dong Yue thought to herself, "This is the song that when I was little, mother used to sing to me." She trembled as she turned on the light. Dong Yue was surprised to see a patient in front of her, sitting on the floor. "Water." Looked at her, Dong Yue called out. The woman with sunken eyes kept humming the song. Dong Yue knelt close. "Mother, do you recognize me? I'm your Yue." She was shocked when she saw that her mother was bound by a chain. Dong Yue angrily asked, "Why is my mother chained like this?" The nurse trembled. It's the person who brought her here. They said that recently she often got angry and wouldn't listen, so she needed to be taught a lesson." Dong Yue immediately ordered, "Remove it now." The mother fearfully said, "No need. Don't come here." Dong Yue thought, "Mother is so afraid of this nurse. Could it be that this nurse has been abusing mother every day? The nurse removed the chain and anxiously asked Dong Yue, Can I go now? Dong Yue kicked the nurse hard. Want to run? Tell me how you've been bullying her normally. The nurse fell down from the strong kick. Mother rushed towards the nurse. Ah, it hurts. Dong Yue shouted, Mother. The nurse lost her balance. Frightened, she begged, Help, help, save me. Dong Yue grabbed her mother's wrist. Mother, let me take you outside first. The mother turned and raised her hand towards Dong Yue. A bodyguard quickly caught her hand. Miss Dong, first let's calm the patient down for a moment. Dong Yue, with a sad face, said, Then please, take my mother outside first. Dong Yue stood there, continuously looking at her mother. She turned her head and glared at the nurse. The nurse, terrified, said, They ordered me to do it. It has nothing to do with me. Dong Yue took the chain and put it around her neck. Seems you like treating people like dogs. Well, now you can taste what it's like to be a dog. She started tearing up. No, don't. I was wrong. At this moment, footsteps approached. Dong Ye turned her head. A bodyguard brought an old lady. Miss Dong, this person was sent by young Master Dong. I've brought her up. How do you want to handle this? Dong Yue sternly said, Bring her in. She glanced at the screen by the hospital bed corner, gently picked up the screen. This bamboo looks so smooth. Don't tell me it's been used many times to beat people. Dong Yue took the bamboo and struck the old woman hard. Fang Jairui, you're a vile woman. As she spoke, Dong Ye struck hard again. Being a mistress, imprisoning my mother. Fang Jairui remained silent, not resisting at all. The screen hit her hard and then broke. Dong Yue sneered threateningly. This is just the beginning. Everything you did to my mother, I will definitely pay back bit by bit. After saying this, Dong Ye glanced at the nurse. She cowered in fear. Dong Ye rubbed her wrist. She ordered, Tie them up and lock them in here. Remove all surveillance. The bodyguard obeyed, understood. Then Dong Ye walked out towards Dong Muan. Dong Muan, leaning against the car, asked her, All taken care of. I just had the bodyguards check your mother's injuries. 2 ribs are broken. Dong Ye gritted her teeth, I know. Dong Muan then opened the car door. I've contacted a nursing home for your mother. Do you want to take her there? Dong Ye replied, Thank you, but I've already contacted a better hospital. Hearing her say this, Dong Muan thought to himself, this girl doesn't trust me anymore. Dong Muan smiled and said, Okay, then I won't have much more to do. Take care. All right. After saying this, Dong Muan drove away. At this moment, someone approached. Yoye, I just saw your cousin, but I didn't call out to him. How have you been at the Dong family lately? Dong Ye replied with a sad expression. Everything's fine with me. To Ra, I can only trust you and Mui do now. I've contacted the nursing home. Please help me take my mother there. Don't worry, I'll definitely protect your mother well. In the evening, in Dong Ye's room, she lay on the bed, restless and unable to sleep. She didn't know why, but since returning from the hospital, she'd been having insomnia. She sat up, pondering, I've clearly rescued my mother already. Then Dong Yue picked up her phone. She texted someone, Have you slept yet? At an urgent international conference, someone spoke. Han, we understand Fuchun Company's intentions. We all understand clearly. We'll discuss again and give you a response. Then the meeting will end here. Han Tianlan said, Do you have any thoughts on this conference? One man adjusted his glasses. Suddenly, a message came from that woman. It was Dong Ye. Han smiled slightly. Isn't this Miss Dong? Unexpectedly getting so close in secret. She even wants to video call the CEO at night. Han Tianlan blushed. He stood up, pulling at his jacket. Today's conference ends here. Meeting adjourned. At this moment, Dong Yo panicked. Oh no, what's wrong with me? It's past midnight, and I'm trying to WeChat call him. She lay down on the bed, pondering. He's probably sound asleep by now. I should forget it. I'll explain to him tomorrow instead. Just then, a few beeping sounds rang out. This is perfect. Dong Ye sat up. She looked towards the window. A car was parked outside. Huh, that's Han Tianlan's car. As she went downstairs, Dong Jian asked, Where are you going so late at night? Dong Yue turned her head. Dad, just look outside and you'll know where I'm going. Dong Jian waved his hand. It's CEO Han. You young people, really, go on, go on. Don't keep CEO Han waiting anxiously. Dong Ye stepped outside. She thought to herself, this expression of Dong Jian selling out his daughter really makes me want to see him have bad luck even more. Han Tianlan stood beside the car. Seeing Dong Yue approach, he asked, Dong Ye, couldn't you sleep tonight? Dong Yue hugged Han Tianlan tightly. Why did you come here? Han Tianlan whispered, seeing that you missed me so much. I wanted to fulfill your wish a little. Dong Yue lowered her head. She moved into Han Tianlan's arms. Han Tianlan stroked Dong Yue's head. What happened? They sat in the car. Dong Yue said, That's how it is. The hospital specializes in accepting patients without relatives. Who knows how many people they've killed already? Dong Yue then moved closer to Han Tianlan. Mr. Han, are you interested in participating in rooting out evil, eliminating this harmful hospital? Han Tianlan gently lifted Dong Yue's chin. For both justice and business, I'm certainly willing to try. Dong Yue happily hugged Han Tianlan. Han Tianlan, I love you to death. Then they shared a sweet kiss. Han Tianlan turned the little vixen around. How will you thank me this time? Dong Yue kissed Han Tianlan's chin lightly. She put her hand on his shoulder. Great CEO Han will surely be satisfied. Then they had a passionate night in the car. The next morning, reporters announced, today, the Public Welfare Department of Fuchun Group has discovered that many private hospitals under the guise of public welfare not only have quality issues, but also engage in patient abuse within the hospitals. Led by Fuchun Group, many substandard hospitals have been exposed. At this time, Fang Jiatui was being led away by two guards. Dong Yue stood watching. She snorted at the TV image of her, with such an ugly appearance. Let's see this time how Fang Jiatui looks at others. Dong Di saw this and panicked. Oh, what's going on here? Why is mom there? Dong Yue said smugly, that's right, your mother. How did she end up in a mental hospital like that? Could she be visiting a patient? The door slammed. Fang Jiatui rushed in. Dong Ye, you ungrateful bitch, get out here right now. Dong Jian frowned as he came down the stairs. What's all this noise about? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Dong Yue calmly picked up a pastry. Aunt Fang, what's the matter? Would you like some steamed buns? Fang Jiatui angrily pointed. Eat your own head. Stop pretending to be innocent. Dong Ye, do you dare say that last night you didn't sneak out to follow me? Dong Yue immediately stood up. Aunt Fang, what are you saying? I did go out last night, but with Dad's permission. Fang Jiatui turned to ask Dong Jian, Sir, did you allow this? Dong Ye said, Dad, tell her. Wasn't it Aunt Fang who snuck out at midnight to meet a lover? Then she got beaten up and even made the news. Fang Jiatui, enraged, lunged at Dong Yue. You little slut, you dare throw dirt on me. I'll beat you to death today. Dong Jian slapped Fang Jiatui hard. Enough. Look at your shrewish appearance right now. There, see? You actually hit me because of this little slut. I must today. Dong Jian kicked her in the stomach. Shut up. He slapped her again. My reputation? You've completely ruined it. Frightened. Stop. Stop hitting me. Dong Yue stood to the side, arms crossed, watching Fang Jiatui and her daughter. Once a man commits domestic violence, there will be other times. Dong Di ran over to check on Fang Jiatui. Mom, are you okay? Dong Ye recalled the past. Dong Jian grabbing her mother's hair, constantly scolding her. I ask you to do some housework, and you can't even do that, right? You want me to serve you. Dong Yu mumbled that day. Don't hit Papa, don't hit Mom anymore. Dong Yue crossed her arms, thinking, Fang Jiatui, the suffering my mother endured back then, now it's your turn to experience exactly the same. At the university campus, someone whispered softly, That's him, Dong Jian's son. His mother was on the news, looking really miserable. Speak more quietly. At this moment, Dong Jingzhou approached. Go on, keep talking. Why stop? You have the guts to talk behind people's backs. Why not have the courage to say it to my face? That guy turned his head. What the hell? I'm not afraid. It's surprising you still have the face to come to school. If I were you, I would have dropped out long ago. Dong Jingzhou heard this and became furious. He grabbed the guy's collar. What did you say? You've got some real nerve. Dong Jingzhou punched the guy straight in the face. I'll show you the consequences of having a big mouth. Let's see. If you dare to talk nonsense in front of me again. At this moment, a female classmate screamed. Dong Jingzhou stopped. This is school, not your house. Don't go too far. Dong Jingzhou threatened the female classmate. So what if it's not at home? He grabbed the hose from a gardener. Hey, what are you doing? Dong Jingzhou pointed the hose at the female classmate. Dare to interfere in others' business. Let's see how I deal with you. The girl panicked. Ah, what are you doing? Don't. Suddenly, the guy from earlier shielded the girl. Dong Jingzhou, stop it. A group of friends rushed over. Any more tricks up your sleeve? Come on, everyone. Don't let him continue. The group approached Dong Jingzhou, who panicked. You, what do you want to do? At a certain house, Dong Yue sat on the sofa laughing. Ha ha ha! This is so funny. Han Tianlin asked, what's so amusing? Dong Yue took out her phone. Today's news. Dong Jingzhou was beaten up by a group. Dong Jian was called in for a parent-teacher meeting. Han Tianlin flicked at Dong Yu's nose. You little evil mouse. Dong Ye hugged Han Tianlin. I am the evil one. Mr. Han, don't you like evil people? I'm very happy today. I want to have a big battle with you. 300 rounds. To celebrate a bit. Han Tianlin lifted Dong Yu's chin. You said it yourself. Don't complain later, saying, honey, stop. Dong Yue stood up. Dong Jian must be furious right now. I have to go back to watch the show. Han Tianlin raised his eyebrows at Dong Yu. Dong Yue waved her hand. First 300 rounds, We'll battle again next time. Han Tianlin was annoyed. This woman is really something. At the Dong house, Dong Yue happily walked in. Suddenly, there was sobbing. Sir, I told you I went to see Xie Yuan. Why don't you believe me? Dong Yue stood outside, eavesdropping. I know, but now look, you've made us all become a laughingstock. Dong Yue was angry. Dong Jian knew all along that his mother was assaulted by his father. What a despicable couple. Dong Yue stood outside the window. She eavesdropped on the conversation between Dong Jian and Fang Jiatui. Dong Yue, don't worry about her. These past 2 days, I've been investigating her position next to Han Tianlin. She crossed her arms, looking inside. Dong Yue pretended to cough. Then she said, Dong Jian, what do you want to investigate? Let's talk face to face. Inside the villa, Dong Jian and Fang Jiatui were sitting on chairs. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound. Dong Yue entered, provocatively saying, the Dong family elders always work in the shadows. No wonder you keep failing. Dong Jian stood up, gesturing to Yue Yue. You misunderstand. Let's go to the study to talk. In the study, they sat facing each other. He looked at her and asked, well, is this your first time in Papa's study, isn't it? Dong Yue was dazed. She thought uncomfortably that it really was the first time. Dong Yue coldly said, say what you want to say quickly. I'm very busy. Dong Jian was uncomfortable. This child. I admit about your mother's situation. I'm truly sorry. Your mother is safe now. Can you forgive me? Dong Yue replied, oh, is that all? What else do you want to investigate about me? Speak. He stood up and approached her. Anxiously, he replied, what investigation? Papa just wants you to help the Dong Corporation. He sighed. You've seen the current state of the Dong family. If you could influence President Han to help us. Dong Yue thought smugly. I was worried about not finding a chance to get involved in Dong Corporation. Who knew the opportunity would present itself? She replied, what do you want me to do for Dong Corporation? Before, you said you wanted to give me a position in the company, but you still didn't let me join the project team. She crossed her arms and continued seriously. Now you want to ask Han Tianlin for help. That's fine. But what capacity should I use to talk to him? Dong Jian smiled. That's not difficult at all. If you agree, then future projects between Dong and Han corporations will be under your charge. Dong Yue replied, all right, then I'll do it my way. You can't interfere. He beamed. Don't worry. As long as Dong Corporation overcomes this difficulty, Papa will always support your career. Dong Yue thought gloomily, cunning old fox. Dong Jian hopes that after I enter Dong Corporation, he'll still be able to smile. The next morning, the sunlight was warm and bright. Han Corporation's building towered high. Dong Yue entered the company elegantly. An employee politely asked, Miss, do you have an appointment? Dong Yue gently removed her glasses and replied, no. Let me make a call. The employee was surprised. Are you Miss Dong, who attended the banquet with President Han? President Han is on the 28th floor. You can go straight up. Dong Yue smiled. Thank you. As Dong Yue pressed the elevator button, she thought, they all recognize me. Could it be because of what that Han guy said before? Inside, Han Tianlin was working diligently. Hearing footsteps approaching, he said sternly, just put the documents down there. Dong Yue asked absent-mindedly, where should I put them? He was startled when he saw her. Dong Yue approached and asked teasingly, don't I look extremely beautiful today? He embraced her waist and said, did you come here to bring me some benefits? She paused. What benefits? He gently touched her head. Are you playing some role-playing game? Boss and the Moonlight Secretary. Dong Yue moved closer. She hugged Han Tianlin's neck. Oh, so you like this game? Then she sat lightly on the desk and said, I just remembered. We've never played in the office before. Han Tianlin pressed close to Dong Yue. You're interested in this too. Dong Yue silently kissed Han Tianlin's lips. Han Tianlin gently lifted her head. He said with a blush, don't tempt me. Dong Yue pouted, thinking, wait, isn't this what you guys suggested in the first place? At that moment, there was a knock on the door. President Han, the partners have arrived. Han Tianlin adjusted his tie and replied, understood. Dong Yue then said, no wonder you stopped just now. Han Tianlin gently caressed her cheek. Wait for me, he said as Han Tianlin put on his jacket. Dong Yue called softly, hey, Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin frowned, glanced at Dong Yue and said, are you planning to meet clients with that face? Han Tianlin fell silent. Dong Yue laughed loudly as she saw him turn away. Han Tianlin stepped outside and sighed. This woman, really? Suddenly, someone handed him a tissue. Han Tianlin looked confused. Han Hui gently reminded, President Han, lipstick. Han Tianlin quickly wiped the lipstick off his mouth. So that woman must have seen the lipstick too. She even pretended not to notice. Then he threw the tissue into the trash. As he walked, he thought, later I must teach her a strict lesson. I'll make her cry for sure. In the afternoon, in Han Tianlin's office, Dong Yue sat on the sofa. She yawned deeply. Dong Yue thought to herself, being a CEO isn't easy. Meetings for 4 hours straight. At that moment, Han Tianlin walked in. Dong Yue asked excitedly, are you done done with the meeting? Han Tianlin said nothing. Instead, he immediately pressed Dong Yu down. Dong Yue put her hands on Han Tianlin's shoulders. In such a hurry. Don't tell me during the meeting you were constantly thinking about me. Han Tianlin gently bit Dong Yue's lip. Then he softly lifted her chin. I really like this shameless side of you. Dong Yue complained, ouch. Are you a dog? Why are you biting so hard? Han Tianlin slowly removed Dong Yue's dress. Then you must be a meaty bone. Now I have to eat you up. Then Han Tianlin picked up Dong Yue. They exchanged a passionate kiss. On the bed, Han Tianlin and Dong Yue gazed at each other intently. Han Tianlin never took his eyes off Dong Yue. Dong Yue blushed, and they became intimate in the room. In Han Tianlin's room at this moment, in the bathroom, Dong Yue suddenly saw something. She gestured and picked up a piece of clothing. Is this Han Tianlin's pajamas? Dong Yue thought to herself. Anyway, my clothes have been ruined by him. I might as well wear this to go out. Then Dong Yue stepped out. She said to Han Tianlin, is it okay if I wear this? Han Tianlin reached out. Come here. Dong Yue slowly walked towards him. Han Tianlin let her sit on his lap. He gently asked, why are you wearing my clothes? Dong Yue touched Han Tianlin's shoulder. You seem more relaxed now, don't you? Then she turned to look at the box on the table. Han Tianlin said affectionately, I asked Nanhui to buy that. Try it on. Dong Yue picked up the clothes. Her face turned red. You actually asked Nanhui to buy clothes for me. Doesn't that mean everyone knows we're doing things in your office? Dong Yue asked Han Tianlin, why did you buy so many? Han Tianlin replied, because you won't be coming just this once. Dong Yue raised her eyebrows. Humph, you've seen right through me again. Han Tianlin asked curiously, is something up? Dong Yue shrugged. Comrade and asked me to come discuss business. She moved closer to Han Tianlin. Thank you for helping me expand my influence to the hospital. Currently, Dong Corporation's stocks are plummeting. He's eager to find you for cooperation. Han Tianlin stroked his chin. Do you want to accept cooperation with Dong Corporation? Dong Corporation works well. Cooperation is not out of the question. Dong Yue frowned. How can I? I can't wish for them to go bankrupt. Han Tianlin pressed. Then how will you report your work results? Dong Yue put her arms around Han Tianlin's shoulders. Are you worried about me? Han Tianlin said, you're my woman. Of course I have to worry. Dong Yue gently stroked Han Tianlin's cheek. Don't worry. You don't need to do anything at all. For business interests, in the future, I might frequently come to bother you. Han Tianlin said, let me ask Nanhui to make you a pass. Dong Yue said excitedly, okay. Then she kissed Han Tianlin on the lips. At that moment, a girl entered Tianlin's office. Dong Yue and Han Tianlin blushed. Dong Yue quickly stood up. She picked up the box on the table and walked out. I'm going to change clothes. You two talk first. Click. The door slammed shut. Han Tianlin said, Yi, next time remember to knock. Yi said with an apologetic face, I'm really sorry. I've disturbed you two. Yi sat down. She was holding a bag in her hand. I've been learning to bake recently, and I brought you the first cake I successfully made. My brother said you don't like sweets, so I reduced the sugar by half inside. Then Yi took out the cake and offered it to Han Tianlin. Tianlin, please try it. Han Tianlin coldly accepted the cake. Thank you. Meanwhile, Dong Yue was changing. She thought, that woman, at first glance, doesn't seem to have no relationship with Han Tianlin. And when she saw me, she didn't have any reaction at all. Dong Yue wondered, but why do I feel a sharp pain in my chest? Dong Yue opened the door. She walked in and saw Yi happily feeding a piece of cake to Han Tianlin. Tianlin, have a bite. Han Tianlin took it, saying thank you. Dong Yu then said, darling, if you have a guest, I'll leave first. Seeing this, Tan Yi quickly said, wait, are you Miss Dong? I'm Tan Yi. I'm sorry for disturbing you two earlier. Dong Yue replied, it's all right. Tan Yi said, Miss Dong, are you Tianlin's girlfriend? Dong Yue moved closer and said, Miss Tan, what kind of relationship are you implying? Dong Yue thought to herself, I'm not a pushover. Tan Yi looked pitiful. What do you mean by those words, Miss Dong? I was just a little curious. Dong Yue said smugly, Miss Tan, please curb your curiosity. Anyway, if he gets married, he'll surely invite you for a celebratory drink. Tan Yi thought, what does she mean? Is she trying to say the one marrying Han Tianlin might not be me? Then, Dong Yue opened the door and left. I'm leaving first. You all can continue talking. Han Tianlin called out, be careful on your way back. As Dong Yue walked out, she happened to meet Nanhui. She approached Nanhui. Nanhui found it strange and asked, what's the matter, Miss Dong? Dong Yue said, Mr. Han said he'd give me a pass for Furuan Group. Remember to make it and send it to me. Okay. Nanhui replied, understood. He watched Dong Yue's retreating figure and thought to himself, scaring people. Geez, Miss Dong's aura can now match Mr. Han's. In the evening at the Dong residence, Dong Yu entered. At the same time, she saw Dong Jian happily chatting with a female employee. Dong Jian instructed, make a few more dishes that Yuya likes. Remember to cook some stewed soup too, to nourish her body. What the hell is Dong Jian up to now? Those who don't know might think he really loves his daughter. Dong Jian glanced at her and said, Yue, you're back? come, sit down quickly. A lavish meal was laid out before her. Dong Yue asked, "What's this? Is there something to celebrate today?" Dong Jian said, "Yue, you're the great hero of our Dong Corporation. Furuan Group just called Dong Corporation to inquire about some projects. They hope for cooperation." Dong Yue smiled, "Is that so? Congratulations, Papa." Dong Jian excitedly picked up food for Dong Yue. "This is all thanks to you. If you want to eat anything, just tell me. If you want any reward, just tell me. I'll do it all for you." Dong Yue looked at him and asked, "Really? I can have anything I want?" Dong Jian hesitated. "Of course, but it can't be too excessive. For example, Dong Corporation's shares." Dong Yue thought, "Afraid I'll take the shares. Huh, Dong Jian? I just want him to be ruined, that's all." Dong Yue suggested, "Dad, I just want a sports car for my personal ownership, to use as transportation for business meetings." Dong Jian laughed. "Ha ha ha, I thought it'd be something difficult. I'll buy it for you right away. Do you want anything else? Just tell me." Dong Yue held a wine glass in her hand. "That's all for now. When everything is settled, I'll come to you for a bigger reward." Later, in Dong Yue's room, Dong Yue happily called someone. "Hello," Han Tianlin said over the phone. "What's up? Missing me already?" Dong Yue thought to herself, Furuan Group is less than an hour away from our house, yet Han Tianlin can now talk to me like this. It proves that Tan Yi didn't even wait a full hour before leaving. Suddenly, Dong Yue caught herself. "No, that's not right. Why should I care about these things?" Han Tianlin then asked. "What's wrong, my little sprite?" Dong Yue replied, "What do you mean, little sprite? If I were a sprite, could you even handle me, Mr. Han?" Han Tianlin said, "Next time, don't ask me for favors anymore." Dong Yue asked again. Dong Jian said, "Han Corporation's people came to discuss cooperation. Was that arranged by you?" Han Tianlin smugly said, "If we're acting, we should go all out. Only then will he not be suspicious of you." Dong Yue felt reassured and said, "Thank you, Mr. Han, for helping me." Han Tianlin said, "I have to go to a meeting now. While you have some free time, you should think about how to repay me, okay?" Dong Yue hesitated. All right, go quickly. I'll definitely think about it." Dong Yue pondered. Han Tianlin has done so much for me. Could it be that he really likes me a little, or not? The next day at the company, Dong Yue was walking down the hallway. Suddenly, she met Dong Moan. Dong Moan cheerfully extended his hand. "Hello, Director Dong." Dong Yue gently shook his hand in return. "Hello, it's been many years since we've met." Dong Moan said, "Right, let's go to the meeting first. After the meeting, I'll take you out to eat." Dong Yue replied, "All right, we'll cooperate together and celebrate securing the project from Furuan Group." The employees who saw this were touched and thought, with such a young miss, our Dong Corporation will surely get better and stronger. A moment later at the meeting, Dong Moan smiled. "All the contents of the Southern Building Materials project are included here. Our people have worked hard all night. I wonder if Mr. Han is satisfied." Han Tianlin said, "It's fine for now, but still lacking a bit." Han Tianlin then stood up. "I understand Dong Corporation's sincerity. For the remaining work, you should discuss it further with my assistant, Ren Hui, together." After saying this, Han Tianlin quickly left. Ren Hui sighed and thought, "Mr. Han, for Miss Dong, even such cooperation can be done so easily. It's frightening." An employee anxiously asked, "Director Dong, is it that Mr. Han is not satisfied with our project?" Dong Yue stood up. "I'm not very clear either. You all continue talking first. Let me go and ask." In Han Tianlin's office, Dong Yue and he were exchanging kisses. Dong Yue said playfully, "Just now, you almost scared to death the people my father sent. It's really interesting." Han Tianlin lifted Dong Yue's chin. "Are you happy?" Dong Yue excitedly said, "Of course I'm happy." Han Tianlin then pressed her down. "Then shouldn't you fulfill your promise to me from before?" Dong Yue looked confused. "What promise?" Han Tianlin kissed Dong Yue's neck. 300 rounds of battle. Then they exchanged kisses again. Han Tianlin kept caressing her leg. Dong Yue blushed. This is the office." Han Tianlin asked, "Do you like it?" Dong Yue suggested, Can we go to the restroom?" Han Tianlin kissed her forehead. "No, I prefer it here." Han Tianlin and Dong Yue were passionately embracing on the sofa. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Mr. Han, the meeting has ended." Han Tianlin sat up straight. "Come in." Ren Hui entered. Seeing the two, he thought, Mr. Han's mood seems so low. Could it be they just had an argument? Dong Yue walked out, patting Ren Hui's shoulder a few times. "I'm leaving first." "Well done. You have a bright future." Ren Hui worried. What future? With Mr. Han's expression like this. Han Tianlin looked at Ren Hui with a murderous face. In a luxurious room, Dong Moan and Dong Yue were sitting and having tea. Dong Moan asked, How intense was the battle that Mr. Han was willing to let you out? Dong Yue replied, there's nothing to regret about this. A canary is certainly not as important as his work. Then Dong Moan teased, a canary. Is it necessary to put it that way? Then Dong Moan handed his phone to Dong Ye. Look, the major hospitals in the city are starting renovation activities one after another under the leadership of Furuan Group. Dong Moan said smugly, your importance in Han Tianlin's heart is not light at all. These kinds of actions that offend people, he's doing them all for you. Dong Yue then asked, so what? Dong Moan quietly lifted his teacup to his mouth. These hospitals being exposed like this all have chains of related interests behind them. This time, Furuan might offend quite a few people. Although Furuan is said to be generous and won't care about these things, you should understand people's intentions. Hearing this, Dong Ye thought to herself, I thought these things were trivial to him, requiring no effort. But it turns out that's not the case. Dong Moan said with a cunning expression, if I were you, I'd let him help a few more times. Probe his critical point towards you a bit. That way your revenge will also. Dong Yue turned away. Don't think like that. He won't do that. Dong Yue handed Dong Moan a USB drive. These are the files I found on Dong Corporation's computer. See if you can use them. Dong Moan took it. Quick and efficient indeed. Thank you. Then Dong Moan stood up. Now that I have what I need, I'll be going. You must be extremely careful, okay? Dong Yue replied. I know. Later, as Dong Yue walked out, she thought, Han Tianlin is actually willing to sacrifice his own interests to help me. Could it be that he... Dong Yue tapped her head to reassure herself. Don't overthink it. Han Tianlin once said he's a businessman, so he definitely won't let himself suffer losses. At that moment, Renhui looked up. Their eyes met. Renhui lowered his head. Dong Yue looked displeased. Dong Yue asked, what are you looking at? Renhui stammered, Miss Dawn said, if you came back, you could wait for him in his office. Dong Yue glanced at the document on Renhui's desk. She picked it up. Do you read books like him too? Renhui replied, that's right. Miss Dong, are you also interested in these financial books? Dong Yue thought, it's not about being interested. It's necessary to deal with Han Tianlin. I have no choice but to learn these things. Dong Yue sat down. She hinted to Renhui, actually, there are a few parts in this book that I don't quite understand. If you're not busy now, why don't you explain it to me a little bit? She thought, a finance student is right here. It would be a waste not to take advantage. Just then, Han Tianlin walked out, seeing Dong Yue and Renhui happily chatting. Han Tianlin raised his eyebrows at Renhui. Renhui jumped up, Mr. Han. Han Tianlin said, come in here with me. Han Tianlin sat calmly in his chair. Renhui stood there, sweating. Since finishing his work report until now, 2 minutes had passed. Why hasn't Mr. Han said anything yet? Han Tianlin asked, you're very enthusiastic. Is your work not that busy? Renhui quickly replied, it is busy. I'm very busy, extremely busy. I need to go do my work now. Renhui thought to himself, I must stay far away from Miss Dong. As Renhui was about to leave, Han Tianlin said, wait. Hearing this, Renhui froze. Han Tianlin asked a question. How are her financial skills? Renhui replied, not bad. Although not formally trained, she's very professional. Han Tianlin reminded Renhui, in the future, if I'm not here and she comes to you with questions, you must teach her properly. Understand? Renhui obeyed. Yes, I understand, boss. Then Renhui walked out. He sighed with relief. Dong Ye waved. Renhui, come here quickly. I have a few more questions to ask you. Renhui hesitated. Miss Dong, I'm really not qualified. Mr. Han's level in this area is much higher than mine. You'd better ask him directly. It would definitely be more effective. Dong Yue looked puzzled. Have I made you uncomfortable? Renhui smiled awkwardly. Not at all. If Mr. Han is busy, you can still come to me with questions. In fact, Renhui thought, but it's best if she doesn't come. Dong Ye waved her hand. I was actually going to ask you to be my teacher. I'll treat you to a meal too. You're probably free now, right? Renhui broke into a sweat. Miss Dong, you're too kind. It's better if you go eat with Mr. Han. Protecting my life is more important, you know. Dong Yue smiled. He really is a jealous type. And not just a little jealous, but extremely jealous. In Han Tianlin's office, Dong Yue entered. She placed the book on top of the documents Han Tianlin was reading. Mr. Han seems jealous, huh? Han Tianlin said, I'm just lamenting someone's poor judgment. Instead of seeking the most capable person, they go and trouble others. Dong Yue chuckled. Ha ha! She moved closer to Han Tianlin. I really didn't notice. Turns out your self-confidence is quite high. Han Tianlin picked up the book. Is there anything you don't understand? I'll teach you. Dong Yue kissed Han Tianlin's lips. Thank you, love. In the afternoon at Funyuan Company, Dong Yue sat on the sofa. She stretched and let out an ah. Dong Yue looked outside. Is it this late already? At that moment, Uncle Fu called. Dong Yue picked up the phone with a panicked expression. Why is Uncle Fu calling me? Could it be? Dong Yue answered. Hello, Uncle Fu. Don't tell me it's about my mother. Uncle Fu said, no, Yoyue. Don't worry, it's about Mudu. Dong Yue was stunned. Mudu, has she returned? Uncle Fu said worriedly, yes, it's summer break. So she came back. When she returned and heard you had moved out, she had an argument with your mother. Now her phone is turned off, and we don't know where she's gone. Dong Yue immediately said, Mudu might be coming to the Dong house to find me. I'll go there right away to check. At this time, Mudu was crossing the street. She looked around. Suddenly, a car came speeding towards her. Mudu panicked. The car screeched to a halt. Dong Jingzhou got out of the car. I'm so sorry. Beautiful. Did I scare you? Mudu shook her head. I'm fine. Dong Jingzhou thought, this girl looks like she might be underage. Fresh meat is always the most tempting dish. Dong Jingzhou stepped out of the car. That's good. Who are you looking for around here? Mudu stepped back. Is he from the Dong family? She wondered. Dong Jingzhou eagerly offered to help. I'm Dong Jingzhou. This is my home. Who are you looking for? I can take you inside. Mudu thought, Dong Jingzhou, is he the half-brother of Sister Yue? Dong Jingzhou smiled. You're here to see Dong Ye, aren't you? Fudu was surprised. How did you know that? Dong Jingzhou said smugly. We have telepathy. Dong Jingzhou gently pushed Mudu. Don't stand here. Sister Yue is very busy every day. It'll be a while before she comes home. Dong Jingzhou moved closer. Come inside and wait. I'll go with you into the Dong family house. Dong Jingzhou handed a cup of tea to Mudu. What would you like to eat? I'll tell the kitchen to prepare it. Mudu moved away. No need, thank you. Dong Jingzhou said, don't be like that. If you act this way, Sister Yue will blame me for not taking good care of you. Mu then asked, do you really care about what she says? Dong Jingzhou pretended, of course I do. We're family after all. Don't tell me you're prejudiced against me. Mudu was silent. Dong Jingzhou suddenly sighed. Actually, I didn't want things to be like this either. It's all because of what the adults in the family did. I was too young back then. He picked up the teacup with a sad expression. Now I really want to make it up to Sister Yo, but she doesn't trust me. Mudu asked, how is Sister Yue's life here? Dong Jingzhou tried to test her by saying, oh, aren't you two friends? Hasn't she told you anything? Mudu looked sad. Sister Yue just sees me as a child, so she doesn't tell me anything. Dong Jingzhou quickly took out his phone. Then why don't we exchange WeChat contacts? If anything happens to her in the future, I'll let you know. Mudu hastily believed Dong Jingzhou's words. That would be great, thank you. Dong Jingzhou smiled. No need to thank me. Suddenly, someone's hand pushed the door open. Dongye walked in. Her eyes welled up when she saw Mudu. Mudu exclaimed happily, Sister Yue. Dongye hugged Mudu tightly. Mudu was emotional. Sister Yue, I finally found you. Dongye affectionately patted Mudu. Look at you, still like a child. At this moment, Dong Jingzhou approached. Sister Yue, you're back. Dong Yue's face turned serious. I don't usually see you this friendly. Dong Jingzhou pretended to reply. That's because you never give me the chance to be friendly with you. Sister Yue is also part of our Dong family, and now she's discussing cooperation with Fu Group. So I'm very interested in it. Dong Yue ignored Dong Zhou's words. She took Mudu's hand and left. Mudu, let's go. Dong Jingzhou smiled. He waved goodbye to Mudu. Mudu waved back. Dong Yue thought to herself, is Dong Jingzhou interested in Mudu? Dong Yue led Mudu out. Mudu looked confused. Sister Yue. Dong Yue was angry. Mudu, you're not a child anymore. How can you be so easily moved? The Dong family is not a place you can casually visit. Mudu raised her voice. If you can come, why can't I? You say the Dong family is a place we can't visit, so why are you staying here without fear? How can it be the same? This is my personal matter. I need to be here, but you're different. Dongye looked up. She saw Mudu's eyes welling up with tears. She sighed, oh my, I've scared you. Dongyue held Mudu's hand. I'm sorry, Mudu. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you like that. I'm just afraid something might happen to you at the Dong family. Dongyue reminded Mudu, no one in the Dong family is a good person. Dong Jingzhou is especially not to be trusted. You must never have any contact with him. Understand? Mudu sobbed. I understand. Dongyue gently wiped Mudu's tears. All right, did you come to find me just to cry? Don't cry anymore. Let me call your brother to let him know you're safe. Then Dongye called Sijia. Sijia, I found Mudu. Sijia immediately said, that's good. Yue, let's have dinner together today. It'll give that troublemaker, Mudu, a chance to get some fresh air. Mudu retorted, my brother is so mean with his words. Sister Yue, let's find an expensive restaurant and make him pay for it. In the afternoon at a restaurant, a waitress approached Dongye's table. Welcome to our restaurant. Mudu handed the menu to Dongye. Let's quickly order a lot of food. We must take advantage of my brother's money today. Sijia smiled. Mudu, hey, turn your elbow towards the Pacific Ocean. Mudu hugged Dongye tightly. No way, I'm I'm turning my elbow outwards. Sister Yue will eventually be my sister-in-law anyway. Dong Yue lightly flicked Fu Mudu's forehead. Don't talk nonsense. If your future sister-in-law hears this, there will be a big misunderstanding. Fu Mudu teased. Humph, I only like you. At the restaurant, Han Tianlan and his partners were leaving. Zhan Hui accidentally saw Dong Yue dining with two people. He whispered to Han Tianlan, Mr. Han, Miss Dong is also dining with friends here. Han Tianlan glanced towards Dong Yue. He seemed displeased. Zhan Hui said to the partners, Mr. Han has some personal matters to attend to. Let me escort you out first. Dong Yue looked up at Han Tianlan. Fu Mudu smiled and chimed in. Sister Yue, is this your friend? He's so handsome and cool. Dong Yue stood up to introduce. This is Han Tianlan, my friend. Han Tianlan greeted. Hello, everyone. He said to the waitress, the bill for this party. Remember to charge it to my card. Yes, sir. Dong Yue asked, puzzled. Is this also a Fu-run restaurant? Han Tianlan said, yes. Please enjoy yourselves. Dong Yue watched Han Tianlan's back as he left. She wondered if he was angry or if she was just imagining it. Fu Mudu tugged at Dong Yue's sleeve. The girl blinked her eyes. Sister Yue, is that handsome guy really your friend? Don't tell me he's your boyfriend. Dong Yue blushed. Fu Sijia stared at Fu Mudu. Du just said, could it be that Sister Yue has a suitor? Dong Yue shyly smoothed her hair. He's not the one I like. Fu Mudu was startled. She looked towards Fu Sijia. Fu Sijia seemed to have lost his emotions. Then, Fu Mudu handed some food to her brother. Eat more green foods. It's very good for your body. Dong Yue smiled. All right, let's eat quickly. Fu Mudu ate deliciously, quickly and efficiently. In the evening, at the building, the three, Dong Yue, Fu Mudu, and Fu Sijia walked out. Fu Mudu waved. We're going home. Fu Sijia said, see you later. Dong Yue waved goodbye to the two. Dong Yue walked towards the red car. Dong Yue immediately called Han Tianlan. She opened the car door and grumbled, then hung up. Is this guy really angry? At this time, Han Tianlan was sitting in the room. He held a glass of wine in his hand. Dong Yue gently walked in, not paying attention to me anymore. She sat down next to Han Tianlan. Mr. Han doesn't welcome me. Han Tianlan swirled his wine glass, weren't you? Out eating, Dong Yue said. I finished eating, so I came to find you. Han Tianlan coldly drank his wine. Seeing this, Dong Yue stood up. If you don't welcome me today, I'll go home. Han Tianlan pulled Dong Yue's hand and pressed her down. Dong Yue, I'm warning you. You can treat me as a tool to use if you want. But once you're with me, don't be with other men, being all friendly like that. Dong Yue then said, Mr. Han, you talk like I'm some kind of playgirl. Don't you also just see me as a sexual tool? Han Tianlan tightened his grip on Dong Yue's wrist. Dong Yue frowned. The person you saw today is the brother from the Fu family. Years ago, when my grandmother passed away, it was Uncle Fu who gave me a warm family. Dong Yue recalled that day. She ate dinner with Uncle Fu's family. Fu Mudu happily offered her a chicken leg. Sister Yue, eat this chicken leg. Fu Sijia tore apart the chicken leg, putting it on Dong Yue's plate. Here's this for you too. Don't worry. From now on, even if our family only has one dish to eat, we'll make sure you get 2 portions. Fu Mudu laughed. Haha, brother, you're exaggerating. If there's only one piece of food, how can you divide it like that? Dong Yue held the chicken in her hand, silently wiping away tears. Dong Yue told Han Tianlan as she stroked his face. That's why in my heart they are my family. They are my brother and sister. So Han, please don't be jealous, okay? Han Tianlan said, but I think he doesn't seem to see you as a sister. Dong Yue put her arms around Han Tianlan's neck. What else could it be? Besides, we're at your place now. What else are you unsure about? Han Tianlan propped himself up to sit. Remember your position well. You are Han Tianlan's woman. Dong Yue kissed Han Tianlan's cheek lightly. I remember. I remember very clearly and distinctly. Han Tianlan coldly said, I'm not in the mood tonight. You should go back. Dong Yue gently stroked her hair. Not in the mood. She sat on Han Tianlan's lap. Are you really not in the mood? Han Tianlan pushed her down. If that's what you want, I'll satisfy you. Dong Yue and Han Tianlan were sleeping soundly on the bed. Dong Yue slowly opened her eyes. As she sat up, Han Tianlan grabbed her hand. It's late, don't go back. Dong Yue worried. No, I only agreed to be in bed with you now. She thought to herself that she couldn't stay overnight with him. Han Tianlan pressed her down. Or are you not tired enough? Still have energy for another round. Dong Yue blushed. I don't. Han Tianlan kissed Dong Yue's lips and said playfully, don't worry, I'll make sure you sleep well on my bed. Then they had another passionate night. The next morning, when Han Tianlan finished his shower, he came in to see Dong Yue still sleeping soundly, still not awake. Han Tianlan approached and kissed her lips. Dong Yue slowly opened her eyes. Han Tianlan lightly tapped Dong Yue's forehead. Stop sleeping, get up for breakfast. Dong Yue looked at her phone. It was already 00:21. She jumped up in panic. Oh my, did I sleep straight through until now? She thought to herself, this is the first time I've slept so well. And I didn't have any nightmares either. She pinched her waist. Ouch, my waist hurts so much. Dongyue stood up, trembling. My legs are weak too. Comforting a man really takes a lot of energy. Han Tianlan came closer, pressing against Dongyue. What's wrong? Not feeling well. Dongyue turned her head. Isn't it because someone was too rough? Han Tianlan patted Dongyue's head. Go wash up and change clothes. I'll take you somewhere later. A while later, the car stopped in front of a building. Dongyue got out with a confused look. Why did you bring me to a hot spring? Han Tianlan said, for our continuous development. Dongyue thought to herself, continuous. A few more times like that and I'll need to take medicine. Han Tianlan turned, come on, let's go up. Dongyue replied, oh, coming. Later, Dongyue happily soaked in the hot spring. Han Tianlan held a plate of snacks and gently asked if Dongyue felt comfortable. Dongyue coyly replied, I'm still very tired. It would be even better if you could feed me. Han Tianlan fed her. Open your mouth, huh? Dongyue smiled happily. Han Tianlan hugged Dongyue. I can only be with you for a short time now. I have a meeting this afternoon. Han Tianlan gently lifted Dongyue's chin. The driver will take you back to Dong Manor. Be good and obedient. Don't date other men anymore. Understand? Dongyue lightly placed her hand on Han Tianlan's shoulder. I know. Why do I feel like Han Tianlan's possessiveness is getting stronger day by day? Han Tianlan fed Dongyue again. At Dong Manor, Dong Jingzhou calmly sent a message to Fu Meiyu. Meiyu, what are you doing? In a luxurious apartment, Meiyu was sitting at a desk, focused on her homework. Suddenly, the phone beside her rang. It was a message from Dong Jingzhou. Meiyu recalled what Dongyue had said. Meiyu, no one in the Dong family is good, and Dong Jingzhou is even worse. You must never ever contact him, understand? Thinking of this, Meiyu bit her nails. After a while, Meiyu decided to add Dong Jingzhou to the blacklist. After doing so, Meiyu put her phone down on the desk. I'll listen to Sister Yua's words and blacklist him. Meiyu focused back on her homework. Outside, the sound of footsteps was heard. Liu Siley brought in a plate of fruit and looked at Meiyu with concern, saying, You just got home. Why don't you rest a bit, dear? Have some fruit and remember to rest after studying, okay? Meiyu turned her head, smiled at the table, and thanked her. Thank you, Mom. I have college entrance exams coming up. I want to get into Tsinghua University. Lucila kissed Meiyu's cheek. Good girl, Mom loves you. She gently stroked Meiyu's head. Such a good daughter. Keep studying then. I won't disturb you anymore. Meiyu obediently replied, okay. Meanwhile, Dong Jingzhou looked at the message he sent to Meiyu. Meiyu, what are you doing? The second message he sent to Meiyu couldn't be delivered. The screen showed the message was sent, but it had been rejected by the other side. Dong Jingzhou was surprised. Rejected. He held his phone, angrily pacing back and forth in the room. How dare she blacklist me? Who does she think she is? At this moment, Dong Yue, holding her waist, opened the door and entered. Ouch! Dong Jingzhou saw her return and quickly greeted her. Sister Yue, you're back. Dong Yue crossed her arms and looked him up and down, evaluating Dong Jingzhou. What's wrong with this kid now? Dong Jingzhou looked at her, trying to curry favor. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Dong Yue frowned and said, if you need to fart, just let it out naturally. Don't do these useless tricks. Dong Jingzhou's face stiffened. Yeah, who would be so crude like that? Sister Yue, that girl who came to our house yesterday, what kind of relationship does she have with you? Dong Yue grabbed Dong Jingzhou's collar and warned, Dong Jingzhou, if you dare to have any intentions towards Meiyu, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Dong Jingzhou, frightened, quickly explained, I just thought that girl was too cute, so I wanted to make friends with her. You're not thinking badly of me, are you? Dong Yue pushed Dong Jingzhou away. Well then, first, try asking the female students at school who you've harassed if they want to be friends with you. Stay away from Meiyu. After saying this, she turned and went upstairs. Dong Jingzhou straightened his clothes and snorted coldly. There's no woman I want that I can't have. If you don't tell me, don't you think I can investigate on my own? The next day at the company, Dong Yue sat in her office and handed a report to Dong Mo-wan, the price quote for Dong Jian's construction materials project. Take a look and see if you're sure you can get it for free. Mo-wan looked at her in surprise and asked, he's willing to give you all this for free. Dong Yue smiled and said, he's afraid I'll ask Han Tianlan, so he might as well tell me directly. Dong Mo-wan opened the report to look. Don't worry, this project is ours at the right time. Han Tianlan coldly opened the door and walked in. Dong Mo-wan stood up and looked at Dong Yue, saying, if Mr. Han is here, I won't be the third wheel anymore. Han Tianlan coldly watched him leave slowly. Dongye looked at Han Tianlan and asked, "Weren't you in a meeting? Why did you come here?" Han Tianlan leaned on the chair, bent down to look at her, and said, "I came to see if you're being good." Dongye leaned up and kissed Han Tianlan's cheek. She put her arms around his neck and smiled, saying, "Whether I'm good or not, Mr. Han can check for himself." Han Tianlan tapped her forehead once. "Sit still." Dongye let out a soft groan of pain. Han Tianlan picked up a document and asked her, "Is there anything you don't understand today?" He opened the document and read it attentively. Dongye glanced at him, her cheeks flushing. Her heart was pounding. He seemed very different towards her. Han Tianlan frowned and pointed to a spot, showing Dongye, "There's a simpler calculation here. Look at this formula." Seeing Dongye in a daze, Han Tianlan patted her head and asked, "Why are you still in a daze? Didn't you cling to me every day last time, asking me to teach you?" Dongye quickly admitted her mistake. Looking at Han Tianlan apologetically, "I was wrong. Please continue teaching me." Han Tianlan looked at her seriously and said, "This time you must listen seriously. Understand?" Dongye obediently replied, "Yes, I understand." Han Tianlan seriously taught Dongye. At the school, in the supplementary class, Dong Jingzhou stood outside the door, quietly observing Mei Yu in the class, attentively listening to the lecture. After a while, Dong Jingzhou rudely opened the classroom door. "Sorry to disturb, teacher. I need to speak with Fu Mei Yu for a moment." Mei Yu was surprised. This voice is Dong Jingzhou's. He looked at Mei Yu with a smile. The classmates were shocked, mouths agape, and teased. "Oh my, he's so handsome. Is he your boyfriend? Calling you by name sounds so intimate. Fu Mei Yu, who is this?" The teacher at the podium coughed twice. "Mei Yu, please step outside. The rest, be quiet. Let's continue the lesson." Fu Mei Yu went outside to meet Dong Jingzhou. "Fu Mei," Yu angrily looked at him and questioned, "What are you doing here? How did you know I'm taking supplementary classes here?" Dong Jingzhou calmly replied, "For someone like me, if I want to find information about someone, isn't it very easy? Last time when you blacklisted me, I originally didn't want to bother you anymore. But now, something has happened to Sister Yue." Fu Mei Yu was shocked and anxiously asked, "What happened to Sister Yue?" Dong Jingzhou pretended to be worried and said, "Today when I went to the bar, I saw Sister Yu socializing there. She was being poured a lot of drinks. She wasn't even conscious anymore. I feel like that drink might have been drugged." Fu Mei Yu panicked. "What? Why didn't you go and save her?" Dong Jingzhou explained, "She wouldn't listen to me. You know, Sister Yu doesn't trust me. That's why I came here to find you. If you go there, she'll definitely listen to you." Fu Mei Yu excitedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go there quickly." Dong Jingzhou drove Fu Mei Yu on his motorcycle, speeding away. Fu Mei Yu closed her eyes tightly. "I was too emotional earlier. I should have called Sister Yue to verify the situation first. But in the supplementary class, I'm never allowed to use my phone. What if he's tricking me? But it's daytime now. The bar is a public place, so nothing bad should happen." After a while, the motorcycle stopped. Dong Jingzhou led Fu Mei Yu to the entrance of a club. "SAS Club. Come in with me quickly. I know which room she's in. Let me borrow your phone first. I'm afraid I can't handle this alone. I need to call my brother too." Jingzhou, hands in pockets, stepped closer to Fu Mei Yu. "All right." Suddenly, he grabbed Fu Mei Yu's arm tightly and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Fu Mei Yu panicked and shouted, "Put me down quickly." Dong Jingzhou slapped Fu Mei Yu's bottom once. Too noisy. Approaching the reception desk, he looked at the staff and said, "Thanks. Please close the door, and now you can end your shift." The male receptionist quickly replied, "Yes." Fu Mei Yu, scared with tears in her eyes, "Put me down quickly. Help, help." Dong Jingzhou frowned. "Stop shouting. This bar belongs to my brother. We've even turned off the bar's cameras. So guess who can come to save you now?" Fu Mei Yu ferociously bit hard on Dong Jingzhou's arm. Dong Jingzhou's face changed. "Ah!" He threw Fu Mei Yu to the ground. "You bitch." Fu Mei Yu fell hard on the ground, crying out in pain and fear. "Ah!" Dong Jingzhou angrily pinned Fu Mei Yu to the ground. "If you're so eager, I'll satisfy you now." He roughly tore Fu Mei Yu's shirt. Fu Mei Yu, scared, with a trembling voice, "Don't." Dong Yue, holding a report, was walking and humming. Suddenly her phone rang. What's this?" Dong Yue answered, "Hello, Lucy." Liu Sai anxiously asked Dong Yue, "Can you contact Mei Yu somehow? She went to supplementary class today, but since it's close to home, she didn't take her phone to class. As a result, now the whole family still hasn't seen her return home." Dong Yue was shocked. "What? Did her friends say anything?" Liu Sai frowned and said, "They said at the end of class, a tall, handsome boy came to pick her up. I'm really worried." Dong Yue quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, Aunt. I'll go look for her right away." Her whole body trembled. "It can't be. It definitely can't be Dong Jingzhou." She hurriedly dialed a number. The person on the other end answered quickly. "Hello, young miss." Dong Yue frowned and asked, "Is Dong Jingzhou at home?" The housekeeper quickly replied, "The young master left early this morning." Dong Yue dropped the phone, her whole body uneasy. This is not good. Han Tianlin coldly handed a contract to his secretary. "Send this contract to Qin." Just then, the office door was pushed open forcefully. Dong Yue rushed in panicked. "Han Tianlin, please help me find out where Dong Jingzhou is." Han Tianlin ordered his secretary to investigate immediately. The secretary quickly replied, "Understood," and left. Dong Yue, scared and worried, collapsed to the ground. Han Tianlin went to help her up. What happened? Dong Yue panicked, quickly said, "We can't find Mei Du anymore. I suspect it's Dong Jingzhou." "It's Dong Jingzhou." Han Tianlin stroked her head to calm her down. "It's all right, Dong Yue. Calm down a bit." Dong Yue bit her lip and let out a muffled sound. At this moment, the secretary came in and said, "The surveillance camera system has found Dong Jingzhou entering the Hope Street area. There's a bar there in which he has shares. Here's the address." Dong Yue quickly snatched the investigation report. She took out her phone and called a private number. "I know where Mei Du might be now." Fu Xijie anxiously said, "Send me the address. I'll rush over immediately." Dong Yue quickly walked out, replying, "Okay." Han Tianlin frowned, looking worriedly at Dong Yue. He looked at his secretary and ordered, "Send people to ensure her safety." The secretary quickly asked, "What about other matters?" Han Tianlin coldly said, "Let's see how she handles it. If anything happens, report to me immediately." In the bar, clothes were scattered on the floor. Bottles of alcohol were strewn across the table. Fu Meidu lay on the ground, her body covered in kiss marks. Her eyes were dazed. Dong Jingzhou took a drag on his cigarette and laughed coldly. "What? Still not satisfied? Want another round?" Fu Meidu stood up angrily and rushed towards Dong Jingzhou. "You dog, you'll die a miserable death." Dong Jingzhou pushed Fu Meidu away forcefully. He stood up and coldly looked at Fu Meidu lying on the ground. "Considering this was your first time, you should behave yourself. I'll let you be my girlfriend for a few more days." Fu Meidu covered her face and burst into tears. "It's all my fault. Why didn't I listen to GJ?" A moment later, Fu Meidu sat up. "I have to run. I must escape from this place first." Fu Meidu ran quickly towards the door. Seeing this, Dong Jingzhou hurriedly stood up to chase her. "Damn it. This bitch better not cause any trouble." He ran fast to catch up. Seeing Fu Meidu running quickly up the stairs, he shouted urgently, "Stop right there." Fu Meidu ran faster, crying in fear, "Mom, brother, please save me." Fu Meidu ran quickly to the rooftop. Outside, it was pouring rain. Dong Jingzhou had now caught up. Fu Meidu, what are you doing?" Fu Meidu stood near the railing, her whole body shaking. "Don't come any closer. If you dare do anything rash, I'll jump right away." Dong Jingzhou put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Fu Meidu. "If you have the guts, then jump. I don't believe you dare to jump. Sorry, but you don't have that courage." Fu Meidu fearfully backed away. "Don't come here." Below, people saw Fu Meidu in thin clothes standing near the railing and became worried. "Oh my God, look what's happening on the rooftop. That girl is wearing very little. What's going on?" Thunder roared and rain poured heavily. Fu Meidu's whole body trembled as she looked down. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Meidu!" Fu Meidu froze. Fu Xijie stood below, shouting, "Meidu, what are you doing? Come down quickly." Lucy Li anxiously said, Meidu, don't scare your mother, Meidu." Fu Meidu cried painfully, "Mom." Dong Ye looked at Fu Xijie and quickly said, "Let's go up there. Auntie is too scared to move anymore." After speaking, the two quickly ran inside to the elevator. Dong Ye hurriedly pressed the top floor. "Meidu, wait for me. No matter what, don't do anything stupid on the rooftop." Fu Meidu fearfully leaned against the railing. "Don't come any closer to me." Dong Jingzhou still slowly approached her. "I won't do anything. Come here to me quickly." Fu Meidu, frightened, slipped and fell down. Fu Xijie and Dong Ye ran up, saw the scene, and shouted in panic. "Meidu, Fu Meidu, face covered in tears, Mom, brother, Jie." Fu Xijie and Dong Ye quickly ran over, reaching out their hands, but couldn't save Fu Meidu. Fu Meidu closed her eyes. "In the next life, I still want to be part of your family. In this life, I ask for forgiveness." A loud thud. Blood spread in a large red pool. Liu Xili cried out in anguish, "Meidu." Dong Ye screamed heartbrokenly. Her hands clenched tight. "Again, it's the Dong family. Why? Why must it be my loved ones around me who always get hurt by you people?" Dong Ye turned around, her eyes sharp and cold. Dong Jingzhou flinched, backing away in fear. What are you going to do?" Fu Xijie rushed over, grabbing Dong Jingzhou's collar tightly. "Dong Jingzhou, you beast." He punched Dong Jingzhou hard in the face. Die. I'll let you taste what it feels like to jump off a building. Fu Xijia dragged Dong Jingzhou to the edge of the railing. Dong Zhou struggled in fear. Brother, what are you doing? This is murder. Fu Xijia gripped Dong Jingzhou's neck, shouting angrily, You beast, this is payback. An eye for an eye. Dong Jingzhou fearfully screamed, Help! Help! His legs went weak. A yellow liquid flowed down from between his legs. Dong Jingzhou frantically said, Brother, I'll give you a lot of money. Please let me go. I really. Fu Xijia angrily tightened his grip on his neck. Dong Jingzhou fainted from fear. Dong Yue quickly grabbed Fu Xijia's arm, looking at him and pleading, Xijia, let him go. Fu Xijia was furious. This beast killed Meidu. I want him dead. Dong Yue burst into tears. I know, but Auntie, now you're the only one left to take care of her. You can't kill someone, and you certainly can't go to prison. Dong Yue quickly grabbed Fu Xijia's hand to comfort him. Trust me, Meidu's revenge. I'll take it for her. I swear, I'll drag the entire Dong family to hell to atone for Meidu. Fu Xijia collapsed to the ground, covering his face and sobbing. Meidu, Meidu. Dong Yue sat beside him to comfort him. Go down and see her. Leave this place to me. Fu Xijia, looking lost, nodded and said, Okay. After consoling Fu Xijia, Dong Ye's eyes turned cold. She had warned Dong Jingzhou before. Dong Jingzhou, if you dare to have designs on Meidu, I won't let you off. Stay away from Meidu. Dong Jingzhou, I warned you not to approach Meidu. She walked step by step towards where Dong Jingzhou was unconscious. Dong Yu stomped her high heel hard on his chest. Dong Jingzhou, you should feel lucky that we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, I would. Just you wait. I'll make you pay back tenfold. Dong Yue then turned and went downstairs. After Dong Yue left, Han Tianlin's subordinate, who was hiding nearby, came out. Boss, Miss Dong has safely left. Only Dong Jingzhou remains unconscious. It seems this man raped a female student and caused an unintended suicide. Han Tianlin coldly ordered upon hearing this, if he's such scum, then quickly take care of it properly. Make sure he'll never have his tool to commit crimes again. The subordinate quickly responded, Understood. In a restaurant, Dong Yue sat in a private room. The table was full of appetizing dishes. Just then the door opened. Dong Moyun entered and asked her, Why aren't you eating? I ordered these dishes especially for you. Dong Yue shook her head. How's the situation with Dong Jingzhou? Dong Moyun sat down and replied, The incident is still developing. Currently, everyone is calling to punish Dong Corporation, but I've used this opportunity to acquire many shares. Don't worry, it won't be much longer. They won't even have money left to suppress the information about Dong Jingzhou that's currently trending on Hot Search. Dong Yue lowered her eyes. That's good then. Dong Moyun picked up a glass of water, looking worriedly at Dong Yue. Now I'm more concerned about you. Don't let your spirit sink any further. Dong Yue looked at Dong Moyun and said, Don't worry. Until I see them dead with my own eyes, I won't let anything happen to myself. I have something I want you to do. Dong Moyun looked at her and asked, What is it? The two leaned close and whispered. 2 days later, at a certain cemetery, Fu Xijia supported Liu Xile, whose face was tear-stained, to Fu Meidu's grave. Liu Xile sat down and gently caressed Fu Meidu's photo. My daughter. Fu Xijia saw Dong Yue approaching and called softly, Yue. Dong Yue came holding a bouquet of chrysanthemums. I'm sorry I'm late. Liu Xile angrily turned to look at her and scolded, You still have the face to come here. She stood up abruptly, agitated. You're really a star. It's all because of your Dong family that Meidu died so tragically. Those ridiculous rumors online, are they your doing or not? The child is already dead, yet people are still pointing fingers at her. And you didn't forget to use it to deal with the Dong family. You're so cruel and vicious. Dong Yue hurriedly explained, I didn't. Liu Xile angrily slapped Dong Yue's face hard. Dong Yue remained silent, not arguing back. Fu Xijia quickly pulled Liu Xile back, trying to calm her mother. The things online were Yue's doing, but she asked for my permission, and I agreed. We can't be afraid of those baseless rumors online, and let Meidu die unjustly like this. If we all give up on seeking justice for her, she will never be able to rest in peace. Liu Xile broke down crying emotionally. What did my daughter do wrong to face such misfortune? She angrily pushed Dong Yue hard. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of my sight now. Dong Yue bowed down. I'm sorry, Liu Xile. I'm sorry. I will definitely avenge Meidu's situation. After saying this, she turned and left. As she exited the cemetery, a car was waiting for her. Han Tianlin, sitting in the car, looked at her and said, Yo, get in the car. Dong Yue got in and closed the door. She tilted her head to look at him and asked, Why did you come here? Han Tianlin looked at her and said, Your phone was still turned off. I knew today was Fu Meidu's burial day, so I came here to find you. He hugged her tenderly, feeling heartbroken. You look so thin. Dong Yue, in Han Tianlin's arms, asked Han Tianlin, Are you helping me with Meidu's situation? I'm just relying on our resources. The news online has likely been removed by Dongji An already. Han Tianlin looked at her and softly replied, Dongyue said quietly, thank you. Han Tianlin stroked her head and asked, are you all right? Dongyue was surprised. Is he really concerned about her? She quickly sat up straight. I'm fine. Can you take me back to the Dong residence? Han Tianlin asked worriedly, you still want to go back there? Dongyue looked at him and said, I must go back. She looked out the car window. Han Tianlin, thank you for caring about me like this. Really, I'm sorry I want to take advantage of your concern. At the Dong residence, Dongyue had just opened the door and entered when she heard Fang Jiatui's complaining voice. Now everyone online is shouting for Jingzhou to be sentenced to death. Why are these people so cruel? It was because that girl wasn't careful and fell. It's not like Jingzhou pushed her. How can they blame him? She looked at Dong Jian and accused that Fu Meidu was acquainted with Dong Yue. Who knows if it was Dong Yue who deliberately told her to seduce Jingzhou or not. You need to give the whole family an explanation. Dong Yue laughed coldly from behind and spoke up. Fang Jiatui, it's clearly your son who committed the crime himself. Why are you still throwing mud everywhere? Fang Jiatui angrily shouted, it must be you who played tricks. You're just trying to stand up for your mother, aren't you? Dong Jian looked at her with sharp eyes and asked, Dong Yue, is this matter related to you or not? Dong Yue calmly sat down in front of the two. Has her anger clouded your judgment, Dad? Are you confused now? I, just like you, don't want to see Dong Corporation fall. If Dong Corporation goes bankrupt, how will I have the confidence to be with Han Tianlin? Hearing this, Dong Jian somewhat believed her and frowned, asking, so do you have any good solutions for this matter? Dong Yue looked at him and said, I think we can use the company and your personal name to issue a statement condemning Dong Jingzhou's actions. At the same time, set aside a sum of money to donate to a public welfare fund. This will salvage Dong Corporation's reputation. Fang Jiatui angrily stood up, pointing at Dong Yue's face and scolding, what, you little bitch? Are you trying to get my son killed or what? Husband, you absolutely must not listen to her. Dong Ye beside her also burst into tears, hugging Dong Jian's arm and begging, Dad, you can't abandon my brother like this. Dong Jian angrily shook off her hand. Someone, take these two to their rooms now. Fang Jiatui and Dong Ye were shocked. Husband, what are you saying? Dong Yue picked up a teacup and laughed coldly. I knew that for Dong Corporation, Dong Jian would be willing to give up everything. She went to sit next to Dong Jian and asked, Dad, you've already thought this through, right? This is the only way to salvage the reputation of Dong Corporation. Dad, you're still strong and healthy. Instead of saving Dong Jingzhou, who's like mud that can't be used to build a wall, wouldn't it be better to nurture a new successor? Seeing his thoughtful expression, Dong Yue smiled and stood up. I won't disturb you anymore, Dad. Please get some rest. Dong Jian sat in the chair, frowning deeply in silence. Not long after, Dong Jian went to find Dong Moyun. Dong Moyun went to open the door and was slightly surprised to see him. Hello, uncle. Dong Jian nodded and asked, where's your mother? Dong Moyun led him inside and replied, Mom's in the bedroom. Du Qing, Dong Moyun's mother, was in the room sitting at the dressing table, drawing her eyebrows when she saw Dong Jian approach. Du Qing happily stood up. Jian. Dong Jian went to hug Du Qing, his voice full of concern. Why are you still putting on makeup? You're only 2 months pregnant. You should be more careful at this time. Du Qing smiled and said, these cosmetics won't harm the baby. Dong Jian frowned and said, even if it's not harmful, you shouldn't use it. Jingzhou has already failed us. We can't let anything happen to this child. Dong Moyun, standing outside, saw the two embracing and gently closed the door. He took out his phone and called a number. As expected, sis, that old man has gone to see my mother. Dong Yue comforted Dong Moyun with a brother. Please try to endure a bit longer. We're just one last step away from our goal. Dong Moyun grunted in agreement. I'll wait for your good news. Late at night, Han Tianlin entered carrying a bag of exquisite food. Seeing Dong Ye sleeping on the sofa, he was surprised. Dong Ye sat up, rubbing her eyes. You're back. Han Tianlin looked at her and asked, when did you get here? Why didn't you sleep in bed? Dong Ye looked up at him and asked, I wanted to wait for you. Is that okay? Noticing the small bag in Han Tianlin's hand, Dong Yue crossed her arms and smiled sarcastically. Did Miss Qin Yi come to the company again? Han Tianlin put the food bag on the table and replied, you're really smart, you know. Dong Yue suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. What's so great about her? Is this food supposed to be delicious? Han Tianlin took off his coat and answered her, it's all right, but I don't like eating these dishes. After taking off his coat, he sat down and gently patted her head, asking, are you feeling any better today? Dong Yue hugged his waist, acting coy. I still want someone to comfort me. Han Tianlin gently embraced her, comforting her. I've heard that eating sweets can greatly improve your mood. Let me open the cake for you to eat. A moment later, a plate of cake and a cup of coffee were laid out on the the table. Dong-ye took a bite of the cake. She smiled contentedly, her eyes narrowing. Han Tianlin stood beside her, reminding her to eat slowly. There's cream on the corner of your mouth. Dong-ye smiled at Han Tianlin. I can't see it. Would Mr. Han mind coming over to wipe it off for me? Han Tianlin leaned down and lifted her chin. All right, let me wipe it for you. Then he placed a kiss on her lips. They lingered in the kiss for a while before separating. Dong-ye, breathing heavily, hugged Han Tianlin's neck, looking at him seductively, and asked, I've heard there's another way to eat cake. Would Mr. Han like to try it? Han Tianlin's cheeks turned slightly pink. He looked at her and asked, what way is that? Dong-ye scooped a bit of cake and gently smeared it on Han Tianlin's Adam's apple. Han Tianlin swallowed hard. Dong-ye leaned in and kissed his Adam's apple. Han Tianlin closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. After finishing, Dong-ye licked her lips and looked at Han Tianlin seductively. Indeed, it tastes better this way. Han Tianlin grabbed Dong-ye's wrist forcefully. Dong-ye gasped in surprise. Han Tianlin lifted Dong-ye and placed her on the table. That's not enough. Let me teach you more. Then he held her tightly and kissed her deeply. Han Tianlin pressed Dong-yu down onto the table. Their eyes met. Han Tianlin couldn't hold back anymore and leaned down to kiss Dong-yu's lips. They lingered in the kitchen for a long while. Late at night, Han Tianlin and Dong-ye were sound asleep in bed. Dong-yu's sleep was restless, her brows tightly furrowed. She mumbled, Don't, please. She dreamed of Fu Mei-yu, lying in a large pool of blood, eyes tightly shut. Her tears fell uncontrollably. No, Mei-yu, no. Han Tianlin, heartbroken, called out to her softly. Dong-ye? Dong-ye's eyes remained shut, continuously mumbling, Mei-yu, Mei-yu. Han Tianlin embraced her, comforting her gently. It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here, it's okay now. Dong-ye, face covered in tears, hugged him tightly, mumbling, Mei-yu. I'm scared. Han Tianlin, heartbroken, kissed her forehead. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Then he held her close, comforting and soothing her. Early the next morning, Dong-ye woke up, opening her eyes wide after a good night's sleep until dawn. She quietly sat up and looked at Han Tianlin sleeping beside her. It seemed that only when she was with him could she have such a good sleep every night. Dong-ye gave Han Tianlin a quick kiss on the lips. I want to take a gamble. Win or lose, I don't know. Will you let me win? A sizzling sound came from the kitchen. Dong-ye, wearing an apron, was making sunny-side-up eggs. Han Tianlin woke up and stood at the kitchen door, watching her intently. Is she making breakfast? Dong-ye turned her head, saw Han Tianlin, and smiled, asking, You're up. Come quickly and help me get a plate. Han Tianlin looked at her and asked, How come you suddenly remembered to make breakfast? Dong-ye put 2 sunny-side-up eggs on a plate, and instead of answering, she asked, Well, do you want to eat or not? Take this. Han Tianlin kissed Dong-ye's forehead. You've worked hard. Dong-ye, embarrassed, took off her apron. Come on, let's eat. There was a simple meal on the table. Dong-ye looked at Han Tianlin and asked, How does it taste? Han Tianlin smiled and replied, Eating with you makes everything delicious. Hearing this, Dong-ye happily looked at him, trying to please him. Then I'm happy. It shows that Mr. Han is truly very satisfied. Han Tianlin's heart melted. You're exaggerating. Dong-ye suddenly remembered and said innocently, Oh right, if I cook, you have to do the dishes, okay? Han Tianlin raised his eyebrows at her. You're quite daring. Dong-ye rested her chin on her hand, smiling and asking, Don't tell me Mr. Han won't do anything at all. Han Tianlin put a piece of food into her mouth. Let's eat first. Dong-ye didn't have time to react. A moment later, the water faucet turned on. Han Tianlin was fully equipped with an apron to wash the dishes. Dong-ye peeked from behind and asked him, Do you need my help? Han Tianlin turned his head and replied, No need. Dong-ye was about to say something else when her phone rang. She sat on the sofa and answered, Hello. Dong Jian, sitting in his office, pretended to care and asked, Yo-yue, Dad noticed you didn't come home to sleep last night. Did you stay over at Han's place? Dong-ye calmly admitted, Yes, we just finished having breakfast. Is there something you need, Dad? Dong Jian hurriedly said, It's nothing major. It's just that Han's construction materials project has somehow been given to other companies. Do you know anything about this? Dong-ye calmly said, Recently, rumors about Dong Corporation are flying everywhere. It might be due to others taking advantage of a loophole. You don't need to worry, Dad. We can work on another project. Hearing this, Dong Jian happily said, Yes, of course. Well, I won't disturb you and Han anymore. After hanging up, he sat in silence, thinking. This project clearly wasn't announced publicly. How did others manage to snatch it? Could it be that this brat wants something from me? At this moment, Dong Mo-yun entered with a stack of documents. Uncle, the HR department asked me to bring this to you. you. Many employees have resigned. A pen flew straight at Dong Mo-yun's head. Dong Xian, furious, slammed his fist on the desk and roared, "Let them go. Our Dong Corporation doesn't want to keep such disloyal people anyway." Dong Mo-yun sat down and picked up the pen. He smiled and placed the pen back on the desk. "Uncle, don't be angry. If people leave, we'll just hire new ones." Dong Ji-an calmed down a bit and looked at him, asking, "How's your mother doing lately? She's an older pregnant woman, so she needs special care." Dong Mo-yun smiled and replied, "I'm taking care of her, so everything's fine." Dong Jian waved his hand, "Go out and work. You don't need to go home today. I'll visit your mother." Once outside, Dong Mo-yun immediately called Du Qing. "Mom, Dong Jian said he's coming over today." Du Qing softly asked him on the other end, "Son, have you thought it through? Do we really need to tell him like this?" Dong Mo-yun reassured Du Qing, "Don't worry, Mom. Someone will take care of everything." A while later, Du Qing was watching TV at home when there was a sudden noise outside. Seeing Dong Jian approaching, she patted the seat next to her and said gently, "Why do you look so angry? Come, sit down here and let's talk slowly." Dong Jian looked Du Qing over and asked, "You're pregnant, but why can't I see any belly at all? Your figure is even more beautiful." Du Qing, startled, forced a smile and quickly explained, "The pregnancy is only 2 months along. How could you see a belly?" Dong Jian sat down and sighed. "Jingzhou has been arrested. You're the only one left to give me strength, but wait until the baby is born. Mo-yun might develop different thoughts." Du Qing poured him a glass of water and said gently, "How could he dare? You've raised him for so many years. He'll remember your kindness in his heart." Dong Jian took the glass and put his arm around Du Qing's waist. "You just don't know. 2 days ago, my subordinate saw him together with Dong Yue. I'm just worried about your reputation. You need to let him know his place. My past misdeeds, if he reaches where he shouldn't, I won't consider our uncle-nephew relationship." Du Qing hugged Dong Jian, hesitating. Dong Jian looked at Du Qing and said, "If there's something, just tell me straight. I promise. Even if Mo-yun has really done something wrong, I won't hold it against him." Du Qing frowned worriedly and told Dong Jian, "Actually, I've discovered many times that someone has been secretly giving company documents to Mo-yun. I'm really afraid he'll make a mistake." Dong Jian was shocked. "What?" His face darkened. "That project quotation only Dong Yue and I know about. That beast must have been up to no good. I've been raising a wolf by my side." Meanwhile, at the company, Dong Yue suddenly sneezed. "Who's talking behind my back?" Suddenly, she encountered Tan Yi. Tan Yi looked at Dong Ye with a mocking smile. "Miss Dong is truly diligent. To save Dong Corporation, you cling to Tianlin every day. Are you afraid others don't know you're using him or something?" Dong Yue crossed her arms and looked at her with a cold smile. "Even if I'm using him, Han Tianlin is still happy. Unlike someone who wants to use him but doesn't have the chance, can only make a cake just to feel like they exist." Tan Yi gritted her teeth in anger. "Don't think everyone is as shameless as you. Do you think with your background you can be with Tianlin for long?" Dong Yue calmly looked at her. "Instead of worrying about these things, you'd better go home and practice making another cake. The flavor I ate yesterday was a bit bland. If you make it tomorrow, remember to add more sugar." Tan Yi was so angry, her cheeks puffed up and she stomped her foot. How could she have eaten my cake? Watching Tan Yi angrily walk away, Dong Yue smiled. She pushed open the door to Han Tianlin's office. Dong Yue held up a small cake box. She looked at him with an annoyed expression. Han Tianlin looked up and seeing this, asked, "Who upset you?" Dong Yue wrapped her arms around Han Tianlin's neck and sat on his lap. "Who else but the great Miss Tan? As soon as she saw me, she started firing at me immediately. Afraid others won't know she's longing for you." Han Tianlin stroked her hair, smiling, and asked Dong Yue, "Are you jealous?" Dong Yue angrily said, "I don't care. Today you must tell me why you treat Tan Yi so specially. Do you have some weakness that she's holding over you?" Han Tianlin hugged her tightly, comforting her. "There's really nothing I dare not say." At 58, my friends and I planned a trip to the Macte tropical forest. Among the friends was Tan Yi's older brother. His name was Tan Viet. At that time, a poisonous snake suddenly appeared. Tan Viet looked at me in panic and shouted, "Watch out, there's a snake." Han Tianlin recalled and continued, "Macte forest has many poisonous insects, and we encountered a poisonous snake in there." Dong Yue looked at Han Tianlin carefully and asked, "So did something happen to him?" Han Tianlin nodded. "Yes, to save me. He was bitten by the snake and died. And Tan Yi is his only sister, so I have no way to ignore her. Therefore, Miss Dong, I'm just taking care of his sister on behalf of a good friend. Are you still jealous now?" He pinched her cheek hard. Dong Yue stubbornly said, "Of course I'm jealous. Although you're taking care of her, you can't give yourself as compensation to her. Can't you see that Tan Yi likes you?" She sighed irritably, thinking that Tan Yi was just a harmless rival, but she didn't expect the real rival was actually her brother. Han Tianlin looked at Dong Yue, comforting her. Don't worry, I've already told Yi Yi. For Tan Viet's sake, I can protect her and provide for her for the rest of her life, but I can't give her anything else. Dong Yue wrapped her arms around Han Tianlin's neck. Are you explaining yourself to me? Han Tianlin caressed her cheek. I'm just afraid someone might be narrow-minded and then abandon me, making me rush to bring her back again. Dong Yue promised. How would I dare? Han Tianlin gently bit her lip. Your courage is so big. What wouldn't you dare to do? Dong Yue looked at Han Tianlin tenderly and asked, if one day you discover that I really have big courage and do things you don't want me to do, will you be angry or... A moment later, Dong Yue's cheeks flushed red and she said, be gentle, please. Han Tianlin leaned down and kissed her lips once more. The two lingered in the office for a long time. At the Dong family home, Dong Jian angrily stormed in and looked at the maid, asking, where's Dong Yue? Where is she? The maid shook her head fearfully. I don't know, sir. The young miss hasn't returned yet. Dong Jian angrily slammed his hand on the table and roared, young miss? What kind of young miss is she? If it weren't for me feeding her and clothing her, could she even be a young miss? Fang Jiahui came down from upstairs and looked at Dong Jian, asking, husband, what has Dong Yue done to make you so angry? Dong Jian angrily recounted to her, today I just found out. Dong Yue has been secretly leaking company information. It cost the company several big orders. Fang Jiahui immediately added fuel to the fire. I've long known she's not a good person. Look, you see, since she returned to the Dong family, we've fallen into so many troubles. Dong Jian's face darkened with anger. If it weren't for her having a good relationship with President Han, I would have. Fang Jiahui then went behind him and massaged his shoulders. Think about it carefully. If Han Tianlin really liked her that much, would she need to go to such lengths to come to our house and make a scene? She frowned deeply. I think in Han Tianlin's eyes, she's just a small plaything. Moreover, if there's evidence she betrayed Dong Corporation, then Han Tianlin can't interfere in our family matters. Dong Jian furrowed his brows. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to follow her. Fang Jiahui leaned close to his ear and whispered, why go to such trouble? I've just thought of a little idea. She laid out her plan to him. At dinner, everyone gathered around the dining table and started eating. Dong Jian looked at the maid and ordered, this morning, they delivered some Australian lobsters. Go tell the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. The maid nodded and replied, yes. Fang Jiahui smiled and asked, Dong Jian, did something good happen today that we're eating so lavishly? Dong Jian picked up his glass in a good mood and said, a company has come to discuss cooperation with us, and they've offered quite a good price. He smiled happily and glanced at Dong Yue. During this time, Yu has also worked hard. If our company can successfully negotiate this deal, then you won't have to be so tired anymore. Dong Yue calmly replied, not bad, father. It seems this business deal for the company can be very profitable. Right. Dong Jian picked up a piece of food and put it in Dong Yue's bowl. Enough talk. Let's eat quickly. Dong Yue looked at him and softly said, thank you, father. Late at night, Dong Yue lay on her bed with her eyes wide open. After a while, she carefully opened her room door and looked around in all four directions. Dong Yue opened the door to the study. She carefully flipped through documents on the desk, searching for something. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Dong Jian angrily shouted, it really is you. You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dong Yue cried out in shock. Dong Jian, you deliberately set me up. Fang Jiahui angrily pointed at Dong Yue's face and scolded, it really is her, husband. This Dong Yue must have come to take revenge on you. Dong Jian, enraged, slapped Dong Yue hard across the face. You beast. Today I must teach you what respect and order mean. Then he ordered his subordinates behind him, someone, quickly take her down and lock her in the basement. The subordinates came and tied her hands with rope. The basement door opened. Dong Yue was pushed forcefully into the dark basement. She breathed heavily and continuously. Dong Jian stood in front of her, holding a whip in his hand, and said coldly, you truly are the child born of She Yuan. You and your mother are both equally contemptible. You need to be taught a lesson. He angrily lashed the whip hard against Dong Yue's body. I should have finished you off long ago. You and your mother both deserve to die. Dong Yue lay on the ground and angrily shouted, if you hadn't taken advantage of my mother to seize her assets, we wouldn't have ended up in this miserable state. Since my mother couldn't kill you before, I'm here now to kill you all. Another lash of the whip struck her body forcefully. Dong Yue cried out in pain. Dong Jian angrily whipped her repeatedly, saying, a wolf in sheep's clothing like you dares to argue with me. All over. Dong Yue's body curled up. She trembled. Fang Jiahui attentively brought a cup of tea to Dong Jian. Husband, drink some water to relieve your fatigue. Dong Jian took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Although currently the cooperation project with Furuan has been snatched away, it's hard to guarantee that Han Tianlin is still not tired of her. so you shouldn't kill her either. Her face can still be of use. Be careful not to damage it. Fang Jiahui smiled and agreed. Don't worry, husband. I know my limits. Watching Dong Jian leave the basement, Fang Jiahui crossed her arms and coldly smiled at Dong Yu on the ground. Today, I'm truly overjoyed, Dong Ye. Now that you've ended up like this, how does it feel? Dong Ye looked at her and let out a cold snort. I'd like to ask you first, when Dong Jian abused you and when Dong Jingzhou was sent to prison, how did you feel? Fang Jiahui, enraged, kicked Dong Yu hard in the face. You bitch. Even now, you dare to provoke me. I don't mind telling you. This basement was also used to imprison your mother back then. Your father beat her until she was covered in blood. It flowed all over the floor. Fang Jiahui paced around Dong Yue. But unfortunately, your mother went insane later. I felt it was meaningless anymore. So I sent her to the hospital to let others torture her for me. This time, I hope you're stronger than your mother. Don't disappoint me. Dong Ye, furious, struggled and screamed. Beasts. You're all just a bunch of beasts. Fang Chui coldly smiled at her. Now, you just stay here obediently and enjoy the taste your mother experienced back then. After saying this, she left. Dong Yue lay on the ground, eyes closed. The room became dark. At the company, Han Tianlin sat in his office, hand on his face, silent and uneasy. The secretary looked at him worriedly and asked, Mr. Han, are you not feeling well? Han Tianlin looked up and ordered the secretary, contact Dong Yue for me. The secretary nervously gulped. What's wrong? Did Mr. Han and Miss Dong have an argument? But he still took out his phone to call Dong Yue. A stiff voice came from the other end. Hello, your call has been rejected. Please hang up. The secretary looked at Han Tianlin and said, Mr. Han, it seems Miss Dong has blacklisted me. Han Tianlin picked up his own phone to text her. Yesterday, Dong Yu had sent him a message. My love, I've arrived home. Now he tried to reply, okay, dear, but it couldn't be sent. Han Tianlin's face darkened. He recalled their conversation from yesterday. I'm just afraid someone might be narrow-minded and abandon me someday, making me rush to bring them back. Dong Yu had replied, I wouldn't dare. Han Tianlin frowned. Could something have happened to her? Just then, the phone in his hand rang again. An unknown number sent him a message. Dong Ye has been locked up by Dong Jian. Hurry and save her. Han Tian. Lin, angry, his face darkening, exclaimed what? He immediately called back the number that texted. Sorry, the number you've dialed is not in service. Please. Han Tianlin, worried, stood up and ordered the secretary beside him. Check Dong Ye's movement trajectory from yesterday and send it to me immediately. The secretary quickly replied, yes. A luxurious car sped down the road. At this moment, the secretary called Han Tianlin. Mr. Han, Miss Dong hasn't left the house since returning to Dong Manor last night. Han Tianlin, sitting in the car, coldly said, understood. Bring some people to Dong Manor. Stand by for orders. The car quickly stopped in front of Dong Manor. Han Tianlin got out and closed the car door. Dong Yeshi was about to go out when she saw him and was surprised. It's Han Tianlin. She quickly approached him to greet him. Mr. Han, what brings you here? Han Tianlin glanced at the guards upstairs and coldly asked, where's Dong Ye? Dong Yeshi frowned, glancing at the basement door. Why did he come here so quickly? How should I answer? Quickly, she regained composure and looked at Han Tianlin, pretending to explain, I think she went on a trip. Didn't you know, Mr. Han? Han Tianlin laughed coldly. She still had alcohol on her breath. She left without saying a word. He approached Dong Yeshi, smiling and asking, last time I came, I only got a quick glance at the Dong residence. This time, would Miss Dong be interested in giving me a tour? Dong Yeshi's face flushed red as she nodded. Sure, let me show you around. Dong Yeshi led Han Tianlin up to the second-floor hallway of Dong Manor, enthusiastically introducing, this painting was bought by my father at an auction. I heard it's from a collection by an American artist. Han Tianlin, uninterested, brushed past her. Dong Yeshi was startled. Mr. Han Tianlin, with cold eyes, glanced at her. He then opened the door to Dong Yue's bedroom. Dong Yeshi hurriedly ran in, saying, Dong Yue has already gone out. Can we not look into her room? Han Tianlin frowned. So that message is likely true. Dong Yue's room was too clean. It had clearly been tidied by someone. At this moment, Fang Jiahui approached, saw Han Tianlin, and was startled. Mr. Han, what brings you here today? Han Tianlin turned around and saw blood stains on the hammer in Fang Jiahui's hand. His face turned cold. That's blood. Han Tianlin coldly walked up to Fang Jiahui and asked, I'm here to find Dong Yue. Do you know where she is? Fang Jiahui quickly hid the hammer behind her back, forced a smile and replied, isn't she on a business trip? Dong Yeshi hurriedly ran over and pulled her arm. Mom, Dong Ye went traveling. Fang Jiahui then appeared to have a realization. Oh, is that so? I thought she was on a business trip. Han Tianlin, with sharp eyes, looked at both of them. Tell the truth. If I find out you're lying, don't blame me for taking action against the Dong family. Fang Jiahui fearfully stepped back. I'm really not lying to you, Mr. Han. Dong Yeshi approached and grabbed his hand, pretending to be pitiful, saying, Mr. Han, how can you not distinguish right from wrong and wrongly accuse others like this? Dong Ye doesn't deserve you treating her so well. Han Tianlin disgustedly shook her hand off. Dong Yeshi fearfully stepped back. Han Tianlin frowned deeply. Could it be there? Seeing him about to leave, Dong Yeshi hurriedly ran to grab his hand. Mr. Han, didn't you used to think I was very good too? Why are you suddenly ignoring me? Even without Dong Ye, you still have me. I'll definitely do better than her. I won't disappoint you. Han Tianlin's face darkened as he looked at her, asking, You want to be with me? Dong Yeshi hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Han Tianlin coldly shook off her hand. But I see nothing about you resembles Dong Yue. Where does your confidence to be better than her come from? After saying this, he coldly left. Fang Jiahui behind them finally spoke up. It seems that girl's position in Han Tianlin's heart is very important. Just one night without seeing her, and he comes looking. Dong Yeshi angrily turned to look at Fang Jiahui and shouted, What does that bitch have that I don't? Mom, I really can't accept this. Fang Jiahui approached and grabbed her shoulder, comforting her. Keeping Dong Yue now will only make Han Tianlin more suspicious of us. I'm thinking, either we don't do it at all, or if we do, we go all the way. Make that girl disappear completely. All men are virtuous. When he can't find Dong Yue, he'll gradually forget about her. That's when the opportunity for my daughter will come. Dong Yeshi looked at her fearfully, in disbelief. Mom, do you really want to take her? Fang Jiahui threw the hammer in her hand to the ground, looked at Dong Yeshi and said, That worthless thing, what are you afraid of? Don't forget how she bullied you before. Dong Yeshi gritted her teeth and nodded once. Suddenly, a thudding sound rang out. Fang Jiahui's expression changed. It was a sound coming from the basement. In the basement, a strong foot kicked at the door. Han Tianlin kicked again and again. After a while, the door finally loosened. Han Tianlin entered, anxiously calling Dong Yue. Dong Yue lay in the basement, her whole body tightly bound, covered in wounds, unconscious. Han Tianlin panicked, quickly ran to Dong Yue. Dong Yue, Dong Yue. She slightly opened her eyes, seeing a tall figure anxiously running towards her. Han Tianlin quickly ran to support Dong Yue. Dong Yue, how are you? Dong Yue opened her eyes, saw Han Tianlin and weakly said, Han Tianlin, you came to save me. After speaking, she fainted. Han Tianlin anxiously called her Dong Yue, Dong Yue. He quickly untied her bonds, then took off his coat and covered her with it. At this moment, Dong Yeshi and Fang Jiahui also ran down to the basement. She even brought a group of bodyguards down, frowning and shouting, Mr. Han, what are you doing here? Han Tianlin picked up Dong Yue, coldly looking at the people in front of him. Dong family, you're really bold. You dare to imprison and mistreat someone. Get out of my way. Fang Jiahui was scared and got goosebumps, but she still gritted her teeth and stood her ground, saying, Mr. Han, this is our family matter. This isn't your Han family's property. You can't just come and go as you please. It's not up to you. Dong Yeshi stood beside her, frightened, hurriedly tugging her sleeve. Mom, are you crazy? This is Han Tianlin. Fang Jiahui gritted her teeth and said, But if we let him leave, our Dong family is finished. After saying this, she immediately ordered the bodyguards behind her. Catch them all for me. Bodyguards, hearing Fang Jiahui's order, rushed to catch Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin, carrying Dong Yue, nimbly dodged the bodyguards' attacks. He raised his leg and kicked a guard hard, sending him falling backwards. Seeing a fist about to land on Dong Yue, Han Tianlin's expression changed, realizing the danger. He quickly turned his body to protect Dong Yu in his arms. The powerful fist landed on Han Tianlin's back. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Stop this commotion. Han Tianlin's secretary led a group of bodyguards rushing in, surrounding the area. Fang Jiahui's face turned pale with fear. What? He actually brought people here too. The secretary, panting, ran up to Han Tianlin and asked worriedly, Mr. Han, are you all right? I heard strange noises here, so I brought people to break in. Han Tianlin coldly replied, Well done. Collect all the criminal evidence here and transfer it to the police station. Fang Jiahui fearfully collapsed to the ground. It's over. Han Tianlin carried Dong Yu out. Fang Jiahui hurriedly hugged his legs, begging, Mr. Han, I'm truly sorry. I was foolish. Please forgive us. Han Tianlin angrily kicked her face hard. Forgive you. Don't worry, we'll settle this debt slowly. Fang Jiahui fell backwards. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. At the city's central hospital, in the emergency department, Han Tianlin, covered in blood, sat waiting outside. His face showed self-blame and guilt. It was all Dong Yu's blood. If only I had discovered it earlier. He then took out his phone and called Lesi Cheng. Hello? Lesi Cheng was lying in bed, eyes tightly shut, his voice sleepy as he asked, Why do you have free time to call me? Han Tianlin coldly said, I'm at your family's hospital. Find me the best doctor and send them here immediately. Li Sicheng jolted awake, sitting up straight. What happened to you? Han Tianlin looked at the emergency room door and replied, It's Dong Yue. Hurry up and arrange it quickly. Li Sicheng let out a sigh. All right, you seem very worried about your little girlfriend, huh? As he was speaking, there was a beep. Li Sicheng's face twisted. What? He hung up. Han Tianlin slumped, hands holding his head, face bowed down. Dong Yue, you absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. Late at night in the hospital, the secretary, holding a bag and a stack of documents, walked up to Han Tianlin. Mr. Han, we've traced the source of that secret phone number. Han Tianlin stood up abruptly and asked, Who is it? The secretary frowned and replied, It's Dong Mo Yun. Moreover, besides this, I've uncovered another event. Not long ago, Miss Dong rearranged the assets under her name and left a will. After her death, most of the assets will belong to the Fu family. An overseas property has also been transferred to Fu Sijia's name. He handed the report file to Han Tianlin to review. Han Tianlin frowned. Is she that deeply attached to the Fu family? Anything else? The secretary quickly replied, Yes, there's more. She's also in contact with a group of desperate thugs, communicating with them. It seems like they're collaborating on something. Han Tianlin's demeanor darkened. I see. He glanced towards the hospital room. This woman has really done well, daring to take such a big risk to scheme for herself. She even plotted against me. At this moment, the doctor hurriedly opened the door and came out. Han Tianlin quickly asked, How's the situation? The doctor informed Han Tianlin that the patient was out of danger. The director was performing the next surgery inside. He was afraid you'd be anxious, so he asked me to come out and let you know. Han Tianlin sighed. That's good. Doctor then said, Yes, well, I'll be going now. Han Tianlin quickly said, Wait. The doctor turned around. Han Tianlin asked, Please, go in and ask the director for me. If we were to place a tracking device in her body, would it harm her health? The doctor was stunned. Yes. Han Tianlin turned to Yan Hui and said, In the second drawer of my study, there's a latest tracking device. Go get it for me. Han Tianlin closed his eyes, thinking of Dong Yue. He said to himself, Dong Yue, whether you live or die in the future, I must be the first to know. Between us, only I have the right to call it quits. On the hospital bed, Dong Yue's arm slowly moved, and she gradually opened her eyes. Han Tianlin sat beside her with a haggard face. Dong Yue smiled faintly. I'm still alive. That's really good. Han Tianlin frowned. You can still smile. He placed his finger on Dong Yue's finger. Dong Yue cried out, Han Tianlin, it hurts. Han Tianlin quickly withdrew his hand. He grumbled, so you can still feel pain, huh? Han Tianlin suddenly turned serious. Dong Yue, during this time you tried every way to win my favor. It was to make sure I couldn't let you go, to increase the chances of me coming to save you, right? He then threw down a notebook. If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately leaked information about your cooperation with Dong Moyun to Dong Jian, and from there, turned against them. I found your phone in the Dong family's study. You must have been captured right there, correct? Dong Ye replied. Han Tianlin angrily said, You schemed and set a trap to let yourself be captured by them and be mistreated. At the same time, you were certain that I would come looking for you. And if I hadn't noticed you were missing, then Dong Moyun would have messaged to remind me. Han Tianlin sneered, mocking, You were betting that I would come to save you. You deliberately put yourself in such a dangerous situation, simply to force me to betray the Dong family, to stand on the opposite side and help you deal with them. Dong Yo frowned. Are you angry because I schemed against you? She continued sadly, but I really couldn't wait. May you died so tragically, and I myself had no way to quickly avenge her. But you're different. Once you act, you can immediately destroy them. Han Tianlin lifted Dong Yue's chin. Stop lying. If I hadn't saved you, and supposing you were killed by the Dong family, you would have had another plan. Dong Yue looked worried. I never thought about hiding anything from you. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. If you died, the Dong family wouldn't have a good outcome either. Dong Moyun would help you report to the police and bring this matter to the public. Even if they luckily escaped this murder case, you had already arranged for another fatal incident. A month later, this arrangement would help you deal with the Dong family members, and when they died, even if the police traced it back to you, you would already be dead, so it wouldn't implicate anyone else. Han Tianlin stood up. Considering all possibilities, even your own life you wouldn't spare. Dong Yue, you're truly too cruel and vicious. Dong Yue held on to Han Tianlin's coat tightly. Han Tianlin, thank you for saving me. Han Tianlin coldly pulled away. Dong Yue, you should consider yourself lucky. If it weren't illegal to kill someone, I would have killed you right now, right on this bed. Dong Yue was stunned as Han Tianlin angrily left. Dong Yue sat up, calling after Han Tianlin. She got out of bed. Dong Yue's legs gradually weakened, and she fell, her whole body in pain. But Han Tianlin was unaware. At that moment, a nurse entered. Mrs. Han, be careful. The nurse helped Dong Yue back onto the bed, reminding her, you can't get out of bed right now. You've just had surgery, so you shouldn't move much. Dong Yue felt guilty and said, I'm so sorry. I've troubled you. Dong Yue asked, but why did you call me Mrs. Han? The nurse helped Dong Yue adjust her IV drip and said, shyly, don't you know? When Mr. Han brought you here, he was very worried. He even said if we couldn't treat you, he would bury this entire hospital with you. Seeing him so anxious and urgent, he surely can't be single anymore. The nurse pointed, isn't this the classic story of a domineering CEO doting on his wife that we often see in novels? We can understand that. Dong Yue said with a sad face, thank you all for taking care of me. The nurse smiled, no need to thank us. But in the future, don't get out of bed carelessly like that, okay? Wait until your wound is fully healed before trying. Dong Yue replied, I understand, don't worry. Dong Yue blushed as she picked up her phone. She thought, he was so angry. Does that mean he actually cares about me a lot? Suddenly, the phone rang. Dong Yue quickly answered, hello. Dong Mo-yun said, looks like you're still alive. It wasn't a waste of my effort calling you every hour. Dong Yue replied, I just woke up not long ago. I've made you worry. Dong Mo-yun glanced outside. It's good that nothing's wrong. By the way, let me tell you something. The entire Dong Qian family has been arrested for illegal detention. Han Tianlin has also taken action against Dong Corporation. The day of Dong Corporation's bankruptcy is not far off. Dong Yue asked uneasily, so you're not in a hurry. Dong Mo-yun chuckled. Although I want to take over Dong Corporation, I still prefer to see Dong Qian in misfortune more. Go online and see for yourself. Now everyone everywhere is cursing that old man. It's really satisfying. Dong Yue calmly browsed the news online, which reported on several charges. The CEO of Dong Corporation had been detained. Dong Yue smirked. Serves him right. Suddenly, she paused. Han Tianlin knew she had used him, yet he was still willing to help her. Dong Yue immediately dialed Han Tianlin's number. Beep, beep, beep. Han Tianlin didn't answer. Dong Yue sighed deeply. It seemed this time he was truly very angry. It wouldn't be easy to appease him. Dong Yue pondered. Currently, her body couldn't keep up, so she still needed to take good care of herself first before she could fight. Then Dong Yu pulled up the blanket. Time to sleep. 2 days later, in the hospital courtyard, Fu Xijia pushed Dong Yue's wheelchair around. I'm really not injured to this extent. Just resting for 2 days is enough. Fu Xijia said, you need to get out and get more sun to recover faster. Yue, you don't know how worried I was when I heard you were locked up. If only I had discovered it earlier. Dong Yue thought helplessly, oh, this young man is about to start again. Suddenly, she saw Han Tianlin standing in front of her. Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin approached. What are you two doing? Dong Yue happily said, we're just, before she could finish, Fu Xijia covered Han's mouth. Thank you for taking care of Yue these past few days. Han Tianlin paid no attention to Fu Xijia's words. He bent down and picked up Dong Yue. Han Tianlin, I'm taking care of my woman. Do I need you to come and thank me? Fu Xijia gripped the wheelchair handles tightly. I'm also family, surely. Han Tianlin covered his mouth. Thanks for coming to visit, Yue. The two men glared at each other with murderous eyes. Seeing this, Dong Yue coughed a few times. She said to Fu Xijia, Xijia, you should go home first. I'll be fine with Tianlin looking after me. Han Tianlin looked at Dong Yue lovingly and said, well said. Fu Xijia, disappointed, replied, I'll come visit you another day. A moment later, Han Tianlin placed Dong Yue on the hospital bed. Dong Yue hugged him tightly. Are you still angry? Han Tianlin gently pushed Dong Yue away. Be careful of your wound. Don't move too much. Dong Yue lay down, annoyed. I won't move if you don't leave. I didn't see you all day yesterday. Han Tianlin silently poured a glass of water for Dong Yue. Many people came to visit you. Why do you insist on having me by your side? Han Tianlin handed the water to Dong Yue. She ignored it and grabbed Han Tianlin's hand. But I only want you. Han Tianlin sighed deeply. He kissed Dong Yue's lips. Be honest for once. A moment later, they lay on the bed. Dong Yue said worriedly, I'm afraid you won't pay attention to me anymore. Han Tianlin, I won't deceive you again in the future. Han Tianlin tapped Dong Yue's head. You think I'm angry because you deceived me. Why would I blame you for that? I hate that you don't value your own life at all. What if I hadn't arrived in time? You think becoming a corpse lying in the basement is no big deal. Is that right? Han Tianlin gripped Dong Yue's shoulders tightly. Dong Yue cried out, ah, it hurts. Han Tianlin frowned. I'm sure you were confident that I'd regret it if you were hurt, right? He kissed her forehead, then hugged Dong Yue close. Sleep now. I'll stay by your side. At the police station, Dong Yidi came to visit Dong Jian. She anxiously said over the phone, "Dad, what should I do now? You and Mom have both been arrested. My brother has been sentenced to over 10 years in prison, and our villa was sealed off this morning." She raised her voice angrily. "It's all because you and Mom had to go after Dong Yue and cause trouble. Now you've left me all alone out here. How am I supposed to survive?" Dong Jian angrily shouted, "You ungrateful brat. Your mother and I did all this just to protect you. Now go out there and beg Dong Yue. Beg her to let us off. Go find her right now." Dong Yidi replied, "How is that possible? It's already good enough if she doesn't kick us while we're down." Dong Yidi paused. "Dad, you're so confused. How can you even say such things? Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself." Then Dong Yidi left, ignoring Dongji and shouts from inside. As Dong Yidi walked out, she thought, "Who can help me now?" Suddenly, Ziyang's number appeared on her phone, making Dong Yidi feel like she'd found a savior. That's right, Ziyang. Only Ziyang loves me the most. He will definitely help me. Dong Yidi quickly called Lin Ziyang. "Hello, Ziyang." Lin Ziyang was sitting in a noisy bar. "Miss Dong, you still have time to call me now." Dong Yidi softened her voice. "Ziyang, I was wrong. Can you help me now? Only you can help me." Lin Ziyang said decisively, "Come here. If you want my help, come here and beg me." Dong Yidi arrived at the bar. She stood at the entrance with a worried expression. "It'll be fine. As long as Ziyang still has feelings for our past, he'll surely regret mistreating me." As soon as Dong Yidi entered, everyone in the room turned to look at her. Lin Ziyang looked up. "Miss Dong, you're here." Dong Yidi Shili said, "Ziyang, I want to talk to you." Seeing this, Lin Ziyang's friends quickly left. "Let's go. We won't disturb young Master Lin's good fortune." The others also quickly departed. With a bang, the room door closed. Dong Yidi quickly sat close to Lin Ziyang. "Ziyang, I know I was too foolish before. I was deceived. Can you forgive me and help me?" Lin Ziyang gently swirled his drink. "What do you want me to help with, Miss Dong?" Dong Yidi leaned on Lin Ziyang's shoulder. "I want to go abroad. We could live abroad together. Before she finished, Lin Ziyang threw his drink in Dong Yidi's face. He threw the glass at Dong Yidi and started cursing. "You bitch. You dared to play me before, and now you want to use me to take you abroad." Lin Ziyang moved forward to slap Dong Yidi. "Do you think I, Lin Ziyang, am an idiot to be used by you over and over again?" Dong Yidi fearfully begged. Don't hit me. Stop hitting me. I'll leave, okay?" Lin Ziyang lifted Dong Yidi's chin. "Now that you're here, how can I let you go so easily?" After saying this, he grabbed Dong Yidi's chin. He pressed a bottle of alcohol to her lips, forcing her to drink. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor briefly examined Dong Yue. He spoke up saying, "Miss Dong is recovering very well. She can go home to rest now." Dong Yue frowned. "You heard that. You can go home tomorrow afternoon." Han Tianlin gently patted her head. "Eat your meal first." As Han Tianlin was opening the meal box for Dong Yue, her phone rang. Dong Yue answered. "Hello." Dong Yidi sat alone in the bar, her face covered in bruises. "Dong Yue, it's me. I'm begging you on behalf of the Dong family. Please give me a chance to live. I'm sorry for what happened before. When Fu Meiyu was driven to suicide by Jingzhou, I shouldn't have said those cold words. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Dong Yue was so confused that she asked again, "Did something happen to you?" Dong Yidi replied, "I'm also truly sorry about your grandmother. I really didn't mean to harm her. I never thought she would suddenly fall down. I was so scared." Just before Dong Yue's grandmother fell, Dong Yidi stood among the crowd, fearfully denying, No, I didn't push her." Dong Yue spoke sternly over the phone. "What good does apologizing do now? If you really feel guilty towards me, then don't interfere with my life anymore in the future." After saying this, Dong Yue sighed. Seeing this, Han Tianlin quickly embraced her. "What's wrong?" Dong Yue sobbed. "Dong Yidi just called to apologize to me." Han Tianlin gently stroked Dong Yue's head. When the Dong family fell, her life indeed became difficult. This time should be enough for her to come to her senses. Dong Yue then said, "I'm just a bit sad that grandmother can't hear her apology. Meiyu can't hear it either. Meiyu can't hear it. They've left me forever. They can't come back to me anymore." Han Tianlin gently caressed her cheek. "They will surely hear it, and they can see how you've always been working hard for them." Dong Yue's eyes welled up with tears. "But it doesn't mean anything anymore. Now I'm all alone." Han Tianlin pinched her cheek. "How can it not mean anything? Your happiness is the greatest meaning of all." Han Tianlin kissed Dong Yue's forehead again. "Besides, you still have me." Dong Yue smiled like a child and said, "Having you is enough." They embraced each other in the hospital room. A month later, at a shopping center, Dong Yue gently removed her sunglasses. "Wrap them all up for me. I'll take everything." The saleswoman smiled. Yes. I'll wrap them up right away. Would you like to see any other items, miss?" Dong Yue took out a black card. "After payment, please send them to Xiaonan Guo for me." At this moment, a voice rang out. Miss Dong, you're in quite a mood today. Dong Ye turned around. Brother, when did you get here? Dong Mo Yun replied, just now. May I have the honor of inviting Miss Dong for a meal? Dong Yue didn't hesitate to answer. Sure, no problem. A while later at the restaurant, Dong Yue raised her glass. Is everything at the company settled now? Dong Mo Yun said. After Han's withdrawal, I had to spend a month to clean up all the people of that old man. Dong Mo Yun sighed. But on the other hand, my mother, as soon as she heard about Dong Jian's downfall, she went to beat the child. Now her health isn't what it used to be. Dong Yue looked up, because she didn't resist Dong Jian for the sake of her child's future before. So now, having some regrets is unavoidable. Dong Mo Yun quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore. I heard Han Tianlin gave you a supplementary card. You've been shopping every day lately. Seems like you're enjoying it. Dong Ye stroked her hair. It's all right. It's been hard to finally appear in public, so of course I need to take care of myself a bit. Dong Mo Yun frowned. Holding a teacup, he advised Dong Yue, you should restrain yourself a bit. Although Han Tianlin has feelings for you, everything has its limits. Dong Mo Yun took out a notebook. I'm planning to expand Dong family's business overseas. Here's an overview of foreign business schools. See if you'd like to go. You can study and help me manage the overseas business. Dong Yue took the notebook. Dong Ye, you're my sister, so I can't help but say something. You should consider your future. That evening at Han Tianlin's house, Dong Yue was browsing websites of foreign universities. Han Tianlin walked in. You met Dong Mo Yun today. What did he say? Dong Yue turned around. You get information fast. Did you have someone follow me? As soon as I leave, you know where I go. Han Tianlin gently kissed Dong Yue's lips. Are you unhappy? Your health is the most important. I don't want you to get tired. Dong Yue pushed Han Tianlin away. That sounds so nice. You're actually the ringleader who tires me out every day. Dong Yue mumbled. Moreover, I'm not a kitten being raised in your house. You know everything I do. It's not fun at all. Saying this, Dong Ye closed the laptop. Han Tianlin pinched her cheek. Who says you're not? You are indeed the kitten being raised in my house. Dong Yue playfully pretended to scratch Han Tianlin. Then watch this cat scratch you. Han Tianlin leaned close to Dong Ye. Do you think before we have dinner, we should have some appetizers? Dong Ye pouted. My rib soup is ready. Han Tianlin gently bit Dong Yue's lip. You dare to seduce me again. Dong Yue hugged Han Tianlin tightly. I'm just talking normally. It's your mind that's full of yellow trash. She poked Han Tianlin's shirt. Besides, Dong Mo Yun wants me to go to Dong City. If you bully me, I'll go back to my mother's home. Han Tianlin looked serious. Hasn't he given you shares yet? Dong Yue gently stroked her hair. We talked about it before. Let him stabilize his CEO position first. Right now, the shares can't be diluted. Consider those as a thank you gift for him. Han Tianlin said, your tone isn't small at all. Now you're not asking Dong Mo Yun for shares, but before you wanted to give all assets to the Fu family. I helped you too, but I don't see you thanking me. Dong Yue stepped back. Oh, you have so much money already. You shouldn't ask for that little money from me. Han Tianlin picked up Dong Yue, who wants your money. I want you to experience the feeling of thanking me yourself. Dong Yue squirmed in Han Tianlin's arms. I'm so hungry from waiting for you to come home for dinner. Han Tianlin looked intently at Dong Yue. I'll eat you right now. Night fell over the villa. Inside the room, Han Tianlin was diligently cooking. The sizzling sound echoed. Dong Yue sat nearby, yawning repeatedly. Ha. A moment later, Han Tianlin handed her a fragrant bowl of noodles. The noodles are ready. Try it and see how it is. Dong Yue was surprised. Her eyes lit up. Mouth-watering, she praised, not bad. Forgive me for making you stew that rib soup. Han Tianlin watched Dong Yue eat with relish. He said gently, if you want, I'll make it again for you tomorrow. She paused, mouth still chewing, thinking, Dong Mo Yun was right. If this continues, I'll really be stuck in this relationship and won't be able to escape. She sadly looked at Han Tianlin's handsome face. If one day he values another woman more. Suddenly he turned to look at her and asked, why are you staring at me? If something's wrong, just say it. Dong Yue gently put her chopsticks down on the noodle bowl. She said frankly, Han Tianlin, I've been too idle at home lately, so I've been online searching for information about courses in finance abroad. This timing is also the best opportunity for me to go abroad for training. His blank face questioned, what do you want to study? I can hire a tutor to teach you privately. Studying here or abroad is the same. Dong Yue bit her lip and replied, but I don't want to continue being ignorant while staying in the country. Han Tianlin felt uncomfortable hearing this and asked, you don't want to be ignorant in the country, or you don't want to be with me anymore. After using me, you want to run away. It seems you've become better at business and calculations. Dong Yue replied glumly, Yes, I have used you, and now I'm proposing to leave. I have no morals and can't speak of righteousness. She stood up and said firmly, that's why I'm asking for your opinion. Han Tianlin, I've followed you not for 1 or 2 days, but for 6 years. I don't want my whole life to be just someone's mistress. After saying this, she angrily ran upstairs, her voice echoing. Dong Yue walked slowly. She thought sadly, does he have nothing to say? She entered the room, gently closing the door. The pain seemed to tear at her heart, clearly shown on her gloomy face. Downstairs, Han Tianlin stared blankly at the bowl of noodles. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked up. Hello? On the other end was Yan Hui, lounging on the sofa. Yan Hui informed, Mr. Han, there's an issue with the overseas subsidiaries project. The partner wants to meet you in person tomorrow. He thought to himself, am I hallucinating? It feels like Mr. Han's mood isn't good. Han Tianlin didn't respond. Yan Hui chuckled softly. He nervously called out, Mr. Han, why aren't you saying anything? Han Tianlin quickly replied, you need to quickly come up with a plan to confess to your girlfriend. We'll discuss it on the plane tomorrow. Yan Hui was surprised. His face showed utter disbelief. Han Tianlin sternly ordered, remember to choose many successful cases. Show them all to me then. He hung up. Then he looked towards Dong Yue's room. Yo-yo, wait for me to return early tomorrow morning. Dong Yue, lying on the bed, suddenly woke up. She sadly looked to the side, seeing no trace of Han Tianlin. She thought, did he not come back to sleep all night? She gently walked down to the living room. The housekeeper said, Miss Dong, you're up. Mr. Han made bird's nest with milk for you himself. It's in the pot. Let me bring it to you. Dong Yue asked dazedly, where is Han Tianlin? The housekeeper smiled brightly. Mr. Han left for abroad early this morning. He'll be back in a week. Hearing this, she pondered deeply. Is he avoiding me? She wondered, but why did he make bird's nest for me? Could he be conflicted in his heart too? Meanwhile, at a flower shop abroad, Han Tianlin stood there, perplexed. Yan Hui, holding a beautiful bouquet, smiled and said, Mr. Han, why not choose lilies? Lilies are also called the Virgin Mary's flower. They're the purest. Han Tianlin glanced over and replied, put it down for now. Let's look at a few more options. Yan Hui sighed dramatically, hugging the flower pot as he turned to leave, saying, yes, sir. The shop owner appeared. She asked Han Tianlin in English, sir, why don't you ask your wife what flowers she likes? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Dong Yue sat alone, melancholy, looking at her computer. Her phone's ringtone sounded. She picked up the phone, looked at it, and wondered, what's this about? Dong Yue felt secretly happy. This guy, has he finally decided to call me? On the phone screen, Han Tianlin's handsome image appeared. He asked, in your opinion, what flowers do women usually like? Dong Yue was surprised. Flowers? I guess there's no woman who doesn't like roses, right? She pretended to test him. Who is Mr. Han planning to give flowers to? He held the phone coldly and replied, it's just a friend asking me about it. I'm hanging up now. Dong Yue fell silent upon hearing this, unable to utter another word. Her face showed a mix of bewilderment and fatigue. Dong Yue threw the phone on the table. She was angry. He called me just to ask about this. Does he have another woman abroad already? Han Tianlin turned to remind Yan Hui, contact all flower shops in Longcheng. Tell them to keep all fresh roses. Yan Hui cheerfully replied, understood, sir. Suddenly, 2 days had passed. Inside a spacious room, Dong Ye lay sleeping alone. She gently stroked Han Tianlin's beloved pillow. She couldn't help but wonder, since that phone call, Han Tianlin hasn't called me again. Dong Yue tossed and turned, thinking, has it really come time to say goodbye or not? Suddenly, she was startled by a sound outside the door. A voice called out, making Dong Yue sit up. Miss Dong, Mr. Han has sent someone here, she thought. Has he returned? At this time, it was 3:35 a.m. Outside, a luxury car was waiting to pick up Dong Yue. She sat in the back seat and asked, when did Han Tianlin return? The driver smiled and replied, I don't know about the CEO's affairs. I don't dare to ask either. She crossed her arms angrily. The driver continued, Miss Dong will find out when we get there. Suddenly, they arrived at a magnificent building. Staff politely extended their hands in welcome. Are you Miss Dong? Mr. Han has reserved a restaurant on the top floor. You can go up there first to wait for him. Dong Yue gently stepped out of the car and entered. So formal. Don't tell me he wants to invite me to a farewell dinner. Dong Yue elegantly entered the elevator. She gently pressed the button for the 36th floor. By now, the elevator had reached the 20th floor. Yu thought sadly, I don't know why, but with each floor the elevator goes up. My heart seems to drop a little more. Whatever comes will come. A soft chime sounded. The 36th floor had arrived. Dong Yue's face showed no hint of a smile. The elevator doors opened. Dong Yue was surprised. She looked around to see beautiful roses everywhere. There were so many roses. Dong Yue stepped into the room. Brilliant fireworks lit up the sky as she took gentle steps. In the sky above, adorable words appeared. will you be my girlfriend? She gazed up in a daze. Her face couldn't hide the surge of emotion in her heart. She turned around. Han Tianlin, holding a bouquet of bright red roses, smiled and said, Yue, will you be my girlfriend? Hearing these sweet words, Dong Yue's eyes welled up with tears. Han Tianlin offered her the bouquet. Remember, I once bought you roses before. To be honest, that time I was too lazy to care much. He looked at her lovingly. His hand gently touched her cheek. But this time, I bought roses for you, simply because you like them. Han Tianlin softly kissed the sweet, honeyed lips of Dong Yue. Her eyelashes were now wet with tears. Han Tianlin looked at her, expressing his heart. Yue, I've always felt that our relationship, I didn't need to say anything more, but I didn't realize you were always thinking so much about it. He gently wiped her tears. It's all my fault. Until now, I still owe you a declaration. Dong Yue held the bouquet as they faced each other. Han Tianlin said, so now I want to formally ask you, Yue, will you be my girlfriend? She replied, what's the point of me being your girlfriend? You're already the CEO of the Furuan Group. Han Tianlin smiled. How is it different from now? Anyway, you're the only woman I have. Besides you, who else could there be? He blushed shyly. Moreover, I like you. That's why I'm asking you to be my girlfriend. As for other things, they're not even in consideration. Dong Yue blushed. She quickly hugged Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin, Dong Yue cried, lovingly scolding him. You're so mean. Not giving me any hint, making me worry and overthink all day. He gently bit her hand and replied, is it because I haven't tried hard enough in bed that this little head of yours keeps thinking about unnecessary things? No, she hugged his neck and smiled, saying, so from now on, you're mine, right? Can I take you out and announce to everyone that you're my boyfriend? Han Tianlin happily replied, of course. He took something out of his pocket. It turned out to be a beautiful necklace. Han Tianlin said, when I was abroad, I passed by a jewelry store. I thought this would suit you perfectly. He put it around her delicate, beautiful neck. This time, don't throw it away, okay? Dong Yue smiled. I won't throw it away. She threw herself into his arms. Tianlin, I'm so happy. I agree to be your girlfriend. I love you to death. He gently kissed her forehead. They shared a sweet kiss as he softly stroked her hair. She clung to his shirt, not letting go. They continued to express their true feelings. The sweet kiss lingered on. Dong Ye let out a soft cry. He looked at her shyly and said, if they weren't in a public place, I would have devoured you already. Dong Ye consoled, then let's go home. The two sat together in the luxurious car, the wind whistling past. Dong Yue and Han Tianlin kept smiling in the car, unable to stop. Suddenly she asked him, your acting skills are really good, aren't they? You were so cold when talking to me earlier. Was it because you wanted to see me anxious? He leaned back in his seat and replied, no. Nanhui said doing so would make it more surprising. Dongye got angry. Nanhui is just a single person who's never been in love. You shouldn't listen to him. Han Tianlin sighed. She looked at him lovingly. Is he asleep? The driver informed Mr. Han had just gotten off the plane and immediately started arranging all this. He hasn't rested at all until now. Dongyue gently smoothed his hair. What you've given me is even better than I expected. She happily kissed Han Tianlin's cheek. Then she kept looking up at him. Thank you, Han Tianlin. Soon they arrived at the villa. The car stopped in front of the entrance. By now, Han Tianlin was deep in sleep. The driver looked at Dongyue and said softly, Miss Dong, now. She raised her hand to signal silence. Let him sleep a little longer. You can go home first. Dong Yue watched the driver get out of the car. She turned to admire Han Tianlin's handsome face. Dong Yue moved closer to him. She thought to herself, is it because I've suffered so much before that heaven has brought you to my side? She softly kissed Han Tianlin's lips. Han Tianlin, I love you so much right now. Han Tianlin slowly opened his eyes. He hugged her neck and kissed her gently. Dongye was surprised. He said, my little love, we're not home yet. Are you already this impatient? Dongye shyly pointed outside the window. No, aren't we already home? Her face, timid. Did I wake you up just now? Otherwise, you could have slept a bit longer. Han Tianlin gently touched Dongye's lips. They faced each other. He whispered, in the future, this kind of wake-up call, I don't mind if you do it many more times. They shared a passionate kiss. She hugged his broad chest tightly. He, in turn, pressed against her. He lightly touched Dongye's slender legs. She seductively said, Tianlin, I love you. He gently pressed his lips to her sweet ones. Han Tianlin looked intently at Dongyue. He shyly said, I love you too, my little love. Then he lightly bit her slender shoulder. Dongyue let out a soft cry. Moonlight illuminated the scene of the two tonight. A while later, while she was sleeping, Han Tianlin sat beside her, focused on work. She took out her phone to capture his handsome image. Suddenly, Han Tianlin grabbed the phone. Dongyue was surprised as he looked and said, taking secret photos of me. Dongyue stammered, if I post the photo I just took on my social media, would you get angry? He carefully stroked her head. You Don't mention past things anymore. From now on, you can do whatever you want and post any photos you like. He leaned closer to remind her, but it's best not to post bedroom photos. Dongyue angrily pushed Han Tianlin away. He smiled. She said, "Don't smear my reputation. I've never taken photos of such scenes." Suddenly, he reached out to hug her. Then he held up the phone to take a photo of them together. "Now, do you want to pose in any particular way? I'll cooperate with you." Dongyue smiled and replied, "Yes." She stuck out her tongue. "Let's make silly faces. Come on, come on." Han Tianlin pointed at his face. He widened his eyes like this, right? Yu was startled and speechless. They made funny faces for the photo. The camera clicked. She held the phone, laughing loudly. "It looks so funny. I'm gonna post this one." He looked at her lovingly. "You adorable fool." Early the next morning, while Dongye was sound asleep, the phone rang. She picked up. "Hello." The other end of the line, a loud scream erupted. "Dongye, are you together with Tianlin?" Dongyue, visibly annoyed, asked, "You called me just to ask this. Didn't you already know we're together?" Tan Yi, sitting on her bed, yelled in confusion, "How can it be the same? Before you were just a mistress standing behind him, but now Tianlin has acknowledged your status. You vixen, what tricks did you use?" "Huh?" Dongye calmly replied, "I didn't need to use any tricks. I just crook my finger and my boyfriend comes running." Tan Yi angrily retorted, "Let's see how long you can be smug. I won't give up so easily." With that, she hung up abruptly. Dongye lay on the bed, puzzled. Strange. How did Tan Yi know? We're not even friends on WeChat. Could it be? She sat up dazed and checked her friend circle. The phone screen displayed Tianlin's WeChat post titled with a photo of him and Dongyu together forever. Dongye's post was the same. She was surprised. Her heart kept fluttering. He made it public just like me. Dongye quickly jumped out of bed to call Han Tianlin. Suddenly, Dongye bumped into something on the table. She cried out. Hearing this, Han Tianlin rushed over. He came so quickly, his footsteps were clearly audible. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you fall?" She threw herself into his arms, smiling. "No, I'm just very happy." "Han Tianlin, you're so good. You're truly the best boyfriend in the world." He hugged her tightly and suggested, "Say it again." Dongyue happily said, "You're the best boyfriend in the world. I love you most in this world." Suddenly, Han Tianlin pressed down. He lay on top, looking at her affectionately. Dongyue covered her mouth and whispered, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." He leaned in closer. "It's okay. I don't mind at all." Their lips melted together. Dongyue turned over. Now Han Tianlin was lying under her. He looked surprised and bewildered. Dongyue lightly licked her lips, her face full of challenge. "Dear boyfriend, today I'll fight with you till the end." An hour later, when sunlight had filled the window, Dongyue lay beneath Han Tianlin. She sobbed, saying she wouldn't give up. "Are you a monster or what?" Han Tianlin replied, "I want to make up for the past months, so you won't blame me for being cold to you." His hand gently stroked Dongyue's glossy hair. Her face flushed red. He said, "The documents you prepared for studying abroad, I've deleted them all." Dongyue frowned and replied, "That was the result of my hard work during this time. Why did you delete them without saying a word to me?" He smiled, "Haven't I just told you now?" Dongyue felt a mix of fear and excitement. He kissed her forehead. Han Tianlin looked at Dongyue lovingly and said, "I've prepared different documents for you. You can look at them later." She asked confusedly, "What documents? I want to see them now." He touched her shoulder. "Now we don't even have a blanket covering us." Dongyue exclaimed, "Ah, Han Tianlin." He smiled and said, "Be good." They cuddled under the small blanket. The shower stopped, and Dongyue stepped out. She saw a notebook on the bed. Curious, Dongyue picked it up. It was an employment contract from Furuan Group. At that moment, Han Tianlin approached. "Take a look. If you have any additional requests, just let me know." Dongyue asked excitedly, "You want to sign a contract with me?" Han Tianlin sat down beside Dongyue. "Before, when you were at Furuan, I saw you help with some contracts for Nanhui. They looked pretty good. Moreover, you also like finance. Working at the #1 enterprise in Longcheng, isn't that better?" Dongyue thought to herself, he sounds so serious. "But I can see clearly that you want to set me free, or rather, keep me under your observation." Han Tianlin reached out. He wrapped his arm around Dongyue's waist. "Do you agree or not?" Dongyue asked hesitantly, "But what position will I have there?" Han Tianlin moved closer to her. "My special assistant, a special aide," Dongyue exclaimed, taking Nanhui's rice bowl. Han Tianlin tapped Dongyue's forehead lightly. "Of course, you'll have to divide the work between you, right? If Nanhui knew you thought this, she'd be heartbroken." Then, Han Tianlin kissed Dongyue's lips softly. Dongyue said affectionately, "All right, Mr. Han, CEO, if you're inviting me so sincerely, I'll agree right away." Han Tianlin gently stroked Dongyue's hair. The next day at Furuan Group, at 1 o'clock, the elevator doors opened. Han Tianlin and Dongyue stepped out. A female employee rushed over and said, Mr. Han, Miss Chin came here looking for you 2 hours ago. Dong Yue sighed and thought, this Chin Yi Yi is truly a lingering ghost. Dong Yue then asked the employee, where is Miss Chin Yi Yi? The employee observed the expressions of both and said nothing. Han Tianlin coldly walked past. Notify all departments, meeting in 10 minutes. The female employee bowed her head and complied. Then she caught up with Han Tianlin. The employee from earlier said to Dong Yue, Miss Chin is waiting in the reception room. In the reception room, Chin Yi Yi irritably put down her teacup. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching. Chin Yi Yi looked up with a cheerful expression. Tianlin. She was startled to see Dong Yue standing at the door with folded arms. Chin Yi frowned. Oh, it's you, Miss Dong. Feeling smug, are we? If my boyfriend saw your face-changing skills right now, I'm afraid he'd have to applaud to show his admiration. Dong Yue retorted. That's right, Chin Yi Yi. If Tianlin saw your sour, sharp-tongued expression like this, I'm afraid he'd run away soon enough. Dong Yue continued. To be honest with you, he's not only seen this sour face of mine, but he's also seen all the expressions on my face already. Yet he still hasn't run away. Don't you think his psychological tolerance is quite strong? Chin Yi Yi tensed up. Don't be too smug too soon. Although you're Tianlin's girlfriend now, if you want to enter the Han family, you'll need to reconsider. Dong Ye waved her hand. Last time you said I was nothing more than Han Tianlin's mistress. You said I shouldn't be too smug too soon. As a result, I became his official girlfriend. Dong Ye moved closer to Chin Yi Yi. Borrowing your kind words, let's see next time if I can show you our marriage certificate as well. Chin Yi Yi was so angry she couldn't move. You, how can you be so shameless? Dong Yue waved her hand. It depends on who I'm dealing with. If it's with you, someone with such thick skin that you keep clinging to my boyfriend, why should I feel ashamed? Chin Yi angrily threatened. Just you wait and see. Dong Yue coldly walked away, not bothering to see her out. At this moment, Nanhui entered and praised Dong Yue. Miss Dong, you're so decisive. Dong Yue turned her head. Why are you here? Aren't you attending the meeting with Han Tianlin? Nanhui replied, Mr. Han asked me to take you to assume your position and hand over the department work to you. Miss Dong. Dong Yue said, we're about to become colleagues, so there's no need to be so formal. Nanhui responded, you're right. Nanhui smiled and handed some project files to Dong Yue. These are the projects you'll be responsible for in the future. Now I'll show you to your new office. Then Nanhui led Dong Yue to her office. At this moment, in that office, an excited employee said to everyone, this is from Miss Chin. You know, we all get a share. Every one of us. Nanhui and Dong Ye walked by. He reminded Dong Ye, I want to tell you something. This Chin Yi Yi isn't as simple as she seems. You need to be more careful when you work. Dong Ye wondered, besides her thick skin, does she have any special skills? Nanhui said with a worried expression, Chin Yi Yi has been by Mr. Han's side for many years. There's a reason for that. Dong Ye calmly interrupted, because she's Chin Rui's sister. Nanhui asked in shock, you know that too. Dong Yue sighed. Mr. Han has mentioned it to me before. Nanhui looked at Dong Yue and said, then you must know about the terrible relationship there. In recent years, the Chin family has relied on Mr. Han to gain many benefits, yet they feel no shame at all. Chin Yi Yi is like a tiger eyeing its prey, always staring at the position of the CEO's wife. Dong Yue was surprised. Why do you seem to hate the Chin family so much? Nanhui shook his head. You don't know how disgustingly they take advantage of the situation. I just feel bad for Mr. Han. Chin Rui died for Mr. Han's sake, not for the other members of the Chin family. Nanhui smiled. But Chin Rui's death anniversary is approaching. Every time it's near that day, Mr. Han's mood becomes very poor. However, his tolerance for the Chin family members becomes very strong. You should pay attention to that. Dong Yue replied, thank you. Arriving at the office door, Nanhui smiled and said, we're finally here. He generously opened the door for Dong Yue. No need to thank me. Having followed Mr. Han for so many years, I'm finally seeing him find a girlfriend. I hope you two can be together for a long time. Dong Yue was stunned. A long time. Yue. Dong Yue turned and called out. Fusija appeared. Nanhui, holding a stack of documents, entered the room. You two go ahead and talk. These documents aren't urgent. Dong Yue said happily, thank you, Nanhui. A while later, in the coffee room, Dong Yue asked Fusija, why did you come to work at Furuan? When did this happen? Fusija handed coffee to Dong Yue. Just a few days ago, I saw Furuan was hiring, so I came. The two sat talking. Meanwhile, Han Tianlin sat silently in his office. He made a phone call asking, how did Fusija get into the company? Nanhui answered the call. He was sent here by the eldest miss from that side. Fusija is her senior from school. Han Tianlin said over the phone, I see. At this moment, Fusija and Dong Yue were walking together. Han Tianlin pondered. Jinu doesn't seem like the type to be enthusiastic about her senior's work. Could it be that she likes this fuchsia? Suddenly, a message came from Qin Yi. She texted Han Tianlin, attaching a cheerful photo of Fuxija and Dong Yue. Tianlin, look at this. Dong Yue is already by your side, yet she's being intimate with another man. Han Tianlin silently put down his phone. At that moment, Dong Yue walked in. She sighed, I'm exhausted. Dong Yue quickly lay down on the couch. Han Tianlin secretly glanced at her feet and saw some red marks. He immediately approached and asked, why are your heels bleeding? Are your shoes uncomfortable? After saying this, Han Tianlin applied a bandage to Dong Yue's foot. He gently pinched her nose. What are you thinking about? It's almost time for lunch. What do you want to eat today? Dong Yue said, just now, while I was getting familiar with the company environment, I met Sija. Han Tianlin tensed up, and then Dong Yue said with sparkling eyes, I didn't expect that he'd also come to work at Furuan. Sija and Aunt Liu are like the only family I have left. The incident with Mei Du is now in the past. 2 days ago, Aunt called me over for dinner. I want to bring you along to officially introduce you to them, to give them some peace of mind. Han Tianlin gently stroked Dong Yue's head. Are you afraid I won't agree? Dong Yue excitedly asked, so you'll agree, right? Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue tightly. Yue, I'm really happy if you want to introduce me to your family. He gently kissed Dong Yue's forehead. And if you want to meet my mother, I'll go with you too. Dong Yue replied, okay, it's decided then. Han Tianlin's car rolled down the street. It arrived at an apartment building. The car stopped, and Han Tianlin opened the door and got out. He said to Dong Yue, you go up first and greet them. Sijia and I will bring up the gifts. Fu Sijia said, that's right, Yue, you go in first. Dong Yue reassured them, okay, but hurry up, you two. As Dong Yue went ahead, Fu Sijia turned to look at Han Tianlin. He said with an unhappy expression, Mr. Han, coming for a meal and bringing so many things, you're being too polite. Han Tianlin, carrying gifts in both hands, replied, Yue said she wanted to bring me to meet the most important people in her life, so of course, I have to be respectful. Fu Sijia opened the car to get the items. Then he said, with Mr. Han's status being with Yue, I'm afraid there's no future. Fu Sijia carried the items towards Han Tianlin. Actually, there's no need to create so many good impressions. Yue is quite naive and tends to overthink. Han Tianlin asked sternly, do you like Dong Yue? Fu Sijia replied, yes, I've always liked her. Han Tianlin then said, she deliberately brought me here. It means she sees you all as her family. That's all. So whatever thoughts you might have, I'm afraid they're all in vain. Fu Sijia responded, sooner or later, she'll realize who is truly the most suitable person to be by her side. Han Tianlin frowned, you mean yourself? He glanced at Fu Sijia and said, on one hand, you like Dong Yue. On the other, you exploit Jinu's feelings for you to get a job at Furuan. Is this the suitability you're talking about? Fu Sijia stammered you. Han Tianlin's face hardened. If Yue didn't consider you family, I would have made you disappear from Furuan long ago. Han Tianlin turned around. If you're here to work, then do it well. Don't think about things you shouldn't. With that, Han Tianlin walked away. Fu Sijia stood there motionless. He paused for a moment. Then Fu Sijia and Han Tianlin entered together. Aunt Liu asked, why did you take so long? Han Tianlin put down the gift bags. The little kitten was in such a good mood. She ran faster than us. Dong Yue stuck out her tongue, teasing Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin stepped closer to Aunt Liu. Hello, Aunt. I'm Han Tianlin, Dong Yue's boyfriend. Aunt Liu said, Mr. Han, please have a seat. Dong Yue playfully poked Han Tianlin's cheek. Aunt, don't be so nervous. Today he's here as my boyfriend, nothing more. Look how I'm teasing him. Aunt Liu smiled. You little one, go to the kitchen and set the table. Yes, I know. Aunt Liu and Dong Yue stood in the kitchen. Suddenly, Aunt Liu's eyes welled up with tears. Dong Yue looked puzzled. Aunt Liu choked up. If Mei Du were alive, she'd be so happy. Dong Yue blamed herself. She replied, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, Mei Du would be happily reading books now. Everything would be fine. Aunt Liu said about Mei Du, I haven't blamed you for many years. I've watched you grow up. So when I see that you have found such a good boyfriend, I'm truly happy in my heart. Dong Yue smiled and said, thank you, Aunt. Aunt Liu suddenly sighed. As for my foolish son, I know you've never liked him, so don't take his feelings to heart. Dong Yue smiled and replied, yes, don't worry, Aunt. Han Tianlin stood outside, listening to their conversation in silence. In the evening, on the road, the car suddenly stopped. Han Tianlin spoke up. The car broke down. Dong Yue suggested, then let's walk back. This place isn't far from the villa. We can take a stroll. Han Tianlin frowned. Did you forget your foot is injured? Dong Yue was stunned. Oh, I really forgot about that. Han Tianlin gently patted Dong Yue's head. Get out of the car. I'll carry you on my back to the villa. Han Tianlin carried Dong Yue. Dong Yue curiously asked, Han Tianlin, have you ever carried any other girl before? No, Dong Yue pressed further. So I'm the first woman you've carried on your back. Han Tianlin leaned his head and said to her, you're not just the first I've carried. You're also the first I've slept with, and you're my only one. Dong Yue gently kissed Han Tianlin's ear. You're my only one too. Han Tianlin said, I don't think Fu Xijia's mother's feelings for you are particularly special. Why do you still care about them? Dong Yue frowned. You've noticed that. But you don't need to bring this up during such romantic moments. Doesn't it ruin the mood? She hugged Han Tianlin's neck tightly. I've told you before, Uncle Fu brought me home. But shortly after I arrived, Uncle Fu fell ill and passed away. Now Meidu is no longer certain that Aunt is comfortable in her heart. Dong Yue smiled and continued, but I remember clearly, when I was little, every time Aunt bought something, she always bought 3 portions. Every night before bed, she would come to check if Meidu had kicked off her blanket, but she didn't forget to pull the blanket over me too. Han Tianlin replied, at least they've taken care of you for all these years and given you a safe place to stay. Dong Yue whispered in Han Tianlin's ear, but now, my safest place is with you. Han Tianlin suddenly stopped. Do you really think so? Dong Yue, embarrassed, said, really, can we just go home now? Then Han Tianlin carried Dong Yue back to the villa. The next morning at Furuan Group, the phone on the desk suddenly received a message. Qin Yi sent a text with an image to Han Tianlin. Tianlin, Dong Yue and Fu Xijia have been together for many years. Now Fu Xijia has joined the company. He must be intentionally trying to get close to Dong Yue. Dong Yue must be after your power and status. That's why she's deliberately clinging to you. Han Tianlin replied, mind your own business. Stop inquiring about Dong Yue everywhere. In Qin Yi's room, she angrily threw her phone down. Why? Why does Tianlin still trust her so much? Why won't he wake up? Then Qin Yi stared at the calendar. She caressed the number 13 on the calendar. Now only you can help me. In the office, Nanhui and Dong Yue were working intently. Dong Yue asked, what is it? Do you have something to say? Nanhui replied, today is Qinrui's death anniversary. Dong Yue picked up her phone and pondered, the 13th. Although Tianlin doesn't show any reaction outwardly, he must be feeling very uncomfortable inside. Dong Yue said sadly, it's just like how I feel on Meidu's death anniversary. Then Dong Yue stood up. Thanks, I'm going out for a while. Nanhui replied, no need to thank me. Dong Yue entered Han Tianlin's office. She glanced at the food box on the table. You're not eating. Then Dong Yue closed the food box. Han Tianlin opened his eyes wide. Yue. Dong Yue sat down next to Tianlin. If you're not in a good mood, you can tell me anything you want. With me, you can always be yourself. Dong Yue gently pushed away the food box. If you don't like this food, you don't have to eat it. When you're hungry, I'll make something delicious for you. Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue. You already knew. Dong Yue leaned on Han Tianlin's shoulder. Honestly, I don't know how to comfort you, but I'll always be by your side. Whenever you need me, you can come to me. Han Tianlin patted Dong Yue's head. All right, I'll take you somewhere. A while later, at the cemetery, Dong Yue and Han Tianlin stood in front of a grave. Is this Qinrui? Han Tianlin replied, yes, it's him. Dong Yue placed a bouquet of flowers down. Qinrui, thank you for saving Han Tianlin. Dong Yue held Han Tianlin's hand. Don't worry. From now on, I'll take on your mission. I'll protect him well. I won't let him get hurt. Han Tianlin frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? No one is born with the mission to protect me. He gently caressed Dong Yue's cheek. From now on, no matter what danger appears, you must protect yourself first. Do you understand? Dong Yue pouted. I know. Why are you so serious? At that moment, someone called. Han Tianlin answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Han. Something happened to Miss Qin. She's in the emergency room at the hospital. Han Tianlin panicked. What? He grabbed Dong Yue's hand. Let's go to the hospital. That evening at the hospital, Han Tianlin and Dong Yue stood outside the emergency room. The doctor said, the patient's condition has just stabilized. We don't know what caused her to be so agitated that she harmed herself like this. She just needs to rest now, and she'll be fine. Han Tianlin replied, thank you, doctor. After saying that, he entered the room. Qin Yi was lying in the hospital bed. Dong Yue saw this and thought to herself, after all these years, Qin Yi didn't have any issues earlier, but now she chooses to attempt suicide on Qinrui's death anniversary. I'm afraid she's doing this to get Han Tianlin's attention. Suddenly, Qin Kasheng rushed in, bumping into Dong Yue without care. Yi, he approached Qin Yi's bed. Why did you do such a foolish thing? Do you want to leave your father all alone? How could I possibly live without you? Qin Yi sobbed. Dad, why did you save me? Just let me die. I don't want to live anymore. I want to go find my brother. Qin Kasheng cried, feeling sorry for his daughter. You still have your father. Do you want to abandon your father too? If you're so heartless, how can I go on living? Qin Yi, with tears in her eyes, said, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm just so tired. Qin Yi used this opportunity to reach out to Han Tianlin. I miss my brother. I miss him so much, boo-hoo. Han Tianlin clenched his fist. He reluctantly moved forward to hug Qinyi. All right, don't cry anymore. Dong Yue, standing beside, thought to herself. The words of Qinyi and her father are clearly reminding Han Tianlin of the pain that Qinrui's death is bringing to their family. Looking at the Qin family's intentions, it's clear that what they want is not Han Tianlin's care, but him himself. Qinyi looked up at Dong Yue. She angrily pointed at Dong Yue. Why are you here? Dong Yue said, Tianlin and I heard you had an incident, so we rushed here to see how you were doing. Qinyi grabbed a pillow. You came to see how I am, to see if I'm not dead yet. I don't want to see you anymore. Get out of my hospital room right now. Get out now. Qin Kasheng gently calmed his daughter. Yi, this is Mr. Han's girlfriend. What are you doing? Qin Yi held her head. I hate her. She came here to mock me. She's not a good person. She turned as if to appeal to Han Tianlin. Tianlin, I don't want to see her. Can you make her leave? She always bullies me. Dong Ye crossed her arms and said, Miss Qin, it's fine if you dislike me, but saying I bully you is a bit too much. We're all adults here. Should I praise you for stealing my boyfriend? Am I supposed to say you did a great job? At that moment, Dr. Zhu opened the door and entered. Stop it. Dr. Zhu said to Dong Ye, Hello, I'm Dr. Zhu, Miss Qin's psychologist. Miss Qin suffers from severe depression. Your words just now could potentially agitate her. Please be careful with your words and actions. Qin Kasheng worriedly said, Dr. Zhu, why are you here? What do you mean by severe depression that you mentioned earlier? Dr. Zhu replied, Mr. Qin, Mr. Han, Yi came to me for psychological treatment a month ago. I found that she's currently suffering from severe depression and could attempt suicide at any time. Qin Yi's tears flowed. I'm sorry. I was afraid of worrying everyone, so I didn't say anything. Dr. Zhu then said to Mr. Han, Miss Dong, Mr. Han, would it be convenient for us to talk for a moment? Later, outside the hospital room, Dr. Zhu handed the medical report to Dong Ye and Han Tianlin to review. This is the report of Yi's depression test results. You can take a look. Han Tianlin took the paper. When did this start? Dr. Zhu replied, about a month ago. She suddenly came to me to talk a lot, and I realized that her condition is very serious. After Qin Shui passed away, she actually hasn't overcome her grief. On the outside, she seems fine, but because she has transferred her feelings for her brother onto Mr. Han here. Dong Yu pursed her lips. Dr. Zhu glanced at Dong Yu. So after learning that Mr. Han and Miss Dong are together, she seems to have been greatly agitated. She's afraid Mr. Han will leave her. That's why this depression has erupted so violently. Dong Yu asked, so in your opinion, Dr. Zhu, what should we do? Dr. Zhu replied, in my view, in front of Yi, Mr. Han and Miss Dong should maintain an appropriate distance and not agitate her. At least give her a process to adapt and accept. Dong Ye continued, and then, if she can't accept it in a year, I'll have to keep my distance from my boyfriend for the entire following year. And if she can't accept it in 15 years, then I have to keep my distance from Han Tianlin for 15 years. Dong Yue said sadly, Dr. Zhu's words are no different from directly advising us to break up, right? Dr. Zhu forced a smile. Miss Dong, I'm only considering the patient's condition. That's why I made this suggestion. Besides, her brother died because of Mr. Han here, so it's only natural for Mr. Han to protect her. Dong Ye continued, don't play the moral kidnapping game here. You're known as a professional psychologist. Can't you see that her feelings for Han Tianlin are not sibling affection at all, but romantic love? Dong Yue moved closer to Dr. Zhu. You not only failed to enlighten her, but instead, you're letting her continue in her delusion, using a fake depression report as evidence. Are you sure you don't have other intentions? Dr. Zhu felt uneasy. Miss Dong, I know this will upset you, but Yi is still lying in a hospital bed. Aren't you being too cold-hearted? Dr. Zhu then left. That's my suggestion. Whether you listen or not is up to you. I'm leaving now, he said. As Dr. Zhu hurriedly left, Han Tianlin then said, don't pay attention to what he said. Dong Yue moved closer to Han Tianlin. Of course, I won't pay attention to it. Tianlin, I think the one who needs to see a psychologist is you. Your sense of guilt is too heavy, and you can't keep carrying it on your back forever. Han Tianlin gripped the paper tightly. I know, but if she really dies because of me, I can't be indifferent. Dong Yue coldly walked past. She entered Qin Yi's hospital room. As soon as Qin Cathay saw Dong Yue, he said, Miss Dong, my daughter is currently agitated when she sees you, so please don't provoke her anymore. Dong Yue said, I want to talk to her privately for a few minutes. Don't worry, I won't say anything to upset her. Qin Cathay looked worried but said, all right. Dong Yue quickly closed the door. Qin Yi sat on the bed smugly. What do you want to say to me? Dong Yue asked, feeling very smug. Aren't you? Qin Yi pretended to be innocent. I don't know what you're talking about. Dong Yue raised her voice. Is that the plan you came up with? It's just the two of us now. No need to pretend to be hurt. Qin Yi smirked smirked. I'm suffering from severe depression. How dare you provoke me so casually? Be careful. Tianlin might get angry at you. Dongyue continued. You think that by having Dr. Zhu make a fake depression report, everything will go smoothly. Dongyue clenched her fist, thinking, as a former severe depression patient myself, I'm afraid I know better than you what Qinyi looks like when having an episode. Qinyi threatened, don't think about cornering me. Dongyue threw the phone onto the bed. Qinyi picked up the phone to check it. Dongyue crossed her arms and said, relax, there's no recording. The Qin family has been using your brother's story to bleed Furui dry. By now, Qin Corporation should have had enough, right? Dongyue smiled lightly. As for you, you say every day that you like Han Tianlin, but I can't see if you like him as a person or if you like his money. Qinyi was speechless. She grabbed the phone from Dongyue. He values relationships greatly. That's why he's so good to the Qin family. But you've been exploiting his guilt about your brother. You keep putting on act after act. How long do you think he can endure this? Dongyue turned to leave. At that moment, Qinyi grabbed a thermos and threw it at Dongyue. Get out of here. I'm not taking advantage of Tianlin. How dare you say my brother deserves to die? You're the one who deserves to die. Han Tianlin and Qin Cathay worriedly opened the door. What's going on? Qin Cathay raised his voice. Miss Dong, how could you say such things? You're not welcome here. Please leave. Han Tianlin approached Dongyue. Are you hurt? Does it hurt anywhere? Dongyue smiled. I'm fine. At this moment, Qinyi shouted, Dad, don't stop me. Dad, let me die. Qinyi got off the bed, sobbing. I'll die and have nothing to do with Tianlin anymore. I'm so hated that I've become like this. What have I done wrong to make her despise me so much? Qinthay grabbed Qinyi's hand, stopping his daughter from walking towards the window. Mr. Han, please come help me quickly. Han Tianlin grabbed Qinyi's wrist. Yi, please calm down. Qinyi sat on the bed and said sadly, I'm really sorry, Tianlin. I don't know what came over me just now. Han Tianlin glanced behind. It was empty. It seemed Dongyue had left. Night fell at Han Tianlin's villa. Dongyue coldly held a glass of red wine. At this moment, Han Tianlin walked in. Dongyue glanced at him. You're back early. I thought Yiji would ask you to stay overnight to feel at ease. Han Tianlin reached out to Dongyue, caringly asking, were you hurt earlier? Dongyue avoided his hand. I'm fine. Han Tianlin then said, you don't need to go see Qinyi anymore in the future. Dongyue said smugly, oh, how so? Is Mr. Han afraid that I'll trigger the severe depression of patient Qinyi? Han Tianlin frowned. I don't want you to provoke her, and I certainly don't want her to hurt you. Dongyue gently put down her wine glass. Just now, the things Qinyi said, do you believe that I said them? Han Tianlin fell silent. Dongyue took out a small voice recorder. After battling wits with the Dong family for so long, I've learned how to protect myself. Let me play it for you to hear. Listen to Yi's damned words. See if they came from my mouth or not. In the evening, when Dongyue had gone to sleep, Han Tianlin entered the room. He gently hugged Dongyue from behind, still angry. Do you want to hear my explanation? Dongyue turned her head. Go on. Han Tianlin then said, since I was born, almost everyone around me had an agenda, either for fame or for personal gain. Han Tianlin sighed. Li Sicheng and Qin Rui were the only two close friends I had, and they meant very different things to me. Even if a Rui hadn't died because of me, I would still help his family, let alone now. No matter how many flaws Yi has, I can't abandon her. Dongyue said, but the problem is, have you considered that they're actually taking advantage of your sense of loyalty towards Qin Rui? What they want isn't just your care for the Qin family, they want you too. Han Tianlin gently stroked Dongyue's hair. Please give me some time. I will handle all of this properly. Dongyue thought to herself, Qin Rui is a trump card. Can my position in his heart really be compared to the fact that Qin Rui died for him? 1 week later at Foreign Group, Qinyi walked gracefully down the hallway. She opened the door and entered Han Tianlin's office. Tianlin, I've brought you an afternoon snack. Han Tianlin focused on reviewing the accounts, not even glancing at Qinyi. Sit down. Qinyi sat down and complained to Tianlin. You see me discharged from the hospital, and you're not surprised at all. Han Tianlin focused on the documents. Your attending physician told me in advance that your injury wasn't severe. You only needed to stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 days to be discharged, but you stayed for a whole week, so you must be feeling much better now. Qinyi frowned. Tianlin, I just want you to glance at me once. Is that too much to ask? You said you see me as your sister, but if a brother knew his sister was in the hospital, he would definitely visit her every day. Han Tianlin said coldly, then have you fulfilled your duty as a sister? Qinyi was bewildered. What do you mean by that? Han Tianlin quickly explained to Qinyi, Dongyue is my girlfriend. You need to learn to respect her, and if you can't learn that, then whether I have one more or one less sister doesn't really matter anymore. Qinyi pretended to be pitiful, brother, because of Dongyue, you're even rejecting your own sister. Han Tianlin scratched his head. Don't mention mention your brother anymore. Your brother is not you. He wouldn't want to see my girlfriend being mistreated either. Qinyi stood up. Tianlin, can't you see clearly yet? I like you. I've secretly loved you for so many years. Why did you choose to be with Dongye? Qinyi pointed. She's so scheming and cruel. She even sent her own biological father to prison. How can you be with such a woman? Han Tianlin couldn't bear it and stood up. Get out. My girlfriend is not for you to judge from head to toe like that. Han Tianlin looked at her face. I will never like you, so quickly withdraw those little thoughts of yours. At this moment, Dong Yue was standing outside the door. Dong Yue opened the door and entered Han Tianlin's office. At the same time, Qin Yi ran out. She cried and shouted at Dong Yue's face. Dong Yue, you just wait. Dong Yue turned her head to watch Qin Yi run away. I think you should be grateful. I'm not mocking you. Why are you threatening me? Han Tianlin asked Dong Yue. Did you hear everything just now? Dong Yue smiled. I didn't hear anything. She put the ledgers on Han Tianlin's desk. Mr. Han, this is the project from LI Group next door. They've offered us a good price. Han Tianlin said, great job. What reward would you like? Dong Yue winked. Does this require the boss to make a decision somewhere private? Then, Dong Yue turned around. Han Tianlin, confused, asked, where are you going? Dong Yue looked back. There's still some information I haven't finished investigating. I need to go supervise now. Han Tianlin thought to himself, I wonder if she remembers that tomorrow is my birthday. In the evening, at the villa, Dongye was happily taking a shower. She turned off the shower head. After showering, Dongye entered the bedroom. Where's Tianlin? Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Dongye panicked. Is there a power outage? She hurriedly ran out. Tianlin, I think the villa has lost power. Suddenly, Dongye froze. Han Tianlin was standing downstairs, having prepared a cake for Dongye. Yo, happy birthday. The clock just turned to 12 o'clock. Dongye was stunned. You're right, today is my birthday. She slowly walked down the stairs. She rushed to hug Han Tianlin. Tianlin, you're so good. Han Tianlin gently placed a crown on Dongye's head. I've prepared some dessert too. Blow out the candles and make a wish first. Dongye wished that she and Han Tianlin would always be as happy as they were now. With a whoosh, Dongye blew out the candles. Han Tianlin turned on the lights. Stay there. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to serve the dessert. Dongye waited happily. Then I'll trouble Mr. Han. She glanced secretly at Han Tianlin. With a husband like this, what more could a wife ask for? At this moment, her phone rang. Someone had sent a message. Han Tianlin brought over a plate of fruit. Who sent a message that made you so happy? Dongye happily showed her phone. It's a message from Sijia. Han Tianlin put down the fruit plate. You two seem to have a close relationship. Dong Yue stood up. The relationship between me and Deputy Sijia, don't you already know very well? He's like a brother to me. Besides, he only sent a message to wish me happy birthday. Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue's waist. But at the company, you two have been interacting frequently. Dong Yue lightly kissed Han Tianlin's cheek. That's just work-related interaction. Don't be so jealous. Let's eat quickly. Han Tianlin took out a piece of paper. Wait, look at this first. Dong Yue was startled and nervously took the paper. It was a real estate certificate. Han Tianlin lovingly embraced Dong Yue. I noticed you really like this place, so I've transferred the ownership to you. It's now in your name. He whispered in Dong Yue's ear. Is this more trustworthy than Deputy Sijia's cliché happy birthday message? Dong Yue opened the certificate. She was shocked when she saw the information inside. She said to Han Tianlin in a tense voice, Han Tianlin, are you crazy? This villa is worth hundreds of millions. It's one of your favorite private assets that you own. Han Tianlin frowned. You don't want it? Dong Yue hugged the certificate with a joyful expression. Of course I want it, she said, dazed. It's just that I didn't think you'd use money to hit me like this. Han Tianlin patted Dong Yue's head. How does it feel to be hit with money? Dong Yue happily kissed Han Tianlin's cheek. Absolutely wonderful. This is the most luxurious birthday gift I've ever received. Han Tianlin looked into Dong Yue's sparkling eyes. Happy birthday. Dong Yue smiled happily. I'm super happy. Hehe. Han Tianlin gently bit Dong Yue's hand. Now, can you let me be a little happy with you too? After saying that, Han Tianlin passionately kissed Dong Yue's lips. Dong Yue breathed heavily. So how do you want to be happy now? Han Tianlin immediately kissed Dong Yue's lips again, then slowly undid the knot on her outfit. The certificate and her clothes fell down. The cake and fruit plate remained untouched on the dining table. The next morning, Dong Yue and Han Tianlin were still sleeping dreamily. At this moment, Dong Yue stretched and woke up. She panicked when she picked up her phone. What? It's 10 o'clock already. Dong Yue immediately shook Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin, wake up. We're late for work. Dong Yue thought to herself, it's all because we went a bit overboard last night. If I had set an alarm, we wouldn't be late like this. Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue. Sleep a little more. It's your birthday today. I've already asked for a day off for you. Later, I'll take you out for fun. Dong Yue sighed. That's a relief. That's a relief. She turned and grabbed Han Tianlin's neck. Dear Han Tianlin, you already gave me a surprise last night. Now early in the morning, you're giving me another surprise. What's going on? Han Tianlin lightly kissed Dong Yue's hand. I've already called for breakfast to be made. If you don't want to sleep anymore, get up and wash your face. Dong Yue happily replied, all right then, you hurry up too. A moment later, Han Tianlin held Dong Yue's hand as they walked towards the plane that Han Tianlin had prepared. Dong Yue looked up. Is this a private jet? Where are you planning to take me? Han Tianlin said, you'll know when we get there. He generously opened the door for her. Hurry up. Dong Yue was stunned. Don't tell me you're going to fly the plane. Han Tianlin pinched Dong Yue's cheek. Don't worry, I have a pilot's license. Dong Yue slowly stepped in. Is there anything you haven't experienced yet? Han Tianlin gently fastened the seatbelt for Dong Yue. Then he softly kissed her cheek. Your boyfriend has many skills. You can slowly uncover them. Han Tianlin caressed Dong Yue's cheek lovingly and said, Happy birthday, my dear Miss Dong. The plane's engine roared in the sky. It landed on the runway of a vast resort with a clattering sound. Dong Yue sat inside, excited. Wow, this estate is so huge. Just as she was about to open the door, Han Tianlin quickly stopped her. Dong Yue wondered, He leaned on her shoulder and said, Do you think? He gently touched her attractive shoulder. Dong Yue hugged him. She moved closer and smiled. Mr. Han's stamina is really good. Dong Yue whispered, I've never tried it on a plane before. He tied her hands, continuously teasing. It's your birthday today. I can fulfill your wish for your first birthday right now. Their lips clung tightly to each other. He gently kissed her neck. Suddenly, a phone ringtone interrupted their intimate moment. Han Tianlin was reluctant to answer. Dong Yue said, Even if we're out having fun, you should still answer the phone. What if it's something important? He reluctantly picked up the phone. The screen showed the caller as Ugly Tan Yi. Han Tianlin quickly hung up. It's Tan Yi. No need to get involved in her business. Suddenly, a message arrived. Tan Yi said, Tianlin, I just want to see your face one last time. Dong Yue felt uneasy seeing this. Was Tan Yi trying her old tricks again? She called again. Han Tianlin answered. She pretended to be dejected and said, Tianlin, I hope that without me, you'll be happy forever. She took a knife and cut her own wrist. With a slicing sound, Han Tianlin startled and called out, Yi. Tan Yi trembled and trembled. She kept shedding dirty tears. Tianlin, I know I shouldn't bother you. I also know that you hate me very much now, but I want to use this method to make you remember me. Before leaving, she kept clinging on. I have to go find my brother now. I'm sure he will love me very much. Thank you for taking care of me these years. Will you miss me? After saying this, she hung up. Han Tianlin was stunned. He made a call. With a serious face, he ordered people to find Tan Yi. Once found, immediately take her to the hospital. Dong Yue, seeing this crazy scene, thought to herself, surely Tan Yi knew today was my birthday, so she deliberately ruined it. Haha. Han Tianlin was extremely tired. She gently advised, go back, in your heart. You can't bear to leave my image, do you? Dong Yue seriously said, even if you stay here, you won't be at ease. It's better to go back home and see what's happening. Although very sad, Han Tianlin had to agree. Du Yue, I'm sorry. I'll arrange for someone to take you out. He looked at her lovingly. Wait for me to return and handle the matter. I'll come to you immediately. Dong Yue was sad, but didn't dare to say anything. If she went back home and saw that Tan Yi, she definitely wouldn't be able to control her anger. It's better to just stay here. She gently replied okay, and then stepped out of the plane. She had a request for Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin, if I say I want you to only compensate the Tan family with money and set clear boundaries with Tan Yi not taking care of her anymore, would you agree? At this moment, Han Tianlin, sitting inside, replied, Du Yue, she's a Rui's sister. I can't ignore her. Dong Yue coldly replied, I'm just causing trouble for no reason. You should go quickly. He looked at her lovingly. Wait for me to come back. Okay? The sound of the door closing rang out. The plane quickly took off. Yue looked up at the plane in the clear sky, still making a flapping sound. A moment later, she sat dazed in the spacious room. The phone rang. Ring, ring. A beautiful staff member entered politely and said, Miss Dong, right? Mr. Han has booked a tour guide service with the hotel. May I ask where you'd like to go today? Dong Yue quickly declined. No need to go anywhere. Just follow the plan and itinerary that was set before. Then tell Han Tianlin which places I'll be visiting each day. okay. That's enough. No need to say more about other issues. The staff member looked confused. At this, Dongyue gave her some money. Help me book the earliest flight back to China. The remaining amount is your tip. The staff member smiled and said, certainly. I'll go book the ticket right away. At night, Dongyue stepped off the bus. She sighed with relief. Being alone outside was also boring. It's better to go back to her grandmother's place for comfort. At this moment, her phone ringtone sounded. Dongyue answered the phone. Hello, Han Tianlin. On this side, she leaned lonely against the large wall. He announced that he had just rescued Tan Yi. He apologized. Duyue, I only have time to return your call now. She replied, you don't need to apologize. I just need to know that you're okay. Han Tianlin sounded gloomy. The doctor said her current condition is a bit dangerous. The suicidal tendency is very serious. I need to stay in the country for 2 more days. Dong Yue, walking alone on the street, replied. Han Tianlin sadly called out. She felt a bit uneasy and thought, running around all day like this, he must be very tired. Dong Yue smiled and said, it's okay. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand reason. You can stay in the country and handle your work with peace of mind. I'll have fun on my own. Hearing this, he felt relieved. She reminded him, but you owe me one this time, okay? When you come back, you have to cook a feast for me, a really grand one. Han Tianlin quickly agreed. Okay, whatever you want, I'll provide it for you. By now, Dong Yue had arrived at her destination. Standing in front of a house gate, she said, well, take some rest. I'm hanging up now. He replied, okay. Suddenly, a message from Yanhui arrived. He exclaimed, I hope you're all right. Dong Yue had to reply, her fingers tapping the keys, making clicking sounds. I'm fine, Yanhui sighed. He messaged, this time, Tan Yi was too cruel. If we had arrived late, it could have really been life-threatening. That's why President Han is taking it so seriously. Dong Yue pondered absent-mindedly. Indeed, one doesn't need many tricks. Just knowing how to use them is enough. Suddenly, she was surprised. Wait, how did this door open? Dong Yue opened the door and stepped inside. At this moment, Tujia saw her and asked, Duyue. Dong Yue was surprised. Tujia, why are you here? He rubbed his neck and said, didn't you give me the key before? I often come here to check on things. Today is your birthday. Not wanting to disturb you, I came here to clean up a bit first. She put her bag on the table, smiled, and said, thank you, Tujia. Deputy 2, Jia looked at her and asked, isn't President Han celebrating your birthday with you today? Dong Yue sadly replied, he's busy, so I came here alone to cheer myself up. Deputy Tujia was sympathetic. Doye, actually, I've heard some news. Her beautiful lips asked, what news? Did you hear? Not wanting to upset her, he showed her his phone. That hot search was quickly taken down. I originally wanted to take a screenshot for you to see, but then I didn't send it. You can see for yourself. Her gentle hand took the large phone. On the screen, information appeared. Tan family heiress rushed to hospital at midnight. Throughout the journey, she was accompanied by Seo Furuan. Could there be happy news for the couple soon? There was also an attached photo of Han Tianlin helping the sick Tan Yi into the car. Dongye anxiously inquired, do you think that Han Tianlin and I can't make it to the end? Deputy Tujia hurriedly replied, President Han's quick removal of the hot search proves he still doesn't want any scandal with the Tan family heiress. She bluntly said, even you don't dare to tell me the truth. His sorrowful eyes looked straight at her. His mouth kept comforting her. It's not that I don't dare to tell the truth. It's because you and I have known each other for so many years. I understand you too well. You look open and relaxed, but you're sincere and genuine towards Han Tianlin. I don't want to see you get hurt. Dong Yue, with a heart as calm as stone, replied, even if you don't say it, what's meant to happen will still happen. Deputy Tu Jia moved closer to her. He advised, in that statement, there seemed to be a hint of jealousy for her feelings. Du Yue, you and Han Tianlin might not make it to the end. It's not just me. I think probably everyone won't take your relationship seriously, including your rival, Tan Yi. Deputy Tu Jia's face, wanting to win Dong Yue, appeared. Talking about family background might seem cliché, but this is a gap that ordinary people like us find hard to overcome. Dong Yue felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She replied, I know. He gently patted her head. Deputy Tu Jia tried to persuade Dong Yue. I believe Han Tianlin has feelings for you. But after all, he's the CEO of Furuan. His marriage partner might not be something even he can decide. Even if he publicly announces you as his girlfriend, I don't think that's an optimistic sign. He quickly grabbed Dong Yue's hand. His mouth kept trying to discourage her love for Han Tianlin. Du Yue, the waters of high society are too deep. You've worked so hard to escape from Dongra. You've resolved everything. So I really don't want to see you once again. jump into such a deep pit. Dong Yue quickly pulled her hand away. She didn't want to care about his words anymore. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Hearing this, Deputy Tujia felt very sad inside. He seemed to have lost the chance to express his true feelings. He said, I brought some wine. If you don't mind, let's have a drink together. The two sat facing each other, emptying their glasses. Dong Yue was a bit tipsy. Her face flushed. She asked, why did you bring wine here? Do you also have troubles on your mind? Deputy Tujia poured her more wine and said, what troubles could there be now? We can only work hard. She drank a full glass of wine. Then she poured herself another glass. Deputy Tujia quickly tried to stop her. Duyue, don't drink too much. Dong Yue angrily slammed the wine glass on the table. It made a loud thud sound. She was upset. If I don't drink a lot, what can I do? I really don't know what to do now. She covered her face with her hands and cried. Until now, I never thought that in love, I wouldn't be defeated by a rival, but by the rival's brother. Dong Ye wondered, what should I do? Should I let him forget about his brother who died for me? How can I say such a thing? Deputy Tu Jia's face reddened. His heart was pounding thump, 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 thump. Dong Yue's cheeks were also flushed from the alcohol. He ran to hug her. Dong Yue was startled and pushed him away. She didn't want this. Tujia, what are you doing? His heart was still racing from her intense cry. He sat on the floor and said, do you think I've drunk too much and gone crazy? He said gloomily. It's only with the help of alcohol that I dare to express my feelings. Dong Yue stood up. Her face was cold and expressionless. If you need to pretend to be drunk to speak, then it's better not to say anything at all. It's getting late. You should go home and rest. Let me call a cab for you. Deputy Tujia grabbed her hand. He said seriously, Duyue, I know you don't want to hear this, but I must say it. Only now did Deputy Tujia dare to express his true feelings. I know you don't like me, and you've always seen me as a brother. Your attitude is so decisive and clear, but my heart is always unsettled. His face was flushed, and he was unwilling to give up. Duyue, I've liked you for so many years, and Han Tianlin now, he clearly doesn't have you in his heart. You should leave him and give me a chance, can you? Dong Ye pushed him away. Whatever is between me and Han Tianlin is our business. She added bluntly, you're too drunk. Let's pretend I didn't hear anything you said tonight. Let me take you home. Deputy Tujia, unwilling to give up, hugged her in frustration. No, I'm not going home. If you just give me a chance, we could make it work. Dong Yue sighed. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Dong Yue asked, who's there? She quickly pushed him away. Stop this nonsense. Let me go open the door. However, Deputy Tujia, still unwilling, held her tightly and wouldn't let go. No, I won't move. At this moment, her foot got tangled with his. They were about to fall to the floor. Dong Ye worried. This is not good. They fell hard onto the floor. He was on top of her. Dong Ye, uncomfortable, struggled against Deputy Tujia. Stop this nonsense. Just then, the door opened with a loud bang. Dong Ye, stunned, called out, Tianlin. Han Tianlin, seeing this scene, couldn't help but get angry. He quickly went over and kicked Deputy Tujia off Dong Yue. He glared and swung his fist at Deputy Tujia. Smack. Han Tianlin's powerful hands didn't stop hitting Deputy Tujia's face hard. Dong Yue quickly ran to stop Han Tianlin. Calm down. Stop hitting him. Han Tianlin, angry and unable to control himself, threw her hand off. Dong Yue hit the table and cried out in pain. Han Tianlin was startled. Duyue. He ran to support her. His heart felt like it was pierced by 1,000 knives. He said, for him, you're not even afraid of getting hurt. Dong Yue slowly stood up. She asked sadly, what do you mean? He angrily said, in the middle of the night, you two, a single man and woman, are here embracing each other. So what do you think this means? He glanced at the wine bottles nearby. Moving closer to her, he mocked, even drinking a few bottles of wine to set the mood. Were you planning to use alcohol to do something improper? Dong Yue was dazed. It's not what you think. Han Tianlin grabbed her face. Dong Yue, tell me, weren't you supposed to be abroad? Why are you here now with Deputy Tujia, who's secretly in love with you? If it's not what I think, then what is it? She replied sternly. You clearly know there's nothing between me and Tujia. He gently picked her up. I've only been away from you for a day. You already can't stand being lonely and run back to find another man. Are you that desperate? If so, I'll satisfy you. Dong Yue angrily said, let me go. Han Tianlin, do you know what you're saying? You're crazy. Deputy Tujia grabbed Han Tianlin's pant leg. He kicked him hard, making a thud sound. Deputy Tujia coughed up blood in pain. Dong Yue panicked. Tujia, she struggled. Han Tianlin, let me go. He carried her to the room and roughly put her on the bed. Dong Yue screamed. Han Tianlin, get out now. He said irritably, you're telling me to get out. So who do you want to come? Deputy Tujia. Han Tianlin ignored Dong Yue's words. He grabbed her jacket and pulled it off. Dong Yue, trembling with fear, screamed, don't touch me. He embraced her and kissed her forcefully. Dong Yue pushed him away slightly. Angrily, she bit his lip. Han Tianlin wiped his mouth, furious. Is this how you show you don't want me to touch you? She slapped him hard on the face. She yelled, "Get out," he said gloomily. When facing comrade's difficulties, and when facing death, your first thought is always how to arrange well for Deputy Tujia and his mother's remaining life. Han Tianlin looked at her and continued, "Today, on your birthday, you secretly returned to the country to celebrate with Deputy Tujia. Do you care about him that much? Then where do you place me in your heart?" She replied coldly, "Think whatever you want. This is my house. I'm asking you to leave. If you keep barging in and hitting people like this, I'll call the police to arrest you." Hearing this, his heart twisted in pain. "Ha, you want to call the police to arrest me?" Dong Yue said sternly. "I know you're very powerful and fear nothing, but may I ask, Mr. Han, what do you want now? Do you want to continue, or do you want to rush to take care of your sister, Qin Yi?" Han Tianlin hurriedly explained. "Dong Yue, Qin Yi almost lost her life. Between her and me, there's absolutely nothing going on. You know this very clearly. You don't need to be so jealous." She replied, "I don't care about your affairs, but you barging in here, directly hitting my friend without saying a word, and having intentions towards me too. Right now, I don't want to see you anymore. Can you please get out for me?" Han Tianlin left, heartbroken. Dong Yue silently watched him go. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound. She turned her head. "That's right, Tujia." She quickly ran out. Dong Yue helped him up and asked, "Tujia, are you okay?" Deputy Tujia replied, "What's done is done. What should come will come." She also clarified, "It's not that you caused trouble for me, but before this, there was already a crisis of trust between him and me." She sighed. "Ah." Deputy Tujia coughed painfully. Dong Yue advised, "Don't move anymore. Let me call 120 to come here." A moment later, in the emergency room, the doctor examined Deputy Tujia. He said 2 ribs were broken. He needs to stay in the hospital for 2 more days for observation. Dong Yue politely said, "Yes, thank you, doctor." She looked at Deputy Tujia from behind. Dong Yue said, "I'm sorry." He sadly blamed himself. "This is all my own doing. Don't tell my mother about this, okay?" Dong Yue wiped her tears and replied, "I understand." He sighed. "Ever since Meidu passed away, even if I get just a small scratch, my mother gets so worried she can't sleep. So I'm afraid of her finding out." She covered her face, sobbing. "It's all because of me. Meidu's death was because of me. You ending up like this is also because of me." He turned to look at her and comforted her. "Don't take everything upon yourself like that. Today's incident is my problem. I'll meet Tianlin to explain." Any normal man seeing that situation would get angry. If they don't get angry, it means they don't care. Dong Yue sighed tiredly. Deputy Tujia continued, "But how did Han Tianlin know your grandmother's address? Did you tell him about that place?" She shook her head. "No. I didn't even tell him that I was coming back to the country." He wondered then, could he have installed a tracker in your phone, or had someone follow you? Dong Yue replied absently, "Most of the time, my phone is turned off, and we went abroad by private jet. My return was also a sudden decision. It's unlikely that I was followed." Deputy 2, Jia was surprised. "Then I must have been mistaken. Don't overthink it. Perhaps he discovered you were no longer abroad, so he sent people in the country to look for you." Dong Yue replied gloomily, "Maybe." She silently looked out the door. The sky was darkening. Her mind was full of thoughts. Basically, no one knew she had returned. Even if Han Tianlin had been constantly checking if she bought plane tickets, how could he possibly know she was at her grandmother's house? Deputy 2 Jia looked at Dong Yue affectionately and said, "I have doctors and nurses taking care of me here, so I'll be fine. You should go home and rest." She stood up and gently replied, "All right, I'll visit you again tomorrow. I'll also hire a private nurse for you." He quickly responded, Dong Yue arrived home. She opened the door, her footsteps echoing. Dong Yue thought, going round and round, she still ended up staying here. She sat on the chair, sighing tiredly, recalling Deputy Tujia's words. How did Han Tianlin know grandmother's address? Did I tell him about it? She wondered sadly, could it be that he really had placed a tracker in her bag? She quickly grabbed her dark brown handbag and opened it. Dong Yue took out all the items from her bag. There was a rustling sound. Inside were only cosmetics and a phone. She picked up the blush compact and examined it closely. None of these items seemed to have any tracking device attached. She bit her finger lightly. Maybe she was overthinking things. The next day at noon, Dong Yue, looking elegant, held a food basket as she stood inside the elevator. Suddenly, she encountered Han Tianlin and Qin Yi walking side by side. The woman exclaimed in surprise, Dong Yue. Dong Yue thought irritably, the world really is small. Qin Yi hurriedly followed Dong Yue. Can we talk? She turned coldly and replied, what about? Qin Yi pretended to be sad. I want to apologize to you. I just found out about what happened on your birthday. Tianlin had taken you abroad to celebrate your birthday, but by some cruel twist of fate, I ruined it. Dongye's face showed no interest. Isn't this actually part of your plan? Are you trying to put on an act in front of Han Tianlin? She shook her head glumly and said, I'm really not acting. To resist treatment, I stopped taking my medication on my own. This led to the resurgence of my extreme emotions from before. She gently pulled Dongyue's hand. Qinyi kept making excuses for herself. I almost died this time. When I calmly listened to the psychologist's explanation, I realized I have many issues. She gently wiped the tears rolling down her eyelashes. I had transferred my dependence on my brother onto Tianlin. In fact, my feelings for him are basically just sibling affection. I'm truly sorry to both of you, 1,000 times over. Please don't argue because of me. Dongyue quickly withdrew her hand. Only a fool would believe these lies. Qinyi turned to Han Tianlin and said, Tianlin, if you two have any misunderstandings, just talk it out. Talking will make things much better. She hurriedly said, I'll go first. You two should talk. Dongyue glanced up at Han Tianlin. He caught her beautiful hands. Bringing lunch to your lover. She retorted boldly, That's right. I even made a love omelet. Do you want to see it? Hearing this, Han Tianlin quickly reached out. Dongyue hurriedly moved away. She angrily said, Mr. Han, with your status, why bother with a mere lunchbox? He frowned and said, Dongyue, you're protecting him this much. She fearlessly reminded him, You can protect your sister, so I can protect my brother. That's not a flaw. Moreover, you beat him up so badly. Can I bring him food? Can I take care of him while he's in the hospital? He coldly said, You see him as a brother, but he wants to embrace you. Or perhaps you're enjoying the freedom between two men, and you can't let him go. Dongye replied uncomfortably, Fusija is much better than you. He's gentle, kind, and understands me. He doesn't force me either. She added, I'm not enjoying freedom between two men. I'm just thinking about whether we're suitable for each other. Dongye visited Fusija. Distracted, she put the food on the table. Seeing this, he worriedly asked, What's wrong? Dongye replied glumly, I ran into Han Tianlin earlier, so I'm a bit late. The food must be cold now. Let me go buy something else. He took this chance to grab her hand. No need. Takeout can't compare to your cooking. The food on the table looks delicious. Fusija said softly, It's the familiar taste. Very delicious. She smiled, then eat more. He looked at her and said, You don't need to visit me every day from now on. My health is stable now. The hospital food isn't bad either. I can order meals here. Dongyue thought this might be good. Getting too close to Sija might lead to him developing different thoughts, which would be troublesome. She agreed. All right, take care of yourself then. I've paid for the medicine. Call me if you need anything. He held her hand tightly, a bit sad, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. As for Han Tianlin, try to talk and make peace with him. Dongyue thought, between me and Han Tianlin, Qinyi is the only issue. A while later, she arrived home. She then picked up her phone, considering Han Tianlin's visit to her grandmother's house. She couldn't rest easy without confirming it. She put her beloved phone on the table and walked around inspecting. Currently on her body, there wasn't a single place that could hide a tracking device. She went downstairs. Her footsteps echoed tap, tap, tap. Dongyue hailed a bright yellow taxi. She handed money to the driver. Just keep driving. It doesn't matter where. Or start with 100 yuan. The driver replied, Okay. The yellow car drove on the road. She looked out anxiously. Half an hour had passed. Indeed, no one was following her. She turned to the side and reminded the driver, Drive to Chanjiang District. Soon, they arrived at a magnificent building. An elderly lady came out smiling to greet her. Is it Miss Dong? I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Here are the keys to your colleague's house. Taking the keys, she politely replied, Thank you for your trouble, Auntie. I'll be staying here for about a week. If I stay longer, I'll pay you extra. The lady said, No need, no need. This place has been empty for a while. The month's rent you gave is more than enough. Dong Yue quietly entered the house. This complex doesn't have cameras. Han Tianlin, let's see if you show up this time. 2 days later, as night fell, moonlight illuminated the entire building. Dong Yue sat alone in the room, enjoying tea and cakes when suddenly footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. She hurried to check. Dong Yue opened the side door. Han Tianlin appeared out of nowhere and hugged her tightly. Why are you hiding here and not moving at all? I thought something had happened to you. She asked surprisingly, How did you know I was here and that I wasn't moving? She then pushed against Han Tianlin's chest. On my body, there's nothing that could reveal my location. Even this house is a temporary rental. But how did you find me at this exact location? He replied dazedly, Are you testing me? She chuckled lightly. Yes, that's right. But unfortunately, the result wasn't what you hoped for. Dong Ye angrily asked Han Tianlin, What are you doing? He remained coldly silent. She pushed him hard and said, Han Tianlin, what have you done to me? He quickly hugged her gently to calm her down. Please, calm down a bit, Dongye cried, biting Han Tianlin's shoulder. I can't calm down. Tell me, I want to hear it from your own mouth. Han Tianlin admitted, since I rescued you from Fang Jiahui, I had someone implant a tracking device in your body. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Dongye mumbled, why? He touched her shoulder and said, because I don't want to ever be unable to find you. I want to be able to find you at any moment so I can feel at ease. You don't understand. Dongye moved away. She said hatefully, so what am I? Am I your pet? Why do you need to control my every move? Han Tianlin replied, I just don't want anything to happen to you that I can't control. She angrily shouted, so what? I'm your girlfriend now, an individual. Think about it. Do you still respect me by doing this? Dong Yue pushed Han Tianlin hard. Han Tianlin, you're always so high and mighty like this, always doing whatever you want to do. She said, tell me clearly, do you love me? You help me because of your damned desire to possess. That's true. You can't easily forgive others for challenging your authority. That's why you dealt with the Dong family, and why you implanted a tracking device in my body. Han Tianlin frowned and replied, what about you? Dong Yu, how sincere are you towards me? Your heart is so cruel that you used your own life to scheme and force me to help you. Then you arranged everything for the Fu family. He moved closer to her, his face full of cunning. You seduced me to pay attention to you. So until I give up on you, you can never be involved with any other man. He coldly ordered, any man at all. Do you understand? Dong Yue fearfully blinked back tears. Han Tianlin is still Han Tianlin, that high and mighty person. The equal love between him and me was just a joke. She quickly stepped past him to avoid him. Dong Yue walked silently on the dark road. She sat outside the hospital room. The doctor came out and said, we've just looked at the scan. There is indeed a foreign object in your right thigh. Dong Yue said, please arrange a surgery for me. I want it removed immediately. A moment later, in the operating room, the doctor placed cotton on Dong Yue's leg when suddenly a nurse entered. The nurse shouted loudly, Dr. Li, wait, she whispered to the doctor. Dr. Lai then turned to Dong Yue and said, I'm so sorry, Miss Dong. I can't perform this surgery. Dong Yue sat up. Someone won't let you do it. The doctor sadly said, I'm truly sorry, Miss Dong. Perhaps you should try another hospital. Dong Yue said sternly, I'm afraid other hospitals won't let me do it either. She picked up a sharp knife. The doctor was startled. Dong Yue made a deep cut on her slender leg. Blood splattered everywhere. Can you perform the surgery for me now? The doctor was extremely worried. All right, I'll do it for you right away. Dong Yue lay down and said, don't think about giving me too much anesthesia. If I don't see you remove the foreign object, I won't hesitate to do it again. The doctor wiped sweat from his forehead. Don't be reckless. I'll remove it for you right away. Dong Yue's heart turned cold. Han Tianlin, it's over between us. Early the next morning, Dong Yue lay in the hospital room with eyes wide open. Is the surgery done? Han Tianlin sat beside her, scolding, you're awake, grabbing a scalpel and stabbing your own thigh. Do you think it's a joke? Aren't you afraid of dying? She said coldly. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead long ago. So if you want to do something against my will again, I won't hesitate to directly take my own life. He angrily shouted, what exactly do you want to do? She stretched out her hand. In her palm was the small tracking device. Dong Yue said, only when I saw this thing removed did I dare to sleep. So small, must have cost quite a bit, right? I'm returning it to you. He quickly turned to leave, not saying a single word of apology. Han Tianlin said, you focus on recovering. Later at an upscale bar, Tu Cheng and Han Tianlin emptied their glasses. Tu Cheng asked, calling me to drink in broad daylight to drown your sorrows, just because of these things. I think Tan Yi is like a comet. You should get less involved with that girl in the future. Han Tianlin sipped his wine and said, what about the Fu family then? He touched Han Tianlin's shoulder and reminded him, don't aim for the Fu family's attention anymore. Otherwise, you and Dong Ye will be finished. Han Tianlin heard this and sighed. Does she care about the Fu family that much? Li Tu Cheng shook his head, holding his wine glass. Based on what you've told me about what she's been through before, she's focusing all her energy on avenging her family. This proves that she's a person who values emotions extremely highly. That's why when she was adopted by the Fu family, she naturally wanted to take care of them. Han Tianlin angrily gripped his wine glass, so she let Mr. Fu hug her casually. Li Tu Cheng shrugged. That must be a misunderstanding. If she could be with Mr. Fu, they would have been together long ago. There wouldn't be anything involving you. Han Tianlin chuckled lightly. You're right. He quickly poured more wine into his glass. I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be troubled because of a woman. They clinked glasses. As Han Tianlin drank, he thought of the one he loved, Dongye. Her beautiful image appeared in his mind. Han Tianlin took another long drink. Drunk, he called out, "You, you, you." Seeing this, Lei Tucheng chuckled to himself. I must record you in this state. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Lei Tucheng, looking at his phone, said, "Come in." Tan Yi entered, closing the door gently, and said, "Brother Tucheng, I came to visit. I just heard you opened a new room, so I wanted to come and say hello." He seemed to understand her intentions. What a coincidence. Tan Yi looked to the side. "Tianlin is here too. If my brother were still alive today, surely you all would." Lei Tucheng quickly laughed. Haha, she seized the opportunity to say, "Is Tianlin drunk? Let me take him home." She gently touched Han Tianlin. Her face revealed a cunning, calculating expression. Lei Tucheng quickly stopped her. "If you take Han Tianlin home now, perhaps this afternoon's front page headlines will report, 'Two people engage in relations after getting drunk,' or not." She pretended to whine. "Brother Tucheng, I don't know what you mean by saying these things. Tianlin has taken care of me for so many years. How can I just ignore him when he's drunk?" He stood up and bluntly said to her, "If Han Tianlin is drunk, I'm still here. If I'm useless, his own girlfriend can come pick him up. It's not your place to manage this." She irritably said, "But Dongyue and Tianlin are angry with each other now. She's in the hospital. How can she come pick him up?" Lei Tucheng lifted Han Tianlin up and continued, "What couple doesn't argue sometimes? If she can't come, I'll send him back to her myself." He looked at Han Tianlin and said, "What's that? Dongyue, just calling her name like that, what good does it do? Don't rush. I'll throw this friend over there right away." Tan Yi still tried to hold on. "Brother, Dongyue is in the hospital now, so she can't take care of him." Lei Tucheng laughed contemptuously. "The hospital has many doctors and nurses, even caregivers too. There's no shortage of people to take care of him. Are you saying no one else can do it but you?" Hearing this, she became furious. "No matter what you say, Lei Tucheng, you've watched me grow up. You're my brother's best friend. Why do you want to treat me like this?" He tiredly reminded her, "Stop using your brother as a protective charm in front of me. Your brother is my good friend. That's what you mean, right? Your brother is Han Tianlin's life-saving benefactor. That's what you mean, right? I'm warning you. Don't waste your efforts trying to steal a man who's already taken. It's too low." The two walked out. Tan Yi angrily stomped on the floor. "You meddling nuisance." On the other side of this hospital room, Dongyue sat alone, staring blankly at the locator. A faint sound reached her ears. "What's that sound?" Footsteps approached. Lei Tucheng led Han Tianlin in. "Hello, I'm Tucheng, Han Tianlin's good brother." Dongyue asked curiously, "Hello, what's wrong with Han Tianlin?" He put Han Tianlin on a chair. "He's drunk." She tiredly asked, "If he's drunk, shouldn't you take him home, not bring him here?" Lei Tucheng said, "Do you really want me to take him away? Just now when I was taking him, he was almost snatched away by someone else. If that person had taken him, perhaps this man might not even know how to get home." Dongyue asked, "Was it Tan Yi?" He replied, "You're smart. Why don't you keep a closer eye on your man?" She laughed softly. "Ha! If love requires using every trick in the book, then it's not worth having." Lei Tucheng stood up, sighed, and said, "Anyway, you two haven't broken up yet. He's drunk to this state, so you'll have to take care of him a bit. I don't have the energy to drag him around anymore." Then he quickly walked back to his beloved home. I've never seen him in such a hopeless state before. His mouth keeps calling someone's name, but that person doesn't care at all. Dongyue turned her head and silently gazed at Han Tianlin. She was too sad to speak. Suddenly she stood up. Then she covered him with a thin blanket. Just a moment ago she was thinking about breaking up. Now she seemed hopeless. She lovingly caressed his sleeping face. "Han Tianlin, how much do you really like me?" He nuzzled into her palm, mumbling "Yu Yue" repeatedly. Hearing this, Dongyue quickly shed tears in the night. Han Tianlin opened his eyes. She said, "You're awake. Let's eat something together." He replied with a headache. They faced each other. She spoke up. "Han Tianlin, I want to talk to you." He responded, "What do you want to say?" She said, "Although we've been together for over 5 years, and we've tried almost all the positions in the world, but in fact, we still don't understand each other well enough." Dongyue continued without hesitation. "Even if you say you like me, I still feel the same. I still have a very insecure feeling. It's like you always feel that sooner or later I might leave you. That's why you planted a tracking device on me." She said sadly, "We don't trust each other enough, so we've set traps for each other in this extreme way." Dongyue thought painfully. Perhaps the way we met was wrong from the beginning. Han Tianlin angrily said, "You want to break up. Dong Yue nodded. I'll send my resignation letter to HR after my surgical wound heals. Han Tianlin immediately replied, all right, I respect your choice. He left the room. The door slammed shut. He made a phone call saying, Yan Hui, send me a copy of the projects Dong Yue has been working on during this time. I want to check them. A week later, at the magnificent Furuan group, Dong Yue was packing her belongings to leave when Yan Hui came and said, Dong Yue, your resignation wasn't approved by the boss. Because during this time, you've been in charge of many projects, so you can't leave now. She coldly replied, I haven't been working here for very long, so you can definitely take over those projects. But Yanhui flatly refused. I can't handle it. Alone, I really can't manage so many tasks. She sighed, fine, forget it. I'll go talk to him myself. She took a stack of documents and walked to Han Tianlin's office. An employee kindly said, Assistant Dong, Miss Chin just went inside. Please wait a moment. Dong Yue was stunned. All right, the female employees gossiped behind her. What's going on? Has that Miss Chin taken her place? They discussed loudly. She's been dumped already. Why is she still staying at this company? Mr. Han surely wouldn't go so far as to fire her just because of a breakup. If she wants to make a scene, let her. Inside the room, Qinyi smiled sweetly. Tianlin, I brought you a cake. Dongye won't mind, right? Before, I was inconsiderate. Now I've made one with normal flavors. To make amends, could you give it to her for me? Han Tianlin coldly replied, if you want to make amends, give it to her yourself. Pretending to be upset, but she dislikes me so much. I'm afraid she won't accept it. Feeling annoyed, he asked, is there anything else you came here for? Qinyi said gently, Tianlin, aren't I about to graduate? I want to stay by your side to learn. At my father's company, he's afraid the employees there will know my identity, so they won't dare assign me any work. He coldly replied, I already have 2 assistants. If you want to learn, go follow Yan Hui. She will teach you. She sadly said, yes, Yan Hui has followed you for so many years. She must be very excellent indeed. Han Tianlin's face was cold as ice as he reminded her, if there's nothing else, you should leave now. Tomorrow, find Yan Hui to complete the onboarding process. She replied, yes, then you can continue with your work. Qinyi walked out. She saw Dong Yue standing there. She immediately switched to her fake nice mode. Dong Yue, tomorrow I'll come to the company to follow Special Assistant Yan and have her help me learn. We'll be working together from now on. Dong Yue asked smugly, why did Mr. Han arrange for Yan Hui to mentor you? Why doesn't he mentor you himself? She replied, Tianlin is so busy. I'm here to share some of his workload, not to add more burden to him. Dong Yue teased, oh, I see. It seems I was the inconsiderate one before. When I first started, Mr. Han had to personally guide me, teaching me everything step by step. It must have been so tiring for him. After saying this, she walked in. Qinyi was so infuriated by Dong Yue that she couldn't respond. She thought, go ahead and be smug. Once I start working here, I'll make sure you can't even raise your head at Furuan. Dong Yue put down the stack of documents on the desk. Mr. Han, these are the projects I've been responsible for during this period. I've compiled and summarized everything. If there are no issues, it shouldn't affect my resignation. He quickly looked it over and tried to persuade her. This project has just started operating. Wait until it's on track before you leave. She accepted his request. All right, it won't take much time anyway. Han Tianlin said, wait, this cake is from Yi for you. She said she wants to apologize to you. Dong Yue angrily refused. I'm on a diet recently, limiting sweets. He said, that one doesn't have much sugar. It should be fine to eat. Doesn't Mr. Han also not want to eat cake? Let me dispose of it. After saying this, she coldly walked away under Han Tianlin's sorrowful gaze. He tiredly touched his forehead. Dong Yue walked up behind the 2 gossipy female employees from earlier. They became nervous. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? She approached and firmly placed 2 cakes on the table. Mr. Han said he doesn't like sweets. He asked me to give these to everyone. Please share them. The 2 girls were startled and dismayed. Then they awkwardly said, thank you, Mr. Han. Thank you, Special Assistant Dong. Dong Yue frowned and reminded them, no need for formalities. In the future, if you gossip behind others' backs, keep your voices down. Otherwise, it's awkward if people overhear. Dong Yue quietly walked out. The employee watched her leave and sarcastically remarked, it's not like we made her get dumped. Why is she taking it out on us? Another person chimed in, right, it should be Miss Chin instead. That evening at the hospital, Fu Xijia and Dong Yue walked out of the inpatient area. Dong Yue said, although the hospital allowed discharge, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, and you need to rest at home for a while. Fu Xijia smiled, I know, you're starting to catch up with my mother's nagging now. Dong Yue asked, you've been away for so long without going home. What are you planning to tell them? Fu Xijia replied, don't worry. I'll tell my mother that I was sent on a business trip to another province. But what about the company? You submitted your resignation 2 days ago. Dong Yue advised, you have qualifications and abilities, so if you're at another company, you'll definitely do well too. Fu Xijia lowered his head. Thank you. At that moment, a pink car pulled up. Han Jinu elegantly stepped out of the car. She smiled brightly and waved at Fu Xijia. Senior Fu Xijia. Fu Xijia coldly asked, why are you here? Han Jinu said, it's because I haven't seen you for days. So I asked the other seniors about you. That's how I found out you were in the hospital. I didn't expect to see you leaving just as I arrived. Han Jinu glanced at Dong Yue. You're Dong Yue, right? You're truly beautiful. Dong Yue was puzzled. You seem familiar somehow. Fu Xijia then introduced her to Dong Yue. This is Han Tianlin's sister, Han Jinu. Dong Yue politely said, hello, I'm Dong Yue. Han Jinu crossed her arms. She looked Dong Yue up and down, assessing her. Aren't you my brother's girlfriend? How come you're here with Fu Xijia like this? Hearing this, Dong Yue thought to herself, is she jealous? Dong Yue then handed the bag to Fu Xijia. Someone's here to pick you up. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. As Dong Yue left, Han Jinu reminded Fu Xijia, stop looking. It's useless to stare, she's already gone. Fu Xijia coldly said, you've seen me now. I'm fine, you can go back. Han Jinu offered, I'll take you home. I know you've resigned. I've been trying to call you but couldn't get through. What exactly happened? Han Jinu reached out to take the bag, but Fu Xijia moved it away. Thank you for introducing me to Furuan, but I wasn't suitable there, so I resigned. Han Jinu smiled. That's all right. It's fine if you go to another company. Let me introduce you to one, okay? Fu Xijia's face turned serious. Jinu, I've told you very clearly, we're not suitable for each other. My affairs are none of your business. Han Jinu looked worried. Clearly, before you left, your attitude towards me wasn't like this. Why did it suddenly change? Is it because of Dong Yue? Han Jinu asserted, she's my brother's girlfriend. Can't you consider me instead? Fu Xijia turned away. I don't like little princesses. Han Jinu ran closer to Fu Xijia, trying to hold on to him. If you want, I can become mature too. Just like Dong Yue, I can do it. Fu Xijia shook his head. Dong Yue is Dong Yue. If you knew what she's been through, you wouldn't say that. Han Jinu frowned, thinking, why does everyone want to love Dong Yue? What's so great about her? At this moment, Dong Yue was walking away. Han Tianlin ran up and hugged Dong Yue from behind. Dong Yue was startled. Ah, who is it? Han Tianlin hugged her tightly. Yue, don't quit your job, okay? Dong Yue asked confusedly. Han Tianlin, have you been drinking? Han Tianlin, drunk, leaned on Dong Yue's shoulder, calling Yue twice. Dong Yue said coldly, Han Tianlin, I don't talk to drunks. Han Tianlin still wouldn't let go of Dong Yue, swaying. Dong Yue supported Han Tianlin. Then she promised herself this would be the last time. Next time, she absolutely wouldn't care about him anymore. Han Tianlin opened his eyes, thinking, Yo-yo. A moment later, Dong Yue sat Han Tianlin on a chair. She then searched for the phone on Han Tianlin's person. Where's Han Tianlin's phone? I need to call his driver to come pick him up. Suddenly, Han Tianlin grabbed Dong Yue's wrist. Then he pulled her close to him. What are you looking for? Dong Yue panicked. Han Tianlin, are you pretending? Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue tightly. Yo-yo, don't go, Dong Yue struggled. She suddenly realized that Han Tianlin, this was the first time he had spoken to her in this tone. Han Tianlin sincerely said to Dong Yue, Yo-yo, I know I was wrong. Then Han Tianlin gently rested his head on Dong Yue's shoulder. I shouldn't have put a tracker on you. I shouldn't have disrespected you like that. You can be angry or punish me however you want, but please don't leave me. Can we make up? Dong Yue was stunned. Then Han Tianlin kissed Dong Yue on the lips. He quickly overwhelmed her. Dong Yue embraced Han Tianlin. The body's reaction is always more honest than the mind's. Dong Yue passionately kissed Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin, you're mine. The two kissed without parting. Han Tianlin gently bit Dong Yue's neck. Yo-yo, let's be together. Han Tianlin couldn't resist kissing her. The next morning, Dong Yue slowly opened her eyes and lovingly asked Han Tianlin, last night we didn't sleep until after 4 a.m. Why are you up so early this morning? Han Tianlin gently caressed Dong Yue's cheek. I couldn't bear to sleep too long. I wanted to see you more. Dong Yue asked, have you seen enough then? Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue. He gently kissed her cheek. Not enough. Yo-ye, please don't quit your job. Let's make up, okay? Dong Yue was silent. Han Tianlin couldn't bear to leave her. Yo-ye. Dong Yue couldn't resist and kissed Han Tianlin's lips. Later at the company, Han Tianlin and Dong Yue walked in together. Yan Hui saw them and greeted. Mr. Han, Special Assistant Dong, good morning. Han Tianlin said, good morning. Yan Hui cheerfully said, Special Assistant Dong's charm is still so great. It's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Han smile. Today, he actually smiled brightly at me. Han Tianlin quickly changed his expression. If you have time to care about whether I'm smiling or not, you might as well pay attention to the report a bit. Han Tianlin sent a message to Dong Yue. I'm heading to the office now. Dong Yue watched Han Tianlin's retreating figure with a beaming smile. At that moment, Tan Yi approached holding a cup of tea. She frowned. Oh, Dong Yue, I heard from R that you wanted to resign. Why are you shamelessly back at the company today? Dong Yue turned around and said smugly to Tan Yi, there was no other way. Tianlin personally came to invite me back. I think he really can't leave me, so I came back. Tan Yi asked anxiously, have you and Tianlin made up already? Dong Yue smiled. That's right. What couple doesn't have a little argument? Thanks for your concern. Tan Yi was speechless, thinking, this bitch must have pulled some dirty trick. She raised her coffee cup, intending to splash it on Dong Yue. Dong Yue quickly blocked the coffee cup, causing it to splash back onto Tan Yi's face. She pretended to be pitiful. Ah, my face. Tan Yi deliberately spoke loudly. Dong Yue, what do you want? I just came over and you already want to ruin my face. Other female employees curiously asked, what's all this commotion about? Has Miss Tan been bullied? Tan Yi teared up. I know you've always been unhappy about Tianlin taking care of me. As women, how could you throw hot coffee on my face? Dong Yue crossed her arms and said, I'm not the type to be jealous of other women. As for what happened with the coffee, you and I both know the truth. Tan Yi bit her lip in anger. Dong Yue, I won't let you off the hook. Then Tan Yi left. She walked away crying loudly. Dong Yue stood there, rolling her eyes, thinking, what a psycho. Meanwhile, in Han Tianlin's office, the door opened. Tan Yi entered. Han Tianlin, focused on his books, asked, what's wrong? Tan Yi gently brushed her hair, revealing red marks on her face. Tianlin, last time I was foolish and offended Dong Yue, but I've already apologized. Why won't she let me off the hook? She even wanted to ruin my face. Han Tianlin raised his eyes. Dong Yue almost ruined your face. Tan Yi acted pitiful. Yes, just now after I made coffee, I met Dong Yue. She said I stole her job, and then she took the hot coffee and threw it in my face. Han Tianlin immediately stood up. Tan Yi asked confusedly, Tianlin, what are you going to do? She thought happily. Could he be planning to avenge me? Han Tianlin said coldly, if you say you threw coffee on your face, almost ruining it, then of course I have to go verify it. Tan Yi asked confusedly, verify how? Han Tianlin said, the company's public areas all have surveillance cameras. If Dong Yue really hurt someone in a public area of the company, then the company must punish her. Tan Yi quickly stopped Han Tianlin. No need. I don't intend to settle scores with Dong Yue. If you go check the cameras, if she finds out, she'll definitely get angry again. I don't want to affect your relationship. Han Tianlin smirked. She won't be angry if she did something wrong. Of course, I have to criticize her. And since she's my girlfriend, I should apologize on her behalf and compensate you for the damages. Tan Yi stomped her foot. Tianlin, you're deliberately checking the cameras because you don't believe what I'm saying, right? You just want to protect Dong Yue, don't you? Tan Yi's eyes welled up with tears. If you don't trust me already, then whether you see evidence or not doesn't matter anymore. I won't come to you anymore. I won't work here anymore. Saying this, Tan Yi left sobbing. Han Tianlin quickly called Dong Yue. Are you all right? Dong Yue calmly held her coffee cup and replied, I'm fine. Did Tan Yi come to see you? I've sent you a clip from the camera via email already. Han Tianlin said, no need to send it. I know you wouldn't intentionally do such a thing. Dong Yue replied, yes, but I also won't let Tan Yi create misunderstandings between us. If we want to be serious about our relationship, I must protect our feelings well. Han Tianlin said seriously, don't worry, I'll be serious too, and I'll safeguard our relationship. A few days later, a car was driving on the road. Dong Yue was driving while talking on the phone. Understood, President Lei? Roughly, I'll be at the company building in 10 minutes. We can talk in more detail then. At that moment, another car crashed into Dong Yue's car with a bang. Dong Yue panicked. Oh, I've been rear-ended. The blonde man who hit Dong Yue's car said, I'm really sorry. I was a bit careless. I can transfer you the money for the damage. Okay. Dong Yue coldly opened the car door. No need. The blonde man grabbed Dong Yue's hand. How can that be? You don't want it now, but what if you regret it later? What should I do if you change your mind? I'll transfer the compensation to you now. Dong Yue shook off his hand. She took out her phone and said, fine, then transfer it. That evening at the company, Dong Yue stepped out of the elevator. Someone sent a message to her phone. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll satisfy you. Dong Yue thought it was the man who hit her car 3 days ago, sending a message to the wrong person. Then Dong Yue walked towards her car. Another message arrived. Let's go. She worriedly thought, how is this happening? Sent to the wrong person twice. At that moment, the blonde man came out. Miss, I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you work here? Dong Yue turned around. Too much coincidence could be calculated. Dong Yue stepped back and replied, yes. The man approached, speaking in a sleazy tone. I just happened to come to work nearby. Didn't expect to coincidentally meet you like this. How about I treat you to a meal? Dong Yue quickly refused. No need, I have to pick up my boyfriend. Thank you, she said and got into her car. The man stood outside smiling. All right then, drive safely. This person's behavior seemed very strange. It's unclear what he was trying to do. At this time, Han Tianlin called. Dong Yue answered. Tianlin, have you arrived? Han Tianlin said affectionately. I'm just waiting for my little kitten to pick me up. Dong Yue quickly stepped on the gas. Don't worry, I'll be there right away. At the airport lobby, Han Tianlin was standing waiting for Dong Yue. Han Tianlin turned his head. Dong Yue ran quickly into his arms. It's been so long. I missed you terribly. I missed you a lot too. Dong Yue frowned. Quickly put me down. Everyone is looking at us. Han Tianlin said affectionately, it's rare to see you so happy. Are you still afraid of being seen? Dong Yue gently kissed Han Tianlin's lips. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried you might feel embarrassed. Han Tianlin suggested, let's do it again, shall we? Dong Yue looked at him lovingly. At this moment, a phone rang. Han Tianlin answered. The voice on the other end spoke. No, please. Don't ruin my face. Crying and wailing sounds. I'm begging you. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll give you as much money as you want. An angry voice shouted, you have money. Han Tianlin has money, right? But we can't offend Han Tianlin's woman. Don't blame us. Who told you to be so careless and pine for someone else's man? Han Tianlin coldly hung up. Dong Yue asked, is Tan Yi causing trouble again? Dong Yue thought, was that strange man today arranged by her? Han Tianlin said to Dong Yue, forget it, no need to worry about her. Dong Yue replied, I don't want to be schemed against by her time and time again. Whether it's true or not, let's go see what the hell is happening first. At a certain building, Han Tianlin and Dong Yue entered, followed by a group of people walking towards a room. Nanhui said, Mr. Han, Miss Tan's phone location is right here. Han Tianlin remained cold. In the room, Tan Yi was curled up. An angry man raised his fist towards her. Still not listening. Let's see if I beat you to death or not. Bang. Han Tianlin's men entered and grabbed them. The bodyguards surrounded the room. Quickly grabbed those two. Let us go. Who are you guys? The man next to him angrily said, who are you people? How dare you ruin our business? You believe we'll give you more than you can eat and take away, don't you? Dong Yue glanced at the blonde man. It really was that man. Tan Yi trembled and cried, Dong Yue, even if I offended you, you didn't need to be so cruel to me. You actually wanted to ruin my face like this. Dong Yue told Han Tianlin, for now, let's take her to the hospital first. Han Yi shouted, Dong Yue, I'm not going. Today, you must give me an explanation. Dong Yue frowned. Then let's call the police. The police will give you an explanation. Tan Yi froze. Dong Yue, you dare to call the police. Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Dong Yue approached Tan Yi. The police will arrest the culprit. I have a clear conscience. So what should I be afraid of? The blonde man raised his voice. Miss Dong, you said we wouldn't have any problems. How can you call the police now? We were paid to do this job. You can't just abandon us like this. You want us to get arrested. Dong Yue glanced at him. Ha, so this is the reason you've been pestering me repeatedly. Han Tianlin held Dong Yue's waist. What's going on? He's been bothering you. Dong Yue shrugged. This is clearly a joint effort to frame me. I think we should let the police handle it. Then everything will be clear. Tan Yi's eyes welled up with tears. You think by saying this, you can cover everything up. I've never offended anyone. Only you would do such a thing. Even they have pointed out and confirmed that it was you. Dong Yue's face turned serious. Then I'm willing to go to the police station to prove my innocence. Tan Yi grabbed Han Tianlin's hand. No need, Tianlin. Dong Yue is deliberately trying to ruin me. I won't pursue this matter anymore. I won't call the police. Dong Yue brushed Tan Yi's hand off Han Tianlin's. Miss Tan, you're baselessly accusing someone. You're quite formidable indeed. If the person involved doesn't want the police, then let's go. Han Tianlin held Dong Yue's hand. He reminded Nanhui, take her to the hospital for a checkup. Tan Yi watched the two holding hands with intense hatred. She gritted her teeth in anger. A moment later, in the hallway outside, Dong Yue sat on a chair and said, since I've loved you, the number of hospital visits has really become frequent. Han Tianlin held Dong Yue's hand apologetically. It's because I didn't handle these matters well, causing you to get involved and affected. Dong Yue leaned slightly on Han Tianlin's shoulder. Good that you know. Make a grand feast at home to make it up to me, as you command. Just as he finished speaking, Han Tianlin's phone rang. Dong Yue asked curiously, are the results out already? Han Tianlin said, in Tan Yi's body, they found traces of some drugs. As for those men, they still insist that you plotted everything. Han Tianlin sighed. Tan Yi's behavior is indeed becoming more extreme. Dong Yue suddenly asked, You don't doubt me at all. Han Tianlin gently stroked her hair. Your best friend is Fu Meidu. It was because she was slandered and lost her purity. After that, things happened. He leaned close to Dong Yue's face. So how could you use such dirty tactics to deal with Tan Yi? Dong Yue hugged Han Tianlin tightly. Thank you, Tianlin. Han Tianlin gently kissed Dong Yue's forehead. Let's go. The two stood up, holding hands. Dong Yue asked, is Tan Yi still unconscious? Shouldn't we wait a bit? Han Tianlin said coldly, no victim has to follow the rules of the perpetrator. Let me take you home first. Dong Yue pulled Han Tianlin's hand. Aren't you coming home later? Han Tianlin replied, I have some things I need to do. Later in the parking garage, Han Tianlin and his bodyguards caught those men. The leader was scared. Don't hit me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Han Tianlin exhaled smoke. Go on. The blonde man trembled. Actually, it wasn't Dong Yue who plotted with us. It was Miss Tan who staged everything herself. I even have an audio recording as evidence. Han Tianlin stood up. Bring out the evidence, then you can go. The next morning at the hospital, Han Tianlin opened the door and entered. Tan Yi started whimpering as soon as she saw Han Tianlin. Tianlin, you finally come. I was scared to death. Han Tianlin sat down on Tan Yi's hospital bed. What are you afraid of? Tan Yi said with tears in her eyes. I'm afraid she'll find someone to hurt me again. If you don't make it in time to save me, what am I supposed to do? Does she hate me that much? Han Tianlin said coldly. I just found out that your acting skills are so good. I hadn't noticed before. Tan Yi asked in confusion. Tianlin, what are you talking about? Han Tianlin threw down a small voice recorder. This is evidence of your conspiracy with them. Do you want me to play it for you? Tan Yi swatted it away. She quickly denied it. I won't listen to this recording. It must be fake. I'm the one who was beaten up. I'm the one who was bullied. You know I've been afraid of pain since childhood, Tianlin. Han Tianlin said sarcastically, is that so? This not only shows how wicked you are, but also how stupid you are. Han Tianlin forcefully gripped Tan Yi's mouth. Tan Yi, I've practically watched you grow up since you were little, so this is the last time I'm warning you. Don't do things like this ever again. Otherwise, I won't show any consideration for your brother anymore. After saying this, Han Tianlin quickly left. Tan Yi's phone started ringing. She talked with her father. Father Tan Katsheng worriedly said, Yi, some collaborations that our company was negotiating with Furuan Group have been cancelled. Did you upset Han Tianlin again? Tan Yi angrily threw her phone. She grumbled. It's all because of Dong Yue. Han Tianlin is just protecting her, isn't he? I want to see this time when I go for her life, how he's going to punish me. 2 days later, Dong Yue's car was driving on the road. Dong Yue looked in the rear-view mirror and noticed a car following her. From the beginning, this car has been following me. Could it be sent by Tan Yi again? Dong Yue quickly changed direction. The car turned to another side to see if she could lose it. The black car behind immediately gave chase. At this time, Han Tianlin was in a meeting. His phone rang and he answered. Tianlin, Tan Yi has gone mad. I just received news. She spent millions to hire desperate people to kill Dong Yue. You absolutely must not let Dong Yue act alone. Upon receiving this news, Han Tianlin became extremely anxious. He immediately stood up. What? Then Han Tianlin called Dong Yue. Dong Yue answered, what's the matter? Didn't you say you were in a meeting? Han Tianlin stepped out of the meeting room. I'm done with the meeting. Yue, I'm coming to find you now. Send me your location. The car was driving on the road. Han Tianlin was driving. He anxiously looked at the map. Yue, why are you still at this location? Dong Yue, while driving, replied to Han Tianlin, I've only been driving for a short while. There's a car that's been following me. I don't know what to do anymore. Han Tianlin instructed, remember to be careful. Don't get out of the car to interact with anyone. I'll be there soon. Dong Yue chuckled. Why are you so nervous? It's probably nothing. Everyone knows I'm your girlfriend. No one would dare to mess with me. Han Tianlin said tensely, listen to me, okay? The car chasing behind Dong Yue's car suddenly sped up. Then it rammed into the back of her car. Dong Yue panicked. Tianlin, that car suddenly sped up and hit my car. Han Tianlin had now approached that car. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Han Tianlin stepped hard on the gas pedal. He sped up, getting close to the black car. Dong Yue worried. Tianlin, be careful. This position is very dangerous. At that moment, a truck turned towards Han Tianlin and Dong Yue panicked. This is bad. He sharply turned the steering wheel, making loud screeching sounds. Han Tianlin's car changed direction, shielding Dong Yue's car. Han Tianlin shouted, Yue, go quickly, then a loud crash. The truck slammed directly into Han Tianlin's car. Dong Yue was extremely worried. Tianlin, another crash. Dong Yue's car collided with Han Tianlin's car. Dong Yue fell forward, but luckily the airbag protected her. Tianlin. The black car behind stopped. Tan Yi got out of the car. Tianlin. Dongye opened the door, got out, and glanced at Tan Yi. It's Tan Yi, who arranged for that truck to kill me. But Tianlin rushed to protect me. Dongye ran closer to Han Tianlin's car. She saw his head was bleeding. Dongye cried, Tianlin, Han Tianlin, look at me. You can't die. You absolutely can't die. Dongye quickly took out her phone. I need to call 120. Tianlin, you'll definitely be all right. At this moment, Tan Yi cried and screamed hysterically. Why wasn't it you? Why wasn't it you who got hit? Dongyue slapped Tan Yi hard across the face. Dongyue's face turned serious. Tan Yi, have Tianlin and I been too lenient with you? Is that why you've become so reckless? If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you pay for it. Dongyue made a phone call with a worried expression. It's on Phoenix Boulevard. He's fallen into a coma. Please come quickly. Dongyue was so frightened that the phone she was holding fell. Dongyue collapsed to the ground. Now Dongyue lay on the hospital bed, calling out in distress. Tianlin, Tianlin. The image of him about to be hit by the truck flashed in her mind, a piercing scream. Dongyue woke up suddenly, calling out, Tianlin. Li Sicheng grabbed the doorknob and pushed it open. He walked in and asked Dongyue, You're awake. Her feet hurt as she stepped down from the bed. He hurried to support her, saying, Right now you can't get out of bed yet. Your bones have just been reconnected. Be careful not to dislocate them again. She pushed him away forcefully, shouting in a daze, Tianlin, I want to see Tianlin. Li Sicheng grabbed her hand. Don't rush, I'll take you to see him. Inside the hospital room, Han Tianlin was still in a deep sleep. Li Sicheng said, The doctors in this hospital all know Tianlin, so they called me right after admitting him. I've already checked the surveillance cameras on that road. The culprits have all been arrested. Dongyue asked calmly, Where's Tan Yi? His face frowned as he replied, She wasn't the driver. The driver insists it was his own careless driving that caused the accident. If it weren't for the fact that she's a woman, I would have beaten her up to vent my anger. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Kukwin, Han Tianlin's mother, and Han Tichnu entered. She looked at Dongyue and asked, Who is this? Han Tichnu quickly answered, Mom, this is brother's girlfriend, Dongyue. Li Sicheng stood up to greet Auntie. This is Aunt Utkin, Tianlin's mother, and this is Han Tichnu, Tianlin's younger sister. Dongyue politely said, Hello, Auntie, hello, Tichnu. She put the food down on the table. Her face frowned as she said, I heard Tianlin was injured because he saved you. Han Tichnu glared at her. My brother wouldn't be in this state if it weren't for her. Li Sicheng quickly said, Tichnu, I know you and Tan Yi are close friends, but it was she who harmed your brother and his girlfriend. So you can't turn a blind eye to this situation. She was startled. What? Han Tianlin weakly asked, Mom, what's everyone doing? Dongyue happily turned back, calling Tianlin. Utkin looked at him, asking, Son, are you awake? How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? He replied, I'm fine. How's Yi? Dongyue was stunned. What is he saying? Yi. She gently tugged at his sleeve. Tianlin quickly pushed her away. Who are you? Han Tianlin asked Li Sicheng. Why is this person sharing my hospital room? Since when did the Han family become so poor that we have to share a hospital room with others? Li Sicheng and Dongyue were shocked. 2 days later, they met with the doctor. He said, after multiple consultations over the past 2 days, we've discovered a blood clot in Mr. Han's brain pressing on the cranial nerves. This has led to memory loss and memory disorder. Dongyue asked anxiously, Is it life-threatening? The doctor replied, We need more time to monitor the situation. We'll continue treatment until Mr. Han's body fully recovers. Then we'll gradually remove the blood clot. Once the blood clot disappears, his memory should naturally recover. Dongyue's heart ached as she clenched her fists. So I'll have to keep waiting for him, watching him treat Tan Yi as if she were me. Li Sicheng comforted her. His body is very strong. They'll definitely remove the blood clot quickly. Don't be angry with him and don't harm yourself either. She sighed. I want to see him, but his mother keeps preventing me from doing so. Can you help me? He said, I'll take you there. But when we get there, don't get too angry. Okay, Tianlin is currently suffering from memory disorder. He's treating Tan Yi as if she were you. I guess he's currently missing Tan Yi so much that he might want to harm you. Dongyue wondered, but why are you telling me not to get angry when I go to his room? He quietly replied, his mother and Tichnu don't want you two to be together. Also, right now we can't let Tianlin get more agitated, so they've called Tan Yi to his room to take care of him. At this moment, in Han Tianlin's room, he was resting while Han Tichnu and Tan Yi were visiting. Han Tichnu smiled and said to him, See how good Yi is to you. You must treat her well in the future, you hear. At this point, Han Tianlin had mistaken Dongyue for Tan Yi. He gently said, Yi, you've worked so hard for me. She pretended to be shy. Li Sicheng opened the door and entered. Han Tichnu turned and reminded him, if you have something to say, don't say anything stupid. He scornfully replied, you should watch your own mouth. Wait until your brother regains his memory. You'll look good. Tan Yi. Yi heard this and became worried. Han Tianlin asked, Yi, what's wrong? Pretending to be hurt, she said, "It seems Sicheng doesn't like me." Tianlin wondered, "What's wrong? You're a Rui's sister. Hasn't Sicheng always been good to you?" Li Sicheng said sternly, "Of course I won't like certain women who are thick-skinned and full of schemes. It's not just me who doesn't like her. Even you don't like her." Han Tianlin, "It's all Tan Yi's fault that you've become like this," he replied, annoyed. "Sicheng, although you're my good friend, I hope you don't need to use such words to talk about Yi. Even though I've lost part of my memory, I still remember clearly how good the relationship between Yi and me was." Li Sicheng's mouth twitched. "I hope that after you remember everything, you won't regret the words you've said today." Utkin said to Dongye, "See," she snapped, "you're all deceiving him like this. Don't you think about what will happen after he regains his memory? How will he be?" She coldly replied, "I'm his mother. How will he treat me? Besides, I'm only doing what's best for him." Dongyue, upset, said, "For his own good. Do you know that he ended up like this, all because of Tan Yi? Yet you still let Tan Yi stay by his side to take care of him." She quickly retorted, "Tan Yi is much less dangerous than you, but I can let that girl stay by my son's side. It's only because she's lucky enough to be remembered by Tianlin. As for you," she took out a check and ordered, "I'll give you 3 days. Fill in the amount you want and leave Han Tianlin immediately. The Han family's heir absolutely cannot be entangled with women's emotions." After saying this, she entered the hospital room. Footsteps echoed. Dongye was sad. She clenched her fist, thinking painfully, "I, Dongye, am not a pushover. Even if one day I have to leave Han Tianlin, it absolutely won't be in this way. Now you want to steal my man. I will never agree." Early the next morning, patients were walking around to get energy. Fu Sijia supported Dong Yue, who was using crutches. He said, "Yue, let's rest a bit and then continue practicing." "Okay, you don't need to rush like this." She wiped her tears, determined. "I must get better quickly. Only then will I have the energy to help Tianlin recover his memory soon." Suddenly, she saw Han Tianlin and Tan Yi hand in hand. She said to him, "Tianlin, we've met an acquaintance. Let's go over and say hello." Dongye thought sadly, "The way he looks at me is so unfamiliar." Han Tianlin frowned and asked her, "Your name is Dong Yue, right?" She smiled brightly. "You remember me." He looked at her with utter contempt. "No, but Miss Dong, clearly your relationship with Sicheng is very warm. Yet now you're with another man, flirting around, and your eyes are glued to me. It's hard not to leave a bad impression." Fu Sijia quickly tried to stop Han Tianlin. "Are you crazy or what? Dong Yue is your girlfriend. If it weren't for your memory loss, she wouldn't have to endure such grievances." Tan Yai cunningly interjected, "This Mr. Spare Tire, you're quite enthusiastic in your work. Huh, you're even willing to tell such lies to help her." Dong Yue tiredly coughed. Fu Sijia comforted her. "Are you okay? It's too cold outside. Let's go back first." Dong Yue was reluctant to leave. Han Tianlin hastily said, "You two, if you want to show your love, go somewhere else. Don't be an eyesore here anymore." Dong Yue was extremely sad. Her face clearly showed her grievance. "Why is Tianlin suddenly saying such things? He's always disliked me being too close with Sijia. So now seeing this scene must make him uncomfortable." She turned to look at Fu Sijia. "You're right, Sijia. Let's go back to the hospital room." Han Tianlin watched the two of them leave, feeling uneasy in his heart. Why did I feel the urge to snatch her away? It seems this Dong Yue is really not simple at all. Fu Sijia supported Dong Yue as they walked out. Li Sicheng looked at her and asked, "Why do you look so happy today? Quickly, let me support Dong Yue instead." Li Sicheng thought to himself, "I can't let this guy take advantage of Tianlin's memory loss to steal this girl away." Dong Yue replied cheerfully, "Thank you." She smiled and said, "I've noticed that Tianlin pretends not to care on the outside, but he's actually paying close attention to my every move." Li Sicheng was happy for Han Tianlin, really. He looked at Fu Sijia and reminded him, "I'll take care of things here. Mr. Fu, you can go home now." Dong Yue also added, "You've been taking care of me all morning. You should go home and rest too." Fuseta seemed to have lost the opportunity to stay by Dong Yue's side. He replied sadly. The door slammed shut. Li Sicheng asked curiously, "Quick, tell me what you plan to do to help Tianlin recover his memory." Dong Yue replied without hesitation, "This plan will need your help to monitor and supervise more. And please let me know the times when Han Tianlin goes out. That would be enough." He eagerly said, "Leave that to me." The next day, the hospital grounds were bustling with activity. Everyone was chatting and laughing happily. Dong Yue, while taking a walk, encountered Han Tianlin and Tan Yi. She enthusiastically greeted them. Tan Yi felt very uncomfortable. She gripped Han Tianlin's hand tightly. Her mouth uttered venomous words. "Tianlin, let's go over there." Han Tianlin, having lost his memory, didn't remember that Dong Yue was the girl he loved, so he had no choice but to listen to Tan Yi. Afterwards, the two of them sat together on a wooden bench. She handed him a cup of tea and said affectionately, Tianlin, have some tea, he gently replied. Suddenly Dongyue unexpectedly walked by. Holding an ice cream stick in her hand, she waved. Good afternoon. Tan Yi was visibly angry. Miss Dong, every time Tianlin and I come downstairs for a walk, you follow us. What exactly are you up to? Dongye boldly retorted. Miss Tan, this hospital is so big. Are you saying only you two are allowed to take walks? Am I not allowed to leave my room? After saying this, she cheerfully turned and left. Tan Yi frowned and shouted, Dongye? When night fell, Han Tianlin was diligently practicing walking in the long, endless corridor. Dongye approached gently and asked Han Tianlin, Tan Yi isn't clinging to you today. He wondered, what exactly do you... She leaned closer to him. Then she teased, didn't you mock me saying I was a butterfly flitting around? If I don't do something, wouldn't Mr. Han be disappointed? Before he could reply, Dongye kissed Han Tianlin on the lips. Reflexively, he gently embraced her back. The two shared a sweet kiss. She shyly pushed him away slightly. How does Han Tianlin feel? He stepped back, dazed, and replied, you have no shame. Dongye crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, and said smugly, oh, I have no shame. Then why did you cooperate with me? Or could it be that you... A loud voice interrupted. Tianlin. Dongyue, annoyed that ugly, dirty woman. Tan Yi rushed over and grabbed Han Tianlin's hand. Tianlin, is this woman bothering you again? Dongyue looked at her with contempt. Who's really bothering whom? You know it best in your heart. Tan Yi whined. Tianlin, let's check out of the hospital tomorrow. I'll take care of you at home, he replied. Okay. Dongyue turned and left sadly. Her footsteps echoed thump thump as if expressing her anger. The next day, the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Tan Yi helped Han Tianlin into the car. Tianlin, be careful. At this moment, a radiant Dongyu approached. Oh, checking out together. What a coincidence. Han Tianlin looked at her affectionately. He thought to himself, why does this scene feel so familiar? She gently stroked her glossy hair. Mr. Han, am I beautiful? Han Tianlin kept gazing at Dongyue's radiance. Tan Yi tugged at his sleeve, repeatedly calling, Tianlin. He got into the car and coldly answered Dongyue's question. Not at all. She smiled lightly. Ha, your words betray your heart. In this luxurious car, Han Tianlin seemed to recall something. He lightly touched his nose, thinking, this image, this tone. Tan Yi bested him worried. Tianlin, what's wrong? He replied absent-mindedly, it's nothing. Let's go. The car drove away under Dongyue's sad gaze. She thought firmly, Tianlin, sooner or later there will be a day when I'll make you remember everything about us. In the car, the driver asked, Mr. Han, which villa are we going to? Han Tianlin quickly replied, without thinking, to Xiao. Suddenly he looked confused. Xiao what? Han Yi quickly interjected to Ziyuan. The driver complied. Yes. She turned to ask him, Tianlin, is there anything making you uncomfortable? He asked bewilderedly. The necklace Dongyue was wearing. Did she copy yours? She was startled, huh? Han Tianlin said seriously, I remember giving you a necklace exactly like that one, but that necklace is one of a kind in the world, so she couldn't possibly have bought it, and you used to love that necklace so much. Why don't I see you wearing it anymore? Afraid of exposing the secret, she pretended to reply, you gave me such a precious necklace. I'm afraid of losing it, so I've always kept it safe. Dongyue deliberately made one just like it to disgust me, so I don't want to use the same thing as her. He patted her head. Next time, I'll buy you a new one. The vicious woman quickly threw herself into Han Tianlin's arms. Yes, thank you, Tianlin. A while later, they arrived at Ziyuan Villa. Tan Yi held his hand as they entered. She ordered, quickly go and tidy up the room a bit. Put away all the clothes that Tianlin usually wears. The servant politely replied, yes. He thought to himself, judging by their reactions, it seems like I don't often stay here. Tan Yi helped him to the couch, her mouth constantly uttering sweet words. Tianlin, quickly sit down and rest. You've finally been discharged. From now on, you'll surely be safe. I've been so worried about you. Han Tianlin also comforted her. I've scared you, haven't I? This time you should also rest and recuperate to get healthy. She obediently agreed. Tan Yi gazed at Han Tianlin's handsome face as she moved closer to him and said, Tianlin, I want to. She puckered her ugly lips towards him. Han Tianlin startled, remembering Dongyue's charming appearance. He quickly grabbed Tan Yi's shoulders and pushed her away. She was bewildered. Tianlin, why did you? He, with a headache, said apologetically, I'm sorry. She fearfully said, it's all right, Tianlin. You should rest first. I'll go home now. Han Tianlin questioned, aren't we always living together? Tan Yi flinched, clenched her fist, and thought, if we live together now, we might be exposed. She pretended to smile and replied gently, my father is making a fuss, saying I must go back to live with him. Let me coax him for a while, then I'll come back to you. okay? After saying this, she hurriedly left. Han Tianlin sighed tiredly. What's wrong with me? Dong Yue, sitting in her car, observed Tan Yi walking out of the villa. She wondered, Tan Yi is leaving already. She quickly stepped on the gas and drove home. It seems Tan Yi by Tianlin's side couldn't get anything done. It wasn't in vain that I dressed up so glamorously today. 3 days later, at Foreign Group, Nanhui asked Han Tianlin, Mr. Han, all the project documents for this period are here. He replied, put them down there. Nanhui put down the stack of documents. He worried. Mr. Han's mother sent people to the company to erase all traces of Dong Yue. These projects were clearly under her charge before. He bravely asked the boss, have you really forgotten Dong Yue? Han Tianlin coldly replied, it seems this woman's abilities are quite impressive. Even you know about her. Don't tell me you also want to help her with that matter. Nanhui said, boss, Dong Yue is actually your girlfriend. Tan Yi is just someone who always tries to sabotage your relationship with Dong Yue. You even, because of this, previously cut off cooperation with the Tan family. Han Tianlin held up a report. The document I'm reading now is about the cooperation with the Tan family. Nanhui sighed. This was all arranged by your mother. He sighed. It seems you really don't remember anything anymore. Han Tianlin questioned. I find it strange that you're the person I trust the most, and Tu Cheng is my good brother. Why is it that you all take turns speaking up for her? Don't tell me you like her too. Nanhui, worried, quickly waved his hands. Goodness, I don't. How dare I have feelings for the boss's future wife? Don't say such frightening things. Han Tianlin stiffened. Did Dong Yue ask you to come tell me all this, or not? Nanhui was exasperated. He scratched his head. Ha! Someone as competitive as her wouldn't ask me to come say these things. Boss, I'm worried you'll be exhausted chasing after your wife in the future, you know? Please try to control yourself a bit. Nanhui walked out, dispirited. Han Tianlin couldn't understand what was happening anymore. When night fell, inside the room, Dong Yue was working when the doorbell rang. She opened the door to find it was Le Tucheng. He smiled and said, hello. Dong Yue asked, why are you here? He held up some documents and said, I heard you were erased from Foreign Group's records. His colleague replied, that's the Han family's work style. It's always been like that. He handed her the documents. I looked at some project files you were in charge of before. They were all done very well. Would you consider coming to help me? She looked over the documents and said, you want me to come work for your Le Corporation? He smiled and said, Le Corps and Forun collaborate a lot. I can give you this opportunity to have more contact with Tianlin. Plus, you coming would help me make money. Why not do it? Dong Yue was saddened. Le Tucheng said casually, if Tianlin regains his memory, if he recovers his memory and wants to take you back, then at that time, it's up to you to choose. She held out her hand and said, I won't return to Forun, but in the future, there might really be some areas where I'll need your help. Thank you, my new boss. He gently shook her hand. Happy cooperation. The next morning at Foreign Group, Le Tucheng and Dong Yue walked in together. She cheerfully waved, hello, everyone. The employees buzzed with chatter. Hey, she's actually gone over to Le Tucheng's side. This woman is really something else. He leaned close to her and said, tell me, are they guessing that you've climbed over the wall from Tianlin to my side? Dong Yue replied smugly, never underestimate the brains of colleagues in the workplace. He said, I wonder which of our two couples has higher popularity here, she replied boredly. Inside Han Tianlin's office, Nanhui respectfully said, Mr. Han, Mr. Li from Li Corp and Miss Dong are here. He stood up and said, tell them to come in quickly. Han Tianlin saw Le Tucheng and Dong Yue enter. He called out Dong Yue. She raised her hand and said, hello, Mr. Han. He frowned and asked Le Tucheng, why did you bring her here? Le Tucheng replied, let me introduce you. This is the newly appointed project director of Le Corps. She's here specifically to make money for me. Han Tianlin coldly said, your joke is a bit too much. Dong Yue tapped on the table. This is not a joke. Let's talk business and it will be clear. Han Tianlin ordered to the meeting room. A moment later in the meeting room, Dong Yue was presenting her ideas. She gently handed documents to Han Tianlin. These are the Liga Bay project materials. They detail the pros and cons of the location. Everyone can take a look. He read the report, inwardly praising her. This woman's ability and professionalism are quite impressive. The two Cheng and Dong Yue left the meeting room. He smiled and said, in the past, you represented Forun to criticize Le Corps. Now, you represent Le Corp to criticize Forun. Seeing this makes me feel so refreshed. She happily replied, refreshed is good. Honestly, I feel quite refreshed too. Han Tianlin came out and said to them, Come to my office for coffee. Letu Cheng. He waved his hand in refusal. You two continue talking. I have something more fun to do, so I'll go first. He said to Dong Yue, remember to seize this opportunity. She startled and replied, no problem. Han Tianlin saw them talking and laughing. Jealousy boiled in his heart. Their relationship seems quite good, doesn't it? The beautiful colleague turned back and reminded, let's go, Mr. Han. They went to another room. Han Tianlin ordered, bring me 2 cups of coffee, one with extra milk and sugar. The staff politely replied, Assistant Dong's taste. I remember clearly. Boss? Han Tianlin wondered. Assistant Dong. She startled, covered her mouth, and said, oh, I mean Miss Dong. Dong Yue smugly interjected. If you've decided to keep it a secret, you should hide it well, shouldn't you? The employee bashfully said, I'll go make the coffee. Dong Yue sat elegantly on the chair, looking bored. Not interesting at all. He approached and asked, you seem very familiar with them. She replied without hesitation, very familiar indeed. She seductively crossed her legs towards Han Tianlin. But I'm most familiar with you. Suddenly he moved closer. She seemed to realize things weren't going well. Embarrassed by his colleague, she quickly hugged and kissed him. Han Tianlin didn't hesitate to respond. Suddenly he startled. What am I doing? He pushed her away, saying, in my heart, there's only Qin Yi. As for you, your professional skills are indeed not bad, but your character, I really can't praise. I advise you to have some self-respect. Dong Yue exclaimed. It seems Mr. Han's lower half, compared to this mouth of yours, is much more honest. He turned away embarrassed. Leave. She stood up, saying sadly, Han Tianlin, you can feel it too, right? Your feelings for me aren't fake, so why don't you believe what I say? He felt conflicted. If what she's saying is true, could it be that Mother and Jinu are deceiving me? But why would they do that? Dong Yue left, not forgetting to remind him, if you don't want to be seen as a fool and be played with all your life, you should investigate. See if you've ever really been with that so-called girlfriend named Qin Yi. Han Tianlin's heart was full of doubt, his face frowning continuously. At this moment, Dong Yue met Qin Yi at the door. She angrily shouted, Dong Yue, why are you appearing here? She provoked her. Why can't I appear here? I'm the project manager of Liqueur. We'll have many chances to meet in future collaborations. Qin Yi went berserk. You actually let Lei Tucheng bring you into Li Corp as a project manager. Even if that's the case, don't dream of stealing my Tianlin. She looked at Dong Ye's slightly swollen lips and asked, your lips. She laughed scornfully. Ha! That's right. Han Tianlin kissed me. She was stunned, dropping her lunchbox. She held her head, frowning. Impossible. How could Tianlin possibly kiss you? You must be a shameless slut who threw yourself at him to kiss him. Dong Yue put on airs. I didn't just kiss him. I even slept with him. You want to replace my position? Then you better take a good look at yourself first. Anyway, compared to your dried squid-like figure, I still have much more appeal. After saying this, Han Tianlin turned back and said, Yi. She threw herself into his arms. Tears streaming down, she begged, Tianlin, I love you. Please don't leave me. He hugged her back, gently asking, what's wrong? Qin Yi whined, I met Dong Yue. She wants to steal you away. He stroked her smelly head. I'm not an object. How could I be casually stolen away? You're not in a good mood. Let me take you out for dinner. She pretended to be gentle. Yes, but inside she was possessive. Such a gentle Tianlin will still be mine. A while later, they arrived at an elegant restaurant. He told the waiter, the usual. A mountain of hot, spicy food appeared on the table. He said, this restaurant. Whenever you're not happy, come here to eat. Why don't we just buy this restaurant and bring the chef home? Qin Yi startled. I don't need that. He wondered why not. The taste changes when you change locations. Besides, if we bring the chef home, others won't be able to eat such delicious food, right? Han Tianlin sighed, thinking she was right. She added, moreover, I don't like this restaurant that much anymore. He wondered, you once said you'd eat here until they close down, and then invest in it to keep it running. Qin Yi replied, people's tastes always change. He smiled, but your taste for spicy food, that won't change, right? She worried, thinking, I don't even like spicy food. These are all dishes that Dong Yue likes. He picked up a round piece of meat for her. Eat up. This is your favorite dish. Qin Yi outwardly rejoiced. Thank you, Tianlin. Inwardly, she cried, it's too spicy. He picked up more. Eat more. Qin Yi replied, yes. A while later, they left to go home. Han Tianlin was gentle and attentive. Yi, get in the car. Let me take you home first. Her stomach hurt terribly. This isn't good. My stomach hurts so much. I need to go to the hospital right away. Otherwise, I won't make it home. She waved goodbye. Tianlin, you go home first. I have plans to go shopping with friends. You're not coming with me. Holding her stomach, she angrily ran off. Dong Yue, this is all because of you. I hate you to death. Han Tianlin sat in the car, pondering. It seems my memories really do have some issues. on the top floor of the corporation, in Han Tianlin's office at this moment. Nanhui honestly said, "Boss, your love story with Dongye really happened like that." Han Tianlin was shocked. The documents in his hand paused. "I confessed my love to her here. Clearly, the person I confessed to was Qin Yi." Nanhui's head spun, irritated by Han Tianlin's words. Resting his chin on his hand, he muttered, "That's why I said your memories are all jumbled up. The Xiaonanguo villa where you used to live has been transferred to Dongyue. I handled all the procedures myself. You even bragged about your love on social media, but Madame Yu has deleted all of it." Han Tianlin's mind was spinning. His hands kept adjusting the documents as he said calmly, "All right, you can go back to work. Everything you've said, I'll definitely send someone to verify." At this, Nanhui suddenly remembered and added, "Oh, that's right, boss. Please don't tell Madame Yu about this. She's the one who threatened us not to say anything. Being a wage slave for capitalists is so tough." Nanhui's eyes welled up, forming two streams of tears as he pleaded miserably. Han Tianlin stood up, seeing this, and comforted him. "Don't worry. If everything you've said is true, of course I'll protect you." Hearing these words from his boss, Nanhui felt relieved. The next morning at the corporation. At this moment, Lisa Cheng knocked twice from outside and entered, quickly saying, "Working so diligently as soon as you arrive, it makes even a boss like me feel embarrassed." Dong Yue, eyes not leaving the screen, heard this and calmly replied, "Can a capitalist even have a conscience?" Lisa Sheng looked at her with a pretend sad expression. "How can you say that? I'm very sad, you know." Dong Yue rested her chin on her hand, looking at him skeptically. "Looking at your beaming face, I can't see where you're sad at all. What good news has made you so happy?" Lisa Cheng smiled. "Let me tell you some news that will make you feel happier." Hearing Lisa Cheng say this, Dong Yue couldn't help but quickly ask, "What news?" Has Tianlin regained his memory? Lisa Cheng heard her say this and felt a sense of loss in his heart. He shook his head. "It's almost like that." Dong Yue looked sad. "Other than this, there's nothing else that could make my mood any happier." Lisa Cheng approached, sat on her desk, and chatted with her. "You're really not interesting. That's just the ultimate goal. Next week is Han Yihai's birthday, Han Tianlin's father. I'll take you there to attend together. You two can meet again then?" She shook her head sadly. "I'm afraid if I go there, his mother will directly kick me out." Lisa Cheng chuckled. "With me protecting you? What are you afraid of? Look, they might not like us, but they can't do anything about how we are." Dong Yue closed her laptop, stood up and said, "I think you seem to prefer standing aside and enjoying the show, don't you? Anyway, no more talk. I'm going to meet Tianlin now to discuss business with him." Lisa Sheng reached out to stop her. "Wait, hear this good news before you go. Didn't I send someone to observe Qin Yi to prevent her from causing trouble? Well, guess what? The other day, they went to a restaurant to eat, and they ordered a bunch of spicy food." Dong Yue continued, "I guess Qin Yi can't eat spicy food." This trait of hers made Li Sicheng very fond of her, always understanding others' intentions. Li Sicheng nodded. "That's right." After eating, Qin Yi rushed straight to the hospital and stayed there until after midnight before returning home. Dong Yue couldn't help but laugh. Li Sicheng was momentarily distracted, but eventually regained his composure. He sighed and said, "You look prettier when you smile like that. Perhaps when Tianlin sees this smile of yours, he'll quickly remember." She hugged her laptop, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for your kind words. When I meet him today, I'll have to smile a lot." Li Sicheng gently touched her shoulder, comforting her. "Cheer up, okay?" She nodded slightly. Dong Yue quickly entered Han Tianlin's office. As soon as she entered, Han Tianlin spoke. "Ah, the coffee has already been brought here. That cup over there is yours, just at the rest area for you." She pondered for a moment. Why so attentive today? But she still walked towards that table. She sat down, glancing at Han Tianlin while slowly sipping the coffee. It was her familiar taste. "It's not poisoned, is it?" Han Tianlin, seeing her look at him, coughed a few times to avoid awkwardness. "I'm a bit busy now. You can start working first. Later we'll go to a restaurant and talk while eating." Hearing this, she had no other choice. She opened her laptop and said flatly, "What about Li Corporation? We and Dong Corporation have already said all the times. Why is Chairman Han being so perfunctory about this?" She thought to herself, his attitude suddenly changed so drastically. Could it be that this young man has discovered something? Han Tianlin, not one to be easily provoked, replied, "Chairman Dong, you're overthinking. Such a big cooperation project. Of course, I need to quickly complete these tasks as soon as possible so we can talk more easily. For this short time, Chairman Dong will try to wait for me, right?" Dong Yue coldly said, "But I have a date tonight. I'm afraid I can't wait for Chairman Han for too long." She quickly scrolled through her work schedule screen. "Let me check the time again." Han Tianlin, at this moment, clenched his fist, stared at her intently, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you dating?" Dong Yue looked at him blankly, surprised, and replied, I think this is my personal matter. Besides, I have 2 appointments tonight, both very urgent. Which one does Chairman Han want to know about? Han Tianlin angrily stood up, pretending not to care, and answered, I don't care about which man you're dating. If Chairman Dong is busy, we'll start talking right now. Dongye cheerfully replied, all right, that's no problem. And so, the two of them met until late in the evening. Han Tianlin at this moment, seeing her intently looking at her phone screen, said, Miss Dong, you should focus more when working. Don't keep staring at your phone like that. Dong Yue appeared annoyed as she put down her phone, irritably replying, fine. Han Tianlin, seeing her like this, continued, or are you in a hurry for your date? If Miss Dong feels dating is more important than work, I can end our work early. Don't worry, I won't tell Sisheng about it. Dong Yue saw him twirling his finger and guessed Han Tianlin's current thoughts. She then pretended to be irritated and said, Chairman Han, it's already 10 o'clock now. My date is pretty much ruined. We might as well continue working. It's a bit late anyway. We should probably wrap up our discussion here. We'll continue tomorrow. She stretched, thinking to herself, this jealous guy. If he doesn't want me to go on a date, just say it directly. Instead, he brings out that old contract to discuss all day long. It's really inhumane. Her hungry stomach couldn't bear it anymore and growled loudly. The atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward, unusually quiet. Han Tianlin stood up and said, it seems that I've overlooked my partner's basic physiological needs. What would you like to eat? I'll treat my colleague tonight. She cheerfully replied, indeed, I am hungry. Well then, Chairman Han will have to foot the bill. They quickly went to an outdoor restaurant. At this moment, music was playing everywhere, creating a lively atmosphere. I've waited 1,000 years. I've waited 1,000 years for my pain. She sat down and raised her hand to call the owner for a cold beer. 50 lamb skewers, 50 beef skewers, 50 fish skewers, with lots of spicy chili, please. Han Tianlin beside her felt uncomfortable, his whole body stiffening. She saw his demeanor and laughed inwardly. The owner quickly brought out a cold, fresh beer and said enthusiastically, all right, please enjoy your beer first. The grilled skewers will be ready soon. She picked up the beer mug and thanked the owner. He thought to himself, although the situation wasn't fully investigated, this scene seemed somewhat familiar. She took a deep breath and said, the smoke and fire of the mortal world smell so good. Then she drank nearly the whole mug of beer in one go. That's so refreshing. Han Tianlin stared at her and asked, where's mine? Dong Yue looked at him cautiously. Don't you still have to drive? You'll get arrested if you drink. Han Tianlin kicked her foot and replied, I can call a driver. Order me a glass. Dong Yue teased, you want a drink? Han Tianlin didn't pay much attention to her anymore and directly raised his hand to call the owner. One more beer, please. Dong Yue frowned and took another sip. She leaned over and embraced him. Their lips met as she directly fed him the drink. Then she slowly let him go. Her face flushed as she looked at him. Was it good? He was startled by her action, his whole body stiffening. People around who saw this immediately started cheering. Well done, beautiful lady. Kiss again, go for it. Blessings to you both. Han Tianlin stood up embarrassedly and said, you're crazy. Seeing him so serious, she said, it's just a joke. Don't be so agitated. She picked up the beer mug and turned to the crowd with a smile. Thank you, everyone. The nearby band joined in the fun. Everyone, come dance to a song. People around stood up and cheered. The singer also reached out to her, calling loudly, beautiful lady, come dance. She was about to turn and go, but Han Tianlin grabbed her hand tightly and angrily said, don't go. Dong Yue, seeing him like this, tried to free herself from his grip, smiling and saying, or you could come with me. Han Tianlin didn't let her finish and directly pulled her hand back. He said in a low voice, don't go. She immediately replied, why are you suddenly pulling me away? The atmosphere is so lively. Han Tianlin coldly said, I'm afraid your dancing will look awful. It might make people mock and laugh at you instead. She crossed her arms and looked at him with a puzzled expression. You've never seen me dance. How do you know it looks bad? He moved closer to her and angrily said, Dongye, are you that lonely? Even men eating by the roadside, you want to seduce them. Dongye pushed him away and retorted, why do you care about me? You don't need me anyway, so why are you controlling me? Han Tianlin lifted her chin. Why can I control you? Because you seduced me first. Dongye sneered, then seduce me back. Given her invitation, Han Tianlin thought, how can I disappoint you? He gently kissed her full lips. The two continued like this for a while. Dong Yue wrapped her arms around his neck and said faintly, do you want to come to my place? When Han Tianlin heard this, his mind went blank, and he was gradually drawn in by her with no escape. She held his hand and said, you've been drinking. You shouldn't drive. He pushed her into the car and said faintly, I'll call someone to drive instead. They quickly arrived at Dong Yue's place. The driver said, we've arrived, sir and madam. Han Tianlin looked outside the window and turned to her, saying, Xiaonan District. Houses here aren't cheap at all. She opened the door, stepped out, and replied, "That's right. This place was given to me by someone who treats money like trash." He pondered for a moment. The address matched exactly with the documents Nanhui provided. Han Tianlin was about to step out when she stopped him. "Why are you getting out of the car? Do you really want to come into my house?" Han Tianlin looked at her blankly. "Just now. Didn't Miss Dong invite me?" Dong Yue then coldly replied, "I've changed my mind now. Mr. Han should go home and get some sleep." Then, she didn't let him speak, but directly slammed the door shut and turned to walk inside. In her heart, she thought, "Wait until you remember everything. I'll take you home. But now I can't make it too easy for you." Han Tianlin watched her enter the house, then turned to the driver and said, "Driver, go to Ziwan." "Yes, sir." His heart was now a bit confused. The next morning, Li Sicheng took Dong Yue to the styling place. He stood aside and said gently to Dong Yue, "For Mr. Li's birthday, does Han Tianlin need to be this formal?" Li Sicheng smiled and replied, "Of course. Wait a bit and try on another dress. As Li Sicheng's girlfriend, you must be the brightest in the hall." Hearing this, she couldn't help but laugh. She then said directly, "Mr. Li, you've given me so many things. Don't tell me you're calculating to make me work for you for life." Li Sicheng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll make Tianlin pay for it later." Li Sicheng turned to the designer and said, "Take her to change clothes." "Yes, sir." Dong Yue was quickly assisted by the staff, a sparkling blue necklace, a flowing dress hem. Dong Yue was meticulously made up. Her appearance at this moment looked like a goddess stepping out of a book. Her whole being exuded an aura that could captivate anyone. Li Sicheng looked at her without blinking, his heart pounding. He had to exclaim, "So beautiful." Dong Yue saw him standing there for a while and spoke up. "Let's go, Mr. Li. Let's go." Make everyone in the hall stare in awe. Hearing this, Li Sicheng smiled. This was indeed the person he had chosen to entrust. Her confidence was truly irresistible to others. He stepped forward, took her hand, and said softly, "It's my honor." At the party at this time, people were gradually gathering for discussions. The industry celebrities were forming groups to share interests. Just at this moment, Li Sicheng led Dong Yue into the hall. The whole room lit up. Seeing the people around whispering, "This woman looks familiar. Before, I saw her in Han Tianlin's circle of friends on Weibo. Wasn't she his girlfriend? Have they broken up? How come she's now arm in arm with young Master Li?" Li Sicheng handed the gift to someone nearby, then turned to whisper to Dong Yue, "Not a bad effect, right?" She smiled slightly, of course. Han Jinu looked at Dong Yue like that and said to Mrs. Yu, "Mom, do you want me to kick her out?" Mrs. Yu quickly replied, "Today is your father's birthday. Don't cause trouble." Li Sicheng brought Dong Yue to meet Mr. Han and said cheerfully, "Uncle Han, happy birthday." Dong Yue followed, "Uncle, happy birthday." Mr. Han politely replied, "Thank you. Go ahead and mingle. Don't feel constrained." Li Sicheng responded, "Yes, thank you, Uncle Han." Li Sicheng turned to Dong Yue and said, "Let me talk to Uncle Han for a bit. You go ahead and look around." Dong Yue smiled. All right. At this moment, Han Tianlin was walking down arm in arm with Qin Yi. People around exclaimed, "It's young Master Han. Is he engaged to the Qin family?" Dong Yue's eyes now held a hint of sadness. He's still willing to trust Qin Yi. Was I too hasty? Dong Yue walked to the wine table, picked up a glass of wine, feeling melancholy. Suddenly, there was a shout. Dong Yue turned in surprise. Did someone throw wine this way? Before she could react, suddenly a jacket appeared from somewhere covering her. Just as the wine splashed onto that jacket, luckily, she wasn't much affected. Dong Yue turned to look and saw it was Han Jiasi, Han Tianlin's older brother, who had timely saved her from the situation. Dong Yue stepped forward and said, "I'm fine, thank you." Han Jiasi smiled politely and gestured to her. "Give it back to me." Dong Yue smiled and reached out, but with a hint of confusion in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I heard before that the Han family had an illegitimate child years ago who was taken in only because he lost both legs in a car accident. He never appeared in public. Could it be him?" The girl in the red dress who had spilled wine on her earlier shamelessly came over and said, "I'm sorry, I just slipped." Dong Yue smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. It's normal to slip in tight high heels." She picked up a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass, while the other girl thought silently, "I thought she'd be more fierce. Turns out she's just a timid little bun." Dong Yue walked towards her, stumbling and spilling the wine on her. The girl exclaimed, "Oh you, how dare you spill wine on me?" Dong Yue feigned surprise and explained, "I'm terribly sorry. I just slipped too. We women have it tough, and you just nearly slipped yourself earlier. So you'll understand my situation, right?" The other girl angrily turned and left. Han Jiasi nearby couldn't help but find this woman interesting. He turned his wheelchair to leave. Li Sicheng approached from afar and said, "That woman is Jinu's friend. Jinu must be trying to cause trouble, so she sent her to provoke you." Dong Yue swirled her wine, took a sip, and smirked. "Friend, her provocation is nothing special. Anyway, she doesn't gain anything from it. Li Sicheng's seed, Jinu is spoiled rotten. Qin Yi, overhearing their conversation nearby couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. She said to Han Tianlin, Dongyue really wants to cause trouble. Someone accidentally slipped, yet she deliberately retaliated. How vicious. Han Tianlin couldn't be fooled by Qin Yi anymore. He calmly said, that girl passed by many people earlier, but went straight to Dongyue. She intentionally spilled wine on Dongyue, so she deserved to have it spilled back on her. Qin Yi, confronted by Han Tianlin, felt like cold water had been poured over her. She shivered and stammered, is that so? I didn't notice. Dongyue, seeing Han Tianlin and Qin Yi talking together from afar, felt a pang in her heart. She put down her wine glass and said to Li Sicheng, I'm leaving now, if that's okay. Qin Yi reached out to pull Han Tianlin back. Tianlin, where are you going? Han Tianlin avoided Qin Yi and coldly looked at her. It's none of your business. Don't ask. Qin Yi froze, clenching her fists tightly, watching Han Tianlin walk away. On this side, Dongyue stepped outside to wait for a car when a black car stopped in front of her. The window rolled down and a voice eagerly asked, Dongyue, are you crying? Dongyue's whole body trembled. Regaining her composure, she lowered her voice, wiped her tears, and said, what's it to you? Shouldn't you be taking care of Qin Yi? Han Tianlin leaned out the window and angrily said, you're angry over just that. She froze. What do you mean? Han Tianlin then asked her, how do you feel? Dongyue moved closer and pressed. Have you finally started to doubt? Their eyes met. Han Tianlin reached out, opened the door, and said, get in. I'll take you home. Dongyue was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, she got into the car. They didn't speak to each other during the ride. When they arrived at Dongyue's home, he finally spoke. Dongyue, what's wrong? Dongyue's body trembled. She clutched her stomach and said softly, I haven't eaten, so my stomach hurts a bit. He quickly got out and carried her. Try to bear with it. I'll find something for you to eat. Han Tianlin set her down on the couch and went to the kitchen to cook something. Dongyue was touched seeing him like this. She thought, he's back. That's so good. Han Tianlin quickly prepared a bowl of food, still steaming hot, and gave it to her to try. Dongyue turned and said, did you notice? Just now you went straight to the kitchen from the back door, and you even knew exactly where the noodles and seasonings were. You knew it so well. That's because here in this place, I've cooked many meals for you. That's why you have such a strong impression. Han Tianlin was stunned hearing her say this. She didn't care about her image anymore and directly took a bite, saying, it's delicious. Seeing her feeling better, Han Tianlin asked, tell me what happened. Hearing him say this, her face became a bit sad. Well, let me say this first. If you want to hear it, you must first discard all the impressions you've built in your mind. Only then can you make a judgment. He seriously said, okay. She slowly began to recount. We first met when I was 18 years old. At that time, my grandmother had passed away. When I was at my lowest, I met you. Time seemed to stop. At that moment, she was staggering, just stepping outside when a group of people turned to tease her. Then Dongyue bumped into Han Tianlin. She looked up, choked with emotion, and said, take me away. I don't want to go home today. Are you sure? Are you sure? Even if it's just a brief freedom, I'm inviting you to spend the night with me, she said, and you agreed. After that, we became a purely physical relationship for the next 5 years. I left you to take revenge on the Dong family. That's why I separated from you. But at Dong Yeshi's engagement party, I met you again. Then I learned about your true identity. Unfortunately, even after knowing your identity, you refused to help me deal with the Dong family, so I had to use you. I schemed to make you help me. At that time, she was severely injured and slowly fainted. Han Tianlin ran over to wake her up. Time returned to the present. Han Tianlin looked at Dongyue coldly and said, you used me. She nodded. Yes, then took a sip of the soup. Han Tianlin smiled slightly. If you were able to use me, then I must have been willing to be used by you. Dongyue nodded. Yes, you knew in your heart. You helped me deal with the Dong family. And from then on, we officially established our relationship. But Qin Yi secretly loved you. This was also part of her scheme. Hearing this, Han Tianlin rubbed his temples. Seeing this, she anxiously asked, have you remembered something? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Han Tianlin shook his head. I'm fine. He looked straight into her eyes, thinking, if the Ceyland accident was Qin Yi's scheme, then I need to quickly send someone to find evidence. Dongyue stood up and said casually, all right then. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. It's getting late. Mr. Han, you should go home now. Han Tianlin looked at her puzzled. Go home. If we were once lovers, isn't this my home too? Dongyue irritably pulled his hand, saying, stand up. Until you remember everything from the past, you can't stay here. Han Tianlin quickly turned the tables and grabbed her hand tightly, pulling her down. She lost her balance and fell into his arms. Han Tianlin said in a deep voice, are you really not letting me stay? The space became strangely quiet. Dongyue stammered, I. Han Tianlin then kissed Dongyue's lips. They shared a passionate kiss. Han Tianlin said lovingly. Dongyue, I feel that if you let me stay here for a while, it would be more conducive to recovering my memory. Dongyue angrily hit Han Tianlin's head a few times. Han Tianlin exclaimed, Ouch! You're hitting me. Dongyue said sternly, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. If you want to come back here, then quickly take care of those loose ends outside. Han Tianlin obediently replied, All right, fine. Dongyue stood looking out the window. Han Tianlin's car had driven away. She thought, Tianlin, this time please don't disappoint me. The next day at a large corporation, as Dongyue was walking, a man appeared. Miss Dong, our sir invites you. Dongyue asked, Who is it? The man bowed his head. You'll know when you go. The sir is waiting for you at the cafe across the street. The man led Dongyue to the nearby cafe. Mr. Han. Han Jiasi gestured for Dongyue to sit down. You can call me Han Jiasi. Please, sit down. Mr. Han, you called me here because... Han Jiasi took out a bouquet of red flowers. This is for you. Dongyue reached out her hand. Mr. Han, we're not close, so there's no need to be so formal. Han Jiasi put down the bouquet. How can one not be formal with a beautiful woman? Besides, what if I want to pursue you? Then I should certainly make a good impression. Dongyue snorted. Han Jiasi looked sad. Miss Dong finds my words amusing. Dongyue waved her hand. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help it for a moment. Although I'm quite pretty, I'm probably not to the extent that I could make Mr. Han fall in love at first sight. She said seriously, moreover, if you've investigated my past, you must know that I have a brother named Dong Moyen. He's the epitome of those who endure hardships to achieve their goals. You two are very similar. Han Jiasi shook his head. With someone as excellent as Han Tianlin here, no matter how much I endure hardships, it wouldn't be of any use. Dongyue said, That's right, so you should know even more. Even though he's lost his memory now and Tan Yi is currently by his side, I will always stand by him. I will never betray him to help you. Han Jiasi gently raised his teacup to his lips. I think you've misunderstood. I sincerely want to help you two be together. Dongyue spoke frankly. I also believe you're sincere. Given my current background, if I'm with Han Tianlin, for him, it won't be of much help to his career. And if Han Tianlin wants to be with me, he'll certainly conflict with his mother. Dongyue looked up. His mother's unhappiness must make you very happy, right? If because of my past experiences, it causes the company's shareholders to be prejudiced against Han Tianlin, then it's even more beneficial for you. So you have even more reason to help me. Why wouldn't you do it, right? Han Jiasi smiled. Miss Dong is indeed intelligent, so are you willing to cooperate with me? You get Han Tianlin, and I get some benefits. You trust Han Tianlin so much, surely you're not worried about him being defeated by me. Dongyue thought, I don't know what this man wants to do. I must find a way to warn Tianlin. Dongyue smiled. All right, Mr. Han, since you put it so nicely, please cooperate with me a bit. Dongyue stood up and approached Han Jiasi. She held up her phone and took a few photos with Han Jiasi. Thank you, Mr. Han, for your support this evening. While Dongyue was working later, her phone rang. She answered, Hello, President Li. Li Sicheng asked worriedly. I saw you posted photos of you and Han Jiasi on your social media. Since when have you two been in contact? Dongyue closed her laptop. It's nothing. He just stopped me after work hours. Li Sicheng suggested, then from now on, I'll drive you home after work. Dongyue said over the phone, Thank you, President Li. Actually, I've told Tianlin everything. Although he hasn't regained his memory yet, I believe he can protect me well, right? Li Sicheng was surprised. That's right. Moreover, I pretended to agree with Han Jiasi. Only this way can we know how he wants to deal with Tianlin. Li Sicheng's face saddened, so that's how it is. You two are really smart as a couple. I shouldn't worry anymore. Well, I still have some work to do, so I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Li Sicheng sighed. The next morning, at Han Tianlin's house, Han Tianlin sat in his study on the phone. You haven't found out anything yet. What about the driver's relatives? No information on money transfers. The other end replied, That driver was a reckless guy with no parents. I don't know how Tan Yi managed to make him risk his life like that. At that moment, Tan Yi opened the door and entered. Tianlin, I heard you've been at home these 2 days, so I brought you a small cake. Han Tianlin quickly ended the conversation. I'm hanging up now. You all continue working. Tan Yi put the bag on the table. Tianlin, I'm sorry, did I interrupt your work? Han Tianlin stood up and approached Tan Yi. It's nothing. You used to always make cakes for me. Today, can I cook for you instead? Tan Yi happily hugged Han Tianlin. Tianlin, you're so kind. A while later, the meal was served. Tan Yi looked at the dishes in shock. That vixen Dongyue is gone, but even the food wants to challenge me. What's going on? Han Tianlin served Tan Yi. Try it. These dishes are all stir-fried with red chili. They're all your favorites. Tan Yi put a piece in her mouth. It's delicious. Thank you, Tianlin. But in reality, she found the food very spicy. Han Tianlin continued serving food to Tan Yi. If it's good, eat more. Tan Yi's hand trembled as she agreed. A while later, all the dishes were cleaned out. Han Tianlin said, before at the hospital, I was always afraid of not knowing what illness you might have. But seeing you eat like this, now I can be at ease. Tan Yi stood up. Tianlin, I suddenly remembered I have some things at home. I'll come visit you another day, okay? Han Tianlin waved, next time you come, I'll cook for you again. Tan Yi quickly left. Then Han Tianlin put on his coat. He called Dong Yue. Hello, Yue Yue. Dong Yue answered, finding it strange. Why are you suddenly calling me Yue today? Han Tianlin said, are you at home? I'm coming to pick you up for an evening show at the hospital. Dong Yue and Han Tianlin stood in front of Tan Yi's hospital room. Dong Yue asked, you called me here to see this. Han Tianlin opened the door. He took Dong Yue's hand and stepped in. Come in. Tan Yi panicked. Tianlin, why are you here? Han Tianlin said, you're hospitalized for eating spicy food. You want me to explain. Dong Yue immediately continued. Han Tianlin, you see now. You brought the things I like, thinking she liked them. This woman deceived you. She's even cruel to herself, not sparing herself. Do you still want to believe her? Tan Yi gently wiped her tears. Tianlin, Dong Yue is right. Indeed, your memory is a bit confused. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. Still want to act. Tan Yi, I'm not acting, but I really am your girlfriend, and the doctor told me not to agitate you. That's why I didn't dare tell you the truth. I really can't eat spicy food. But just because I was afraid you'd worry and blame yourself, I didn't dare tell you. Dong Yue was stunned, thinking, how can she explain it like this? Tan Yi glanced at Dong Yue. Miss Dong, in the middle of the night, you bring my boyfriend here. What exactly are you up to? Do you think you can take advantage of his current confused memory to tell lies and take him away? Dong Yue's face showed displeasure. Who brought me here? Han Tianlin coughed a few times. Even if my memory is confused, the dishes Dong Yue likes to eat can prove that I had a pretty good relationship with her before. Yi, before I recover my memory, it's best if we don't see each other. After saying this, Han Tianlin turned around. He took Dong Yue's hand. Let's go. Tan Yi angrily called out, Tianlin. The door closed. Tan Yi gritted her teeth and cursed Dong Yue. Why? Why do you keep blocking my way? At this moment, outside, Dong Yue held Han Tianlin's hand. She asked, you called me here just to anger Tan Yi. Han Tianlin hugged Dong Yue tightly. I'm sorry. I haven't found evidence yet, so I could only use this method to teach her a little lesson. Dong Yue leaned against him. Feeling reassured, she asked Han Tianlin, since when did you start doing such childish things? Han Tianlin sighed. Maybe because someone posted photos of Han Jiasi on social media, so I felt a sense of danger. Dong Yue quickly wanted to explain to him. Han Jiasi and I? Han Tianlin gently touched Dong Yue's lips. I know what you want to do. Although I haven't recovered my memory, for some reason, I can understand your thoughts. Dong Yue worried. Then why do you still? Han Tianlin gently pushed Dong Yue away and said lovingly, because I understand Han Jiasi better than you. Listen to me. Stay away from him a bit. Your safety is more important than me dealing with him. Dong Yue nodded slightly at Han Tianlin's words. Okay, I'll listen to you. The next morning, Tan Yi sat drinking tea with Aunt Qin. Tan Yi acted pitiful. Aunt Qin, the situation is like this. Tianlin is now suspicious of me, so I can only come to beg for your help, Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin lifted her teacup and said, so you've already lost to her. How can I help you anymore? Tan Yi stood up and handed her phone to Aunt Qin. I have a friend who has Dong Yue's WeChat. She deliberately posted photos with Han Jiasi to provoke Tianlin. A woman like that following Tianlin definitely won't behave herself. Aunt Qin put down her teacup. Han Jiasi. Tan Yi continued. That's right. It seems her relationship with Han Jiasi is quite good. Aunt Qin made a sound. She dares to be with that bastard. I understand. You go back first. Leave everything to me to arrange. Tan Yi stood up. All right, I'll be going then. I'll wait for your good news. As Tan Yi walked out, Aunt Qin watched her back. She thought, not so generous. At the company, in the office, Han Tianlin held Dong Yue's hand. Just finished talking about the project and you want to leave. Dong Yue flipped her hair. I have a lunch appointment with a client. I need to leave urgently. Han Tianlin pressed Dong Yue against the wall. I'm also your client. Why don't you stay with me? Dong Yue pointed at Han Tianlin's tie. I'm really busy today. Han Tianlin then made a condition for Dong Yue. Give me a kiss. I'll humble myself to be your driver. Dong Yue lightly kissed Han Tianlin's lips. Then I'll trouble Mr. Han to lower himself to be my driver. Han Tianlin lifted Dong Yue's chin. Is that all? Then Han Tianlin passionately kissed Dong Yue's lips. Dong-yue blushed. A while later, the car stopped at a cafe. Dong-yue got out of the car and waved goodbye to Han Tianlin. I'm going in. Goodbye. Seeing Dong-yue enter, the partner stood up to greet her. Miss Dong, you've arrived. Dong-yue said, I'm sorry, I'm a few minutes late. The partner smiled. It's all right. I just arrived too. Let's order some coffee. We can talk while we drink. At this moment, Han Tianlin walked in. Miss Dong, what a coincidence. Are you also here to have a meal? Dong-yue awkwardly said, Mr. Han, what a coincidence. She thought to herself, how did I not realize before that this guy was such a drama queen? The partner, seeing Han Tianlin, smiled and asked, Mr. Han, are you alone? The partner extended an invitation. Well, why don't we all have a meal together? He thought, this isn't someone you can casually meet. Surely Miss Dong would be willing to let him join. The partner glanced at Dong-yue with a pleading look. Miss Dong, what do you say? Dong-yue extended her hand, inviting Han Tianlin to sit. Mr. Han, please join us. Han Tianlin sat down without hesitation. As it happens, I'm alone too. Let's sit together. He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. American-style iced coffee. I remember you like it a bit sweeter. Dong-yue replied. Then Mr. Han, you drink that one. I'll order another. The partner then covered his mouth and said, since we're all seated, let's talk business. He speculated that, at first glance, the relationship between Mr. Han and Ms. Dong seemed unusual. A while later, the three of them left. Han Tianlin stayed behind to talk with Dong-yue. Dong-yue said smugly, Mr. Han has such a good relationship with Mr. Lee. Even for business matters, you personally help him negotiate. If Mr. Lee knew, he'd surely be extremely touched. Han Tianlin embraced Dong-yue. You promised me you'd keep your distance from other men, but just now, it was also a man. Dong-yue leaned close to Han Tianlin's shoulder. I remember I only promised to keep my distance from Han Jiasi. I didn't promise that even for work, I had to do the same. Han Tianlin lightly tapped Dong-yue's head. Don't take advantage and then brag about it. Dong-yue pouted, thinking, who's really taking advantage and bragging here? At this moment, Han Tianlin received a phone call. Mr. Han, we found a lead on Qin Yi's case. I've discovered that Qin Corporation has a sum of money that can't be explained. It wasn't transferred to Qin Yi's account. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. Wait, I'll be there right away. Dong-yue curiously asked Han Tianlin, have you found a clue? Han Tianlin lightly kissed her forehead. Yes. Wait until I gather all the evidence. Even if Qin Rui came back to life and Qin Yi dared to scheme against us like this, I absolutely won't let her off the hook. Dong-yue replied reassuringly. Okay, in the evening. Dong-yue's car stopped in front of a house. Just as she opened the door and stepped out, someone grabbed her hand. Two men threatened Dong-yue. Come with us. Dong-yue struggled. Who are you? One of them pushed Dong-yue into the car. The madam is looking for you. A moment later, the two men led Dong-yue inside. Madam Yu, didn't you not want to see me? What do you want now? Madam Yu came down the stairs. I heard from them that Tianlin has been with you these past few days. Dong-yue replied, I didn't know Madam Yu had a hobby of spying on other people's lives. Besides, I'm his girlfriend. It's perfectly normal for him to be with me. Madam Yu slapped Dong-yue hard. Don't think that just because my son gave you some attention, you can speak so carelessly in front of me. Dong-yue gritted her teeth. I'll remember this slap. Madam Yu smirked. If you didn't care for my son, I'd quite like your unyielding personality. But if you're not being honest, don't blame me for being cruel to you. Madam, you ordered the bodyguard. Bring her in. Yes, he replied. The bodyguard injected something into Dong-yue's neck. What did you inject me with? Then the two men led Dong-yue upstairs. They pushed her forcefully into a room. Dong-yue staggered. Let me go. What you're doing is illegal. At this moment, Han Jiasi sat in a wheelchair in the room. He slowly said to Dong-yue, don't waste your energy. She won't let you out until she achieves her goal. Dong-yue turned to look at Han Jiasi. Why are you here too? Han Jiasi wheeled closer to Dong-yue. She wants us to have a relationship. That way she can make Han Tianlin and you break up completely. Then tomorrow when Han Tianlin sees us, it will make him direct all his hatred towards me. Dong-yue touched her neck. She asked Hansi, so that's what the injection does. Were you injected with it too? Dong-yue opened the door to the adjacent room. She looked around. It's hard to believe that a wealthy madam worth billions would use such dirty tactics. Han Jiasi said, you seem very calm. Dong-yue walked around the room. We've already been brought here. Worrying won't help. She stood by the window looking out. It's too high. Han Jiasi asked, is there no other way? Dong-yue sighed. No, all exits are blocked. Han Jiasi chuckled softly. Actually, if something really happened between us, it wouldn't be so bad. When Han Tianlin sees us together, he'll definitely be furious. I'm quite looking forward to seeing the look on his face. Dong-yue, wary of Han Jiasi's words, replied, don't forget you're still in a wheelchair. These past few days, I've learned quite a few tricks. You might not be a match for me. Han Jiasi's face flushed red. His hands clenched. That's true. But with the injection in your system, I wonder if those tricks of yours will still be effective or not. Dongyue opened the door. I can't stay in the same room with this young man like this. She locked the door and Dongyue walked to the bathtub. The drug's effect was getting stronger. I need to soak myself in cold water. The villa seemed very quiet at night. Dongyue was worried. She could only soak in cold water and call Han Tianlin's name. Tianlin. The door creaked open. Dongyue panicked as Han Jesse entered. Why are you here? Han Jesse, face flushed, said, Yu Qing told me. If we don't have a relationship, if the plan isn't carried out, we might both die. Dongyue ignored Han Jesse's words. Even if I die, I won't sell my body. Maybe she's lying. She just wants us to follow her wishes. Han Jesse reached out to Dongyue. But I don't want to die with you. Dongyue said, if it's come to this, be my woman. Dongyue pushed his hand away, shouting, don't touch me. Then Dongyue fell. Damn it, I have no strength left. At this moment, Han Jesse approached again. I advise you. Dongyue quickly grabbed the wheelchair and pushed it hard, causing Han Jesse to fall. Dongyue, you're crazy. But at the same time, Han Jesse became aroused. He pressed down on Dongyue, trying to control her. Let go of me. Han Jesse forcefully pressed down on Dongyue's legs. Be still. Dongyue panicked. Your legs are fine. Han Jesse thought worriedly. This is not good. The drug made me let my guard down. He pressed closer. Dongyue, now that you know my secret, you can only be my woman. Dongyue pushed Han Jesse away. She stood up, but Han Jesse followed closely. Stop resisting. Do you want us to die? Dongyue looked at herself in the mirror. No, absolutely not. With a crash, Dongyue smashed the mirror. Han Jesse was startled. What are you doing? Dongyue picked up a shard, holding it to her throat. Either you wait until I'm dead, or we die together. Han Jesse stepped back. For Han Tianlin, you're even willing to give up your life. Dongyue glared, her hand holding the glass shard close to her neck. Not just for him, but for myself too. Even if I die, I won't let Yu Qing have her way. Han Jesse leaned against the wall. He stepped back. Whatever you want to do, I'll help you. Only then did Dongyue lower the shard. I'll tie the curtains and bedsheets together and slide them down the window. Moments later, Han Jesse helped Dongyue tie the curtains into a long rope. Han Jesse said, no wonder Han Tianlin values you so much. I also like the fierceness and strength in your body. Dongyue, holding the rope, replied, don't be so quick to like me. I already have someone in my heart. Han Jesse's eyes lit up. If I could steal you away, it would be an incredible feeling of success. Dongyue glanced at him. I'm not your trophy. Han Jesse raised his hands in surrender. Dongyue walked away. Seeing this, Han Jesse stood up. You're still weak. Let me help you. He then lifted a chair. He smashed it against the window. When the window shattered, Dongyue quickly climbed down. Thanks, Dongyue said, as Han Jesse held the rope without hesitation. I was planning to go with you. Dongyue asked, surprised, you're not pretending to be lame anymore. Han Jesse grumbled, run quickly. If I don't get to a doctor soon, this drug will kill me. What should I do? Then Han Jesse and Dongyue climbed down using the rope they had tied together. Yu Qing looked out from the window. Seeing this, she shouted, this bastard was pretending to be lame. Guards, quickly catch them. As soon as she jumped to the ground, Dongyue twisted her ankle. Ouch. At this moment, Han Jesse ordered the guards, stop them. Yu Qing's guards faced off against the guards Han Jesse had arranged. Dongyue limped along. She thought to herself, so Han Jesse had already arranged people at this villa. Suddenly, Han Jesse picked up Dongyue, startling her. What are you doing? Han Jesse said, stay still. At your speed, you might die on the way before reaching the hospital. Dongyue frowned. At that moment, Yu Qing quickly took a photo of Han Jesse carrying Dongyue. Scene changes to an abandoned building. Han Tianlin's bodyguard pulled a woman's arm. The girl cried out, what do you want to do? I want to call the police. The bodyguard said to Han Tianlin, this is the mistress of the deceased. I searched her residence and found cash. This amount matches the unexplained funds that Qin Corporation had investigated earlier. Han Tianlin gently told the girl, go ahead, call the police. While you're at it, tell them what your relationship is with the desperate man who died in a traffic accident a few days ago. The girl, holding her pregnant belly, cried, what does his crime have to do with me? I'm pregnant too. I can't. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. We just want you to be a witness. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should accumulate good karma for the child in your womb. Suddenly, the phone beeped with a message. Han Tianlin opened his phone to check. Yu Qing had sent a message with a photo. Tonight, Dongyue and Han Jesse had a date. Mom saw that his legs were still normal. Han Tianlin turned around, his face darkening. The bodyguard called Mr. Han. Han Tianlin opened the car door. I'm going home for a while. Find someone to drive this woman back. Yes, sir. Morning on an island. Dongyue lay on the bed. She slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Dongyue paused. That's right. Yesterday I seemed to have fainted later. At this moment, Han Jesse opened the door and entered. Awake now. Dongyue sat up. Is this your territory? She thought uneasily. Is it an after effect of the drug? My body hurts so much. Han Jiasi approached Dong Yue. That's right. Do you have any discomfort? Do you want some water? Dong Yue asked anxiously. Who changed my clothes? The drug has worn off now. I want to go back. Han Jiasi sat on the bed. I don't have the habit of taking advantage of a fire to loot. The servants changed your clothes. Just relax and stay here. No one will find this place. Dong Yue was stunned. What do you mean? Han Jiasi said with a cunning expression. Yesterday, because of you, I revealed the truth that I'm not disabled. So now I can't return to the Han family anymore. I have to inconvenience you to stay here for a few days first. At this moment, Han Tianlin hurriedly knocked on Dong Yue's door. The housekeeper came out. Sir, who are you looking for? Han Tianlin anxiously grabbed her collar. Where is Dong Yue? I've been calling, but she's not answering. Hasn't she come back yet? The housekeeper replied, I don't know. Every week I only come here once to clean. This morning when I arrived, Miss Dong was nowhere to be seen. Hearing this, Han Tianlin's face darkened as he left. The housekeeper patted her chest and sighed. Phew, that scared me to death. Outside the Han family villa, someone was sweeping up broken pieces. Han Tianlin entered the house. He asked Yuqing, Mother, what's going on outside? Yuqing gestured to the guards. You all go down first. Go down, she answered. A glass pane upstairs broke for some reason. We just need to find someone to replace it, that's all. Han Tianlin sat down. He quickly asked about Dong Yue's situation. What's with that photo? Did Dong Yue come here yesterday? Yuqing held her son's hand. Tianlin, Mother knows Dong Yue has been stringing you along all this time. So when I saw her come with that illegitimate child, I secretly took a photo from behind. Unexpectedly, I discovered the secret that the illegitimate child could walk. Han Tianlin frowned. If they really wanted to meet, they wouldn't necessarily date at the Han house. And Han Jiasi isn't the type of person who would casually reveal his secrets like that. There are many eyes watching around. They wouldn't be that stupid. Yuqing laughed coldly. Ha, you're defending them so much. You know what kind of person Han Jiasi is. But what about Dong Yue? Do you really understand her? Han Tianlin replied to his mother, I know your methods are very cunning. Is it because you hate Dong Yue that you deliberately lured her here, then forced her to stay with Han Jiasi? Yuqing stood up. She angrily asked, Did Dong Yue tell you this? Han Tianlin couldn't help but stand up. She hasn't said anything to me. Mother, did you imprison Dong Yue? Yuqing angrily pointed her finger. What do you mean imprison? Who knows where that shameless couple went? Why are you and your father so alike? Both deceived by women from outside. You never listened to me. Why do you always doubt me? Han Tianlin turned around. Could it be Han Jiasi? Yuqing raised her voice. Tianlin, come back to me right now. Han Tianlin made a call, ordering an investigation into Han Jiasi's whereabouts yesterday. Yes, Yuqing turned to ask the bodyguard, where did that shameless couple go yesterday? The bodyguard said, we followed them. After they left last night, they went to a small island nearest to Long City. Han Jiasi seems unaware that that island is Madame's property. Yuqing walked away. She said smugly, how foolish. Get someone to follow me. That illegitimate child and that wild woman cannot be kept. The bodyguard obediently complied. Yes, madam. At this moment on the island, Dong Yue was walking. She saw a bodyguard standing on the other side. What's going on? Why are they pretending not to see me? Dong Yue approached the sea. Indeed, this place was surrounded by sea. Even if no one watched her, she couldn't return. Suddenly, several large boats sped over. Yuqing pointed at Dong Yue. Quickly, catch that girl for me. Dong Yue was worried. Yuqing, how could she have found this place? Dong Yue stepped back. This was Han Jiasi's territory. Yuqing surely wouldn't. At this moment, someone from behind struck Dong Yue hard on the back of her neck. He struck hard, causing Dong Yue to faint. Seeing this, Yuqing grumbled, who told you to knock her out? Where's that beast Han Jiasi? I told you to guard this place, and this is how you guard it. Han Jiasi approached. Aunt Yu, don't be angry. Didn't I come out already? Yuqing raised her voice. You dare to come out here. Your legs aren't disabled at all. You've been faking disability for decades. What for? Han Jiasi coldly replied, what I want to do. You'll know in a moment, Aunt. Yuqing shook her hand. Let me see if you can still be so arrogant. The bodyguard nearby grabbed Yuqing's arm and pulled. What are you doing? You dare betray me. Han Jiasi slapped Yuqing's face. He carefully put on a glove. I'm also very grateful to you, Aunt, for bringing all my subordinates here. Yuqing screamed, what? You dare? You actually dare? Han Jiasi slapped Yuqing's face again. Why wouldn't I dare? Since childhood, you've hit me at will. Now I'll let you taste what these slaps feel like. Yuqing, furious, could only shout, ah, a bastard like you dares to hit me. Damn you. I must kill you. Han Jiasi gripped Yuqing's shoulders tightly. He threatened, it seems you've misunderstood the current situation, haven't you? Today it's not me who will die, but you. Saying this, Han Jiasi took out a small knife. Yuqing struggled. No, don't kill me. Han Jiasi said, if you must blame someone, Blame yourself for coming here seeking death. If I don't do anything, wouldn't I be wasting your kind intentions? Han Jiasi supported Dong Yue. This old witch has bullied you time and time again. Now shall we take our revenge? Han Jiasi glanced. Bring her here. Yuqing struggled. No. Han Jiasi put the knife in Yue's hand. He said with a sinister expression, if Han Tianlin sees the woman he loves kill his own mother, I wonder how he'll feel. Han Jiasi held Dong Yue's hand, stabbing straight into Yuqing's heart. No, Yuqing collapsed. No. Han Jiasi stabbed harder. Die. Dong Yue and Yuqing fell down. Blood flowed from her body. Han Jiasi said to the bodyguard, let's go. If we're late, Han Tianlin will arrive. Yes. At this moment, Han Tianlin was driving a boat to the island. Two girls on the boat grumbled. What are you doing, driving so fast? If something happens, is that woman worth risking our lives for? Han Tianlin said, shut up. If you hadn't brought this woman along and hindered me on the way, would you have even brought us along? Han Jinu thought to herself, wasn't it because Mother told me to stop you in the first place? By the time we arrive, who knows? Mother might have already dealt with that hateful Dong Yue. The boat touched the shore. Han Tianlin hurriedly stepped off. Mother. Dong Yue? Han Jinu and Qinyi gasped. Mother. Aunt? Han Tianlin quickly ran to his mother and Dong Yue. Han Jinu's eyes welled up with tears. Mother. It was Dong Yue who killed Mother. She killed Mother. Han Tianlin supported Dong Yue. He mumbled, no, it wasn't her who killed. Han Jinu raised her voice. Brother, she killed Mother. How can you still defend her? At this moment, the police team arrived. 20 minutes ago, we received a report saying that a murder had occurred here. May I ask if you were the ones who called the police? Han Jinu cried loudly, pointing at the unconscious Dong Yue. She said sorrowfully, it wasn't us who called, but she killed my mother. I saw it with my own eyes. Han Tianlin didn't know how to explain. He rubbed his head and sighed. Qinyi beside him supported him. She asked worriedly, Tianlin, what's wrong? Han Jinu called out, brother. He quickly pushed Qinyi's hand away. His heart couldn't help but long for Dong Yue. Sweet images of her and him appeared before his eyes. Han Tianlin was stunned. I remember now. The police officer nearby approached. Sir, are you all right? This is now a murder case. Everyone needs to come with us to the police station to file a report. Han Tianlin, with a headache, sat beside Dong Yue. He looked at her and quietly asked, what about her? The police helped Dong Yue up? We'll take her to the hospital first. We'll assign someone to watch her, and later, at the police station. Han Tianlin was giving his statement. He didn't hesitate to report. That's exactly how everything happened. Although only she and my mother were on the island, I believe Han Jiasi was also present at that time. The police officer arranged the papers. All right, you can go home and rest for now. We'll notify you if needed. He coldly added, that's right. I want to report a case of hired murder. While Han Jinu was sitting crying next to Qinyi, a police officer came out with handcuffs. Qinyi stood up in panic. Officer, what's going on? He put the handcuffs on her with a click and said, we suspect that the car accident Mr. Han Tianlin had earlier is related to you. He has provided us with witnesses and evidence that you hired someone to kill, so you can't go anywhere right now. She fell back stunned, sitting down on the chair. Her haggard face was drained of color. Inside the room, Dong Ye gently reported the situation. That's exactly how it happened. I was knocked out and don't remember anything else. The police officer closed his notebook and asked, is there anyone who can verify your statement? Dong Ye shook her head. No. The officer asked, was Han Jiasi present when you and the victim had an argument? She replied, no, but he was on the island earlier. The police officer stood up sternly. At the scene, we found no traces of anyone other than you and the victim. As for Han Jiasi, he has already provided an alibi. From our current perspective, the evidence against you is solid. We will proceed with your criminal arrest. Suddenly, Han Tianlin opened the door and entered. Dong Yu exclaimed happily, Tianlin. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, may I speak with her for a moment? The police officer agreed. You may. He went out and closed the door. Inside the room, Dong Ye rushed to embrace Han Tianlin. I've finally seen you. So much has happened these past 2 days. He gently hugged her. He knew. Her pretty mouth said, you believe me, don't you? I didn't kill your mother. She injected me with something. Han Jiasi rescued me and kept me on the island. He gently touched her cheek, comforting her. Calm down. Yo-Yue, I know everything you've said. Don't worry. I'll find evidence to investigate everything clearly. Whoever killed my mother, I absolutely won't let them off. She replied, yes. At night in the detention center, Dong Yue opened the door and entered. There was a noise nearby. Some tough-looking women eyed her like tigers stalking prey. A blonde woman called out loudly, look, quite pretty. She pushed Dong Yue. I'm talking to you. Can you hear me or not? The women aggressively approached Dong Yue. She anxiously said, do you like bullying others like this? A tough woman rolled up her sleeve threateningly. It's not that I want to bully you. Who told you to offend the Han family? Han Tianlin wants you to be uncomfortable, so we don't dare. disobey. She kicked Dongyu in the stomach. Dongyu winced in pain. It can't be Tianlin. It's not possible he would. They yelled fiercely, "Get her, girls!" Dongyu fearfully cried, "No." No, meanwhile, in Han Jiaxi's filthy dwelling, he calmly sipped a cup of green tea. "I've told them downstairs to have those girls treat Dongyu very well." The henchman obediently replied, "It's been done, boss." Han Jiaxi gave a sinister smile. His face was full of malice. He was inwardly delighted about his plan. Dongyu killed Han Tianlin's mother. Han Tianlin then ordered people to bully Dongyu. This time, let's see if they can still be together. At the Han family villa, Nanhui reported the situation. Mr. Han Jiaxi was here, but during the time of Madam's death, he indeed wasn't present. Checking the surveillance cameras, we saw footage of him at a bar. Han Tianlin immediately asked, "So who owns that bar?" Nanhui answered, "It's owned by a woman named Lin Qing, currently living abroad." Han Tianlin slammed his hand on the table. "Then send someone abroad. I don't believe Han Jiaxi could fake evidence in such a short time. I'll go find him tomorrow." Nanhui immediately stood up. "Mr. Han, I know Madam has passed away, and Dongyu has become the main suspect, so she must be detained. But right now, you absolutely cannot be hasty." Han Tianlin sighed. "You're absolutely right." Oh, just then someone came in to report, "Mr. Han, our people just called. They said Miss Dong seems to have been taken to the hospital." Han Tianlin was startled upon hearing this. "What? Transferred to the hospital?" Dongyu opened her eyes wide, confused. "Why was I brought to the hospital?" Han Tianlin beside her said, "Yoyue, you've finally woken up." Dongyu sat up. "Was I beaten unconscious by them?" Han Tianlin comforted her. "Don't worry, I've sent someone to arrange bail for you pending trial. Those people who dared to bully you, I absolutely won't let them off." Dongyu grabbed Han Tianlin's hand. "Have you found out anything yet? Can they release me?" Han Tianlin held her hand tightly. "This case itself has many more questions. Yoyue, haven't you noticed? You're over 2 months pregnant." Dongyu was shocked. "What? I'm pregnant." Han Tianlin gently kissed her hand. "I've had bodyguards watch over this place. You can rest easy and take care of the baby during this time. I must drag out that Han Jiaxi, no matter what." Dongyu asked worriedly, "What about your mother?" Han Tianlin helped her lie down. "The funeral was held 2 days ago. Yoyue, wait for all this dust to settle. Once Han Jiaxi pays for his crimes, we'll get married." Dongyu then said, "Tianlin, thank you for always believing in me." Han Tianlin gently kissed her lips. "I forgot to tell you, I've regained my memory." Dongyu exclaimed joyfully, "You remember everything." He softly caressed her face. "So you don't need to worry about anything anymore. I'm here for everything now." 2 days later in the hospital, Dongyu stood by the window and said, "Baby, look, this is the world outside. Isn't it warm? Your father is very handsome. Your mother is beautiful too, so you'll surely be very pretty." Just then, someone brought in food. "Miss Dong, here's your breakfast." Dongyu glanced over. "Thank you for the trouble. Just put it down there." Outside, hurried footsteps were heard. Dongyu turned back. "You can just leave it on the table." Dongyu looked confused. "Aren't you Han Tianlin's bodyguard? What are you trying to do?" The man raised his foot and kicked towards her. Dongyu clutched her belly in pain. "My baby." He appeared behind her and knocked her unconscious. Then he proceeded to set fire throughout the room. The scene changes to a funeral. People were paying respects at the grave. Han Jinu made a phone call. "Is everything done?" The other side replied, "It's done, miss. Madam's revenge has been taken." Flames began to rise. Han Jinu said with satisfaction, "Well done. I've already bought you a plane ticket. You should leave quickly." "Yes, miss. Take care." Han Jinu turned around, thinking to herself, "Dongyue, you caused my mother's death. You've bewitched my brother, but you won't fool me. You and that bastard in your belly will be buried together today." At the hospital, the fire was growing larger. Dongyue gradually regained consciousness. She coughed several times. "This is not good." Dongyue quickly ran to open the door. Unable to open it, the bodyguard said, "Don't waste your energy. I've already locked the door tight. I've thrown away the key too. In such a remote place, no one will discover us this quickly." Dongyue shouted, "You're here too. Aren't you Han Tianlin's man? Why are you doing this?" He smiled slightly. "I have indeed always been by the young master's side, but I've also watched the young miss grow up since childhood. So whatever the young miss wants to do, I will help her accomplish it." Dongyue gritted her teeth. "It's Han Jinu. How can you like her? So you're willing to kill us for her sake? Why aren't you running away?" He then took out a knife. "I've betrayed the young master, so I no longer have the face to live in this world." Then he stabbed himself in the heart. Dongyue panicked. "What are you doing?" With his last breath, he said, "Compared to the pain of being burned alive, it's better to give myself a more comfortable death. Miss Dong, after I die, I'll lend you this knife." Dongyue collapsed in fear. You're crazy, you've gone mad. She began to lack oxygen and coughed violently. Tianlin, what should I do now? I can't protect our child anymore. Dong Yue fell to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. It's such a pity, baby. You won't even have a chance to see this world. Back at the funeral, Han Jinu walked to the car, sobbing. Brother, father didn't even come to mother's funeral. Mother's gone. Does father not care about us anymore? Han Tianlin comforted her. Don't worry about his affairs. The Han family has me now. Han Jinu then asked him, will you always protect me? Han Tianlin was about to answer when, suddenly, a phone call came in. Han Tianlin answered. What's the matter? The other end said, Sir, we can't find Miss Dong anywhere. We're checking the cameras now. Han Tianlin urgently pushed Han Jinu aside. Hurry to the hospital. The car quickly drove away. Han Jinu silently sneered. Brother, when mother died, you didn't shed a tear. I wonder if you'll cry when Dongye dies, huh? Han Tianlin's car quickly arrived at the scene. He stepped out anxiously. Yue. A bodyguard pulled his arm. Sir, many things in this building are old. Going inside could be dangerous. Han Tianlin pushed the bodyguard away. Get out of my way. Then he ran straight inside. Han Tianlin slammed the door open. Yue. He stepped back. No, it's not Yue. She's not here. This couldn't possibly be her. A few hours later, Han Tianlin sat dazed in the chairs in the hallway. A police officer approached with a paper. The DNA test results are out. The female body is Dong Yue. The male body is your bodyguard. I won't look. That's not her. The officer consoled, Sir. Please try to stay strong. The scene changes to a room. Dong Yue gradually regained consciousness. Am I dead or alive? Dong Yue slowly sat up. I'm still alive. At this moment, Han Jiasi opened the door and entered. Hello. Dong Yue was startled. Before she could say much, she started coughing violently. Han Jiasi approached the bedside. Your throat was irritated by the thick smoke from the fire. So if you want to recover quickly, it's best not to speak right now. He sat down beside the bed. I know what you want to ask. My people have been secretly monitoring you, and in that room, there's also the body of a pregnant woman. Dong Ye grabbed Han Jiasi's collar. What did you say? Han Jiasi smiled. Didn't I tell you not to speak much? Dong Ye no longer exists in this world. From now on, you belong only to me. Dong Ye gritted her teeth, silently cursing. Madman. Meanwhile, on Han Tianlin's side, he sat sadly drinking at a bar. At this moment, Fusijia and Li Sicheng approached. Tianlin, Fusijia immediately punched Han Tianlin in the face. Han Tianlin. Back then, I gave up on Yue and entrusted her to you. How could you do this to her? He grabbed Han Tianlin's collar and punched him again. How dare you sit here drinking? All the suffering Yue endured was because of you. Say something, Han Tianlin. Li Sicheng, seeing the situation escalate, intervened. Stop hitting him. Dongyo is gone now. What's the point of arguing anymore? Fusijia stood up and said, I'll handle Yu's funeral arrangements myself. We don't need the great Mr. Han to interfere. Let her at least rest in peace after death. After saying this, he turned and left. Li Sicheng could only sigh as he witnessed this. Then he turned to look at the drunk Han Tianlin. Han Tianlin's tears were flowing. Li Sicheng helped him up. Tianlin, are you crying? Han Tianlin then poured out his heart. Sicheng, I regret it so much. I shouldn't have left Yue. I thought that everything was under my control, but I never thought it would turn out like this. Li Sicheng said nothing, took the bottle, and drank it empty. Tianlin, your biggest flaw is being too arrogant. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her return to Fu Run. I would have taken care of her myself. I'm partly to blame too. I clearly knew the Han family was a dragon's pool and tiger's den, yet I still let her go there. Han Tianlin was stunned. Sicheng you. Li Sicheng then said, That's right, I like Dongye too, not just you. I'm also blaming myself, but now saying anything is useless. Tianlin, you need to handle this well yourself. After saying this, Li Sicheng turned to leave. Han Tianlin grabbed his hand. Don't go, Sicheng. I need your help. Li Sicheng turned back and asked, Help you with what? I want to deal with Han Jiasi. I know he's the one who harmed Yue. Duyet? She can't leave with a criminal record like that. Li Tuthan nods. All right, I'll help you. 5 days later, a car parks in front of a villa. The attendant points to the side. Leave these things here. Bring that car over here. Dong Duyet approaches at this moment. In just a few short days, we've moved 3 times already. Han Jiasi seems more worried each time. It's like we're running from someone. After getting in the car, Han Jiasi coldly orders to drive. Dong Duyet immediately asks him, Han Jiasi, now you're running around like a dog at a funeral. It's not because of Tianlan, is it? Han Jiasi replies, It's fine to tell you. Han Tianlan feels that he caused your death. To alleviate his own guilt, he has put all the blame on me. Han Jiasi gently lifts Dong Duyet's chin. But don't worry about him. To him, you're still dead. Dong Duyet pushes his hand away. Dong Duyet, I only like the strongest men. You're being forced to run like like this by Han Tianlan. What right do you have to make me run with you? What do you know? I just don't want you to get hurt. That Han Tianlan won't survive past today. Then he tells the driver, go to Yin Mountain. The driver says, sir, our car is already prepared. You don't need to take such a risk. Han Jiasi then said, drive over there. I want this person to see with their own eyes how I kill Han Tianlin. Dong Yue heard this and smiled slightly, her hand clenched tightly. It's successful. Han Tianlin, we're about to meet. You absolutely must not let anything happen to you. The cars moved up the mountain. Han Jiasi then tied Dong Yue's hands. To prevent accidents, these hands of yours should temporarily not be used. Dong Yue calmly replied, it's up to you. At this moment, the car outside stopped. Han Jiasi squeezed Dong Yue's face. These days, Han Tianlin has been frantically attacking me. Today I have to pretend to be weak and use one of his relics to lure him to come and negotiate. Guess if he'll take the bait. Dong Yue thought to herself, Tianlin is so smart, he certainly won't fall for it. Han Jiasi took a deep breath. In 3 seconds, there will be a big explosion over there. He started counting. 3, 2. Dong Ye's eyes widened. With a boom, several cars were thrown far away. Han Jiasi hugged Dong Ye. How can this be? Be careful. In another car, the police and Han Tianlin stepped out. The police said the victim provided a clue. Quickly gather the police force to search the entire mountain. The car was billowing black smoke. The windows were shattered. The car door opened, and Dong Yue stepped out. It seems Tianlin has discovered something's not right. I must take this chance to go meet him. Han Jiasi shouted from the car. Dong Yue, you dare to run. If I hadn't protected you just now, do you think you'd still be able to walk right now? Dong Yue turned back and said, you're wrong. If it weren't for you, then I basically wouldn't need to go through all of this. After saying this, she turned to leave. Han Jiasi pulled out a gun from his chest. Dong Ye, you want to go find Han Tianlin, don't you? He raised the gun. Han Jiasi, I'd rather die than let you escape. He fired several shots in succession. Dong Yue was hit by bullets and fell down. At this moment, Fu Xijie heard the sound. There are gunshots here. He ran over and exclaimed in shock, Yo-Yo. He helped her up. It really is you. Yo-Yo, you're not dead. That's great. Fu Xijie looked around. This won't do. I need to get Yo-Yo out of here quickly. Then he picked up Dong Ye. Yo-Yo, this time I will definitely protect you well. On Han Tianlin's side, Han Jiasi had been arrested by the police. Yan Hui then said to Han Tianlin, Mr. Han, the others weren't carrying guns. The gunshots we heard were from Han Jiasi. Han Tianlin coldly asked, who was he trying to kill? Yan Hui startled, looking at a blood pool. Mr. Han, there's blood over there. Han Jiasi must have been killing someone who was running away. Han Tianlin said, take it for DNA testing. His attempt to kill someone is certainly not simple. The scene changes to a small district's people's hospital. A doctor wheeled Dong Yue out of the operating room. Fu Xijie anxiously asked the doctor, how is she? The doctor replied, don't worry. We've managed to save the baby. However, in the future, we can't let anything else happen. Otherwise, the risk of miscarriage is very high. Fu Xijie nodded slightly, I understand. The doctor added, but the patient's head injury is severe. She may experience memory loss. The family should be prepared for that. Fu Xijie replied solemnly, yes, thank you for your hard work, doctor. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller said, hello, Xijie, are you still working overtime? You haven't been home for 2 days now. Fu Xijie said, Mom, I'm on a business trip. I won't be back for about a week. Mrs. Fu said sadly, oh, so you're busy with work. I won't bother you anymore. Fu Xijie hung up. Mom, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you again. This time I want to take a gamble. If Yuyo really loses her memory, then this time, no matter what, I won't give her up to anyone else. The scene changes to the Han family home. Laughter can be heard from inside. Han Tianlin opens the door and enters. Mr. Han says, you're back. Han Tianlin coldly replies, Mom and Dad haven't been gone long. Dad, was it necessary to be so impatient that you brought your mistress into the house? Mr. Han pats the empty space beside him. Tianlin, come sit here. You know that your mother hasn't given me any face these past few years. Besides, you're not close to your mother either. Now just turn a blind eye. That's all you need to do. Han Tianlin coldly walks upstairs. Whatever, Dad. I don't live here anyway. What about Jiasi? Han Tianlin turns back coldly. Dad, I've already ignored you. Don't talk to me about these things anymore. Mr. Han turns to pour himself a drink. No matter what, he's still my son. Your brothers, how can you? Han Tianlin coldly replies, if you still want to continue this good life, then don't interfere right now. Han Tianlin's phone rings. Yan Hui, trembling, holds the test report. Mr. Han, we have the DNA test results. It's highly compatible with Dong Yue's DNA. Han Tianlin startled. What? Then he immediately went to Han Jiasi's cell. Han Jiasi said, didn't think you'd still want to see me. Han Tianlin asked, is Dong Yue still alive? You figured it out, huh? I took her there that day, but I didn't think you'd move the bomb so close to where I was. You almost killed her. Han Tianlin angrily punched the glass. She's not dead, right? Where have you hidden her? Han Jiasi crossed his arms and replied, how would I know? Maybe she doesn't want to see you and ran away on her own. After all, your sister was the mastermind behind trying to kill her. You probably don't know that that fire was your sister's handiwork. After Han Tianlin left, Yanhui asked, Mr. Han, how did it go? Han Tianlin got into the car. Yo-Yo is still alive. Send people to investigate. She's injured, so she won't have gone far. Yanhui startled. What about Madame's death? Han Tianlin fell silent. Han Jiasi confessed that he did it. Yanhui said happily. Finally, he's come to his senses. Dong Yue has been cleared of wrongdoing, and the real culprit has been brought to justice. Mr. Han, once you find Dong Yue, you two will surely be happy together. Han Tianlin replied, let's go back. Thank you for your kind wishes. The car returned to the villa. Han Jinu came out, worriedly asking, brother, why haven't you answered my calls for 2 days? You haven't cared about me at all. Do you know how worried I've been? Han Tianlin coldly asked back, are you really worried about me, or worried that what you did will be exposed? Han Jinu felt uneasy. Brother, what are you talking about? Han Tianlin replied, the arson was done by my subordinate, but who ordered him to do it? Han Jinu fearfully backed away. Aye. Han Tianlin walked past her directly. The one who harmed mother was Han Jiasi. But Han Jinu, I won't look after you anymore. Han Jinu fell to her knees, sobbing. Brother, you're my only family. The scene changes to People's Hospital. Fusija sits by Dongyue's bed. I've made steamed fish and pork rib soup. Your favorites. If you want to eat, open your eyes and tell me. Okay. At this moment, Dongyue blinks and wakes up. Where am I? She asks confusedly. Who are you? Fusiji is shocked. Yo-Yo, you're awake? Let me call the doctor. After the doctor finishes the examination, the patient has recovered very well. But regarding the memory loss, you should take her to familiar places from before more often. When the brain is stimulated, the chances of recovery will be much faster. Fusija replied happily. Thank you, doctor. The doctor smiled. All right. You newlyweds talk among yourselves. In 2 more days, she can go home to recuperate. Fusija thought to himself, this is great. Heaven must have given me a chance. At this moment, Dongyo coughed continuously in bed. Fusija worried. Yoye, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Yu replied shyly, I'm fine. My name is Yoyo, but who are you? Fusija took Dongyue's hand. Your name is Dongyue, and I'm Fusija. We grew up together, and later we fell in love. Dongyue asked, are we married? Fusija shook his head. Not yet, but Yoyo, when you're better, shall we have our wedding? Dongyue said sadly, but I can't remember. Why am I injured like this? Fusija said, it's because you were too adventurous. You went hiking and were accidentally shot in the leg by a hunter. Then you fell and hit your head on a rock, passing out. Hearing this, Dongyue sat up. Fusija handed her a phone. Yoyo, please look at this. I know you haven't recovered your memory yet, so you might feel insecure, but we can start over. These photos are proof of the time we've known each other. You can look through them slowly. Dongyue looked at the photos. It really is us. Moreover, this person feels very familiar to me. Fusija then hugged her. I'll make you fall in love with me again, and I also hope we can get married soon. Dongyue asked, why such a rush? Fusija replied, because you're carrying our child. I want to make it legal quickly so I can take care of you and the baby. Dongyue panicked. What? I'm pregnant. Fusija answered, yes, I'll take care of you and our child. Dongyue thought sadly, I don't know why, but I feel like something's not quite right. Fusija moved closer, touched Dongyue's shoulder to comfort her. Don't think too much. Just trust me, okay? 2 days later at the hospital, Dongyue sat in a wheelchair, enjoying the breeze under a tree, when suddenly a young man approached. Miss, can I have your WeChat ID? At this moment, Dongyue suddenly remembered, that's right. Until now, Sija still hasn't bought me a phone. The young man waved his hand in front of Dongyue. Miss, Dongyue pointed towards Fusija. I'm sorry, I'm already married. Fusija happily approached with a lunchbox. Seeing this, the young man quickly left. Sorry for bothering you. Dongyue chuckled. Fusija said, our Yoyo's charm over these years has not diminished at all. As soon as you go out, someone comes to chat you up. Fusija took advantage of the situation and kissed Dongyue's forehead. I really want to marry you soon, so you can become mine faster. Dongyue, frightened, backed her wheelchair away. Sija ice, Fusija said softly, it's okay, we'll take it slow. Dongyue replied with an unhappy expression. A black car stopped in front of the hospital ward. Yanhui turned and said, Mr. Han, Dongyue was brought here last night. Room 312. Before Yanhui finished speaking, Han Tianlan had already rushed out of the car. He slammed the door shut. Yanhui startled. Ah, first time I've seen Mr. Han run so fast. Han Tianlin ran quickly inside. He anxiously opened the door to the hospital room. Han Tianlin looked around. Why isn't anyone here? He turned to ask a nurse. Nurse, where did the patient in this room go? The nurse replied, Oh, you mean that young couple? They've already left. Han Tianlin turned his head. What? At that moment, Fu Xijia pushed Dong Ye in a wheelchair. He was startled. How could he have found this place so quickly? Han Tianlin rushed to hug Dong Ye. Yo-yo, you're not dead. This is wonderful. Dong Ye pushed Han Tianlin away and asked, Who are you? Han Tianlin, upset, you don't recognize me. Dong Ye looked confused. I don't remember. Are you my friend? Han Tianlin frowned. What do you mean, friend? We are. Fu Xijia quickly grabbed Han Tianlin's wrist. Mr. Han, can we talk for a moment? Then Fu Xijia turned to remind Dong Ye. Yo-yo, can you go back to the room by yourself? I'll be back soon. Okay. Later, Han Tianlin leaned in and asked, Fu Xijia, what's going on here? Fu Xijia smugly replied, As you can see, thanks to you, she's lost her memory, and now I am her fiancé. Han Tianlin, enraged, grabbed Fu Xijia's collar. You think doing this will make Dong Yue love you? You know very well who she loves in her heart. Fu Xijia angrily retorted, So what? Dong Yue only suffered when she was with you. It's better for her to forget you completely. Han Tianlin waved his hand. I'm going to tell her the truth now. Fu Xijia stood there and said after him, The doctor said that now we can't cause her any excitement. Otherwise, she might miscarry. Han Tianlin, if you truly love her, don't play with her health. Han Tianlin clenched his fist. She has the right to know the truth. Fu Xijia said, That can wait until she recovers physically. Don't forget, all the suffering that Dong Yue is currently enduring was brought upon her by you. Han Tianlin calmed down and said, I want to see her. At this moment, Dong Yue was sitting in the hospital room. Han Tianlin opened the door and entered. He choked up as he called her name, Yo Yue. Dong Yue innocently asked, Are you two done talking? Where's Xijia? Han Tianlin tried to make Dong Yue remember. Do you really not remember anything about me? Dong Yue put her glass of water on the table. I'm sorry to see you so heartbroken. Were we close friends before? There was a clicking sound. Fu Xijia entered. That's right. You were good friends. Yue, how's the chicken soup? Dong Yue praised it. It's delicious. Make it again tomorrow, please. Fu Xijia smiled. I'll make it again tomorrow. Han Tianlin couldn't bear it and grabbed Dong Yue's hand. Yue, you. Dong Yue shook off his hand. What's the matter? Han Tianlin said, Oh, nothing. We're not just friends. You're also a secretary at my company. Dong Yue was stunned. Secretary. Han Tianlin continued, That's right. If you don't believe me, I'll send you your job offer letter with your sky-high salary. Yo, wait until you're better, then come back to work at the company. The company won't abandon you. Dong Yue turned to ask Fu Xijia, Xijia, is that true? Han Tianlin glanced at Fu Xijia. Before, Mr. Fu was also an employee at my company. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Isn't that right, Mr. Fu? Fu Xijia reluctantly replied, Yes. He clenched his fist, thinking, This Han Tianlin before, how did I not realize he was so cunning? Dong Yue felt reassured and said, I'm really troubling you. Right now, I can't remember anything clearly, yet you're still willing to help me. Han Tianlin replied, It's because your workability is excellent. I'd regret losing such a talent. Suddenly, Han Tianlin stopped. He looked at Dong Yue's confused expression and thought, Never mind. It's not your fault. Yo, it's all because I couldn't protect you. It's all my fault. Dong Yue embarrassedly scratched her nose. So what's your name? Tell me and let's see. Maybe I can remember something. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. Han Tianlin, my name is Han Tianlin. Dong Yue repeated, Han Tianlin, Tianlin. Suddenly she held her head. Ah! Fu Xijia saw this and moved closer. Yue, what's wrong? Are you okay? Dong Yue leaned on Fu Xijia. My head hurts so much. Fu Xijia gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay, don't think too much. Han Tianlin could only stand and watch, unable to do anything. He didn't know exactly what Yuye's condition was like. He couldn't trust Fu Xijia's words alone. A while later at the hospital, the doctor examined Dong Ye. Fu Xijia sat beside her. Outside, Li Sicheng comforted Han Tianlin. Don't worry, the doctors I'm looking for are all very professional. Given Dong Yue's current mental and physical state, she really can't handle any disturbance. I think it's already good if she recovers her health now. Whether her memory recovers or not is not important. Han Tianlin angrily looked through the glass door. What do you mean? I can't just stand by and watch my own woman become someone else's fiancé. Li Sicheng then said, Tianlin, do you remember what I said before? Dong Yue has lost her memory now. Why don't the three of us compete again? Let's see who she'll fall in love with this time. Han Tianlin's face turned serious. You won't have this chance. After saying that, Han Tianlin opened the door and entered Dong Yue's hospital room. Yue, how are you feeling? Dong Yue smiled. Thank you for your concern. Actually, except for not remembering things from before, I'm fine with everything else. Han Tianlin suggested, once you're fully recovered, will you come back to work at the company? Fu Xijia quickly grabbed Dong Yue's hand. That won't be necessary, Mr. Han. We already have our own plans. Dongye looked at Fusija and thought, Sija is always so nervous. Could there be something wrong with this, Mr. Han? Dongyue continued, thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Han. I want to wait until my body recovers before making any decisions. Li Sicheng walked in. Don't let this young man fool you. Before the incident, you were still an employee at my company. Han Tianlan angrily glared at Li Sicheng. Li Sicheng shrugged. Isn't that the truth? Dongye was stunned. I'm Li Sicheng. Little Yoye, have you forgotten me already? It really breaks my heart, you know. Li Sicheng smiled. We're friends. Moreover, I'm also your boss. After he said that, Fusijia and Han Tianlan glared at Li Sicheng. That evening in the hospital room, Dong Yue was intently reading something. She thought silently, after leaving Furuan, I started working for the Li Group. The timing seems about right, but why are the attitudes of those two towards me always so strange? Curious, Dongye opened her computer to search online. Maybe the information online would be more helpful. She quickly searched for information about Han Tianlan. Curiously, she clicked on Han Tianlan girlfriend. A series of information appeared. Latest development of Han Tianlan and Dong Yue. Celebration everywhere. Han Tianlan and Dong Yue have broken up, accompanied by a photo of Tan Yi arm in arm with Han Tianlan. Dong Yue thought, what's going on? Was I really Han Tianlan's ex-girlfriend? She pondered, but I'm clearly having a child with Sija. Could it be that I had an affair? But why would I have an affair? Dong Yue stared blankly at the computer screen. And what's this? The identity of Lai Group's new girlfriend revealed. What kind of extraordinary person is Dong Yue really? Dong Yue anxiously clicked the mouse repeatedly. The screen continuously displayed many comments. I want to know what tricks this woman has up her sleeve. First, she hooked Han Tianlan, and then she turned around and hooked Li Sicheng. Someone else replied, just look at her hot body and you'll understand. A few more comments. Han Seo isn't such a shallow person, is he? Li Sicheng clearly has a cleaner background. He's the only son in his family and doesn't have all the drama like the Han family. Another person said, I'm embarrassed, but I'm falling more in love with Han Tianlan's looks. I want to know what tricks this woman has up her sleeve. First, she hooked Han Tianlan, and then she turned around and hooked Li Sicheng. Someone else replied, just by being Dong Yue, she can catch two men at once. You know she's not simple at all. After reading this, Dong Yue suddenly realized, so that's how it is. She felt sad. With the current situation, maybe it's better if I don't recover my memory. Suddenly, Li Sicheng walked in carrying something. Dong Yue said, you're here. Dong Yue was startled. She nervously closed her laptop. The atmosphere became tense. Li Sicheng asked Dong Yue, were you just browsing the internet? What were you looking at? Dong Yue anxiously replied, I wasn't looking at anything. Li Sicheng chuckled. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell me you were looking at something that can't be described. Dong Yue scratched her head. Of course not. Ha ha ha. Li Sicheng quickly grabbed the laptop. Come here and get it. Dong Yue reached out. Li Sicheng opened the laptop. Oh, so you were looking at this. Recent news must have been suppressed by Han Tianlan. Luckily, she didn't see those unpleasant things. Dong Yue said unhappily, Mr. Li, please give me back my laptop. Li Sicheng replied, so you already know. If that's the case, I won't hide it from you anymore. Dong Yue was stunned. Hide what from me? Li Sicheng handed the laptop to Dong Yue. Of course, the relationship between you and me. Dong Yue fell silent. Li Sicheng quickly sat down on the bed and said, as you've already seen, we indeed have an unfinished story. Dong Yue said seriously, but I wouldn't have an affair. Even if I've lost my memories, I still believe in my attitude towards love. Li Sicheng said, you've forgotten everything. How do you know if right now something has happened or not that changed your view on love like this? Li Sicheng suggested, do you want to hear about our love history? Dong Yue frowned. I'll listen carefully. After that, Li Sicheng happily recounted, first, when I met you. At that time, you were Han Tianlan's secretary. Dong Yue interrupted, so Han Tianlan and I. Li Sicheng replied, I don't know. Anyway, I've always believed that you and he were not together, but on the contrary, we were. Because Foron and Lai Group have been cooperating for a long time, so both sides interacted frequently, and then we got together. Dong Yue's lips trembled. What about Tu Jia then? We grew up together since childhood. I'm even pregnant with his child. Li Sicheng moved closer. Are you really sure it's his child? Dong Yue was stunned. What do you mean? Whose child is it? Li Sicheng didn't hesitate to clarify the misunderstanding. It's mine, and at this moment, Fu Tujia opened the door and entered. Yue. Li Sicheng, why are you here? Li Sicheng stood up. It's nothing. I'm just concerned about my employee. Li Sicheng glanced at Dong Yue and said with a reminder, I'm leaving. I'll visit you again tomorrow. With a thud, the room door closed. Fu Tujia put the lunchbox on the table and asked Dong Yue, why did he come to see you? Dong Yue thought, what Tujia and Li Sicheng said are completely different. I need to verify the truth myself. Dong Yue then replied, it's nothing, Tujia. The doctor said, I can be discharged. I want to go home and rest. Fu Tujia opened the food container. He thought silently, going back is good. good. As long as we can avoid that Lisha Cheng talking nonsense to Yue, it's fine. Fu Tujia smiled. He handed the food to Dong Yue. Okay, eat your meal. Tomorrow I'll handle the discharge procedures. All right, the next day, at the apartment complex, the door opened. Aunt Liu said to Dong Yue, you're back. Come in and take a look. You've always stayed here while studying. Seeing the familiar surroundings, you might remember something. Dong Yue smiled. Yes, thank you, Aunt. Fu Tujia silently watched Dong Yue. He said to Aunt Liu, Mom, let me help you cook. Li tried to control her voice as she slapped Fu Tujia's face. Are you trying to anger me to death? You lied to me about going on a business trip, but you were actually taking care of Dong Yue. I've told you before. Please stay away from her. Didn't you hear what I said? Fu Tujia was stunned. Mom, Yue has lost her memory. I beg you, please help me at this time. Dong Yue thought to herself, Tujia's mother's attitude towards me seems a bit off, so Tujia's words can't be fully trusted. Fu Tujia was startled to see Dong Yue coming out. Yue, why did you come out here? Dong Yue said, I felt bored, so I wanted to go out for a bit. Fu Tujia offered to go with her. Dong Yue smiled. No need. You help out here. I just want some quiet time. Then Dong Yue went for a walk to get some air. She stood in a store, deep in thought. Regardless of whose child it is in my womb, it's still my child after all. So who the father is doesn't seem to matter anymore. At this moment, some apples fell near her feet. Yanhui approached and picked up an apple. I'm sorry, the apple bag tore. They didn't roll and hit you, did they? Dong Yue shook her head. Ah no, they didn't hit me. Yanhui thought to himself, she really doesn't remember anything. But if she hadn't gone through those things, she would have been this gentle originally, right? Yanhui rubbed his head. I'm really sorry. I see you're not walking very comfortably. To express my apology, I'll take you home. Dong Yue was stunned. No need, my home isn't far from here. Yanhui picked up a box. Oh, were you planning to buy this? Let me buy it for you. Dong Yue hurriedly chased after Yanhui. Wait, I wasn't going to buy that. In front of the supermarket, Dong Yue said, I'll accept the milk, but you don't need to take me home. I can go back by myself. At that moment, a black car pulled up. Han Tianlan lowered the window. Yanhui said, You met Yue? Yanhui nodded. Yes, boss. Since you're here, could you take Dong Yue home? I'm sweating thinking about having to keep acting. It's exhausting. Dong Yue turned and asked, Do we know each other? Yanhui blinked. We used to be colleagues. It's a pity you don't remember clearly anymore. Then Yanhui smiled and helped Dong Yue into the car. Get in quickly. It's rare for my boss to drive himself. Yanhui whispered in Dong Yue's ear. Dong Yue, you must remember quickly, okay? As Dong Yue got in the car, Yanhui said goodbye. Goodbye. The car sped away. Han Tianlan looked at Dong Yue. What a coincidence. Dong Yue held the milk box. She asked quietly, Did you send Yanhui there? Also, this isn't the way to my home. The more you drive, the further we get from my house. Han Tianlan looked serious. I just want to clarify the truth a bit. Dong Yue reluctantly replied, Fine. Han Tianlan said, Yue, I'll take you to your real home. A moment later, the car stopped. Dong Yue looked up, feeling a sense of familiarity. Han Tianlan tilted his head and asked, Do you remember anything? Dong Yue opened the door and got out of the car. I want to go inside and look around the room. Han Tianlan narrated before, You loved sitting on this sofa to play games, and I would be in the kitchen cooking for you. Han Tianlan took off his jacket. You like spicy food, right? Wait, I'll make some dishes. Maybe eating will help you remember something. Dong Yue thought, this person seems cold on the surface, and his way of working seems quite impulsive. A phone rang. Dong Yue answered. Hello, Fujia? Fujia looked around anxiously. Yo, where are you? Let me come pick you up. Dong Yue replied. You go home first. I'll be back soon. Han Tianlan peeked out to look at Dong Yue. Dong Yue said, Mr. Han, let's do this another day. Han Tianlan suddenly collapsed. Dong Yue suddenly froze. She quickly asked, What's wrong with you? Han Tianlan pretended to fall onto Dong Yue. She hurriedly supported him. He then quietly took her phone. He said softly, It's nothing. My leg just went numb suddenly. Dong Yue wondered. Leg numbness. But there's no visible reaction on the outside. I didn't think Mr. Han's body was so weak. Suddenly she was startled. Why did I suddenly switch to mocking mode when facing him? How strange. He hid her phone. Han Tianlan whined. Yo, before, you never mentioned my weak body. She blushed shyly. Didn't you say you were going to cook? He hurriedly obeyed, turning away. I'll go cook. Don't go anywhere, okay? Dong Yue urged, then go do it quickly. She stared intently at Han Tianlan cooking. His handsome face captured her heart completely. Dong Yue wondered what was happening to her. Her heart kept racing because of him. He smiled, bringing out the food. It's done. Try it. The steaming egg and shrimp soup smelled delicious. Dong Yue was puzzled. It's egg soup. Didn't you say you'd make spicy dishes? He gently replied, did you forget you're pregnant? Eating too much spicy food isn't good for the baby. She chewed, thinking the taste wasn't bad. Suddenly, there was a knock. They both turned quickly. It was the lovesick Fuja. He rushed in, sweating profusely. I couldn't find Yue anywhere. She limped out. He approached, gently touching her shoulder. Yue, why did you turn off your phone? I called so many times, but you didn't answer. I thought something had happened to you again. She felt her pocket. Where's my phone? Han Tianlan quickly handed it over. It must have run out of battery and shut off. Yue, stay here tonight. This is your real home. She took her beloved phone and then refused. No need. I want to go home first. She felt conflicted inside. Did that young man hide her phone? Dongye quickly said, Fuja, let's go. He replied. Okay. Han Tianlan sadly watched them leave in silence. The car sped along the road. Inside the car, Dongye asked, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come over with such a face? He held her hand tightly. Yu, please stay away from that man quickly. He's not a good person. She was startled. What did he do to me? Fuja whined. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have lost your memory at all. She coldly said, Fuja, do you remember when I first woke up? You said I lost my memory due to an unexpected incident. Fujia felt uneasy. He has hurt you many times, so I didn't want you to remember those bad memories. Dongyue withdrew her hand. So you saying I'm your fiancé is also a lie, isn't it, Fujia? I don't want to live in confusion. My whole life. He thought sadly, Yue, why do you still time and again remain the same? You've never trusted me even once. The lights were on in the villa. Dongyue lay on the bed, restarting her phone. She wondered. Her phone clearly still had full battery. That Han Tianlan was indeed deceitful. Suddenly there was a message tone. She was puzzled. This phone number is new. Only Fujia knows it. Who could be sending me a message? On the screen, a sweet message from Han Tianlan appeared. Today's egg soup wasn't finished. If you don't mind, I'll cook you another meal tomorrow. She quickly replied, her fingers tapping away. Han Tianlan smiled. It's me, Yue. Let's go out together tomorrow. Okay? At night, while Dongye was sleeping, Han Tianlan suddenly entered. I can't wait anymore. I want to see you right now. Then he moved closer to her. They kissed, and her lipstick fell down. Dongye blushed shyly. Wait a moment. Just then, Fujia and Lacey Cheng entered. You two. At this point, she woke up with a start. Why did I have such a dream? She sat up, embarrassed. Is it morning already? How embarrassing. Just then there was a knock. Dongye said, come in. Fujia entered and said, Yue, I went out to buy tofu pudding and fried dough sticks, your favorites. Come out and have some. Dongyue nodded slightly. The last scene in her dream was exactly this one. Fujia asked her worriedly, why is your face so red? Is it because of the hot blanket? Let me change it for you. Dongyue nervously clutched the blanket. No need. You go out first. I'll come out to eat in a little while. At the dining table, Dongyue asked, where's Mom? Fujia replied, Mom went to buy groceries. How about these dishes? Do they seem familiar to you? Dongyue responded, I can feel that we often eat meals here, but I feel like something's missing, like someone's missing. Fujia smiled. Must be my parents you're missing. The three of us often sit and eat together like this. But he thought to himself, it's still better to lie to her about Meidu's matter. Then Fu, Jia continued, Yue, do you still blame me for deceiving you about that before? I didn't mean to. Dongyue said gently. Fujia, when I first saw you, I felt you were familiar. That's why I was willing to believe you. Could you tell me now? Her phone rang. Dongyue glanced at it. It was him, she answered. Han Tianlan, in his car, said, Yue, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Dongyue was delighted. I'll be right down. She quickly went to meet Han Tianlan. Weren't we supposed to go to a party? Why are you here so early? Han Tianlan opened the car door. Let's exercise a bit before eating. It helps digestion. Sitting in the car, she blushed. Exercise. That's not. Dongyue thought. Don't think wild thoughts. Han Tianlan beside her asked, Yue, why is your face so red? Dongyue startled. Oh, it's nothing. Must be the heat. Where are we going? Han Tianlan turned to drive. You'll know when we get there. Fujia stood upstairs looking down, clenching his fists sadly. The car moved quickly. In a blink, they arrived at Haoyuan International Pool. Dongyue was surprised. You brought me to a swimming pool. Tianlan smiled. Come on, we'll buy swimwear inside. After swimming, we can go upstairs for the buffet. The buffet here is very good too. Dongyue looked at him and replied, okay. Scene changes to the bathroom. Han Tianlan thought to himself, I remember Yue used to like my physique the most. Then he stepped outside. Dongyue saw Han Tianlan and asked, why did it take so long? Han Tianlan looked at Dongyue's figure and quickly rubbed his nose. Dongyue asked confusedly, what's wrong with you? Nothing. The pool area is very slippery. Let me go down first to help you. After getting in the water, Han Tianlan gently said, be careful. As soon as she got in the water, Dongyue frowned. Han Tianlan supported her. Didn't I tell you to be careful? Dongyue blushed and quickly backed away. But why is there no one else at the pool? Han Tianlan replied, this This pool is my property. I had it closed today. Dong Yue swam away. Oh, Dong Yue, you really did have something with him before, didn't you? Why else would you feel so moved just by looking at him? Han Tianlan swam closer to her. Someday I'll take you swimming in hot springs. We used to go to hot springs often before. Dong Yue turned and asked what's wrong. Han Tianlan explained, there's lots of food at the hot springs. Wait till I take you there. Maybe you'll be able to recover your memories. Just then, there was a light cough. They both turned to look. Li Xicheng smiled. Hello, Han Tianlan immediately stood in front of Dong Yue. Why are you here? Li Xicheng shrugged and said, have you forgotten that we used to come here swimming often? The beautiful receptionist saw me and let me in right away. He turned to speak to Dong Yue. Dong Yue, you're only here with Tianlan. That's quite unfair. How about we have dinner together this afternoon? Dong Yue was confused. Han Tianlan covered his mouth. Don't agree to go with him. Then he turned to Li Xicheng. Come out here with me. Han Tianlan then asked, how did you know Dong Yue and I were here? Li Xicheng said smugly, Fu Jia told me. He said Dong Yue already knew he lied, but he didn't want to see Dong Yue make the same mistake again, so he gave me a chance. Han Tianlan sighed. Xicheng, can you stop interfering? You know my feelings for Dong Yue. Li Xicheng then said, Tianlan, actually I'm very curious. You could clearly tell Dong Yue the whole truth. Why won't you say anything? Han Tianlan sat down. Xicheng, you know what? Yue and I initially just had a physical relationship. Between us, we never built a normal emotional connection like other couples. During this time, I've thought a lot. There are still many issues between us, and they're all built on a lack of mutual trust. And I was too arrogant. That's the reason why I let things become what they are now. Li Xicheng said, so that's how it is. So now, you want to start over from the beginning. Han Tianlan replied, if this is the chance heaven has given me to start over, I hope this time we can begin with love. Li Xicheng sighed. I really want you and Dong Yue to be together. Do you remember when Han Jiasi killed your mother? But he provided an alibi. Han Tianlan recalled Yan Hui's words. Mr. Han Jiasi, during the time of Madam's death, he really wasn't here. The surveillance camera recorded him being at a bar. Han Tianlan's face darkened. Yan Hui's voice echoed again. It was a woman named Lin Qing. She's currently living abroad. Han Tianlan glanced at Li Xicheng. You mean this woman named Lin Qing is suspicious? Li Xicheng replied, some time ago, you were too preoccupied to notice many things. So I deliberately sent someone to investigate. That woman named Lin Qing is actually Lin Moqing. Han Tianlan was stunned. It's her. How did she help Han Jiasi? Li Xicheng nudged Han Tianlan. Isn't it because you messed things up, you fool? When you were young, Lin Moqing was engaged to you. Although it was just playful talk among the elders, I guess she helped Han Jiasi because of you. So you should be careful. Han Tianlan replied, I understand. Thank you. Li Xicheng patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. You and Dong Yue have been through so much together. I don't want to see either of you get hurt again. Han Tianlan then said, if that's the case, then you should stop interfering too. All right, I'll give you a free pass this time. Outside the pool, a waiter approached. Miss Dong, this is the dish Mr. Han ordered for you. The waiter gently placed the food by the pool. Please enjoy at your leisure. Dong Yue smiled, thanked her, and took a bite. Memories of the past surfaced. It's still missing something. If only someone could feed me, that would be even better. Han Tianlan said, open your mouth then. Dong Yue held her head. That was me and Han Tianlan back then. Han Tianlan stepped out. Yue. He immediately jumped into the pool. Dong Yue turned around startled. Han Tianlan grabbed her hand tightly. Who gave you this to eat? Dong Yue winced in pain. You're hurting me. Han Tianlan worriedly asked, are you okay? Yue, are you uncomfortable anywhere? Dong Yue replied, the food is fine, but you really scared me just now. Han Tianlan, you're so nervous. Is someone trying to harm me? Han Tianlan quickly replied, no. Dong Yue moved closer to him. Then now I want to verify something else. Han Tianlan asked anxiously, what? She directly kissed him. Han Tianlan silently called Yue and melted into the kiss. At this moment, in Dong Yue's memory, images of the two of them appeared. Her tears rolled down. Is this really our past? Tianlan asked worriedly, what's wrong, Yue? Have you remembered something? Dong Yue removed Han Tianlan's hands from her face. I want to go back first. Please take me home. At the entrance of Fu's residence, Dong Yue got out of the car. You can go now. Drive safely. After the car left, Dong Yue hailed another taxi. Sir, please take me to Fu Ren Group. All right, miss? The taxi stopped in front of a building. Hello, we've arrived. Dong Yue got out of the car. She thought to herself, Han Tianlan and I indeed had some sweet memories. But I always feel there's still a very important part that I can't quite express. Dong Yue entered. As she walked, she wondered, this place might help me find something. An employee was startled to see Dong Yue. Special Assistant Dong, have you recovered? Dong Yue stammered, the employee said happily, It's good that you're okay. You know, back then, when your death report came out, Mr. Han almost went crazy. He's only seemed a bit better recently. Dongye was stunned. I had died before. The employee noticed Dongye's blank expression and waved her hand in front of Dongye. Special Assistant Dong, are you all right? Did I say something wrong? Dongye smiled. It's nothing. Please continue with your work. I'll go upstairs now. The employee replied, okay, let me get you an elevator card. Dongye walked through the company. This place feels very familiar to me. Dongye stopped in front of Han Tianlan's office. This is Han Tianlan's office. At the same time, some employees were chatting. Isn't that Dong Yu? She wants to enter the CEO's office. Should we stop her? One employee worried, I won't stop her. If you want to stop her, go ahead. I won't stop you either. Dong Yue entered Han Tianlan's office. She looked at the desk and thought, Han Tianlan and I seem to have been here before. Dong Yue shook her head. No. I came here to find something. I can't let my thoughts wander like this. Dong Yue glanced around. It seems all the documents are placed in here. She pulled open a locked drawer and saw a photo that startled her. I clearly remember this place. At this moment, in the hallway outside, Nan Hui approached. What are you all doing? An employee turned and replied, Special Assistant Nan, Miss Dong came here today. She's currently in Mr. Han's office. Nanu was shocked. What? Nan Hui was about to open the door, but hesitated. Never mind. I'll go report this to the boss first. In the afternoon at Furen, Han Tianlan hurriedly called for Yue. He turned and asked Nan Hui, where's Dong Yue? Nan Hui replied anxiously. After Dong Yue entered the office, she hasn't come out. Han Tianlan glanced at the room behind. Right, there's still the restroom. Han Tianlan opened the door and entered. He saw Dong Yue sleeping. So she's sleeping. Dong Yue's face was covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, Han Tianlan shook her. Yue, Dong Yue, has she fainted? In the evening at the hospital, the doctor told Han Tianlan, don't worry, we've done scans and the patient doesn't have any abnormalities. Han Tianlan asked worriedly, then why did she faint? The doctor replied, I think she's in the process of recovering her memories, and there are too many things she's remembering. It's overstimulating her brain, causing the patient to faint. At this moment, Dong Yue frowned and groaned. Han Tianlan worried, Yue, are you awake? Dong Yue opened her eyes, sat up, and pushed Han Tianlan away. Mister, who are you? Han Tianlan was stunned, mister. He frowned and asked, what's going on? The doctor hesitated. I don't know. Theoretically, it shouldn't. Dong Yue sat on the hospital bed and said, Mister, I'm so hungry. Go buy me some food quickly. Han Tianlan moved closer. You don't remember who I am. She's not cautious either. She's not asking why she's in the hospital. Instead, she's telling me to go buy food for her. Dong Yue blinked. If you don't buy it, that's fine too. Let your wife and child starve then. Han Tianlan immediately hugged Dong Yue. Yo, have you recovered your memory? Dong Yue said, Han Tianlan, when did you become so stupid? I say a few words like that, and you actually believe it. The doctor hurriedly ran away. Dong Yue watched him go, not understanding. Han Tianlan choked up. Dong Yue looked at him and asked, Tianlan, are you crying? Han Tianlan held Dong Yue's hand. Yue, it's so wonderful that you've recovered your memory. Dong Yue gently stroked Han Tianlan's face. I'm fine now. If I'd known, I wouldn't have teased you. Han Tianlan softly kissed Dong Yue's lips. Yo, I missed you so much. Han Tianlan passionately kissed Dong Yue. The two couldn't resist and leaned back on the bed. Dong Yue blushed. Tianlan, I missed you too. Han Tianlan lovingly kissed Dong Yue's forehead. Let's go home. That evening at Han Tianlan's mansion, Han Tianlan couldn't resist sleeping with Dong Yue. Suddenly, Dong Yue pushed Han Tianlan away. Tianlan, we can't. Dong Yue gently reminded, the doctor said the fetus is weak, so we can't engage in strenuous activity. Han Tianlan rested his forehead gently against Dong Yue's. Yet you still intentionally tempted me. Dong Yue said, I'm certain I didn't initiate it. Okay. Han Tianlan hugged Dong Yue. It's because I couldn't control myself. Dong Yue lay on Han Tianlan's shoulder. After losing my memory once, seeing you so gentle feels really unfamiliar to me. Han Tianlan felt guilty and said, it's because I didn't protect you well enough. Yue Shinu, the child. Dong Yue gently touched her finger to Han Tianlan's lips. I know, that bodyguard told me everything before he died. Han Tianlan looked at Dong Yue intently. Dong Yue, I swear from now on, I won't let you suffer any harm ever again. Dong Yue kissed Han Tianlan's lips softly. Don't worry. I'll also take good care of protecting myself. Han Tianlan teared up. You've been through enough already. The scene changes to the Sky Bar. Inside, young men and women were dancing enthusiastically. Han Shinu sat to one side, holding a glass of wine, looking sad. The mother of her brother sobbed, burying her face on the table. Why? Why doesn't anyone need me? At this moment, a young man approached. Beautiful. Why are you alone? Han Xinu pushed him away. Who are you? Brother, where are you? The man moved closer. Your brother is right here. Come with your brother. Han Xinu struggled. Who are you? Let go. Let me go quickly. At this moment, Fu Xijia, drinking nearby, glanced over. That voice sounds so familiar. Fu Xijia approached Han Xinu. The young man grabbed Han Xinu's hand, trying to persuade her. Come with me. I guarantee you won't regret it. Fu Xijia saw this from behind. He approached and grabbed the young man's hand. Let go. Han Xinu turned around. Senior, the guy asked, bewildered. Who the hell are you? Fu Xijia stood shielding Han Xinu. Han Xinu quickly hugged Fu Xijia, crying and repeatedly saying, Senior, I'm so miserable, Senior. Fu Xijia's eyes welled up with tears. Miserable. I'm miserable too. The guy left angrily. Damn, what bad luck. Fu Xijia asked, blushing, where do you live? I'll take you home. Han Xinu gently kissed Fu Xijia's lips. She moved closer, seducing Fu Xijia. Senior, I'm so sad. Then the two kissed passionately. But Fu Xijia thought of the name Yue. In the pulsing bar, Fu Xijia and Han Xinu exchanged a sweet kiss. The next morning, at the company, Manhwa reported news to Han Tianlan. These are the backlogged documents from last month. The Lai group said the project can be suspended for a while. Han Tianlan replied, I understand. Dong Yue entered. She rested her chin on her hand, hinting at Han Tianlan. Are you very busy with work? If possible, can I help you look it over? Han Tianlan's face turned serious. You can't tire yourself out right now. If you're bored, go for a walk. I'll send a bodyguard with you. Dong Yue sighed. Tianlan, are you being too nervous? Nanhui chimed in. Isn't it because there were too many chaotic events before? I also think it's better to have someone accompany you. Dong Yue obediently agreed. All right, I'll go out for a bit then. After saying this, Dong Yue went out for a walk, followed by two bodyguards. Suddenly, she saw Fu Xijia approaching. Xijia, the two bodyguards blocked him. Dong Yue said, no need to be nervous. I know him. Fu Xijia remained silent. Yue, is it that if I don't come to find you, you'll never come to find me? Dong Yue replied, Xijia, what happened in the past should be left in the past. In my heart, you're still the most important person. Fu Xijia and Dong Yue looked at each other in silence. At that moment, Han Tianlan approached. What are you all doing? Dong Yue turned her head. Tianlan, why did you come downstairs? You came down for a walk not even 5 minutes ago. Han Tianlan hugged Dong Yue from behind. When I can't see you, I'm not at ease. I might have to use a vine to tie us together tightly. Dong Yue smiled. Seeing this, Fu Xijia said, you two talk. I have something to do. I'll go first. Fu Xijia hurriedly left. Dong Yue watched Fu Xijia leave. Tianlan, you did that on purpose just now, didn't you? Han Tianlan gently rested his head next to Dong Yue. I just want everyone to know that you can only belong to me alone. Dong Yue frowned. How childish. Xijia walked away quietly. Suddenly, his phone rang. Fu Xijia answered sadly, hello. Han Xinu said excitedly, Xijia, are you coming soon? My good sister has also returned to the country. She wants to meet you. Come quickly. Han Xinu smiled. My boyfriend said he'll come right away. Lin Moqing crossed her legs and replied, look how happily you're waiting for him to arrive. I really want to see how handsome he is to make you so infatuated. Seeing Fu Xijia arrive, Han Xinu waved, Senior over here. Fu Xijia smiled, I'm sorry for being late. Han Xinu pulled Fu Xijia's hand. It's okay, let me introduce you. This is my good sister, Lin Moqing. Han Xinu whispered to Fu Xijia. She was my brother's fiancée when they were young. Fu Xijia, upon hearing this, put down his teacup. He looked at Lin Moqing. Hello. Lin Moqing smiled. Indeed, very handsome. Xinu, you have good taste. Han Xinu was delighted, of course. Fu Xijia deliberately said, Xinu, I haven't had breakfast yet. Han Xinu stood up. How can you skip breakfast? Let me go buy some food for you. When Han Xinu left, Lin Moqing quickly engaged Fu Xijia in conversation. Han Tianlan and I are childhood sweethearts. And I've also investigated you and Dong Yue, right? Lin Moqing said seriously. You've liked her since you were young. I feel we are very similar. Fu Xijia frowned. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Moqing picked up her teacup. Are you truly willing to accept this? You worked so hard to rescue Dong Yue, but now she's in someone else's arms. Fu Xijia asked again, even if that's the case, so what? Lin Moqing put down her teacup. Mr. Fu, take your time to consider. I'm here to welcome you to join at any time. After saying this, Lin Moqing put on her stylish black sunglasses and left. At this moment, Han Xinu returned with breakfast. Senior, I bought the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks you like. Please eat some quickly. Fu Xijia forced a smile. Thank you, Xinu. He thought to himself, these are all the foods that Yue likes. Han Xinu sat down. Senior, what's wrong? Where's Sister Moqing? Fu Xijia replied, she had something to do, so she left first. Xinu, I've recently quit my job. I want to work at Furuan. Can you help me? Han Shi-nu was surprised. Oh sure, the people at Furuan don't know about my brother ignoring me. As long as we avoid that Yanhui, I should be able to arrange a job for you, senior. Fusiya gazed at Han Shi-nu lovingly. Shi-nu, thank you. Han Shi-nu leaned slightly on Fusijia's shoulder. Senior, you're so kind. That evening at the Maze Music Bar, Han Tianlan cheerfully clinked glasses with Lin Moqing. Welcome back to the country. Lin Moqing said, I remember we used to come here often. It's a pity that later everyone became so busy, so we stopped gathering like this. Han Tianlan then asked, you're abroad, but still busy with domestic work, right? Lin Moqing broke into a sweat. She didn't understand Han Tianlan's implication. Tianlan, what do you mean? Han Tianlan held up his phone. Look, I've found my happiness now. Moqing, I also hope you don't need to keep dwelling in the past anymore. I've already paid the bill. You just got back to the country today, so stay and drink with everyone. Lin Moqing held Han Tianlan's hand. We've been talking all night. Where else do you want to go? Han Tianlan put down his glass and smiled. Going out for some air with you today is already an exception. My wife is still at home. I need to go back to her. Lin Moqing was angry. She still tried to force a smile and said, I've heard about it long ago, but why haven't you brought her out? At least let us have a look, to see what kind of woman she is that can tame a cold guy like you. Han Tianlan said, it's not convenient for her now. If you're curious, wait until our wedding day and you'll see her then. Lin Moqing drained her glass. Her face flushed red. So what kind of person is she? What is she like? I want to prepare a gift for her. Han Tianlan frowned. You're drunk. Han Tianlan then said to Nina, Nina, please take Lin Moqing home for me. She's too drunk, Nina replied. No problem. But wasn't Sister Moqing's alcohol tolerance very good before? How come after just a few years abroad, she's drunk after just a few glasses? Han Tianlan stood up indifferently. I'm leaving. The door slammed shut. Lin Moqing watched sadly. Scene change. At the garden, Dong Yue is taking a walk. A bodyguard follows behind her. Staying in the villa every day is so boring. Coming out to the garden, the air is much better. At this moment, a little boy is happily running. His father follows behind. Shanshan, slow down a bit. Slow down a bit. Dong Yue freezes. It seems like he's about to run into her. The bodyguard quickly stops the boy. Dong Yue sighs. Fortunately, there's protection. The boy's father says, I'm sorry, the kid is too naughty. Suddenly, another boy rides a bike towards them. Sister, please move. Dong Yue panics. Not again. At this moment, Han Tianlan appears and hugs Dong Yue. Yue, be careful. Dong Yue softly asks, I'm fine. You're home early. The boy excitedly says, Shanshan, let's continue our race. Okay? The boy rides his bike towards Dong Yue. Auntie, please move. Dong Yue thinks, what's wrong with these kids? Why do they keep trying to run into people? Han Tianlan turns around. He uses his foot to stop the bike. The boy falls and cries, wah wah. An old lady cries out, you're adults. Aren't you ashamed of bullying a child like that? Pay compensation. Dong Yue points. You saw it too. Your kids intentionally tried to run into me, not just once. If anyone should pay, it should be you compensating me for emotional distress. That's right. The old lady hugs the boy. He doesn't understand. He was just playing with his friend. You shouldn't have kicked his bike like that. Dong Yue sternly says, this boy did it on purpose. How about I show you the camera footage? Let me tell you, if anything had happened to me, I wouldn't let you off easily. The old lady hugs the boy fearfully. Then they quickly leave. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go play somewhere else. Dong Yue angrily says, arguing is my specialty, you know. Han Tianlan smiles. Yue is so capable. He says to the bodyguard, since when did so many kids appear here? Buy out all the nearby villas and tell them to move out. Yes, sir. Dong Yue moves closer to Han Tianlan. Is this the legendary financial attack I've heard about? Han Tianlan replies, I said I'd protect you, so I have to do it properly. Lin Moqing stands in a corner watching. She's angry. Suddenly, the old lady from earlier approaches Lin Moqing. Miss, you just saw it too. She had many people around her. It wasn't easy to run into her like that. So about the money we discussed earlier. Lin Moqing glances at Han Tianlan and Dong Yue. It seems this unexpected approach can't be carried out. I should find another way. The next morning, at a parking lot, Fusijia is driving when he suddenly brakes. Someone hit his car. It turns out to be Lin Moqing. She opens the car door and says, want to talk, at a certain cafe. Lin Moqing asks Fusijia, have you thought it through? Fusijia picks up his coffee cup. My answer, I think it's been clearly expressed. Lin Moqing continues, if you really have good intentions, you'd still want to find a way into Fu Run, right? Fusijia puts down his coffee cup. Lin Moqing smiles. I first fell for Han Tianlan in middle school. Lin Moqing recalls back then, I sat below. Han Tianlan stood at the podium. Lin Moqing looked at Han Tianlan with loving eyes. We sat at the same desk for 6 years, from middle school to high school. The girl standing next to him was always me. Lin Moqing looks sad. I originally thought position would always be mine. If I had known it would turn out like this now, I wouldn't have gone abroad to study. Fu Xijia silently recalls memories with Dong Ye. Lin Moqing continues, I feel I can't live without him in this life. And do you really not want to cooperate with me? Fu Xijia hesitates, thinking, Fu Xijia, what are you still hesitating about? Han Tianlan has so many beautiful women around him like that. Lin Moqing can fight for her happiness. Why can't you? Lin Moqing gently raises her coffee cup. Think carefully. This opportunity won't come again. After a while, Fu Xijia agrees. If that's the case, then Miss Lin, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Moqing clinks coffee cups with Fu Xijia. Pleasant cooperation. Scene changes to Dong Yue's home. Dong Yue is enjoying breakfast. Then there's a knock at the door. Dong Yue goes to open the door. Fu Xijia cheerfully approaches. It's me. I've come to bring you medicine. Before Dong Yue can stop him, Fu Xijia has already entered the kitchen. You don't need to cook for me. The nanny will come to cook for me. Fu Xijia replies, this is Chinese medicine I specially found for you. If your Han Tianlan finds out, he might tell you to throw it away, rather than let the nanny cook it. That would be such a waste. Dong Yue laughs. That's exactly what he would do. Fu Xijia pours out the medicine. I don't want to see my efforts go to waste, so I'll feel more at ease if I cook it for you myself. Fu Xijia places the medicine on the table. Drink it. I've already cooled it down for you. It's not hot anymore. Dong Yue tries to drink all the medicine. She shows the empty cup. Is this good enough? Fu Xijia takes the cup. Well done. Has Han Tianlan gone abroad for work? In 2 days when you go for your prenatal checkup, tell me, and I'll take you. Dong Yue shakes her head. No need. I have bodyguards. It's really not convenient for you to go with me. Fu Xijia says, Yue, Han Tianlan has caused you so much harm. Isn't that enough already? Dong Yue senses something's wrong and says, Xijia, why are you suddenly saying these things? To be honest, the past hurts weren't intentionally caused by him, and I know what I'm doing. Dong Yue pats Xijia's shoulder lightly. It's okay, Xijia. Don't you want me to be happy? Then give me your blessing. Fu Xijia silently recalls Lin Moqing's words. Do you want to see her smiling in someone else's arms? Fu Xijia glances at Dong Yue's happy face. He gently pats Dong Yue's head and says, all right, I'm leaving now. Always remember, I'm always behind you. Then Fu Xijia leaves. At the same time, someone calls Dong Ye. She happily answers the phone, Tianlan. Han Tianlan asks sternly, did Fu Xijia come? Where is he now? Dong Yue, surprised by Han Tianlan's words, asks back, how did you know he came? Han Tianlan says in a deep voice, don't interrupt. Let me see quickly. Dong Yue shakes her head. Too bad, Mr. Han. He's already left. Han Tianlan says firmly, show me the kitchen. Dong Yue sighs helplessly and goes to the kitchen, turning the camera for Han Tianlan to see. He really just brought me some Chinese medicine for pregnancy care. She continues to show Han Tianlan around with the phone. He then says, without testing, how do you know if it's poisonous or not before drinking? She replies, Xijia wouldn't harm me. Don't worry, Mr. Han. He looks at her with a serious face and advises, being cautious of others is necessary, especially when I'm not by your side. Be careful with everything. She nods repeatedly and blows him a kiss. She smiles sweetly and looks at him lovingly. If you're so worried about me, come back soon. I miss you so much. Han Tianlan replies, They continue chatting until morning. 3 days later, she goes to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The doctor points at the screen and says, look here, this is the baby's head, and this is the hand. Dong Ye looks at the screen, feeling emotional. She touches her belly. A life is forming. The doctor cheerfully continues, the baby is very healthy, but the mother is a bit thin. Remember to nourish yourself and eat more. Don't be afraid of gaining weight. She says, thank you, doctor. I'll remember that. She says goodbye to the doctor and leaves. Just as she exits, she encounters Fu Xijia. She says in surprise, Xijia. Fu Xijia approaches and asks caringly, I didn't see you at the villa today. I thought you might have come for a checkup, so I came here to find you. She stammers, actually, you didn't need to. Before she can finish, Fu Xijia hands her a piece of paper and says, I've made an appointment with an obstetrician for you long ago. It's a very good doctor. I made the appointment half a month ago. She looks at the paper, then sees Fu Xijia's eyes. She nods. Okay, let's go and try. Fu Xijia takes her to the obstetrics department. The room has modern equipment. Fu Xijia helps her onto the examination bed. She looks at Fu Xijia and says softly, when can we leave? I'm feeling a bit tired. Fu Xijia encourages her, it'll be quick. Just hang in there a bit longer. The obstetrician enters from outside and announces, come back tonight. to get the test results. Dongyue, hearing this, slowly sits up and asks confusedly, "What test results? Isn't this just a routine prenatal checkup?" Fu Xijia steps forward to explain it's nothing. The doctor said getting test results is just a procedure. Then you can come back to get them. As night falls, Dongye finally gets to go home. The nanny brings out food for her from the kitchen. "Miss Dong, please eat your meal. I finished cooking, so I'll be leaving now." Okay. Nanny sets the table for her, tidies up a bit, then leaves. Just as the nanny reaches the door, she meets Fu Xijia and says, "Sir." Dongyue, hearing the nanny's voice, goes to the door to check. She stares at Fu Xijia's hand. Her test report is in it. She turns and says, "This is my friend. You can go home now." All right. Although the nanny still feels uneasy, she can't do anything else and has to leave. Dongye watches the nanny exit the gate before turning to talk to Fu Xijia. "When you took me today, wasn't it just a routine checkup?" Fu Xijia's face suddenly darkens. "Yue, when you were in the hospital, they actually found that there was a problem with your body, but the hospital wasn't certain, so I didn't tell you." Hearing this, she feels weak all over. "There's a problem with my body, but I don't feel any discomfort anywhere in my body." Fu Xijia speaks seriously and cautiously. It's late-stage stomach cancer. Fu Xijia says while handing over the test results report. Her whole body is shocked by this news, as if struck by lightning from a clear sky. Her heart races chaotically. "What?" Fu Xijia steps forward to support her and says, "Do you want to tell Han Tianlan about this?" She sighs sadly, her voice gradually getting softer. "Do I really have this disease?" Fu Xijia grasps her hand tightly to comfort her. "Han Tianlan has already endured your death once. He absolutely can't bear it a second time. Yue, come with me. I will take care of you." Right now, her mind is spinning. She can't bear it anymore. Her heart feels like it's bleeding. She steps back, lowers her head and says, "Xijia, you should go home first. I still want to see Tianlan one last time." Fu Xijia sees her like this and feels heartbroken. "All right, I'll wait for you tomorrow morning." The next day, Dong Yue sits by the chair all night. The apartment doorbell wakes her up. She happily runs out, exclaiming, "Tianlan." Then she throws herself into his arms. Choked with emotion, she says, "Tianlan, I missed you so much." Han Tianlan, seeing her strange behavior, is surprised and quickly says, "What are you doing, running so fast? You scared me to death." She nuzzles gently against his chest, tears welling up, and replies, "Because I missed you so much. Have you finished the work over there?" He gently strokes her hair and replies, "It's all been resolved very smoothly." She looks at him and says softly, "Do you need to rush back to the company now? Or can you rest at home for a bit before going?" Han Tianlan kisses her forehead and answers, "I'm not in a hurry, and I'm not going back to the company. I'll stay home with you." Okay. They walk in together, and after a while, the meal is laid out. Han Tianlan eats heartily. She smiles beside him and says, "Eat slowly. Let me get you a glass of water." Han Tianlan grabs her arm to stop her. "It's okay. I'll get it myself." Han Tianlan stands up, pours water into a cup and says, "Oh, that's right. I heard from the bodyguard that Xijia took you to the hospital." "Yes." Her face suddenly freezes. Han Tianlan continues, "My woman, and he cares about you so much." Han Tianlan's hands clench tightly. He puts down the glass and looks at her. "Why are you eating so little?" She looks like a child caught red-handed. She stammers, "The doctor said I can eat less, but more frequently, so I'm following the doctor's instructions." Han Tianlan looks at her. "But you can't eat this little. Is the baby making you uncomfortable? Should I call the doctor to come over tomorrow?" Hearing this, she panics and quickly refuses. "Don't call. You've just returned and you're tired. Go get some sleep." Han Tianlan hears her words and finds them reasonable, so he kisses her hand and smiles. "Then sleep with me, okay?" Yes, the two of them continue like this, entwined. But her demeanor today is different, so he asks, "Why so passionate?" Her cheeks flush red as she stammers, "I asked the doctor. The doctor said it's okay." Han Tianlan, being more rational, sits up. "No, honey, I'll take a shower first." Dongye then says, "You're going to shower, but what about me? Don't you regret it?" Han Tianlan hugs her tightly, a mischievous smile appearing. "You'll be the one to regret it." And so as night falls, Dongye wakes up, gets dressed, and stands by the bed. She thinks to herself, "Tianlan, I can't let you suffer because of me anymore. I'm truly sorry. We can no longer walk the final path together." She leaves the necklace behind. At this very moment, she has decided that their relationship has come to an end. A while later, downstairs, Han Tianlan is setting the table and calls her to come in. Perfect timing. "Let's eat." At this moment, she looks straight into his eyes and says seriously, "Han Tianlan, let's break up." "What?" Han Tianlan looks at her in panic. "What's wrong, Dongye? Don't joke about these things with me." He reaches out to touch her face, but but she angrily pushes his hand away and says, Han Tianlan, stop being so self-righteous. Since Tan Yi appeared, have you protected me even once? I hate you to death. I stayed with you only to take revenge on you, and now I don't want to see you anymore. Disgusting. Han Tianlan grabs her shoulders tightly, not believing what she's saying, and angrily asks, what are you saying? You hate me. Dong Yue frankly admits, yes, I hate you. You think that treating me well can make up for the pain I've had to endure before. Why don't you think, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to suffer this pain at all? Han Tianlan angrily tightens his grip on her shoulders. Dong Yue shouts, let go of me. You're hurting me. Realizing he's gone too far, he says, Yue, I'm sorry. You can give me one more chance. Yu tightens her jaw and replies, no, I have to leave this place now. Han Tianlan's face turns red with anger, veins popping. If you dare to leave, Dong Yue smirks slightly. What, you'll imprison me like Han Jasai did? If you want to do that, then wait to receive my corpse. The room falls into an eerily quiet atmosphere. Han Tianlan turns away, saying sadly, I'll leave now. Don't do anything reckless. Dong Yue watches his back as he walks out the door, her eyes now filled with tears. Han Tianlan, I'm sorry. Han Tianlan's car slowly drives away. She cries loudly, feeling as if a part of her has been torn away. She packs her things and goes downstairs. Fu Xijia is already waiting for her below. As soon as he sees Dong Ye, he says, is everything settled? She replies sadly, it's all done. She thinks to herself, even if I die, I won't regret it. This moment of opening the door is also the moment of closing the door on her relationship with Han Tianlan. They walk in silence, neither saying a word. Upon arrival, Fu Xijia smiles and says, it's only temporary, so bear with it for a while. Dongye has no energy left. She replies, Xijia, I'm sorry for troubling you. Seeing her like this, Fu Xijia can't help but feel anxious. He starts to say, don't be too upset. Before he can finish, his phone rings. Fu Xijia, startled, hurriedly says, go and rest. I'm leaving now. Fu Xijia steps outside and answers the phone. What's the matter? Lin Mo Qingkai laughs. Of course, it's to celebrate our victory. Fu Xijia, I indeed didn't misjudge you. That medicine was truly effective, wasn't it? He coldly replies, yes, then what? Lin Mo Qing answers, next, I'll bribe the media. We'll spread news that Dong Yue abandoned Han Tianlan. After that, of course, it depends on you. Continue to push and exaggerate this issue. Hearing her words, Fu Xijia's arm trembles slightly. He thinks to himself, I don't want to hurt Yue, but everything in the plan that Lin Mo Qing mentioned is hurting her. What if Yue finds out? Can I really make Yue happy? Not hearing Fu Xijia's response, Lin Mo Qing raises her voice, regrets. Fu Xijia, don't forget, Dong Ye is carrying Han Tianlan's child. Don't you want Dong Ye to bear you a child too? Hearing this, Fu Xijia feels it touch a nerve, and he replies, of course I don't regret it. I'll do as you say. The next day, a TV program broadcasts the news. Han Group's power holder, Han Tianlan, dumped by mysterious girlfriend, wandering the streets past midnight. Gossip mongers immediately start discussing, goodness, Han Group is so wealthy. Is that girl's brain not working? Another person replies, isn't she supposed to be the heiress of a big company? Her family must have plenty of inheritance too, right? The two nod, silently understanding each other. Meanwhile, on Dong Yue's side, at this moment, Fu Xijia approaches her with a phone, saying softly, the newspaper is calling for you. Seeing her hesitation, he adds, Yue, if you're going to break up, do it thoroughly. Make a clean break of it. Dong Yue, as if enlightened, takes the phone and says decisively, here's another hot scoop for you. I'm pregnant with my boyfriend's child, my first love. She hangs up and sits down, exhausted. Fu Xijia pats her shoulder. Yue, well done. On Han Tianlan's side, after reading the news, his face contorts with anger, brows furrowed. Han Tianlan grits his teeth and says, Dong Yue, you've done well. A luxurious black car speeds down the street. Dong Yue sees the black car rushing towards her and is startled. It's Tianlan's car. She instinctively steps back. Suddenly, she bumps into someone behind her. Dong Yue turns around and sees Fu Xijia, calling out softly, Xijia. Fu Xijia gently smooths her hair. Yue, your hair is all messy. Dong Yue lightly pushes his hand away. Xijia, you don't need to. Fu Xijia lowers his head slightly to look at her, saying, Yue, Han Tianlan has gotten out of the car. He's watching us. You don't want him to come and bother you, do you? Han Tianlan stands at a distance. Seeing their intimate interaction, he becomes angry, his face darkening. Dong Yue, heartbroken, tries her best to say, just continue. Fu Xijia leans down and whispers in her ear. From this angle, he's sure to misunderstand even more. Han Tianlan angrily approaches and punches Fu Xijia hard in the face. Fu Xijia, how dare you? Dong Yue, seeing the two about to fight, panics and cries out, "Don't." Han Tianlan angrily grits his teeth and looks at her. Dong Yue hurriedly grabs his arm. Han Tianlan, stop it right now. Don't do anything rash, otherwise I'll call the police. Han Tianlan angrily pushes Fu Xijia away. Call the police. Go ahead, call them. Let everyone witness your choice firsthand. He can't even protect you properly. What right does he have to compete with me? Fu Xijia wipes the blood from his mouth corner, angrily looking at Han Tianlan. Han Tianlan, you're the one who couldn't protect her. You watched her fall victim to others' schemes, and you couldn't do anything about it. If I hadn't found her in time, are you sure you'd even be able to see her now? Han Tianlan angrily glares at him coldly. If you weren't standing in the way, making things difficult, I would have found Dong Yue long ago. He turns and extends his hand towards Dong Yue. Yue, I don't believe you hate me. Come back to me, will you? Yue shakes her head, coldly rejecting him. Han Tianlan, stop joking around. I hate you. Get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore. Fu Xijia looks at him coldly and says, Yue has chosen me. Stop bothering us. Han Tianlan clenches his fist tightly. He raises his foot and kicks Fu Xijia hard. Get lost. Dong Yue cries out in panic. Xijia. Han Tianlan, without a word, picks up Dong Yue. Dong Yue angrily shouts, Han Tianlan, let me go. Let go. Han Tianlan replies firmly, never. I'll never let go in this lifetime. He puts her in the car. Don't leave me. I feel like I'm about to die without you. Dong Yue looks at him, her heart aching. Tianlan, the car door slams shut. Fu Xijia, holding his stomach, stands up, angry and unwilling, watching the black car speed away. Damn it. The black car races through the streets. Dong Yue sits in the back seat, unable to bear looking at Han Tianlan driving. Now, with just this much, Tianlan can't handle it. If he knew I was about to die, could he accept such a blow? I must leave Tianlan. It's better to let him hate me than to make him accept my death. Dong Yue adjusts her expression to be cold and speaks up. Han Tianlan, let me out. Han Tianlan's hands tighten on the steering wheel. He remains silent and cold, accelerating. Dong Yue, frightened, grips the front seat tightly. Han Tianlan, don't drive so fast. Do you want to die? Han Tianlan slams on the brakes hard. That's right, Dong Yue. Damn it, I do want to die. What's wrong? He turns to look at her, speaking coldly. Take advantage of me being easy to talk to and come back with me. Dong Yue's eyes are sharp and cold as she refuses. Dream on, never. Han Tianlan angrily grabs Dong Yue's wrist. Dong Yue, even if I have to lock you up at home, I won't let you run away again. So be good. Otherwise, don't blame me for what I might do next. Dong Yue pulls her hand back and looks at him, asking, Han Tianlan, where do you want to take me? Han Tianlan turns to look at her, saying gently, be good, I'll take you home. I'll guard you carefully so you can't run away. Dong Yue, seeing him like this, knows she can't resist. Han Tianlan quickly brings her to an isolated villa. Han Tianlan lifts her up, carrying her to look around, gently saying, Yue, don't you like quiet places? How's this one? Dong Yue still maintains her attitude, coldly replying, I can't stay here forever. You'd better let me go now. Han Tianlan ignores her words and directly takes off her outer coat. Dong Yue panics and shouts, Han Tianlan, what are you doing? You've gone mad. Han Tianlan grabs her wrist tightly and says in a deep voice, how is it? It's okay with Fu Xijia, but not with me. Or is his technique better than mine? Dong Yue laughs helplessly. Suddenly you're used to exotic delicacies, so you have to try home cooking too. Han Tianlan glares at her, one hand loosening his tie, the other holding her tightly, tying her hands to the bed. He coldly says, then poor Fusi, he has to use what I've already used. Han Tianlan leans down and bites her neck. Dong Yue angrily shouts, you psycho, don't touch me. Han Tianlan angrily says, right. I am psycho, Dong Yue, I hate you to death. He bites her neck hard. Dong Yue struggles and cries, Ghetto hurts, Han Tianlan, it hurts so much. Her eyes shut tightly, tears streaming down her face. Han Tianlan, seeing her like this, becomes truly frightened. He shakes her, trying to wake her up. Yo-yo. She doesn't respond at all. Han Tianlan, scared, hugs her tightly and takes her to the hospital. It's already midnight when Dong Yue opens her eyes. She looks around and realizes she's in the hospital again. Han Tianlan, seeing her awake, approaches and says, Yue, how are you? Is there any discomfort? Dong Yue laughs helplessly, her voice weak as she replies, what do you think? Han Tianlan continues, the doctor said you had a threatened miscarriage and need rest. She closes her eyes tightly, her voice whispering each word, let me go. Don't come looking for me anymore. Let's consider everything settled. Han Tianlan was about to reach out to touch her, but hearing her words, he stops, heartbroken, and pleads, Yue, I truly know I was wrong. I didn't know it would be like this. Today was my fault. I'm sorry. Dong Yue says faintly, I will forgive you. You don't need to do this. She touches her belly, gently rubbing it. Her eyes become sadder. She thinks to herself, anyway, I don't have much time left. This poor child, I don't know if it can hold on until the day I give birth to it. Han Tianlan calls her softly, Yue? Dong Yue angrily throws a water glass and shouts, Get out, Han Tianlan. Do you know how shameless you are right now? Get out quickly. Han Tianlan quickly catches the glass. His face bows down remorsefully as he says, I'll come to visit you again tomorrow. Dong Yue is sitting quietly when suddenly the door opens and footsteps approach. She doesn't bother to look and directly says, Why did you come back? I told you not to come. Fu Xijia, seeing her like this, speaks up, Yue, it's me. Dong Yue looks up at Xijia in surprise. Fu Xijia smiles and approaches. Today I just found out Han Tianlan's whereabouts. I'm sorry I came late. She looks at him apologetically. I've caused you trouble. Have your wounds been treated? Are they serious? Fu Xijia smiles and shakes his head. It's nothing serious. What did Han Tianlan do to you? Why are you suddenly in the hospital? She replies in a low voice, It's nothing. I was just too angry and had a threatened miscarriage. The doctor said, I just need to rest. Xijia, after I'm discharged, I won't return to your place. I don't want to cause you more trouble. Fu Xijia quickly steps forward to comfort her. Dong Yue, this isn't the way. If you want to completely cut ties with Han Tianlan, you need to be more decisive. She looks at Fu Xijia with confusion. More decisive. Fu Xijia's eyes sparkle as he looks at her and softly says, Marry me. It will completely crush Han Tianlan's hopes. Dong Yue says, Are you serious? Xijia, you'll need to get married in the future. If others find out you've been married before and your wife just passed away, what will they think? Are you planning to stay single forever? Fu Xijia takes Dong Yue's hand. We don't need a marriage certificate. Just a wedding ceremony for everyone to know about is enough. No one will bother to verify it anyway. They won't know if we've actually registered or not. Dong Yue shakes her head. Xijia, just live your life well. You don't need to worry about me. Fu Xijia touches Dong Yue's cheek. You want to get away from him sooner, don't you? That's why this is the easiest and most time-saving way right now. Dong Yue thinks sadly, if I wear a wedding dress and marry someone else, perhaps I can really cut ties with Han Tianlan. Fu Xijia then says, the wedding can be simple. We just need to spread the news so Han Tianlan knows. Dong Yue scratches her head. Let me think about it tonight. I'll let you know tomorrow. At Furon Group, Han Tianlan is walking. Two female employees bow hello President Han. The two employees watch President Han as he enters his office. One employee sighs. Goodness, what's wrong with President Han? These past few days, his face has been as cold as ice all the time. Oh my, I don't even dare to look. It's terrifying. The other employee says softly, That's right. These days I can't even relax, afraid of getting scolded. At this moment, Miss Zhang arrives carrying some bags. Oh my, Miss Zhang is back. Miss Zhang smiles. Someone from the first floor planning department is getting married. These are celebratory candies he brought for everyone. You two share them. The employee takes it, looking confused. Who is it? Do we know them? Zhang replies, I think his name is Fu Xijia. The other employee panics. Fu Xijia? Isn't he the one who made President Han a cuckold in the news? The three of them are shocked. Han Tianlan walks over. What's going on? The employee awkwardly says nothing. Nothing. Han Tianlan glances at what they're holding. The employee hands it over. President Han, it's celebratory candy. Han Tianlan opens the bag and takes out a card. Fu Xijia and Dong Yue are getting married today. Reading these words, Han Tianlan suddenly falls silent. In the afternoon, at the wedding venue, a makeup artist is applying lipstick to Dong Yue. She asks Dong Yue, is the bride not happy? Give me a smile. Dong Yue looks in the mirror and says, it's fine like this. The makeup artist compliments, you look truly beautiful. Dong Yue sits there silently. Her tears start to fall. The makeup artist panics and quickly wipes away the tears. Don't cry, bride. They say if tears fall on the dress, it's bad luck. Just then, there's a loud commotion outside. The makeup artist turns her head. What's that? It's a wedding after all. Who's making such a rude noise out there? Dong Yue picks up her dress and stands. Suddenly, a loud bang. Han Tianlan rushes in. Dong Yue, come back with me. The makeup artist screams. Help. Someone's kidnapping the bride. The makeup artist hurriedly runs out. Is anyone there? She's faced with Han Tianlan's bodyguards. She stammers, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Then she quickly runs away. Now Dong Yue and Han Tianlan are in the room. Dong Yue pushes Han Tianlan's hand away. If you're here for the wedding, the reception hall is in front. You've come to the wrong place. Han Tianlan angrily says, who wants to attend your wedding? I can do it myself. Come back with me. I'll give you a wedding. Dong Yue coldly replies, no need. Han Tianlan raises his voice. Is it because I couldn't give you a wedding that you're unhappy? Dong Yue sternly says, you can't. Han Tianlan says, a wedding should be with someone you love. I don't love you anymore. Please leave. Han Tianlan covers his face. Then I should apologize for coming to disrupt your wedding. Han Tianlan continues, no, I should take you home and confine you. Without my permission, you won't be allowed to leave. Let's see how you can run away then. Han Tianlan glances at Fu Xijia. I want to go straight home. Right now, I really want to stab him on the spot. Dongye grabs Han Tianlan's hand. You can't touch Xijia. If there's an issue, talk to me. It has nothing to do with Xijia. Han Tianlan says fine, then come back with me, or I'll stay here and ravish you until you submit. He throws away Dongye's veil. It's an eyesore. Dongye tries to push Han Tianlan away. Han Tianlan, are you crazy? Just a few days ago, you caused me to miscarry. Don't touch me. Han Tianlan holds Dongye tightly. All right, then come back with me or let me stay here. Dongye struggles. Let me go. Han Tianlan lifts Dongye up. If you keep struggling, I can't guarantee I won't do something rash. Dongye angrily exclaims, Han Tianlan, I hate you. Han Tianlan kisses Dongye's lips. Hate all you want, Dongye. You'll always belong to me from now on. Fu Xijia stands in the audience. He thinks happily to himself. Yue, I'm finally about to marry you. The guy approaches and asks, it's time already, but where's the bride? Fu Xijia replies, she must be delayed by something. Just wait a bit longer. Suddenly, the guy panics and points at Fu Xijia. Look there. Fu Xijia turns around. Dongye, Han Tianlan is carrying Dongye away. When Fu Xijia runs outside, Han Tianlan's bodyguards block his way. If you want to die, keep running. Fu Xijia shouts, get out of my way. A bodyguard strikes Fu Xijia's neck. Know your limits. Fu Xijia falls. Scene changes to a villa. Dongye lies on the bed. She slowly opens her eyes. After Han Tianlan carried her to bed, she fell asleep without realizing. Dongye sits up as Han Tianlan left. She slowly walks down the stairs. Is this okay? The maid is instructing Han Tianlan, don't rush. Simmer it a bit longer. Chicken soup needs to simmer longer for more nutrients. Dongye approaches. Han Tianlan asks, you're up, feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Dongye replies, what do you think? My whole body feels uncomfortable. Han Tianlan's face turns serious. If you're uncomfortable, rest and recover. Dongye, you've angered me time and time again. While I'm in a good mood and not upset, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, when I do something to Fu Xijia, don't cry about it. Dongye worries. What do you want to do to Xijia? Han Tianlan's face turns serious. Xijia sounds too intimate. Dongye grabs Han Tianlan's collar and shouts, Han Tianlan, answer me. What happened to Fu Xijia? Han Tianlan immediately pins Dongye against the wall. Why don't you ask if I'm okay? Is Fu Xijia that important? Dongye, do you have any conscience left? Dongye hesitates. The maid sees this and panics. Couples should talk things through slowly. Miss Dong, look here. When Mr. Han saw you return, he personally made chicken soup for you. Let me bring it over for you to eat. Han Tianlan turns away. It's not for her. He then leaves. Dongye stands there, turning her head to watch him go. The maid brings out the chicken soup. She then says to Dongye, come sit at the table and drink this soup. After Dongye eats a few bites, the maid asks, is it tasty? Dongye smiles. Yes, it's delicious. Thank you. The maid says, Mr. Han made it. Why don't you call him over? You two can drink it together. Dongye sighs. Meanwhile, Han Tianlan is holding a glass of red wine, standing on the balcony. Dongye approaches. Han Tianlan, come eat. Han Tianlan is stunned. Are you calling me? Dongye replies, who else would I be calling if not you? Is there a second Han Tianlan in this house? Han Tianlan turns around. You call me to eat as if you're calling Fu Xijia. Besides, whose child is in your belly? Dongye is stunned, thinking, is he drunk? He's getting upset over such a small thing. Han Tianlan raises his voice. Why aren't you answering me? What exactly have I done wrong? Say something. Dongye steps back. Han Tianlan, can you stop being crazy? Han Tianlan coldly says, if you want to beg me to let you go, forget it. I won't let you go. Dongye replies, that's not it. I just came to call you for dinner. Han Tianlan says, you were like that earlier. Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Why do you still want to leave? Dongye responds to Han Tianlan, I won't leave. Is that enough? I won't leave in the future either. I may not be with Fu Xijia, but I must give birth to this child. Her eyes well up with tears. I've thought it through. Even if this life doesn't last long, I must have you by my side. Can we stop torturing each other? Han Tianlan is shocked. What did you say? Say it again. Dongye moves closer. I won't leave anymore, but you must let me give birth to this child, because it's my child. They stand still, facing each other. Han Tianlan takes Dongye's hand. All right, you said it yourself. Dongye happily leads Han Tianlan into the house. Come on, let's eat dinner and have some hot chicken soup. Meanwhile, Fu Xijia stands in a corner making a phone call. How is it? Lin Moqing, holding a cigarette, speaks on the phone. Nothing. Han Tianlan has hidden it already. Fu Xijia, you failed at everything. Fu Xijia asks, but that medicine, Han Tianlan won't discover it, right? Lin Moqing replies, relax. The doctor there is my person. He won't say anything unnecessary to your precious Dongye. Now you should worry about what to do next. Fu Xijia falls silent. I'll go find her. That evening, Han Tianlan and Dongye happily watch a movie. Suddenly, the maid approaches and reports, Miss Dong, there's a young man outside saying he's here to see you. Dongyue glances at Han Tianlan's expression. Oh. Han Tianlan holds Dongyue tightly. Don't go. Tell him to leave. The maid hesitates. Han Tianlan's face turns serious. What? Is there someone else making decisions in this house? Dongyue takes Han Tianlan's hand. Han Tianlan, I'll just say one thing to him. I won't go anywhere. Han Tianlan, irritated, says, who knows? You won't trust me anymore. Dongyue sighs. All right, fine. Then come with me to meet him. That way you won't have to worry about me running away. Han Tianlan tenses his voice. You want me to go out and meet him? On what grounds? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to him? Don't you care about him the most? Dongyue stands up. It's up to you, but I have to go see him anyway. Han Tianlan gets angry. Dongyue opens the door and steps out. Fu Xijia stands outside, 2 bodyguards shielding him. Fu Xijia reaches out. Dongyue, come with me. Dongyue says, Xijia, you can see for yourself. I can't go. Anyway, I don't have much time left, so it doesn't matter where I am. Fu Xijia raises his voice. No, I must take you away. Han Tianlan is monitoring you like this. This place is truly hell. Han Tianlan frowns inside. Is she planning to have dinner with Xijia before coming back home, or what? She said one sentence, but it's taking so long. Or is she using her hands and feet to express herself to prolong the time? Dongyue remains silent. Fu Xijia tries to persuade. He's not good to you. Don't follow him anymore. You'll get hurt again. Dongyue, somber, says, Xijia, please go home. Don't touch me anymore. She says to Fu Xijia, you've already taken care of me so much in the past. I haven't been able to repay you yet. In the next life, I'll be your ox or horse to serve you. Han Tianlan steps out. What next life? Dongyue, didn't you say you don't love Fu Xijia anymore and won't promise the next life? So my feelings are just a stick for beating couples, intruding on your two's touching love, right? Dongyue turns around, startled. No, we were just talking about the cotton blanket. You misheard. I really like that cotton blanket over there. So I asked Xijia to bring it here for me. Han Tianlan hugs Dongyue's waist. I order the guards to drive him away from me. The guard closes the door. Yes, sir. Dongyue looks at Han Tianlan and says, Han Tianlan, you're getting more childish. Han Tianlan immediately kisses Dongyue's lips, then says lovingly, I'm not childish. Since childhood, everyone said I matured too early. At this moment, Fu Xijia calls someone. President Lin, I've thought carefully about what you mentioned before. President Lin chuckles. Ha ha ha, Xijia, I knew you'd come around. Well then, when you're free, come over. We'll discuss it in more detail. Yes. Lin Moqing approaches and asks President Lin, Dad, are you calling Fu Xijia? President Lin waves his hand. What's wrong? Don't you have anything else to do besides calling me Dad all day long? Lin Moqing sits down. What were you talking about with Fu Xijia? Can you tell me about it? President Lin says, just asking him to get some documents from Han Corporation. Specifically, you don't need to worry about it. He then hands a black card to Lin Moqing. Go shopping for clothes instead. Don't bother me anymore. When I catch Fu Run, there will surely be benefits for you. Lin Moqing takes it. Yes, I understand. 1 month later, at the villa, Dongyue is leisurely watering flowers, and suddenly Fu Xijia arrives. Dongyue turns her head. Xijia? Fu Xijia is carrying a bag. I brought a cake to visit you. Have you been well lately? Dongyue stands inside the gate. She says, I'm sorry, Xijia. Tianlan and the guards say they can't let you in. So Fu Xijia passes the cake bag through the gate to Dongyue. It's okay. Have you been well lately? You seem to have gained a bit of weight, he thinks to himself. Staying with Han Tianlan, can it really make you this happy? Dongyue says cheerfully, I'm very well. Except for not being able to go out, I have freedom in everything else. But it's not convenient for me to move around now, so I don't need to go out anyway. Dongyue glances at the bag. She asks in surprise, did you make this yourself? Fu Xijia is silent for a moment. Yes, I came today to ask you for a favor. Consider this a bribe. Dongyue leans forward. What do you want to ask me? Fu Xijia scratches his head. I currently have a business that wants to cooperate with Tianqi Company. It's a subsidiary of the Li Group. I remember that you've had some exchanges with them before, so I wanted to ask about some business aspects. Dongyue frowns. This company, you want to talk with Director Li. Director Li likes to play tricks. You must be careful, lest he deceives you in the contract. Fu Xijia asks further, then about their main business activities. Do you know about their new materials? Dongyue rubs her chin. She ponders. I know a little about this. They're the first company to produce new materials, so they have a technological advantage. If you want to discuss cooperation with them, you need to. Before Dongyue can finish, a guard approaches with a phone. Miss Dong, it's a call from President Han. Dongyue answers, hello. Han Tianlan orders, put the phone on speaker for Fu Xijia. Dongyue holds out the phone. Han Tianlan says, get lost. Dongyue turns and speaks softly to Han Tianlan. He's gone. don't worry. We were just talking about some work-related matters, nothing else. After saying this, Dongye quickly hangs up. She throws the phone to the guard. I'm craving coconut braised chicken. Go back. The guard responds, yes, Miss Dong. Han Tianlan holds the phone in silence. At the same time, Nanhui rushes in. President Han, please look at this. Han Tianlan opens the report. What's this about? Why is Tianqi Company's project quote identical to our company's minimum expected quote of our company? Nanhui immediately says, the negotiators we sent out seem to have changed. So the prices. Before finishing, Nanhui covers his face thinking, it's over. How can I explain this? It doesn't make sense at all. Han Tianlan throws the report on the desk. Someone has leaked our negotiation prices. Who was in charge of this? Nanhui worries, Fu Sijia. He's on leave today. I just called him to come back to the company. Han Tianlan sternly says, call him back immediately. A moment later, Fu Sijia stands in Han Tianlan's office. Fu Sijia smirks. President Han, you called for me. What's the matter? Han Tianlan calmly says, what's the matter? Don't you know better in your heart? Fu Sijia, I really underestimated you. Fu Sijia smugly replies, what a pity. President Han, you've misjudged this time. Han Tianlan stands up. If it weren't for Dongyue's sake, did you think you could stay at Han Group, take money from Tianqi, and feel happy about it? With just one phone call from me, you could be in jail until the end of time. Fu Sijia calmly replies, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't take money from Tianqi. President Han, if you can't find evidence, you can't arbitrarily defame employees like this. Han Tianlan raises his voice. Evidence. Fu Sijia, you standing here right now is the evidence. Fu Sijia, you still refuse to admit your guilt. Well, President Han, guess how I knew and leaked the information to Tianqi. After all, your important documents are all stored in the computer at the Xiaonanguo Villa. Han Tianlan grabs Fu Sijia's collar forcefully. What did you say? Fu Sijia replies with a smug expression. I mean, I'm not the mastermind. Even if there's responsibility, the person I met today bears greater responsibility. Han Tianlan, enraged, shoves his hand away, yelling, get out, causing Fu Sijia to fall. A moment later, at the parking lot, Fu Sijia is adjusting his collar when Han Jinu appears. Seeing Fu Sijia, she cheerfully waves. Hi, Sijia. Fu Sijia, surprised, asks bewilderedly, what are you doing here? Han Jinu gently approaches and hugs him tightly. What's wrong? Aren't you surprised? He sadly pushes her away. Don't surprise me like this. It's not good if people see us. Han Jinu worriedly says, I just wanted to do something for you, Sijia. Did your work go smoothly today? He pats her head, smiling. It's fine. Everything's okay. At this moment, Han Jinu gently touches Fu Sijia's hand. It's good that you're not tired. Let's go eat. Didn't you say before that you like Japanese food? I ate at a very good restaurant before. He listens and opens the door of the luxury car. All right, get in the car. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. Inside, she looks at him affectionately and asks, by the way, Sijia, were the documents I gave you useful? I stole them from my father's place. Did they help a lot with your work or not? He answers brightly, very useful, very beneficial for me. When night falls, at the magnificent grand villa, while Dongyue is diligently folding clothes for the little bean in her belly, Han Tianlan opens the door and enters. She asks, you're back. He looks at her seriously and says, Dongyue, do you truly want to come back to me? Then I want to hear an honest answer. She replies bewildered. What do you mean? I sincerely don't intend to leave anymore. He grabs her wrist, his face full of contemplation. Then what's the meaning behind your actions? Dongyue is stunned. She throws off Han Tianlan's hand. What actions? I haven't left the house these days, and I have no way to contact anyone outside. So what could I have done that you don't know about? His angry face moves closer to hers. Did you secretly take Fu Ruan's documents and provide them to Fu Sijia? Dongyue doesn't understand this question. She says, what secret documents? There aren't any. Han Tianlan frowns. Then why did Fu Sijia bring you a cake the other day? Wasn't it to congratulate you? She calmly replies, we only talked about work. I know what I should and shouldn't say. She says sadly, if you don't believe me, you can ask Nan. At this moment, Dongyue suddenly stops. Never mind, forget it. Han Tianlan is so suspicious right now. Mentioning Nanhui might make him suspect him too. Han Tianlan can't take it anymore. He lies on top, pressing down on Dongyue. Why aren't you saying anything? You don't even have a witness. So how do you expect me to believe you? Dongyue calmly responds, then why are you so certain that I'm the one who leaked secrets to Fu Sijia? Show me the evidence. He replies, Fu Sijia admitted it himself. What more evidence do you need? She's startled. What are you saying? That's impossible. Han Tianlan stands up, his face gloomy and disappointed. Dongyue, I'm truly disappointed in you. She hurriedly explains, I swear, I've never leaked Fu Ruan's confidential documents to Sijia. If I did, I'd die a terrible death. That's the truth. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. He walks out of the room, slamming the door shut. Dongyue collapses onto the bed, exhausted. She sadly thinks, Han Tianlan, when did things between us become like this? The next morning, a worker is cleaning up in the living room. Dong Yue comes down the stairs and asks, "What are you doing?" He replies, "Last night, Mr. Han told me to reset everything, even confiscated your phone. This new phone can only be used to call friends or him." She quietly responds, "Oh," her mind is full of thoughts. Han Tianlan said, "Fu Xijia personally admitted I leaked the secret. Is he testing me or planning to move against Fu Xijia?" A moment after the worker leaves, Dong Yue picks up the phone and calls. On the other end, Fu Xijia answers, "Hello." She says, "Xijia, it's me." He gently asks, "Yue, why did you change your number?" Dong Yue anxiously replies, "I'm not using my mobile. I'm calling from a landline." Fu Xijia thinks to himself, a landline. Could it be Han Tianlan confiscated Yue's phone? She suddenly asks, "Xijia, what's wrong?" He startles Yue. Dong Yue says glumly, "Yesterday, Han Tianlan asked if I leaked Fu Ruan's business secrets. I said no, but he didn't believe me. Then he even suspected you. Be careful." Fu Xijia now sees Han Tianlan. He replies, "Is that so? I understand." He pretends to be vile and says loudly, "He's not giving you a hard time, is he? If it's unbearable, you can say I forced you." Dong Yue stubbornly replies, "No need. I didn't do it, so I won't admit to it. I'm not afraid of him." He looks up to see Han Tianlan approaching with a contemptuous face. "The documents you gave me were very helpful. Thank you." Dong Yue is shocked and confused. Documents. She recalls when she was pregnant and Fu Xijia begged her, "Didn't you want to start your own career before by collecting 11 pieces of company information? Could you send them to me for reference?" She obediently replied, "If it can help you, that's fine." Fu Xijia says gently, "Well, I'll hang up now. I'm quite busy here with many things." His face clearly shows his vile and dirty intentions. He thinks to himself, just planting a seed of doubt in your mind is enough. I don't believe you and Yue can stay together without any conflicts. Meanwhile, in Han Tianlan's room, he listens uneasily as Nanhui says, "Mr. Han, our company's current financial situation isn't good. The new energy sector's business capacity has dropped sharply. Other sectors haven't declined, but the current outlook isn't very optimistic." Nanhui puts the documents on the table respectfully. "Moreover, recently, Lin Shi's company has been competing with us in the same project. This is very coincidental. I suspect we have an insider in our company." He looks at the pensive Han Tianlan and calls, "Mr. Han?" Han Tianlan coldly stands up and orders, "Return to Xiaonanguo." Han Tianlan leaves just like that. Nanhui keeps following, worriedly saying, "Mr. Han, we still have a conference later. If we leave like this, what should we tell the project team?" He turns around abruptly, irritably expressing his dissatisfaction. Who gave them the face to become so familiar? Nanhui sighs. It seems there's a problem again with Dong Ye. Love affairs are really troublesome. A moment later, at Xiaonanguo, Han Tianlan enters. The door slams shut loudly. Dong Yue comes out and asks Han Tianlan, "What's wrong with you again?" He replies absent-mindedly, "Dong Yue, let me play something for you." On the phone screen is an audio recording. Han Tianlan plays it, and a voice says, "The documents you gave me were very helpful. Thank you. If it can help you, that's fine." Tianlan angrily greets her. "Dong Yue, how should you explain this?" Dong Yue quietly replies, "The information I mentioned to him was external data from other companies that I had collected before. It has nothing to do with Fu Ruan." He angrily throws the phone to the floor. It makes a loud crash. Han Tianlan, extremely upset, shouts, "Do you take me for a fool, Dong Yue? Are you done playing games? Because I am. From today on, I won't restrict you anymore. Stay if you want, or get out if you don't." Dong Yue bluntly says, "This is my house. If anyone's getting out, it's not me." He sighs dejectedly. She silently watches Han Tianlan's back as he leaves. Inside the luxury car, Nanhui asks, "Mr. Han, your family on the other side has arranged a matchmaking session for you. They want you to go over there." Han Tianlan quickly replies, "Go, what's the address?" Nanhui turns back and says, "At the Western restaurant in Chengnan. Are we going there now?" He replies, A moment later, at the luxurious restaurant, Han Tianlan, the handsome man, approaches the table where a beautiful girl is sitting. The staff politely says, "Hello, Mr. Han. Your seat is here, sir." The girl gently greets, "Mr. Han, is it? My surname is Lin." Han Tianlan sits down and politely says, "Hello, Miss Lin." She asks shyly, "Mr. Han, were you also called here by your family? Please don't misunderstand. I was also forced to come. My mother has sent someone to observe, so I trouble you to act with me to get through today. Thank you." He looks up at the observer. "No problem." Later at Xiaonanguo, Dong Yue is eating dinner alone. Suddenly, Han Tianlan returns. He hands his coat to the housekeeper. She asks, "Sir, you're back. Have you had dinner yet?" He looks towards Dong Yue. Not yet. Han Tianlan sits down next to Dong Yue. She coldly turns to the housekeeper. "I'm full. Please clear the table for me." The housekeeper looks at Han Tianlan. "What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you." He frowns, picks up the chopsticks and says, "This is enough. No need to make more. It's wasteful." He angrily eats dinner alone. Suddenly, a phone rings. Han Tianlan answers the phone. "Hello." On the other end, a gentle voice asks, "Tianlan, how was the blind date with that girl today?" He coldly replies, "Nothing special. Don't set me up anymore. I won't go." He frowns, looking at the gloomy Dong Yu across the table, and responds, "All right, tomorrow. The second daughter of the Li family, Wu Ruxin, is gentle. Chishuda Li, you should go meet her." Han Tianlan, speechless, slams his hand on the table with a loud bang. "My marriage, I'll decide for myself." "What do you mean?" By doing this, he quickly hangs up the phone. Dong Yu asks in surprise, "Are you going on blind dates?" He bluntly replies, "What about you? You're allowed to be secretly with Fusi Jia, but I'm not allowed to go on blind dates, Dong Yu. You're overstepping your bounds." She angrily stands up. "I don't want to interfere in your affairs. People like me are obviously not good enough for you. You should find a wife with a prestigious background, gentle and caring. I hope you meet her soon." She quietly leaves, thinking sadly, "I don't have much time left to live. So if you love someone else, I hope you too will be happy." Han Tianlan, hearing her words, becomes extremely angry. He swings his arm, knocking the food off the table. There's a loud crash. He shouts, "I'm not eating anymore. Clear it away." The next day, sunlight shines brightly. Han Tianlan goes to meet the beautiful young lady as arranged. She gently introduces herself. "Hello, Mr. Han. I'm Li Ran. You can call me Aran." He coldly greets her, "Miss Lai." Li Ran blushes shyly and expresses her true feelings. "Can I call you Tianlan directly?" "Tianlan, I used to live abroad and only liked Western food, so I chose this restaurant. I hope you don't mind." Han Tianlan remains unmoved. "Miss Li, please go ahead and order." She beams, "Then I won't be polite." "Tianlan, what do you think about steak? The desserts here are also very delicious." He casually replies, "Anything is fine. Just order 2 of each." In his heart, Han Tianlan is bored. It's truly a case of give an inch, take a mile. Such quick familiarity. Li Ran happily responds, "Okay." In the evening, as she walks with him on the street, Li Ran's phone rings. She pretends to say, "What, you can't arrange accommodation for me? Where am I supposed to stay tonight?" She looks up at Han Tianlan. "All right, let me ask someone else." Li Ran directly looks at him and says, "Tianlan, I just returned to the country. They haven't arranged a room for me yet." He quickly takes out his phone from his pocket. "I'll have someone book a hotel for you." She puts on a pitiful expression. "Tianlan, I'm afraid it's not safe to stay elsewhere. Can I stay at your place for just one night? I'll leave tomorrow." He's bored to death with this tactic. He quietly replies, "All right." A while later, at the Shaonan Guo villa, Han Tianlan and Li Ran enter. She sees Dong Yu and thinks, "There's another woman staying here." Dong Yu looks up at Li Ran. Li Ran frowns. "Isn't Han Tianlan currently single? Could the information be wrong?" She smiles and turns to Tianlan. Suddenly their faces are very close. She thinks shyly, too close. He hands her a glass, "Have some water." Li Ran responds, "Oh." He pretends to check on Dong Yu behind the door. Dong Yu sadly says, "I'll go upstairs first." Han Tianlan frowns angrily, watching her leave. He pushes Li Ran away and coldly reminds her, "Just sit here and rest." He tells the housekeeper, later, "Take Miss Li's luggage upstairs for me." She replies, "Yes." Li Ran asks the housekeeper, "Didn't Tianlan tell you to take me to his room?" She replies, "No. Besides, Miss Li, the young master doesn't have a room to take you to." She's surprised. No room. How strange. The housekeeper sighs and answers, "Because the main room is where Miss Dong sleeps. The young master can only sleep in the study." In the room, Dong Ye sits alone on a chair. She thinks sadly, "Why do I suddenly feel uncomfortable and in pain? Is it because I saw Han Tianlan with another woman?" Then she picks up a bottle of medicine. She pours it forcefully into her mouth. Dong Yue uncomfortably covers her mouth, coughing loudly. Suddenly, a large pool of blood appears on her delicate hand. Dong Yue is surprised. "I'm coughing up blood." She laughs bitterly. "I'm afraid it will affect the baby." "So, I didn't participate in chemotherapy. I only took medicine to control the disease. Now, perhaps there's not much time left." She stands up unsteadily, feeling very dizzy. She falls hard onto the cold floor, making a loud thud. Li Ran, downstairs, hears it and asks, "Did you just hear any sound?" The housekeeper worriedly replies, "No. But Miss Li, the young master really doesn't have a room. Do you feel the guest room is lacking something? Liran laughs disappointedly. Lacking something. Of course it's lacking a man. She turns to leave. Take your time. I'm going to find Tianlan. She walks down the hallway and asks him, Tianlan, I want to change rooms. That room makes me feel very pressured. If I stay next to your room, I'll feel safer. Han Tianlan coldly walks to a room on the 3rd floor. If you want to stay, stay here. The 2nd floor is not allowed. She wonders to herself, what does he mean? Didn't he bring me here because he likes me? She looks at his back. Could he be going to find that woman from earlier? She chases after him, calling Tianlan. He suddenly drops the bowl of porridge. Han Tianlan anxiously calls out, Yoyue. He hugs her, filled with worry. Yoyo, wake up. What's wrong with you? Liran behind him feels disappointed. There's already another woman, yet he pretends to care. What a fool. A moment later, at the hospital, Han Tianlan silently gazes at Dong Yue. The doctor enters with a clicking sound. He anxiously stands up and asks, Doctor, how are the test results? The doctor replies, nothing to worry about. I did a general checkup on your wife. We found that her body was very healthy before, but her sudden fainting is because she's been taking too many unknown medications recently. He exclaims in surprise, Medication? What kind of medication is she taking? The doctor shakes his head. The components are unclear, but these drugs don't greatly affect the fetus. As long as the patient stops taking them, their effects will disappear. Han Tianlan worriedly holds his head and replies, I understand. The next day, as sunlight shines into the hospital, Dongyo opens her eyes, confused. Is this the hospital? Han Tianlan sits beside her, angrily saying, You're awake. Do you know what kind of medicine you've been taking? You don't even know to consider yourself a bit. How could you take random medications? Do you not want to live anymore? She sadly replies. Suddenly, Dongyo pauses. He gently helps her sit up and carefully gives her water. Forget it. A fool like you wouldn't understand anything. You don't even know what effect the medicine has. Taking it recklessly like that, she stubbornly replies, There's another woman in the house. Are you just going to ignore her like this? He asks, confused, what woman? Dongyo jealously questions, the woman you went to meet and brought back. How could you forget so quickly? Hearing this, Han Tianlan's mood brightens. You're talking about Liran. Are you jealous? She turns away, not daring to admit it. Han Tianlan holds Dongyo's small, delicate hand. Before you left me, was there something you were hiding from me? Does it have anything to do with this medication? She worries, thinking, doesn't he know what medicine I'm taking? Even the doctor didn't tell him what illness I have. Could it be that I don't actually have any illness at all? A sad expression appears on Dongye's face. What's really going on here? Is Fu Xijia deceiving me? Han Tianlan worriedly holds her chin gently and asks, Yoyue, please look at me directly when we talk. This is very serious. Can you explain it clearly to me? She grasps his hand. I know, but can you give me a little time? I want to understand everything clearly first, then I'll tell you everything. His face shows a bit of discomfort. Then please hurry. I'll give you 1 week. If you can't figure it out clearly, I'll investigate it myself. Dong Yue still feels a bit jealous. She asks, You still haven't told me about that other woman. Han Tianlan explains, Grandfather asked me to do it. It was just an act. Tomorrow, I'll have someone send her away. She smiles brightly. I understand. Last time I didn't explain clearly before leaving you. I'm sorry for making you worry. He gently kisses her hand. Han Tianlan speaks sweet words. It's all right, but please don't leave again. I was really worried. She softly replies, Yes. 3 days later, under a clear blue sky, a car stops in front of a residential area. Inside the car, the driver politely says, Miss Dong, we've arrived. As she steps out of the car, an elderly lady smiles and exclaims, Oh my, isn't this the young lady that Mr. Fu brought here before? Why haven't we seen you for so long? You look much better now. Dongyue politely greets Aunt Zhang. The lady pulls her aside. Dear, what's your relationship with Mr. Fu? She hastily replies, He's my brother. I was staying at his place during my pregnancy. The lady whispers, No wonder I saw your brother bring home a girl. She's quite pretty too. Looks like you'll have a sister-in-law soon. Dongyue asks surprisingly, a girl. She's extremely surprised, thinking, Has Mr. Fu really got a girlfriend? The elderly lady smiles. Yes, and she visits quite often. Don't you know anything about this? Maybe he's shy and hasn't introduced her to you yet. Suddenly, there's a screeching sound. The lady turns. Oh, they're back. Look, your sister-in-law seems quite wealthy. She even has multiple cars. She insists, in short, your brother will be very happy and won't have to work as hard for decades. Fu Xijia steps out of the car. At this moment, inside the car, a beautiful girl with glasses holds his hand and says, Mr. Fu, Won't you attend the party with me? Why are you so busy every day? How can we spend time together? Fuxia coldly replies, I'm a bit tired today. You go and enjoy yourself. I'll go with you tomorrow night, and the day after is the weekend. You can arrange it however you like. The girl happily takes off her glasses. It turns out to be Han Ji-nu. She smiles. It's decided then. He says goodbye. See you tomorrow. She drives away with a whoosh. Fuxia watches the car leave with no expression. He sees Dong Yue and smiles, calling out to her. Dong Yue is inside the house. Fuxia and Dong Yue sit on chairs. Her face is gloomy. He hands her a drink and asks, why did you suddenly come? Is there something urgent? Dong Yue puts the glass down on the table. She says coldly, Mr. Fu, I just got out of the hospital. The doctor said the medicine I'm taking is harmful to me. She questions Fuxia suspiciously. The cancer diagnosis was what you told me. The medicine was also from you. So why? He asks sadly, Dong Yue, do you still love Han Tianlan? She expresses without hesitation, I've always loved him. Fuxia angrily shouts, that makes me feel uncomfortable. He grabs her shoulders and expresses his feelings. Clearly, I'm the one who grew up with you. Clearly, I'm the one who's always been by your side. Clearly, he has hurt you many times. But why do you still choose him in the end? Dong Yue says in surprise, Mr. Fu, you? His hands quickly release Dong Yue. He covers his face in shame and says, I gave you medicine when you were having your prenatal checkup. Then I bribed the doctor to fake the test report, deceiving you about having late-stage stomach cancer. After that, I changed the medicine to cause your body to weaken. Fuxia feels dejected. If you want to report me to the police, go ahead. He smiles at her, saying, whatever you want, I'll accept it all. Dong Yue gently pats his shoulder. She advises, wake up, Mr. Fu. If you continue like this, I really won't be able to face you anymore, and I won't be able to forgive myself either. She says seriously, Uncle Fu saved my life. I don't want to wrong him either. He shakes his head in refusal, but I can't do it. I can't stand by and watch the woman I love marry and have a child with another man. I feel like a rat hiding in the gutter. I feel disgusting. Suddenly, there's a loud noise behind the door. Dong Yue turns and says, coming. She opens the door and is startled to see Han Tianlan. Tianlan, why are you here? He worriedly grabs her hands and asks, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She holds his hands and reassures him. Don't be upset. Mr. Fu and I didn't have any conflict at all. Han Tianlan is furious. Even after all this, you still want to protect him. She puts on a beautiful coat. Let's go first. Let him have some peace for now. Fuxia approaches the two from behind. He says loudly, annoyed, Han Tianlan, I know you look down on me, but you're not a coward either, are you? Not daring to admit that you've hurt Dong Yue, taking advantage of her feelings for you to gain sympathy. Han Tianlan turns his scary face and replies, what do I have that I don't dare admit? You're the one who doesn't dare to admit. Using underhanded methods to deal with Furuan, that was you. Dong Yue holds Han Tianlan's hand tightly, advising him, Tianlan, let's go. He angrily warns her, don't meet him anymore. Dong Yue is at a loss, not knowing how to respond. The next day at Furuan Group, a company shareholder walks in smiling, asking Mr. Han, you were looking for me. He coldly says, Mr. Zhang, I'll get straight to the point. Recently, our company's new energy projects have been leaked. I wonder if you've disclosed anything to outsiders. He jumps, replying, new energy. No, I haven't. Han Tianlan looks at him intently, thinking, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Apart from company insiders, only shareholders like him know about this project. Could it not be him? Mr. Zhang suddenly says, that's right. Someone did ask me about this, but she's not an outsider. Han Tianlan's face is full of murderous intent. Who, he worriedly says, Miss Han Ti-ru. Mr. Han, has something happened? Han Tianlan frowns, stands up and says, it's nothing. She must have suddenly become motivated to learn, so she came to bother you, right? A moment later, Yan Hui brings documents to Mr. Han. Han Ti-ru is indeed related to Fuxia. Here are the expense records, their bank card details, and house purchase files. Han Tianlan holds the paper in his hand. He angrily asks, where is Han Ti-ru now? Yan Hui sweats and replies, let me go investigate. At the same time, a bodyguard rushes in. Mr. Han, Miss Dong has come to Furuan again. Han Tianlan immediately stands up. What? A moment later, Han Tianlan steps onto the stairs and accidentally encounters Han Ti-ru. Han Ti-ru turns around, brother. Han Ti-ru panics, brother, why are you here? Han Tianlan sternly says, well, why do you think I'm here? He moves close to Han Ti-ru and says, you've done well. I heard from a company shareholder that you went to see Fuxia. Moreover, you have a very intimate relationship with him. Is this true? Han Ti-ru trembles. She slumps down. Brother, I didn't mean to. Han Tianlan stares at Han Tiru. You have a boyfriend. How come you didn't say a word to your family? At the very least, you should have let me check to see what kind of person he is. Han Tiru cries and hugs Han Tianlan's legs. Brother, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to steal Furuan's documents. Please forgive me, can you? Han Tianlan grips Han Tiru's mouth tightly. Han Tiru, when you stole the company's resources, why weren't you afraid then? Do you know what you've done is enough to put you in jail? Do you want to sit until the river runs dry? Han Tiru, with tears in her eyes, Brother, please don't send me to jail. I'm begging you. At this moment, a voice comes from inside the room. Sijia, you should give up. Han Tianlan glances towards the room. Yue. Then Han Tianlan quickly knocks and opens the door. Fusijia opens the door and says, right on time, aren't you? Han Tiru rushes to hug Fusijia. Fusijia pushes Han Tiru away. Why are you here too? Han Tiru hesitates. She sees Dongye and raises her voice. Dongye, why are you here? You're so shameless. You're pregnant and still flirting ambiguously with someone else's boyfriend. Han Tianlan frowns. Han Tiru and Dongye are stunned. Boyfriend. Fusijia turns to Dongye and says, it's not what you think. Dongye, don't believe what she's saying. Hearing Fusijia's words, Han Tiru panics. What are you saying? Han Tianlan finally speaks up. Fusijia, what do you mean? On my desk, there's plenty of evidence of the intimate relationship between you two. The Han family is not for you to trample on. Dongye thinks to herself, so Fusijia's girlfriend that the housekeeper mentioned is actually Han Tiru. Han Tiru anxiously grabs Fusijia's hand. Sijia, what you just said was out of anger, right? Or did I do something wrong? Fusijia shakes Han Tiru's hand off. Han Tiru, you still don't get it. These past few days, I've been using you. As for our relationship, I was just playing with you. Did you actually think it was real? Han Tiru starts crying. No, this isn't true. Fusijia pushes Han Tiru away. You've always thought you were playing a love game with me, but now the game is over. You should wake up. The only one I love is Dongyue. You were nothing but a tool. Dongyue says, Fusijia, you're going too far. Fusijia replies, I just want her to realize the truth sooner rather than later. Han Tiru's tears roll down her cheeks. Why has it turned out like this? The summer of my first year in college, at a certain cafe, when Han Tiru entered, Fusijia smiled and said, Welcome, miss. What would you like to order? Han Tiru blushed at this question. Her heart was pounding non-stop as she recalled. Han Tiru cries and says to Fusijia, Sijia, I truly love you. I've always tried to keep up with your pace. Han Tiru gently wipes her tears. I feared the Han family would despise your background, so I wanted to help you get into Furuan. I'm not too greedy. I just wanted you to see me. I truly love you. Fusijia remains silent. Isn't that right, Miss Han? Everything I did was to build capability. Fusijia sternly leads Dongyo away. Han Tiru mumbles, taking Dongyo away. Then Han Tiru holds her head and cries out, Dongye, why does it always have to be Dongye? Han Tianlan immediately steps forward to shield Dongyue. Han Tiru angrily points at Dongyue. Dongyue, you're a shameless vixen. You seduced my brother, took the opportunity to steal Qin Yi's position, and then you two-timed monopolizing Fusijia as well. Fusijia raises his voice at Han Tiru. Watch your language. Han Tianlan angrily says, from tomorrow, you'll return to the old house and not go anywhere. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being heartless. Focus on the business-marriage alliance. Maximize your own value to repay the family's nurturing. Han Tiru shouts, I don't want an arranged marriage. Dongyu, it's you. It's all because of you. Han Tiru angrily tries to rush towards Dongyue. Immediately, Han Tianlan strikes Han Tiru hard on the back of her neck. Then he says to Dongyue, Yoyue, let's go. Then Han Tianlan carries Han Tiru out. Dongyue turns her head to remind Fusijia. Fusijia, don't do anything rash. Aunt wouldn't want to see you like this. A moment later, in Han Tianlan's car, Dongyue asks Tianlan, how do you plan to handle this situation? Siyahi. Han Tianlan rubs his head, looking troubled. You don't need to plead for him. The culprit in this matter is Han Tiru. Fusijia merely used words to seduce her, so I'll let it go. Dongyue suggests, how about I help support and bear Furuan's losses? It's just that we might need to wait a bit longer, because currently, most of my assets are in real estate. Han Tianlan then says, Yoyue, I haven't fallen so low that I need your support. Have I? Dongyue stammers. I? Han Tianlan points to his face here. Dongyue looks confused. What? Han Tianlan lifts Dongyue's chin. Yoyue, they say that being pregnant for 3 years makes you silly. It seems to be true. Dongyue awkwardly responds, oh, so that's what you meant. Then she kisses Han Tianlan on the cheek. Is this better? Han Tianlan gently embraces Dongyue. He whispers in her ear, Yoyue, this little bit from you isn't even enough to fill the gap between my teeth. It's been a while since we've done that. You need to make it up to me. At this moment, Han Tiru lies lies unconscious in the back seat. Han Tianlan looks at Han Ti-ru and says, "But first, we need to tie her up and take her back." That evening at the house, Han Tianlan impatiently picks up Dong Yue. He kisses her repeatedly. Han Tianlan, wait a moment. Han Tianlan gently lays Dong Yue on the bed. Then he softly lifts her dress. Be good, I'll be very gentle. Then Han Tianlan continues to kiss Dong Yue. They spend a passionate night in the room. A while later, Han Tianlan turns to look at Dong Yue. Suddenly, the phone rings. It's the butler calling. Han Tianlan picks up the phone. Afraid of disturbing the sleeping Dong Yue, he goes outside to answer. What's the matter? The butler, sweating, says, "Young master, something's happened to the young miss. Are you available?" Han Tianlan tenses his voice. All of you are there monitoring her. How could anything happen? The butler hesitates. The young miss is pregnant. At that villa, Han Tianlan enters with an angry expression. Han Ti-ru, you've really given me a surprise. Han Ti-ru worriedly holds her stomach. Don't you dare have any intentions towards my and Sijia's child. I won't let you do anything. Han Tianlan says seriously, I didn't say I'd do anything to what's in your belly, but abroad, it's very easy to find a father for the child. Many foreigners don't care whether you've had a child or not. Han Ti-ru asks fearfully, why? The father of my child is Fusijia. I don't need to find another father for it. Han Tianlan pinches Han Ti-ru's cheek. Han Ti-ru, Fusijia will 100% not accept this child. You either abort it or raise it alone. Don't waste your thoughts on that guy anymore. Han Ti-ru lowers her head. Do you really want my child to become like us? Hearing this, Han Tianlan immediately lets go. Han Ti-ru pleads with Han Tianlan. Brother, I just hope the child will have a happy childhood. Let me go find Sijia. He will surely take responsibility. Han Tianlan crosses his arms. Fusijia is not as simple as you think. He doesn't love you. Even if he agrees to marry you, it would only be because of the child. It's better to prevent further harm now. You should think it over carefully. After saying this, Han Tianlan leaves. A moment later, Han Ti-ru stands outside Fusijia's house. At this time, Fusijia is climbing the stairs with a bottle of wine. Han Ti-ru smiles happily as soon as she sees Fusijia. Sijia, you're finally home. Fusijia, in a drunken state, asks who is it. Han Ti-ru supports Fusijia's arm. Sijia, why are you so drunk? Fusijia shakes off her hand. Who are you? No need to worry about me. Then Fusijia opens the door. He silently walks in and collapses. Han Ti-ru cries out in panic, Sijia. Later, Fusijia lies on the sofa. He falls into a dream. He sees a couple having a wedding ceremony. Fusijia runs over in panic. Dongye and at this moment, Han Tianlan and Dongye turn around. Han Tianlan gloats, you've lost. Fusijia startles awake, his eyes wide open. No, it's not true. Han Ti-ru hears the shout and rushes in anxiously. Sia, are you all right? Fusijia sits up. Why are you here? Han Ti-ru smiles awkwardly. You opened the door for me. You probably don't remember because you were too drunk. Fusijia stands up. Han Ti-ru, I told you I was using you. Stop getting involved with me. Go back to your life as a young lady. This small house of mine can't accommodate you. Fusijia pulls Han Ti-ru's hand, leading her out. Leave quickly. Han Ti-ru raises her voice. I came to you because I have news. I'm pregnant. Fusijia calmly replies, pregnant. Don't tell me you're using that as an excuse. Han Ti-ru says, I really am pregnant, Sijia. I hope you'll take responsibility. You're the baby's biological father. This is our child. Fusijia touches Han Ti-ru's belly. Han Ti-ru smiles. I've thought it through. Before, in front of my brother, you said you were using me. Was it because you had no choice? I understand you. Sijia withdraws his hand. Get rid of this child. I'm not planning to have children. Han Ti-ru's face shows clear worry. Get rid of it. Are you crazy? Fusijia indifferently picks up his jacket. Han Ti-ru, there's no love between us. Before, I was just playing around with you. The baby is unintended. You don't need to use a child as leverage to threaten me. Han Ti-ru moves closer to Fusijia. If you don't want it, it's fine. I'll give birth to it myself. I won't go to the hospital to abort it. At this moment, Liu Xili opens the door and enters. She has heard everything. You spoke so loudly that I could hear it outside the door. Where are you two going? Fusijia turns to look at his mother. Mom, why are you here? Liu Xili Han Ti-ru's shoulder. Is this Han Ti-ru? She anxiously says to Fusijia. Ti-ru is carrying a Fu family grandchild, so she's part of the Fu family now. Are you even a man? You don't bring your girlfriend home for me to meet, and now you won't take responsibility. Fusijia remains silent. Seeing this, Han Ti-ru grabs Liu Xile's hand. Auntie, Sijia wants to get rid of the baby. Please talk some sense into him, Auntie. Hearing this, Liu Xile is shocked. What? get rid of the baby. Tiru specifically called me to tell me about the pregnancy. Do you know how happy I was? And now you want to get rid of it. Fusijia says, Mom, don't interfere. We have no feelings for each other. I'll handle this myself. Liu Saili angrily points her finger. You have no feelings for her. Then who do you have feelings for? Even if you don't want this child, you still need to take responsibility for Tiru. She holds Han Tiru's hand. Tiru is just a young girl. Suddenly, she's pregnant. Giving birth will be difficult, but an abortion would cause great harm to her body. Where's your responsibility? Where's your conscience? Since when did you become such a person? Han Tiru grabs Fu Sijia's hand, trying to hold on. It's Dongye, isn't it, Sijia? Although I'm not as good as Dongye, I'm willing to be a worthy wife for you. Please don't get rid of this baby. Liu Sila raises her voice. Dongye again. Dongye is already married. You need to face reality. You should think about your mother too. If Tiru can have this child, I can die with my eyes closed. Fusijia sighs. He sits down and says, Mom, this has nothing to do with Dongye. Han Tiru and I just aren't compatible. Liu Saili frowns. Not compatible, yet you got her pregnant. If you won't live with Tiru, then I'll bash my head against the wall and die to make you happy. She turns towards the wall. Fusijia quickly stops her. Mom, what are you doing? I agree with you. Liu Sili finally smiles. Good, I'll help you two prepare for the wedding tomorrow. At Dongyue and Han Tianlan's house, they are having a meal. Suddenly, Han Tianlan puts down his phone. Dongyue asks, what's wrong? Who called? Han Tianlan replies, Han Tiru says she's getting married. She's coming here. Dongyue is shocked, with Fu Sijia. At that moment, there's a knock on the door. The maid opens it. Liu Silei and Han Tiru enter. Smiles. Dongyue stands up to greet Fu Sijia's mother, Auntie. Liu Silei sits down and says, Tiru told me that Han Tianlan is her brother. That's how I knew about this. It seems our families are destined to be connected. She takes out an invitation from her bag. We're here to give you two an invitation. I think since you're like a sister to Sijia and will be his sister-in-law in the future, Tiru hopes you both can attend. Han Tiru smiles brightly. Brother, my wedding with Sijia can't be without your blessing. Please remember to come together. Liu Sili adds, Dongye, since you're pregnant now, after you give birth, you should also think about getting married. You can start preparing from now on. Liu Sili looks at Dongyue. She judges her as pregnant without status or title. Isn't she just a mistress kept by Han Tianlan? Han Tianlan quickly says, currently, Yueyue's body shouldn't be too active. After she gives birth, I'll immediately organize the wedding. Liu Sili is stunned. Well then, will you two attend? Han Tianlan says you should ask Dongyue. All decisions in our home are made by her. Liu Sila hesitates. Dongyue cheerfully says, Auntie, I'm afraid I can't attend Sijia's wedding. It's not convenient for me to go anywhere in my condition, so I'll have to decline to avoid causing trouble for everyone. Han Tiru's face shows fear. Han Tianlan gives Han Tiru a sharp look, making her shrink back and say nothing more. If there's nothing else, please return home. We need to rest now. Hearing this, Aunt Liu turns to leave. All right then, we'll be going now. Dongye looks at Han Tianlan with a questioning gaze. Why were you so cold to Auntie as well? I didn't like the way she looked at you, coming to someone else's house yet trying to act proud. I didn't tell her to get out, which was already courteous enough. Just after answering Dongyue, Han Tianlan takes the chance to give her a light kiss on the lips. Dongyue pushes him away. Why did you kiss me? Han Tianlan leans close to her and whispers, let's go upstairs, shall we? 3 days later, Han Tiru's wedding takes place. The reception is crowded and noisy. The groom sits to one side, looking gloomy. Aunt Liu looks sadly at her phone and then calls Dongyue. Dongyue, let me be frank with you. Consider this as me begging you. Please come to the wedding so that Sijia can stop thinking about you and live a happy life with Tiru. Dongyue hesitates on the other end of the line, but it's not convenient for me to go right now. Dongyue, my son died because of you. This time, consider coming as compensation to me. Dongyue reluctantly agrees. All right, I'll come. Dongyue enters the wedding venue with a bodyguard. As soon as she enters, an old lady comes out and criticizes her. Isn't this the woman who swindled my grandson back then? Is it? I never thought she'd end up like this now. Hello there. You can sit down too. Madam, I'll stand in the corner. It's fine. As soon as she sits down, the old lady quickly sits next to her and says, Today you even have a bodyguard. Huh. Do you know who my grandson married? It's the eldest daughter of the Han family in Long City. That girl has agreed to arrange a job for my grandson. I bet you didn't know that, did you? How troublesome. I heard you're still entangled with Sijia and won't let go. He's now a son-in-law of a good family. Unlike you, pregnant with a bastard child, shameless enough to show up here. You really have a mother who gave birth, but not one who taught you, you floozy. Dongyue can't bear it anymore and responds to the old lady. The wedding is about to start. If you have something to say, please wait until after the ceremony is over. The old lady immediately flares up. So what? Are you saying I can't talk to you? A person like you, ridden by thousands, trampled by thousands. I'll say what I want. Seeing this, the bodyguard comes to stop the old lady. Please have some self-respect. This bodyguard must also be seduced by you, right? Even pregnant, you're not content, improper above, chaotic below. Sijia's mother, hearing the commotion, comes over to Dong Yue. What's going on, Auntie? What are you doing? Sijia, our wedding day is supposed to be lively. Why are you causing trouble, Auntie? It's so strange. Oh my, this old woman speaks too quickly, doesn't she? Don't be angry. It's just that I can't stand the sight of this little hussy, so I said a few words. That's all. Listen, if Dong Yue said anything inappropriate, you can just tell me about it. There's no need to get so agitated. Madam, do we need to leave? No, forget it. I still owe show you, so let's stay. Just stay here. On the stage, Fusija is already standing, while Hanti-ru thinks happily to herself, finally, I'm marrying you, senior. Fusijesi Dongye. Yue, she came after all. Seeing her, Fusijia's thoughts race, his heart pounding uncontrollably. I can't compromise. I can't spend my whole life with someone I don't love. He turns towards Dongye and hesitantly steps towards her. The bride is stunned, only able to call out to him hopelessly. Senior. Dongye's bodyguard quickly stands in front, blocking his path. Mr. Fu, please have some self-respect. Yue, can you listen to me for a moment? Go ahead. Fu Sijia begins to express his deep feelings for her with a pitiful expression. I love you. I love you so much that in this lifetime, I only want to be certain about you alone. I love you so much that I don't want to use anyone else as a substitute. These past few days, I've been bothering you. I'm truly sorry. Han Ti-ru stands on the stage, alone and forlorn. Hearing these words from Fu Sijia, her tears flow uncontrollably. What about me then? What am I? Is this wedding only organized to make me alone happy? Why can't you do this for me just once? Fu Sijia, helpless and not knowing what else to do, turns back to offer a sincere apology to Han Ti-ru. I'm truly sorry. Suddenly, she clutches her stomach and screams. Ah, my stomach hurts so much. She collapses to the ground. Fusaijia's mother rushes over. Ti-ru, what's wrong? What's happening to your stomach? Blood. It's blood. Balian glares at Dongye. It's all because of you. If you hadn't come, how could things have turned out like this? Son, take this knife and stab her to death. You evil spirit, go die. Seeing her in danger, Fusijia rushes to shield her from the knife. Mother, don't hurt Yue. Sijia. Mother, I beg you, please let me and Yue go. My son, why are you being so stupid? Son, call an ambulance quickly. At the hospital, doctors are bustling about busily. Dongyue stands in front of Fusijia's hospital room. Han Tianlan appears suddenly and grabs her hand. Why did you come here? Can you let me know in advance when you make such decisions? I only learned from the bodyguard how dangerous the situation was at the scene. Why don't you praise me for being smart enough to bring a bodyguard along? Hush, stop bragging. Han Ti-ru's unborn child is no more. I'll arrange for her to go abroad and completely settle this messy debt. Can I go in and see him for a bit? Go ahead, I'll give you 10 minutes. She goes in to talk with Sijia. If I had known it would turn into such a mess, I would have firmly refused to attend your wedding. It's not like that. These things would have happened sooner or later anyway. You and Han Ti-ru would certainly have had frequent conflicts. It's better that the child wasn't born. Otherwise, it would have been unhappy all its life. Yoye, look, it's snowing. I know you've always been lenient towards me and my mother because of my father's care for you and because of Shoyu's death. But considering how I hurt you before, ending up like this can be considered settled. Yue, you and our Fu family can consider everything settled now. After meeting Fusijia, Dongye goes to Han Ti-ru's hospital room. As she reaches the door, she hears Ti-ru screaming, "My child, I must kill Dongyue. Kill that bitch to avenge my child." Han Tianlan slaps her hard across the face. Han Ti-ru, calm down. Don't disgrace our Han family here. You still have the face to protect that bitch. Han Tianlan, let me tell you this. It's either her or me. If I'm here, she must die. I know losing the child is very difficult for you, but don't forget, I gave you other choices before. You chose this path for yourself. Hearing these words from her brother, she can't believe it. Han Tianlan, no wonder you and mother aren't close. A cold-blooded animal like you wouldn't understand. I'm so upset I just want to die. Do you know that? Then go join your child now. It's not too late. Han Ti-ru is stunned and can't say anything more. Han Tianlan turns towards the door and sees Dongyue standing outside. You're back already. During this time, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee where I'll send you. Let's go. She and Han Tianlan walk together under the first snow of the season. How does it feel? I should have had someone monitor you earlier to keep you from running around. I was just out a bit long today. My back's a little sore. Don't worry too much. Dongyue cries out in pain. Yue, are you all right? Doctor, come quick. My wife isn't feeling well. Lin? Shui hurries over. Is she pregnant? Yes. Please come and check her quickly. Her water must have broken. Quick, take her to the delivery room. Mr. Han, what's happening? Miss Dong's due date isn't for another 2 months, but you're worried. Her pregnancy was already unstable, and now she's overly anxious. The doctor says she might have to deliver prematurely. Mr. Han, don't worry. Miss Dong has always been healthy. The baby will surely be born safely. Early the next morning, Dong Yue is brought out of the operating room by the doctor. Wah, 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 he rushes over. Yue, look, both mother and child are safe. But the baby is so small, can't even cry properly. We need to nourish her body. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Yue. You two are really inseparable, but the baby is so weak. First, we need to put her in an incubator for observation. The baby's mother should rest well, okay? Thank you, Dr. Lin. Shui is standing, recording the baby's health indicators at the incubator when she receives a phone call. Hello, is this Dr. Lin? Our boss needs your help with something. Of course, you'll be paid well for doing a good job. May I ask who's calling? If there's something, could you please wait a moment? I'm currently busy and can't leave my work. You're Lin Shui, right? Your husband's gambling debts have pushed you to the edge. So now you're racking your brains trying to figure out how to repay the money. Isn't that right? Who are you people? What do you want? Secretly, take out the newborn baby of that pregnant woman from earlier. As for how to explain it to that pregnant woman, you'll have to figure that out yourself. Lin Shui listens to the phone with a puzzled expression. Who are you people, really? The stranger says, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if you obey us, you can pay off all the gambling debts. Lin Shui bites her nails, hesitating, thinking she really needs the money. Those damn thugs come to collect debts every day. Her parents, because of her husband's gambling debts, became so angry they fell ill. Lin Shui then asks a question. How do I know you're not tricking me? The person on the other end simply says, I've already transferred the money to your account. Lin Shui reads the message. She's stunned so much. Then she agrees to the stranger's deal. At this moment, in the hospital room, Han Tianlan is tenderly caring for Dong Yue. A nurse opens the door. Mr. Han, may I ask if you could come out for a moment? Han Tianlan steps out. He gently closes the door to avoid disturbing Dong Yue. What's the matter? The nurse anxiously informs Mr. Han, your child, due to premature birth and insufficient nutrition from the mother, is currently in emergency care. Han Tianlan is shocked by this news. What? He immediately asks the nurse, how can this be? Wasn't the baby doing fine when it was just born? The nurse breaks out in a cold sweat. It seems there was a sudden heart rate issue. I'm not entirely sure at the moment. Han Tianlan rushes to the emergency room. A female nurse opens the door. How is the baby? The nurse says, Mr. Han, please prepare yourself. We couldn't save the child. She nervously adds, the baby was born very weak. You and your wife are still young. You'll have another child soon. But Han Tianlan remains cold. He has only one request at this moment. I want to see my child one last time. In the room, after Han Tianlan looks at the baby, he covers it with a white cloth. At this moment, Nanhui enters carrying some items. Mr. Han, I heard the baby really didn't make it. After all Dong Yue's struggles, she just gave birth to the baby. And now, Han Tianlan gently reminds Nanhui, take these things to her room, as usual. Don't tell her about this for now, and don't mention it to anyone else. Nanhui, stunned, responds, yes. In Dong Yue's hospital room, the maid is attentively caring for her. Finally, the baby has been born. Miss Dong had a C-section, so she needs continuous nourishment for many days. Dong Yue is joyful inside. She wants to see her child. I'm really eager to go see the baby. The maid says there will be plenty of time to see the baby later. Premature babies have weak bodies, not like my kid. He was so healthy, he could eat anything growing up. At this moment, a nurse enters. As the maid feeds Dong Yue, a weak baby needs special care. It must be nurtured gradually. The maid smiles. That's right, raising a child isn't difficult, as long as you have experience. Suddenly, the nurse interjects. Hey, you mother there. No matter how weak a child is, it's still a life. Don't you think you're being excessive? The maid turns her head and says, Nurse, what are you talking about? My madam hasn't done anything to offend you. Or is it that you're just used to speaking rudely without courtesy? The nurse replies, I don't have time for this. The baby died shortly after birth, yet here you all are, chatting about nonsense. Anyone would find it distasteful, let alone me. Hearing the nurse's words, Dong Yu is shocked. What do you mean died? The maid steps forward, gently pushing the nurse. Don't talk nonsense. Madam gave birth to a healthy baby. The nurse thinks to herself, could it be they don't know yet? Dong Yue gets out of bed. I must go see how my child is doing. The maid supports Dong Yue's arm. Don't rush. Wait a moment. Then the maid turns to ask the nurse, what exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to me right now. The nurse responds, what are you yelling about? This patient's child was born premature and weak. It stopped breathing earlier. Dong Yue, hearing this, becomes extremely panicked. What are you saying? This can't be true. Clearly, I saw the baby was fine. The nurse stammers, I'm leaving now. Dongyue shakes off the maid's hand. The maid quickly grabs Dongyue's arm again. Madam, please calm down first. Dongyue says sorrowfully, I want to find my child. It's my child. The maid can only stand and watch as Dongyue runs away. Madam, a moment later, Dongyue stands in silence. Han Tianlan anxiously runs to Dongyue's side. From behind, Han Tianlan embraces Dongyue. Yue, let's go back to the room. You need to rest right now. Dongyue freezes. She waves her hand. Tianlan, is that really our child? Dongyue looks towards the baby. Look at the baby's eyes. They look just like yours. However, Han Tianlan says coldly, that child is not ours. I'm sorry, Yue. Our child couldn't be saved. We'll have another child, okay? Dongyue's tears fall freely. She's in indescribable pain. I don't believe it, Tianlan. Why did it have to be our child? Why? Han Tianlan hugs Dongyue and comforts her. Yue, since it was in the womb, our child has suffered too much. I promise I'll protect you better in the future, and we'll have another, healthier child, okay? Dongyue hugs Han Tianlan tightly. She cries loudly in anguish. A moment later, in the hospital room, Han Tianlan sits beside Dongyue, holding her hand. The flower you like most in the garden has bloomed. Try to eat well and rest so you can leave the hospital soon to see it, okay? Dongyue is sad, tears rolling down her cheeks. She remains silent, not answering Han Tianlan. Han Tianlan gently wipes away Dongyue's tears. Fusijia said he wants to see you. Do you want to meet him? Dongyue naively holds Han Tianlan's hand and asks, Tianlan, tell me, is it because I've accumulated too much bad karma? The baby didn't like me, so it didn't want to stay with me. Han Tianlan leans his nose close to Dongyue. None of this has anything to do with you. Dongyue, you shouldn't think like that. At this moment, Nurse Lin Shui opens the door and enters. Han Tianlan quickly stands up. Does she need a health check? Lin Shui says, I was worried, so I came to check. Emotional instability can also be detrimental to the mother's physical recovery. Miss Dong, you should try to relax a bit. Dongyue says, I haven't had a good look at the baby yet, doctor. Please, can you tell me what the baby looked like? Lin Shui tenses up. That day, I had many deliveries, so I didn't look very closely, but I felt the baby looked a lot like you. Dongyue's eyes well up with tears. She thinks about the baby. It's me. It's because during my pregnancy, I tormented my child too much. That's why it led to premature birth. It's all my fault. Lin Shui looks at Dongyue and breaks out in a cold sweat. A week later at the villa, Dongyue is sitting outside in the sun. Then someone calls out, Yue, how are you? Dongyue turns her head. You're here already. Fu Sijia pushes a bag of pastries towards Dongyue. I've heard everything that happened, Yo. These things remind me of the days when I cooperated with Lin Corporation, so I came here to warn you. Dongyu asks blankly, is something wrong with Lin Corporation? Fu Sijia replies, before, I was able to obtain Furui's resources and develop them. Besides Hanji Nu's help, there was also support from Lin Corporation. Lin Corporation always had someone hiding in Fu Corporation to steal resources. Dongye says, it's Lin Moqing. Does Furui know about this? Fu Sijia shakes his head. I don't know about that either. Yue? Fu Sijia wants to say something but stops. Do you remember Han Jiasi? Dongyue is stunned. Han Jiasi? She recalls the moment he lifted her chin, but don't worry about him. To him, I'm still like a dead person. Dongyue replies to Fu Sijia, I know, but why did you suddenly mention him? Fu Sijia then says, he used to work with Lin Moqing. Later, when I dealt with the Lin family, I found out about this. The Lin family originally planned to secretly support Han Jiasi. On the surface, they cooperated with Han Tianlan to make them fight each other, while they themselves would benefit like the fishermen. Dongyue sighs deeply. Now Han Jiasi and his gang are useless, and the Lin family's power has nowhere else to be used. Fuxia quickly reminds Dongyu there must still be Lin Corporation spies in Furui. You must be extremely careful. Okay. In the evening, at the Han house, Dongye and Han Tianlan lie in bed talking. I don't know if Sijia's information is accurate. You should investigate it a bit. Han Tianlan says you're right. These days, I've also noticed that some company shareholders seem a bit off. If Lin Corporation is behind them, I know what to do now. Dongye looks up and reminds Han Tianlan, remember to be careful. Han Tianlan gently kisses Dongyue's forehead. Yue, you finally started caring about outside matters. I'm very happy. Dongye smiles bitterly. I've lost too many important people already, Tianlan. I don't want anything to happen to you again. Han Tianlan looks intently into Dongyue's eyes. It won't, I promise you. For you, I'll take good care of myself too, okay? After saying this, Han Tianlan kisses Dongyue's sweet lips. At this moment, at Lin Corporation, Mr. Lin angrily throws a cup to the ground, useless. He points at Lin Moqing's face. Look at the mess you and Fu Xijia have made, allowing Han Tianlan to investigate our Lin family's affairs. Lin Moqing immediately says, if it weren't for your recent frequent dealings with Han Tianlan's shareholders, father, would he have been able to investigate? Mr. Lin sits down. What about Han Tianlan's woman that you and Han Jiasi dealt with before? How is that going? Lin Moqing stammers I. Mr. Lin then asks, have you found any suitable prospects recently? If Han Tianlan sees you getting married, he won't suspect that you intentionally approached him before to seek the Han family's assets. Lin Moqing ignores him and stands up. Mr. Lin raises his voice. Stop. Right here, I'm telling you. As Lin Corporation people, we advance or retreat together. You must find someone for a political marriage. You must let Han Tianlan know that you already have a fiancé. Lin Moqing angrily replies, impossible. Tianlan won't be able to move against the Lin family. I won't sacrifice my own happiness by casually marrying someone. After saying this, Lin Moqing goes upstairs. She opens the door and enters, to find her mother sitting inside. Mom, your health isn't good. Why are you sitting here? Her mother says, to talk with you. Lin Moqing frowns. Mom, don't tell me you're also here to persuade me to marry. Her mother holds Lin Moqing's hands tightly. No matter what, Lin Corporation is still your support. Only when Lin Corporation improves can you have a solid backing. The mother advises Lin Moqing to listen to her father. Find a partner for a political marriage to deal with Han Tianlan. Then we can find another way later, okay? Lin Moqing replies, I understand. At this moment in Han Tianlan's office, there's a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Moqing enters. Tianlan, are you busy? Han Tianlan coldly asks, why are you here? Lin Moqing hands a wedding invitation to Han Tianlan to give you an invitation. I'm getting engaged soon. Han Tianlan takes it and asks, so sudden? Lin Moqing says, it's not sudden at all. It's just that you didn't know about it. You keep working. Come on that day. Okay. Then Lin Moqing leaves. Han Tianlan holds the invitation and thinks, but is it him? After that, Han Tianlan takes out his phone and calls Le Xicheng. Hello, Xicheng. Li Xicheng is sitting in a bar with a girl. He replies, it's been ages since you last contacted me. What's the matter? Han Tianlan frowns. Have you been wandering around Europe so much that you've forgotten to come back? Or what? Tomorrow, your brother is getting engaged to Lin Moqing. Did you know that? Li Xicheng is startled. Is that true or false? How come I don't know? Han Tianlan says sternly over the phone. It seems Lin Corporation really knows how to choose people. Li Xicheng still doesn't understand and asks, what do you mean? Han Tianlan holds up the invitation and says, there's some friction between me and Lin Corporation. Now Li Zimo and Lin Moqing are preparing to get engaged. For the sake of Li Corporation's face, how can I make a move now? Li Xicheng grits his teeth angrily. You wait there. I'll kill him for sure. After saying this, Li Xicheng immediately flies back home. On a street, a young man stands in a corner muttering, charge, charge. It turns out to be Le Zimo. He frowns and says, damn, I lost again. Just then, a hand swipes off Le Zimo's hat. What time is it? And you're still playing games. Le Zimo slightly lifts his hat. Oh, brother, why did you take such a late flight back? At this time, I should be meeting my friend to play games. Li Xicheng asks, tomorrow you want to get engaged to Lin Moqing. Have you asked for my opinion yet? Li Zimo replies smugly. What? Do I have to report to you about who I get engaged to? Who I marry or love is my right. Li Xicheng says seriously, it seems like you and Lin Moqing are working together to put on an act, aren't you? Lin Moqing has always been cold towards you. Now you're cooperating with her, just to deceive Tianlan, right? Li Zimo ignores Li Xicheng's question. All right, brother, I still have plans to go out with my friend. You can go home by yourself. Li Xicheng watches his brother and thinks, I can't just let him go like this. Then Li Xicheng grabs Li Zimo's wrist. He smiles and asks, Li Zimo, where are you going to play? Let me come along. I'm free too. Li Zimo finally agrees. All right then. A moment later, the car stops in front of a villa. Li Xicheng frowns. Didn't you say we were going out to play? Why are we suddenly coming home? Li Zimo poots. I don't want to go out anymore. You've been on a plane today and must be tired. You should go home and rest. Li Xicheng presses. Zimo, tell me, why does it have to be Lin Moqing? Don't you know about the relationship between Lin Corporation, Han Corporation, and Lei Corporation? Li Zimo replies, because I loved her before. I've liked her for a long time. Now that we can take a step further, do you know how happy I am? Besides, what happens to the corporation is up to you. How you all compete in business, I don't care. As long as she and I can be together, that's enough. Li Sicheng gets angry. Let me tell you the truth. Lin Moqing is full of cruel schemes. Her father has many mistresses, but they were all. Li Zimo covers his mouth. I know she chased away her father's mistresses, making them run for their lives, right? Li Zimo stubbornly says, but brother, loving someone means loving their entire being. Besides, I understand what kind of person she is better than you all do. Li Zimo opens the car door and steps out. Even if it's an act, who knows if it can go all the way to the end. If we fail at that time, you'll be happy, and it'll still be in time to leave. Li Sicheng frowns. This little brat is hard to teach. The next day at Furuan, Li Sicheng crosses his arms and tells Han Tianlan everything. That's how it is. Now you deal with it. I don't want him to be used by Lin Moqing to harm you and Dong Yue. Han Tianlan says, you're really afraid Lin Moqing will use Li Zimo to harm Dong Yue. Li Sicheng shrugs, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Oh, right. Don't give me that look like you want to castrate me. Forget about that. Han Tianlan says seriously, you should find a girlfriend too. I know of a party specifically for single men and women. Li Sicheng immediately stands up. Get lost. I don't need matchmaking. Stop doing these trivial things. In the evening at the Han residence, Dong Yue is watering flowers in the garden. Han Tianlan approaches and hugs Dong Yue tightly from behind. You're back, Dong Yue says. Earlier, Sicheng sent me a message about the matter between you two. How did your plan work out? Han Tianlan leans on Dong Yue's shoulder. Change how you address him. Don't call him like that. Han Tianlan gently leans on Dong Yue's back. She sweetly asks, then what should I call him? He sadly buries his head on her slender shoulders. Don't call Li Sicheng's name so intimately. He doesn't deserve it. She chuckles softly, comforting him. Then is Mr. Ella okay? Han Tianlan hears this answer and becomes visibly happier. He kisses her cheek. Good girl. Dong Yue worriedly says, you know he likes me. Actually, he let me listen to the recording of the conversation between you two. If because of me, it affects the friendship between you two, I feel very guilty. He looks at her lovingly and replies, silly. I've already introduced him to a matchmaking event. If not in 1 year, then in 15. We must make him lose this thought of his. Dong Yue chuckles. That's so cruel. He gently touches her rosy lips. You're mocking me. Her beautiful lips say no, I'm praising you. Suddenly she stumbles and falls onto Han Tianlan's muscular body. Dong Yue startles and cries out, oh my. He turns and lies on top of her. Han Tianlan's face moves close. Dong Yue looks serious. Dare to laugh at me. I'll punish you. She shyly replies, no. He kisses her sweet lips. Dong Yue lets out a delighted sound. In that moonlit night, Dong Yue gently embraces Han Tianlan's neck. Their lips remain locked together. The next morning at a bustling party, well-dressed men and women are chatting. Dong Yue, radiant, arm in arm with Han Tianlan, walks in. She thinks in surprise, so many people. Suddenly, a photographer rushes towards the couple. He raises his camera and asks, Mr. Han Tianlan, may I ask if this is your girlfriend? How about the current Linlian corporate marriage? How do you feel about this? Han Tianlan shields and protects Dong Yue. He coldly replies, no comment. And this is my fiancée, not my girlfriend. He gently leads her away from this unlucky devil. Then he softly whispers into Dong Yue's ear, when we get home, let's pick a date for our wedding. Dong Yue looks at him lovingly and asks, are you proposing to me, Mr. Han? He gently replies, bingo. Suddenly, Dong Yue extends her hand. Then where's the engagement ring? Han Tianlan is startled. He hurriedly searches his pocket, embarrassedly replying, let me. She quickly stops him. Wait, today is someone else's engagement party. He attentively cares for her every detail. He says, I almost forgot. Let's sit in a less crowded area. Don't want to affect you. Dong Yue obediently agrees. Okay. On the other side of the party, Li Sicheng and Lin Moqing are chatting with the guests. Dong Yue rests her chin and says in surprise, looks like Li Corporation is also a big fat piece of meat. Many people are drooling, waiting to climb this Li Corporation tree. Suddenly, Li Sicheng looks towards Dong Yue. He smiles and raises his red wine glass slightly to greet her. Dong Yue also picks up her glass to return the gesture. Han Tianlan beside her says unpleasantly, I forbid him to look at you. She coos. I know. Suddenly, a loud cry interrupts. Wah, wah, wah. Dong Yue looks up at the baby. The nanny is holding an adorable baby in her arms. Several ladies approach and ask, aren't you Lin Rao's nanny? Is this Mr. Lin's child? The blonde woman says, that's not right. I heard Mrs. Lin's health isn't good, so they only have one child, Lin Moqing. Then this baby must be from some relative, right? The nanny ignores them and hurriedly leaves. Excuse me, please make way. A lady says, of course. Dong Yue sees this and feels deeply saddened. If her child hadn't died, it would also be obediently lying in her own arms. Like that, Han Tianlan turns to her worriedly and asks, what's wrong? Yue Yue. She stands up coldly sadly and replies, "Nothing. I'm going to the restroom." Now Dongyue stands dazed in front of the bathroom. She overhears a conversation between some gossipy women. The blonde woman says, "When I went for a health check, I saw Mr. Lin with a young woman at the hospital for a checkup. Maybe that baby is his illegitimate child." The brunette woman adds, "Bringing an illegitimate child to his daughter's engagement party. How tactless. He should at least give face to his wife." Dongyue walks away, her heart full of doubts. Is that baby Lin Rao's illegitimate child? Suddenly, she sees the nanny patiently comforting the child. There. Be good. Don't cry. Be good. Why are you crying so loudly? Wah, wah. She approaches them, her footsteps echoing clop, clop. The nanny, alarmed, asks, "Who are you?" Dongyue gently replies, "Hello. I'm a guest at the engagement party. May I take a look at the baby? I also had a child about this age." She adds sadly, "if it were still alive." She asks the nanny, "Is this baby a boy or a girl?" The nanny softly says, "It's a boy. Would you like to hold him for a bit? But just for a moment. Okay. I'm afraid the boss might see." Dongyue is delighted, but a bit worried. "Thank you, but I've never held a baby before. Even my own child, I didn't get the chance to hold." The nanny smiles. "Let me show you. Bend one arm and use the other hand to support the baby's lower body from the other side, like this." Dongyue happily holds the baby, constantly gazing at this adorable child. The little one's chubby face makes a sound. Wah. The nanny kindly says, it seems the baby likes you already. Look, he's not crying at all while you're holding him." Dongyue gently embraces the child. The baby looks very tired. "Well, he's been crying all morning. How could he not be tired, miss? Why don't you try to lull him to sleep before you go? I can see this baby really likes you." Dongyue quickly replies, "All right, I'd be happy to." Han Tianlan is now looking for Dongyue. He sees her and frowns, asking, "Where have you been? You were gone so long. I thought you got lost." She puts her arm around him, smiling. "I saw a baby earlier. I even lulled the baby to sleep. Such a tiny baby, soft as cotton." He seems a bit displeased. "Did the baby like you? I'm getting jealous." She pokes his chest, teasing, "You're jealous of a child. Aren't you ashamed?" He gently takes her hand. "Seeing you so happy, I won't be jealous anymore. Let's go home." Dongyue obediently looks at him and replies, "Okay." Later that night, at Han Tianlan's villa, Han Tianlan and Dongyue are sound asleep. Suddenly she murmurs uneasily, "Bao Bao." It runs up to smell the fragrant flower stamens. Dongyue gently calls, "Bao Bao." The adorable boy looks at his mother shyly. At this moment, Dongyue opens her eyes wide and shouts, "Bao Bao." Han Tianlan comforts her. "Yue, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" She looks at him and asks, "Tianlan, tell me, is it possible that the baby in the Lin family could be our child?" He embraces her, gently caressing her. "It's not possible. Our child died prematurely. Yue, we'll have another child someday." She remains dejected, not responding. He comforts her. "Don't think too much about it. Let's go back to sleep, okay?" Yu nods sadly. The next morning, at the large corporation, Dongyue ponders absent-mindedly. "My child with Tianlan just died, and the Lin family suddenly has a child." She enters the company with a thoughtful expression. "I must investigate where this child came from, but I can't let Tianlan worry. Perhaps only he can help me." She stands in front of a door. Dong Movan is surprised to see Dongyue enter. "Dongyue, what wind blew you here?" She smiles. "I need your help. Can you assist me?" He agrees immediately, of course. "What is it?" She takes out a photo. Dongyue places it on the desk. "Investigate all of his mistresses and their addresses for me, please." He takes the photo, looks at it, and asks, "The CEO of Lin Corporation." Dong Movan insists, "That's not difficult for me. Leave it to me." Dongyue happily replies, "Thank you." 3 days later, at a luxurious villa complex, Dongyue quietly walks along a deserted road. She looks around thinking, from the address Dong Movan found, the only pregnant mistress is here. She sees a woman cradling her pregnant belly. Dongyue confirms it's her. She frowns, troubled. How can this be? That woman hasn't given birth yet. Then whose child is in the Lin family? Suddenly, a phone ringtone sounds. Dongyue answers. "Hello, Tianlan." He asks, "Where are you?" Yue quickly lies. "I was bored, so I'm taking a walk around here." "Are you focused on studying documents? These days, you leave early and return late every day, and you've been seeing your cousin too. Don't think I don't know." She anxiously replies, "That." He says, "Yuyo, just tell me. Whatever you want to do, tell me. I'll definitely support you." "Okay." Dongyue answers, "I want to go to the Lin family to see that child again." "Is that okay?" He sighs, "Of course. But you must promise me not to do anything foolish. Also, don't have too much hope. If that child is someone's illegitimate child, it certainly couldn't have come to live with the Lin family just like that." She brightly responds, "Yes, thank you, Tianlan." Sunlight bathes the surroundings of Han Tianlan's villa as he steps out of the car. Mr. Lin stands at the door, welcoming Tianlan. "You're here. Welcome, welcome. Your visit is truly an honor for me." He hesitates, then says, "Our previous business had some misunderstandings. I also want to take this opportunity to clarify things with Mr. Lin." He smiles, "No problem. Come inside quickly." quickly. He turns towards his car and says, "My driver is still in the car. He wants to park it. Sorry for the trouble." The man says, "No problem at all." Dong-ye slowly drives the car in from inside. She steps inside. This place is too quiet. A maid is startled by Dong-ye. Politely says, "I came here with Mr. Han but got lost. I'm so sorry. Could you please show me the way out?" The woman doesn't hesitate, of course. "Follow me." She smiles and starts a conversation. "I heard Mr. Lin recently had a child. Now that he's repairing relations with the Han Corporation once again, he must be very happy, right?" The maid wonders, "I'm not sure which child you're referring to." "The master only has one child, the eldest young lady. I've worked here year-round. There's nothing I don't know about." Dong-ye thinks sadly, could it be he really didn't bring this child home? She says, "At the Lin family young lady's engagement party earlier, I saw a Lin family servant carrying a baby onto the stage. I even thought Mr. Lin had another young master." The maid replies, "I've heard about that too, but it must have been the master holding someone else's child. There's no baby in this big house at all." She moves closer to the maid and asks, "I heard people say it's Mr. Lin's illegitimate child. I wonder if that's true." The maid freezes, really. You know what? The madam hates the master's mistresses the most. If that's true, then that child would be a disaster. She looks gloomy, but continues. Even if the madam ignores the master's affairs, even for the young lady's sake, she wouldn't allow the master to bring home an illegitimate child like that. Dong-ye is stunned. This means there's no child here at all. The maid affirms there really isn't, even if secretly brought to raise somewhere. It certainly wouldn't escape the madam's eyes. Sooner or later, such things would reach her ears. She nods sadly, "I see." A while later, Han Tianlan and Dong-ye's car leaves the Lin house. Inside, she looks dejected. He opens the car door and enters with a click. He asks, "How was it?" "Couldn't find anything." She feigns cheerfulness. "Yeah, they probably sent the child away to be raised. It's okay. I'll keep asking around." He gently pats her head. "Yue, are you too attached to that child? That's why you're thinking about Lindisi's child having issues." He says, "I don't think that's possible." Dong-ye shakes her head sadly. "Even if it's not, if that child has a father like Lindisi, it's truly pitiful. Moreover, through that child, we might find an opportunity to separate Lin Mo-ching from his father. Wouldn't that be good?" He sighs worriedly and comforts her. "Then let me send someone to help you. What do you want to do?" Dong-ye brightens up excitedly. Her eyes keep blinking. "Can you send someone to follow Lindisi for me?" He taps her forehead lightly, making a pock sound. Huntelin says, "Yes, of course. I'll do whatever my wife says." The next morning, Dong-ye returns to that villa. A guard approaches and says, "Madam, we've found some suspicious places." She startles. "What?" He immediately reports. "Lin Daci has so many mistresses because he hopes one of them can give him a son to inherit his business. Among his mistresses, only one called Muzi is pregnant." Dong-ye happily says, "So that's it. If that child is really Lin Daci's illegitimate child, then he wouldn't have time to be at the Mu family's place every day. So that child isn't Lin Daci's." The guard continues, "Moreover, this Muzi has another lover supporting her behind the scenes." She slowly deduces, "If that's the case, I have some clues now." A day later, at a certain cafe, Dong-ye sits calmly drinking coffee. She sees Muzi approaching, fuming with anger. Dong-ye secretly rejoices. Finally, she's here. She politely says, "Hello, sister." Muzi hurriedly asks, "Who are you, and why are you looking for me? You called saying you had something interesting to show me. Why does it sound so insincere?" Dong-ye flashes a bright smile. "If you feel I'm not sincere, why did you come then?" The woman coldly replies, "To see what kind of show you're putting on." "Can I come to watch a show?" Dong-ye pushes a paper bag towards her. "Open it and see." Muzi curiously picks it up. Then she opens it. Inside are photos of her being intimate with a man. The girl trembles angrily, asking, "How did you get these photos? How much money do you want to delete them and sell me the backup copies?" Dong-ye replies, "Relax, I only took them with my phone. I didn't intentionally follow you." "I don't need money." Muzi says, "So what do you want? I don't believe it's a coincidence. Clearly, you did this on purpose. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Dong-ye starts to explain. "I know the child in your womb isn't Lin Daci's." She startles, frightened. "You're lying. It's his child. Don't try to ruin me." Dong-ye picks up her teacup and drinks, thinking, such a strong reaction. It really isn't his, after all. She says, "You know that, don't you? Lin Daci knows you've deceived him and might not let you have a good outcome." The girl anxiously asks, "What do you want me to do?" "You don't want money. That means you have a grudge against Lin Daci. You want me to help you ruin him." Dongyue praises. How smart. I really just need you to help me do a few things. Muzi agrees. Don't worry. You have photos, right? I guess there's not just one photo. Dongyue nods, satisfied. Talking to smart people is truly wonderful. Muzi hurriedly asks, so what do you want me to do? Dongyue replies, don't worry. It won't harm your interests. Just quietly drive a wedge between him and Lin Mo Ching. Whisper in his ear. It shouldn't be too difficult for you. Mi agrees. All right, I agree. At this moment, a handsome man with a bad mood is standing below the villa, waiting. Muzi asks, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at work today? She pulls his hand and orders, come here. He frowns at her with an annoyed look. Are you sick or something? Why did you drag me to this shabby alley to talk? Now that you're pregnant, you don't care about me anymore. Don't forget this baby. Muzi quickly covers his mouth. He painfully cries out, He gently pushes her away, full of resentment. Are you crazy? You've been sneaking around with me behind Lindisi's back for so long, and only now you're trying to hide it. She coldly replies, you dare push me. Leave. He said he's coming today. From now on, when you come, please let me know in advance. He angrily grabs her chin. Muzi, you think you can escape from me? I'm already sick of your arrogant attitude. A mere salesgirl dares to order me around. His voice is full of calculation. Don't forget who got you where you are today. If you dare leave me first, I'll ruin your reputation and career. Your life will be in shambles. When that happens, don't come crawling back to me like a dog begging for mercy. He leaves with Muzi fuming in anger. She watches him go, thinking, what bad luck today. A moment later, as she's walking into her beloved villa, her phone rings. Muzi answers hello. On the other end, Lindese gently and caringly asks Muzi, how are you feeling today? She replies, I'm fine. He advises, if you want to eat anything, just tell the nanny to make it. Today I'm attending a dinner party with Mo Ching, so I can't come to see you. She startles, asking, with Mo Ching. Suddenly she becomes sad, remembering Dong Yue's words from before. Just quietly drive a wedge between him and Lin Mo Ching. Whisper in his ear, it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Muzi then says, old Lin, can I come along? I want to go out for a bit too. I haven't been out in so long. I feel like I'm getting moldy. He hesitates, then replies, all right, come a bit later then. Also, for your donation, just put it in my account. Muzi smiles happily. Thank you, old Lin. As night falls, the party begins. Elegantly dressed guests chat lively. Muzi sees Lin Mo Ching and thinks, Lin Mo Ching didn't come with Lindis. She puts down her wine glass and follows him to see what's happening. Outside, people are laughing and talking, but inside the bathroom, it's very quiet. Lin Mo Ching is washing his hands. Muzi walks by, pretending to talk loudly on the phone. I'm attending a dinner party with Mr. Lin. Yes, from Lin Corporation. DC insisted I must come. Hearing this, Lin Mo Ching curiously turns to look at her. Muzi then asks, Miss, is something wrong? Why are you suddenly standing behind me? Lin Mo Ching then pushes Muzi hard. She angrily shouts, you slut. Muzi cries out in fear. Ah, just then, Lindisa catches Muzi. He asks, puzzled, what are you doing? Lin Mo Ching looks worried. Muzi says painfully, old Lin, I feel unwell. He responds anxiously, bear with it a little. I'll call a doctor right away. It's now around midnight. Muzi lies in the hospital room getting an IV. Outside the room, Lindese and Lin Mo Ching are arguing furiously. She calls Dong Yue to inform her. I've done everything you asked. Can you delete those photos for me now? If you want hush money, I'll give it to you. Dong Yue praises brightly. Very good. If you can make them turn against each other, not only will I not want your money, I'll even pay you. Muzi wonders, who are you really? How do I know you won't turn against me later? Dong Yue says gleefully, Muzi, I hold all the cards here. Do you know anything else recently about Lin Mo Ching or Lin Dace? She replies, at Lin Mo Ching's engagement party earlier, Lin Disi mentioned that the baby he was holding really suited his taste. I don't know whose baby it is. If you're interested, you can investigate it yourself. Dong Yue is shocked. Did he say whose family the baby was from? Muzi says she heard Lin Mo Ching say it was a relative of her fiancé. Dong Yue hurriedly stands up, saying, thanks. She changes her clothes and goes out. Dong Yue calls Dong Mo Yun. Mo Yun, help me investigate Lin Mo Ching's recent whereabouts. He agrees without hesitation. Now, Dong Yue arrives at an unfamiliar place. She looks around, thinking Dong Mo Yun found Lin Mo Ching's property here. Could she have hidden the baby here? Suddenly, she sees a nanny pushing a stroller with a child. Dong Yue is delighted. It's them. The nanny smiles and greets, oh, it's you. We meet again. Are you also staying in this area? Dong Yue quickly lies. No, I'm here to view a house. I didn't expect to run into you. What a coincidence. She gently looks at the baby. Is the baby sleeping? Inside the crib, the little boy moves uncomfortably. Dong Yue's laughter rings out. She asks the nanny, oh, did we wake the baby? The nanny kindly replies, it's okay. The baby is just stretching. Are you planning to rent or buy here? Judging by your elegant appearance, you're probably not here to rent, are you? Dongye waves her hand embarrassedly. You misunderstand, ma'am. That day, I was just acting as my boss's girlfriend. An ordinary employee like me can't afford even an inch of land in this area. The woman sighs, that's true. The real estate here is too expensive. Suddenly, the baby in the stroller cries loudly. Wah. The nanny gets angry. Humph. She picks up the boy and rocks him. Oh, baby's awake, huh? Let me lull you back to sleep. There. Dongye looks at the baby lovingly and asks, what's this baby's name? The woman says, Dada. She exclaims happily, Dada? That's the name I chose for my child before. What a coincidence. The nanny feels sad for Dongye's fate. If that's the case, it's good. When this child's guardian named him, she was indifferent and didn't like the child much. Dongye asks, puzzled, what's wrong with this child's guardian? Do they not like children? The woman holds the child close and whispers, it's not just that she doesn't like him. Every time she visits the child, she pushes me away. And each time, on the child's body, there are always some fingernail marks. Every time the baby sees her, he cries inconsolably. Dongyue is outraged. What a cruel fate. How can she do such a thing? It's late now, so let's end the conversation here. We need to go home. It seems that woman is about to arrive. Dongye obediently agrees. She sadly watches the child leave. Suddenly, Dongye catches up with them. At this moment, in Lin Moqing's room, she's pacing back and forth with the boy. She hates Dada and pinches his cheek hard, dirty little thing. What are you? Dongye, watching from outside, is disgusted. Seeing this scene, she thinks painfully, how can Lin Moqing do such a thing? She anxiously runs inside thinking, I can't. I must go save the child. Dongye angrily bangs on the door. A loud cry rings out as she shouts, open the door. Suddenly, there's a clicking sound. The nanny is surprised. Dongye quickly rushes to Lin Moqing. Lin Moqing, are you crazy? You're abusing a child. The woman, afraid of being discovered, screams, why are you here? Get out now. Dongyue says worriedly, the baby is only 2 months old. How can you treat him like this? This bastard child is mine to raise. I can do whatever I want with him. Who are you to interfere? Seeing the baby in Lin Moqing's arms crying loudly, Dongyue's heart aches. Lin Moqing gloats, were you following me? Don't tell me that thing in your belly died, so you're following me, waiting for a chance to steal this child, right? Dongyue grabs the baby's tiny hand. Why should I steal him? Lin Moqing, you're not worthy of being this child's mother. You'll face karma for doing this. Lin Moqing frowns. Are you trying to steal my child or what? Are you sick? You seem to long for every child you see. Dongyue still doesn't let go. Is this child, Dada, actually my son? You stole him from the hospital before. You're the shameless thief here. Hearing Dongyue's words, Lin Moqing becomes cautious. You should go to a mental hospital. Let go of my child, or I'll call the police. Dongyue frowns. If he's your child, why doesn't he look like you at all? Moreover, you weren't pregnant, so where did this child come from? Did this child just pop out of a rock for you to find? Lin Moqing pushes Dongyue's hand away. You're meddling too much. But if you keep insisting, I'll tell you clearly. This child was adopted by me and Lin Zimo together. Is that explanation enough? Dongyue quickly hugs the child. Lin Moqing shouts, hey, what are you doing? Dongyue, holding the baby, says, you and Lin Zimo are just engaged, not even married. You have no right to adopt a child. Lin Moqing, your lies have too many holes. Dongyue's face turns serious. Besides, if you weren't guilty, why would you need to explain so much to me? With that, Dongyue leaves with the baby in her arms. Lin Moqing stands there thinking, this is my territory. Do you think you can leave this place with the baby, Dongyue? Dongyue steps outside. The security guards frantically say to each other, quickly, find the woman carrying the baby. How dare she come here to steal a child? You guys check over there. I'll go this way. Dongyue realizes the security guards are searching for her. She holds the baby, determined that she will definitely get the child out. Suddenly, an old lady points, everyone, the child kidnapper is here. Dongyue worriedly holds the baby and runs. This is not good. At this moment, Chairman Lin suddenly appears. You child kidnapper. He raises his cane. Dongyue turns around. The cane hits her hard. She collapses with an ah. Chairman Lin points. She's fallen. Look. Quickly run and get the baby back. The old lady grabs the baby. Dongyue pleads, no, don't take my child away. Chairman Lin strikes Dongyue's head a few more times with his cane. She faints on the grass in the evening at the hospital. Dongyue slowly opens her eyes. The housekeeper sitting beside says, Miss Dong, you're awake. I was terrified when I heard you were in the hospital. Dongyue, confused, asks, why am I in the hospital? Where's my child? Where is he? The housekeeper stammers, Madam, your child. No, it's not. Dongyue shakes her head. No, not that baby. Dongyue extends her hand. There are a few strands of hair on it. This is the baby's hair. She reminds the housekeeper whisper, "Don't tell Tianlan about this. Please help me take this for a DNA test." At the Han residence, Dongyue is having a meal when the housekeeper happily rushes in. She smiles and says, "Madam, the test results are back. The baby is indeed your child." Dongyue stands up. "What did you say?" Dongyue takes the paper and examines it for a while. DNA test results based on genetic medical examination confirm Dongyue and this hair sample are biologically related, as mother and child. Dongyue joyfully takes out her phone. Tianlan is still abroad. I must tell him this good news so he can return quickly. Suddenly, Han Tianlan hangs up. Beep beep. Dongyue freezes in England at a bar. Lin Moqing hangs up as Dongyue calls Han Tianlan. Seeing Han Tianlan come in, she puts down her phone. Tianlan is back. Let's continue drinking. Han Tianlan asks Lin Moqing, "You came all the way from home to here just to organize this party. What's it really for?" Lin Moqing moves to the side. "We've been friends since childhood. I'm also engaged to the Li family. The things from before, can we let go of them?" Han Tianlan moves to sit on one side, making Lin Moqing feel awkward. Lin Moqing picks up a glass of wine. "Let's have a drink. We'll talk more after drinking." Han Tianlan takes the glass. "Out of respect for the Li family, I'll consider your words." Han Tianlan drinks it all in one go. Lin Moqing glances at the man sitting opposite. He has understood Lin Moqing's intention. Then he smiles and picks up his glass. "Tianlan, it's been a while since we met. Let's have a drink together." Han Tianlan responds after a moment. Han Tianlan staggers back to the room. At this moment, Lin Moqing supports him. "You're too drunk. Can you still walk steady?" Han Tianlan touches his forehead. "What perfume did you spray? It makes me so sleepy." Lin Moqing replies with a bright face, "It's just normal perfume. You're just too drunk." Han Tianlan knows nothing more and closes his eyes. Lin Moqing thinks triumphantly, "Tianlan, tonight you're mine." In the morning at the hotel, Han Tianlan, lured by Lin Moqing, had slept in the same bed with her since last night. Han Tianlan opens his eyes wide, looking confused. Where is this place at this moment? Lin Moqing turns towards him, still sleepy. Han Tianlan panics and pushes Lin Moqing away. Lin Moqing thinks cunningly to herself, "Too bad, I've already sent a short clip cut from the camera footage to Dong Yuet." At the same time, Dong Yuet steps out of a car. She enters the hotel. Dong Yuet stands in front of room 2.303, the address that Han Group's staff sent her. "It's here." She raises her hand. Is Tianlan really with Lin Moqing? Han Tianlan opens the door, startled to see Dong Yuet. Yuet, why are you here?" Dong Yuet is shocked to see Han Tianlan. At this moment, Lin Moqing slowly walks out. "Who is it?" Han Tianlan panics. Yuet. Dong Yuet turns around. She thinks to herself, "Dong Yuet, don't lose face. Don't cry." Han Tianlan hurriedly chases after Dong Yuet. Yuet. Lin Moqing stands with a triumphant look. "Dong Yuet, your child is now mine, and now your man is also mine." In the lobby downstairs, Han Tianlan quickly catches up to Dong Yuet. He grabs Dong Yuet's hand. Yuet, please listen to my explanation." Yuet shouts, "Let go of me." Han Tianlan immediately hugs Dong Yuet. "I'm sorry, Yuet. I didn't know." Dong Yuet immediately pushes Han Tianlan away. "You didn't know." Han Tianlan, while you were intimate with Lin Moqing, I was outside suffering, searching for our child. I'm not a saint who can forgive you. Time and time again. Han Tianlan grabs Dong Yuet's shirt. "Please don't go. I'm sorry. Don't leave me. I can't be without you." Dong Yuet takes a deep breath and says, "I'm going home first. Please let me have some peace for a while." Scene changes to a luxurious villa. Lin Moqing happily opens the door and enters. Singing, she approaches Le Zimo. "Zimo, this wedding villa you chose isn't bad. Why are you drinking?" Li Zimo puts down his glass. "Weren't we supposed to have dinner at your place today? I've been here since yesterday, but you weren't here." Li Zimo asks sternly, "Where were you last night?" Lin Moqing coldly replies, "That's my personal business." Li Zimo looks worried. "I was afraid something happened to you. I'm sorry." Lin Moqing says, "I went drinking." Li Zimo grabs Lin Moqing's wrist. "You're lying. I had someone investigate. You didn't just drink." Lin Moqing continues, "So what if I did? We had an agreement before. Each of us minds our own business. Don't overstep." Li Zimo pushes Lin Moqing onto the sofa. Then Li Zimo lightly presses on Lin Moqing. She's scared. "Li Zimo, you're crazy." Li Zimo restrains Lin Moqing. "Why can't I?" While Han Tianlan, no matter how cold he is to you, you still stubbornly cling to him. "Moqing, give me a chance, please." Li Zimo gently kisses Lin Moqing's neck. Lin Moqing coldly says, "I want Han Tianlan's heart, not yours. Don't be foolish." Li Zimo says, "He's not good to you. If you approach him, you'll only get hurt more." Lin Moqing frowns. "What about you? I only treat you as a partner. Even if I don't get engaged to you, I just get engaged to someone else." Li Zimo angrily says no. Then he frantically kisses Lin Moqing. "I won't accept that." Lin Moqing struggles. "Let me go." Li Zimo gently pulls down Lin Moqing's shirt. There's even a kiss mark. He gently wipes it away. Li Zimo asks, "Is it lipstick?" Did nothing happen between you and Han Tianlan? Lin Moqing shouts, let go of me. Lizimo gently lifts Lin Moqing's shirt. He sincerely tells Lin Moqing, Moqing, I love you. Don't think about Han Tianlan anymore. Make me happy instead. The next morning, at Lin Moqing's villa, Lin Moqing lies in bed, her body aching. At this moment, Lizimo enters the bedroom with a glass of milk. Was it good? Lin Moqing sits up. She throws a pillow at Lizimo. Get out. Lizimo offers her the glass of milk. Why are you so angry? You clearly enjoyed it too. Lin Moqing takes the glass of milk. She remains silent and says nothing. At this moment, at the police station, Dong Yuet sadly says, that's how it happened. I hope you can help me find my child. The police officer agrees with Dong Yuet, then I'll go with you for a visit. A while later, they arrive at a room. The police officer knocks on the door. Hello, police here. Please open the door. Someone comes to open the door. Officer, may I ask what's the matter? The police officer says, we received a call. Someone reported a kidnapped child here. We hope you'll open the door and cooperate with the investigation. The person cautiously tells Dong Yuet, we don't have any children here. Officer, are you mistaken? Dong Yuet, worried, steps in. What do you mean no children? You clearly gave that child to me to hold, Aunt. The woman allows them to enter and check. There really isn't any. If you don't believe me, come in and see for yourselves. Dong Yuet grits her teeth in anger. Lin Moqing, on one hand, you fly over to sleep with Han Tianlan. On the other, you send my child away. What a clever scheme. At this moment, Lin Moqing steps out. Officer, before investigating, I want to clarify one thing. The person who called the police has a history of mental illness. I wonder if this will affect the investigation. Dong Yuet is stunned. What do you mean? Lin Moqing smugly replies, isn't it true? Don't you remember you've been treated for mental illness before? Dong Yuet falls silent. Then the police officer speaks up. It does have an impact, but Miss Lin, we still want to continue the investigation. Moreover, you need to provide evidence of her medical history. Otherwise, this is slander. Lin Moqing confidently replies, of course I have evidence. Dong Yuet looks at her. There's no need to present the evidence that you've worked so hard to obtain. I do have a mental illness, but I'm recovering very well now. Lin Moqing approaches Dong Yuet. I think her condition is getting worse. That's why she imagined her child was here. It's really pitiful. Dong Yuet becomes angry. She grabs Lin Moqing's collar tightly. Lin Moqing, give me back my child now. The child has no grudge against you. Why do you have to harm a 1-month-old baby? The police officer sees this and intervenes. Miss Dong, although the child unfortunately passed away early, you're still young. Don't worry too much. Please try to contain your grief. Dong Yuet breaks down, tears streaming. It's not that I'm worried, it's her. She's behind all of this. Dong Yuet rushes towards Lin Moqing. Give me back my child now. At this moment, Han Tianlan appears. He quickly stops Dong Yuet. Yuet, don't make a scene. Dong Yuet frowns. Do you want to help her too? Han Tianlan swiftly strikes the back of Dong Yuet's neck, causing her to faint. Han Tianlan catches Dong Yuet and says to the police officer, I'm sorry, this was just a misunderstanding. We've troubled you. That evening at the Han residence, Dong Yuet slowly opens her eyes, sits up, and cries loudly. Han Tianlan hears the sound and opens the door to enter. Yuet, what's wrong? Dong Yuet shouts at Han Tianlan angrily. Do you know what you've done, Han Tianlan? I still haven't gotten my child back. It's still in Lin Moqing's hands. Do you know how much danger it's in right now? How pitiful it is, do you know? Han Tianlan is startled. What child? Didn't our child already pass away? Dong Yuet angrily grabs Han Tianlan's shirt. No, it was secretly taken by Lin Moqing. I've already done a DNA test, Han Tianlan. Bring our child back to me. Han Tianlan asks solemnly, are you telling the truth? Why didn't you tell me about this? Dong Yuet responds disappointedly. You tell me. While I was urgently investigating our child's situation, you and Lin Moqing were happily together. How could I tell you anything? Dong Yuet asks seriously, you won't choose Lin Moqing over this child's child, will you? Han Tianlan replies, I believe you. Yuet, don't worry. I'll have someone investigate this right away. The next day, in an abandoned house, Han Tianlan strikes Lin Shui hard. She falls down in pain. Han Tianlan's face is stern. Well, can you talk now? Lin Shui bows and begs, please, I beg you to spare me. My crime deserves death 1,000 times over. I shouldn't have helped steal the child. I was wrong. I deeply regret it. Please let me go. Han Tianlan turns to his bodyguard and says, take her to the hospital. Yes, sir. At the Lin residence, Lin Moqing receives a phone call. Hearing that Han Tianlan has found out, she stands up in panic. What? Han Tianlan has discovered it. Yes, we've already moved the child to another location. Lin Moqing frowns. He absolutely must not find it. At this moment, there's a knock on the door. Lin Moqing has to say, I'll hang up now. After saying this, she opens the door. Mother, Lin Moqing's mother, asks her daughter worriedly, Moqing, has something happened to you? Lin Moqing turns her head, ignoring her. No, mother, don't overthink it. The mother says heartbrokenly, Mo Ching, I won't stop you from doing what you want. You must always be safe. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. You're all I have. Lin Mo Ching goes to hug her mother. Don't worry, Mom. Nothing will ever happen to me. The mother feels reassured. That's good then. Lin Mo Ching thinks to herself, finally, I've found an important weakness. Scene changes to the Han residence. Dong Yue is absent-mindedly having breakfast when someone calls her. She picks up, hello? Lin Mo Ching calls to threaten Dong Yue. You don't want your child to die, do you? Dong Yue panics. Lin Mo Ching, if you have issues, aim them at me. Don't take it out on the child, Lin Mo Ching says smugly. Now, shouldn't you change your attitude a bit? That bastard child is in my hands. Even if Han Tianlan eventually finds out the truth, you wouldn't want what he finds to be a corpse, right? Dong Yue angrily asks, what do you want me to do? What will it take for you to let the child go? Lin Mo Ching quickly sets her conditions. Break up with Han Tianlan and stay away from him. For every day you stay with him, that bastard child will be unsafe for a day. It's your choice. Dong Yue immediately agrees to Lin Mo Ching's demand. I agree, but you must not harm that child. Lin Mo Ching continues, you really don't love Han Tianlan. You treat him like this, yet he's still wholeheartedly devoted to you. Dong Yue is silent, then says, you have no heart. Lin Mo Ching hopes she'll never have children. Otherwise, I'll surely make you suffer worse than death. Dong Yue coldly hangs up after saying this. She sadly thinks, let it end like this. I'm too tired. At this moment, on Han Tianlan's side, a bodyguard reports. They've checked the cameras, but the crucial part has been deleted. Han Tianlan's face turns serious. Right now, before he finishes, his phone rings. Han Tianlan quickly answers. Hello, Yue. Dong Yue says, Tianlan, our child is dead. That baby has nothing to do with us. Han Tianlan sighs deeply. What happened? Tell me. Dong Yue, tears welling up, says, nothing happened. You're overthinking it. Also, let's break up. Han Tianlan, I can't bear the relationship between you and Lin Mo Ching anymore. After saying this, Dong Yue hangs up. Her tears flow freely. Han Tianlan shouts, Yue. Later, Dong Yue wanders the streets. Where can I go now? Suddenly, Lei Xicheng, driving by, spots her. Lei Xicheng stops his car next to Dong Yue. Why are you wandering alone here? Where's Han Tianlan? Dong Yue replies quietly, I'm fine. Lei Xicheng takes out his phone, about to call Han Tianlan. How can you be fine? Let me call him. Dong Yue stops him. Don't tell him where I am. Lei Xicheng then says, get in the car first. Later at the Lei residence, Lei Xicheng asks, what happened between you and Tianlan? Is it convenient to tell me? Dong Yue replies, it's not inconvenient. I unilaterally broke up with Han Tianlan. Han Tianlan will find me quickly. Can I borrow your name to reject him? Lei Xicheng is startled. Break up with him, he thinks. Being friends and being a suitor are different. Dong Yue looks up and asks, you seem happy. Lei Xicheng is stunned. No, I thought I misheard. If you don't want to see him, then don't. For now, stay here. I don't come here often anyway. Dong Yue sighs, I'm troubling you. Lei Xicheng smiles, it's no trouble. Make yourself at home. The next day at the company, Han Tianlan walks in and asks Lei Xicheng, Lei Cheng, is Dong Yue staying at your place? Lei Xicheng replies, yes, you're quick, as expected of Han Tianlan. Han Tianlan sternly says, don't say more. Where is she? I'll go pick her up. Don't trouble yourself to care for her. Lei Xicheng stands up. It's no trouble to care for my own woman. She's doing quite well at my place. Han Tianlan angrily rushes towards Lei Xicheng. Lei Xicheng, have some shame. Don't challenge my limits. Lei Xicheng replies, I've said before, if you hurt her again, don't blame me for stepping in. She's not well right now. You should let her have some peace. Han Tianlan takes a deep breath. What did she tell you? I still don't understand why she wants to leave home. How do you already understand? Lei Xicheng asks, has she said the words of breakup to you? Han Tianlan anxiously rubs his head. I didn't agree to break up. Indeed, I've wronged her before. Now please just tell me where she is. Lei Xicheng pats Han Tianlan's shoulder. If you've wronged her, then break up with Dong Yue. Now that I've become her boyfriend, it's not unreasonable. Don't you understand this principle? Han Tianlan angrily shoves Lei Xicheng's hand away. Get lost. Then he quickly leaves. Lei Xicheng suddenly pauses. Wait, that's not right. Don't tell me he knows where Dong Yue is. Lei Xicheng mutters, I can't let him get ahead of me. Scene changes to the Lei residence. Dong Yue opens the door when she sees Lei Xicheng arrive. Isn't it your work hours now? Why have you come back at this time? Lei Xicheng stammers, at this time. Han Tianlan hurriedly runs up. Lei Xicheng frowns. Well done, Han Tianlan. You knew I was coming here to find Dong Yue, so you followed me, didn't you? Han Tianlan pushes Lei Xicheng aside. Get lost. I don't have time for meaningless talk with you. Lei Xicheng quickly blocks Han Tianlan. You rudely rush over like this. Why don't you ask Dong Yue first if she wants to see you or not? Han Tianlan looks straight at Dong Yue. Come back with me. Dong Yue replies calmly. We've already broken up. Don't entangle yourself with me anymore. Han Tianlan grits his teeth angrily, but I didn't agree. Lei Sicheng gently puts his hand on Han Tianlan's shoulder. Calm down, you two. Han Tianlan pushes Lei Sicheng hard, causing him to fall. Dong Yue panics Lei Sicheng. Han Tianlan quickly hoists Dong Yue up. Come with me. As Lei Sicheng gets up, Dong Yue says, don't come here anymore. I'll go back with him. Hearing Dong Yue say this, Lei Sicheng suddenly stops. At the Han residence, Han Tianlan carries Dong Yue into the house. Dong Yue says uncomfortably, Han Tianlan, put me down. Han Tianlan roughly throws Dong Yue onto the bed. Be quiet, Dong Yue. From today onwards, don't even think about leaving this house. I won't let you leave me. After saying this, Han Tianlan coldly closes the door. At this moment, Dong Yue's phone rings. She answers hello. On the other end is Lin Moqing. She frowns and asks Dong Yue, have you forgotten what I said? Dong Yue quickly sits up. I haven't forgotten. I've already broken up with Tianlan. What more do you want? Lin Moqing looks at the child and says, what's wrong, Dong Yue? When I said you two should break up, I meant make him completely cut off all thoughts about you, not for you to break up in a way where you're still emotionally attached. Lin Moqing cruelly pinches the child's arm, making it cry out loud. Dong Yue fearfully asks, where's my child? Where have you taken my child? Lin Moqing says smugly, don't worry. Remember, if you reveal even a single word to Han Tianlan, I'll strangle this illegitimate child. I have ways to know if you've said anything or not. Your son's life is in your hands now. After saying this, Lin Moqing abruptly hangs up. Dong Yue sits in silence. Then Han Tianlan enters with a glass of milk. What's wrong? He approaches her. Why did you suddenly tell me to stop investigating Lin Moqing? What's the reason? Is she threatening you? Han Tianlan gets angry when Dong Yue doesn't answer. You tell me everything. Do you really want to go to that Lei Sicheng? Dong Yue raises her voice. Stop asking. Han Tianlan, can't you just leave me alone? So what if I like Lei Sicheng? He knows how to listen to me. He knows how to protect me. He's much more outstanding than you. Dong Yue turns away. I want to leave. Do I need your permission? Your desire to control is too strong. Everyone should save some face. Don't make such a fuss anymore. Han Tianlan gently places the glass of milk on the table for Dong Yue. Drink this milk first. In the office, Han Tianlan is intently studying something. He's looking at the camera in Dong Yue's room. Han Tianlan thinks silently. Yue's attitude has changed too drastically. It seems she's being threatened. At this moment, Yan Hui enters and reports. Mr. Han, we've traced the phone number. It was Lin Moqing who called Miss Dong. Han Tianlan says, continue the investigation. Don't alert them until we find the child's location. Yes, sir. Just then, Lin Moqing calls Han Tianlan. Tianlan, do you have time? I have something important to tell you. Han Tianlan coldly says, get to the point. Be brief. I have a meeting to attend. Lin Moqing hesitantly says, Tianlan, I'm pregnant. It seems that night we were careless, and now I'm pregnant. Han Tianlan, upon hearing this, is shocked. What? Lin Moqing continues. I know this baby is unexpected, and I originally didn't want to bother you, but my father insists that I tell you clearly to avoid any misunderstandings later. You don't need to worry about him. Han Tianlan coldly asks her, you say the baby is mine, so how will you deal with Lei Zi? Lin Moqing is startled. Are you worried about him? He and I are just husband and wife in name, not worth mentioning. Han Tianlan replies, cut it out. Don't think you can tear off my mask. Lin Moqing grits her teeth. You can do whatever you want, so can I. And behind me is the Lin family. If I want you to be the father, you must be. She then hangs up the phone. I never thought that night would result in a child with lazy Mian. I must use this child to separate them. At this moment, Lin Moqing's mother enters with a bowl of soup. Her face is pale. Why didn't you come down for dinner? I asked the nanny to make chicken soup for you. Eat a bit more, dear. Otherwise, it won't be enough nutrition for the baby. Seeing this, Lin Moqing asks, Mom, what's wrong? Mrs. Lin puts down the bowl of soup. Today, your father hinted that he wants me to bring his mistress's child home to raise under my name. You already have my real grandchild in your belly. Why should we raise a bastard child? Lin Moqing says, Dad is really shameless. Mom, don't get too upset. Let me handle these matters. Mrs. Lin grabs her daughter's hand. Forget about these troublesome things. Stress is not good for the baby. I understand. The scene changes to Han Tianlan's villa. Dong Yue is sitting absent-mindedly. At this moment, someone comes to inform her. Miss Dong, Mr. Han says you're free to go out now. You can go wherever you want, but remember to come back in the evening. Dong Yuet hears this and rejoices, jumping up, really. The servant hands Dong Yuet a phone. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Oh, that's right. Miss Lin says she has something to discuss with you. Please answer the call. Dong Yuet is suspicious. What does Lin Mo-ching want now? But she still answers the phone. I'll do what you asked me to do. Don't worry. Lin Mo-ching on the other end says, now I have something else for you to do. If you still want your child, listen to me. Dong Yuet immediately asks, what is it? Lin Mo-ching says, I know you've been investigating Mu Zi. Help me get rid of the bastard child in her belly. If you can make her disappear, I'd be even happier. Dong Yuet listens silently without responding. The next day, at a cafe, Mu Zi pushes the door open and enters. Miss Dong, didn't we settle everything last time? What else do you need now? Dong Yuet shakes her head. Lin Mo-ching is using my child to threaten me. She wants me to find a way to make you miscarry. Mu Zi asks, why are you telling me this? Dong Yuet lifts her coffee cup and says, let's put on a show together. We're in the same boat now. I won't harm you. Mu Zi sits down and asks, you're pregnant too? That's right. Hearing Dong Yuet's answer, she thinks to herself, always having to worry about Lin Mo-ching. It's better to cooperate with this woman and act. Mu Zi replies, all right, I agree. The scene changes to Mu Zi's villa. A servant brings a bowl of soup. Miss Mu, did you buy a cat? These furry animals are full of fleas. The master will scold you. Mu Zi replies, it's fine. Just put the bird's nest on the table. She places the bird's nest down. At this moment, the cat jumps over and licks the bird's nest. Her face darkens. This ill-mannered cat, it's eating the bird's nest. Suddenly, the cat meows loudly. Then it collapses on the ground. The servant is frightened. What's happening? Mu Zi pretends to be shocked. Quickly, tell Lin Mo someone is trying to harm my child. Later, the two sit waiting on the sofa. Lin Mo rushes back anxiously. What's in the bird's nest? What happened? Are you all right? Did anything happen? Mu Zi rushes to hug Lin Mo, tears in her eyes. Lin Mo, you're finally here. If that stray cat hadn't eaten the bird's nest, I would be the one lying there now. Lin Mo grits his teeth angrily. Which bastard did this? I'll kill them right now. Meanwhile, at Lin Mo-ching's place, she finishes a phone call and angrily shouts, forget it. Dong Yuet is so stupid. Can't even handle such a small task. Useless. Dong Yuet sees her hang up and smiles slightly. So impatient. Looks like Mu Zi has completed her part successfully. At this moment, Han Tianlan approaches. Who called you? Dong Yuet coldly stands up. No one. She walks past Han Tianlan. He grabs her hand. Don't go. I know everything now. Dong Yuet asks, what do you know? Han Tianlan says, I know Lin Mo-ching is threatening you, and our child is currently in her hands. Dong Yuet is stunned. You're saying this because Han Tianlan hugs her. I haven't found out exactly where our child is, but I have a way to make her hand over the child. Yuet, trust me this once. Okay. Dong Yuet gently replies, okay. The scene changes to Lin Mo-ching's house. She receives a phone call from Han Tianlan. Really, Tianlan? All right, I'll definitely come tomorrow. Li Zimian is sitting nearby. Li Zimian turns and asks, did that Han Tianlan invite you out? I want to go with you too. Lin Mo-ching says, don't cause trouble, Li Zimian. We agreed from the beginning that this is just a formality. Let's not interfere with each other anymore. She thinks to herself, you don't need to worry about me. Besides, I want to call Dong Yuet over to see how Tianlan and I are the perfect couple. Li Zimian suddenly grabs her hand. I must go even if you don't agree. You think you can stop me? Lin Mo-ching pushes his hand away. Go if you want, but I have my own plans. You'd better not hold me back. Li Zimian calmly replies, all right. Early the next morning, Li Zimian drives Lin Mo-ching there. She coldly says, stay in the woods and wait for me. Remember to keep your distance. Got it, yes, miss. At this moment, Han Tianlan arrives. You're half an hour late. Lin Mo-ching rushes to hold Han Tianlan's arm. I had to put on makeup. Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing this, Dong Yuet trips and falls. Han Tianlan worriedly helps her up. Yuet, are you okay? Dong Yuet replies, I'm fine. Lin Mo-ching sees this and becomes furious. She texts Dong Yuet, your child is still in my hands. You'd better not act like this. Dong Yuet takes out her phone and turns to Han Tianlan. You two go ahead and have fun. I'll rest a bit and then come find you, okay? Dong Yuet sends a reply to Lin Mo-ching. Let me see my child. I'll help you pursue Han Tianlan. Lin Mo-ching asks Han Tianlan innocently, Tianlan, aren't we going to have fun? At this moment, Dong Yuet grabs Han Tianlan's hand. Han Tianlan immediately turns to her. Dong Yuet watches the three walk away, then looks at her phone. Lin Mo-ching has sent a message. I'll send someone to bring the child. Don't disturb us. Dong Yuet smiles slightly and replies, okay. At midday, Dong Yuet stands by the stream. Lin Moqing told her to wait here, but no one has arrived yet. Later, she brings a child. Dong Yuet turns to look. You're here. Dong Yuet cautiously steps back. Where's Tianlan? Lin Moqing says, what are you afraid of? Do you think I would harm you? Dong Yuet reaches out. Give me the child. I'll tell you everything about Han Tianlan. Lin Moqing says, no need for you to say anything. You think I'd believe those words and hand over the child to you. I want you to watch helplessly as your child dies. Dong Yuet hears this and panics. No, don't. Lin Moqing hesitates not and throws the child into the river. Dong Yuet jumps in without hesitation. Dong Yuet hugs the child. Baby, mommy's here. Seeing this, Lin Moqing thinks to herself, might as well take this chance to let her die too. At this moment, there are footsteps. Lin Moqing glances over. I just sent them away. How did they find us so quickly? Then she jumps into the water. Dong Yuet is confused. Lin Moqing, what are you doing now? Lin Moqing starts to act. Dong Yuet, do you hate me that much? How did you know I'm pregnant with Tianlan's child? So you tried to harm us. How can you be so heartless? Just as she finishes, Han Tianlan and Li Zimian run over. Moqing. Han Tianlan pulls Dong Yuet up. Are you all right? Dong Yuet holds the child out to Han Tianlan. Quick, look at our child. Han Tianlan holds the child, gently pressing it to his chest. The child starts crying. Dong Yuet sighs in relief. Thank goodness, it's fine. Han Tianlan then takes Dong Yuet's hand. Everyone needs treatment. Let's go to the hospital. At this moment, Li Zimian stops the two. Dong Yuet, don't think you can leave. How can you go with such an evil heart? Apologize to Moqing right now. Han Tianlan then says, Li Zimian, has water gotten into your brain or something? The child is in danger, so I won't argue with you. Rushes forward, you can't go. Han Tianlan grabs his hand and twists it. Li Zimian frowns in pain. Lin Moqing then says, Tianlan, don't let her fool you. She's the one who threw the baby into the water. I tried to stop her, so she pushed me in too. Han Tianlan pushes Li Zimian away. Get out, all of you. Then Han Tianlan takes Dong Yuet's hand and leaves. Lin Moqing suddenly clutches her stomach and cries out, my stomach hurts so much. Dong Yuet turns and asks Han Tianlan, is she pregnant with your child? Han Tianlan quickly grabs her hand. No, it's not. Let's go to the hospital. Dong Yuet coldly shakes off his hand. I'll take my child to the hospital myself. Then she reaches out to take the baby. Seeing this, Lin Moqing angrily thinks, they're just leaving like this. Li Zimian then asks her, Moqing, are you okay? She directly pushes Li Zimian away. It's fine. I'm okay. Li Zimian clenches his fist, so you were lying to me. Lin Moqing calmly brushes off her hands and replies, yes, so what? What does it have to do with you? Li Zimian approaches and grabs her hand. How is it not related? That child is mine, isn't it? Han Tianlan turns back, shocked. Li Zimian now shouts, this is my child, and you put it in such danger. Lin Moqing continues to deny. What do you mean, your child? This baby is definitely Tianlan's. Li Zimian says, you and Tianlan haven't done anything. How could it be his child? Han Tianlan stands aside smiling, so that's how it is. Nothing happened that day. Lin Moqing struggles. So what if it didn't? I'm tired of talking nonsense with you. You're nothing but a tool anyway. If you don't want to be, then get lost. I don't lack tools like you. Li Zimian pins her down. Don't think you can escape from me. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you go. The scene changes to the hospital. The doctor instructs Dong Yuet, give the baby medicine every 4 hours. Remember to monitor the baby through the night. If the temperature suddenly rises, report immediately. At this moment, Han Tianlan enters. How's our child? Dong Yuet coldly replies, fine. Han Tianlan hands a bag to Dong Yuet. Yuet, here are clothes for you and the baby. Go change before you catch a cold. Dong Yuet, with mixed feelings, accepts the clothes. Meanwhile, with Lin Moqing, Li Zimian carries her into the car. Moqing, you're tired today. Sleep in the car for a while. Lin Moqing pushes Li Zimian away. Don't be so clingy. Just drive quickly. Lin Moqing is shocked to see blood stains below. She panics and screams, blood. There's blood. Li Zimian worries. What blood is this? Did you hit something earlier? Lin Moqing shouts, it's blood from the fetus. Take me to the nearest hospital. I'm telling you, if the baby doesn't make it, I won't let you off the hook. In the hospital lobby, Lin Moqing sits waiting, complaining. These small hospitals usually have a lot of paperwork issues. How's Li Zimian registering that he's still not back yet? At this moment, she sees Dong Yuet passing by. Dong Yuet turns and says, why are you like a lingering ghost? Lin Moqing stands up. What, is that bastard child dead already? Dong Yuet tries to stay calm. Considering you also want to be a mother, I won't do anything to you. Lin Moqing grabs Dong Yuet's clothes. oaths. Even if you avoid this calamity today, I'll kill both mother and child in the future. Anyone who stands in my way deserves to die. Dongyue angrily pushes her away. Get lost. Lin Moqing falls down. She clutches her stomach. It hurts so much. My stomach hurts. At this moment, Li Zimian returns. He rushes over urgently. Doctor, my wife is having a miscarriage. Lin Moqing screams, Dongyue, you bitch. I'll kill you. People around start gossiping. How could she push a pregnant woman? So evil. Does she want to be struck by lightning or something? Dongyue speaks up. Lin Moqing, how does this feel? You just threw my months-old child into the river. Do you think I want to kill you? This is all your own doing. Lin Moqing grabs Li Zimian's hand. Quickly, tie her up for me. Everyone who hears this feels embarrassed. At this moment, a nurse approaches. Please make way. Please make way. Quickly take this pregnant woman to the operating room. Li Zimian carries Lin Moqing. Where's the operating room? He carries her following the nurse. Back in their child's hospital room, Han Tianlan asks, why were you gone so long? Dongyue says, Tianlan, Lin Moqing is also in this hospital. In a moment of anger, I pushed her down. The child of yours in her womb couldn't be saved. Han Tianlan calmly says, Yue, that child is not mine. She deserves such punishment. Next time I have the chance, I'll act too. Dongyue asks, what do you mean it's not yours? Didn't she say the child was the result of that night between you two? Han Tianlan puts the child down on the bed. Nothing happened between her and me. That child is Li Zimian's. Dongyue asks, but how do you know? Did Li Zimian tell you? Does Lin Moqing know that you already know? Han Tianlan hugs Dongyue. Didn't you tell me not to follow you at that time? I was planning to go back to settle scores with Lin Moqing, but unexpectedly, I overheard them talking. That's how I understood the truth of the matter. I even saved this video. If you don't believe me, you can watch it. Dongyue hugs Han Tianlan, then show it to me. Otherwise, I won't. Believe it. Early the next morning, in Lin Moqing's hospital room, she's gone mad. She throws away the soup bowl. Get out. Don't bother me. Li Zimian says, Moqing, eat something. We can have another child later. Lin Moqing shouts, you think I care about that child? Even if Li Zimian dies, I won't carry your child. You know. Get out now. Li Zimian tries to endure it. At this moment, there's a noise. Li Zimian turns around. Father-in-law Lam enters, furious. Lin Moqing, you've become very bold. Such a big thing happened and you didn't tell me. Lin Moqing replies, I didn't dare. You're so busy with thousands of matters. How could I bother you with this small issue? The old man says, let's not talk about this anymore. Do Han Tianlan and that girl's child still remain in our hands? Lin Moqing coldly replies, you're really not going to be pleased. Dongyue and that bastard child have run away. We have no advantage left. What can you do now? Mr. Lam panics. Child, what are you saying? He angrily slaps Lin Moqing hard. Mr. Lam points at Lin Moqing threateningly. If you don't return Han Tianlan's child, we could have started pressuring Han Tianlan to give up his resources. We were about to seize the Han Corporation. You've ruined everything. Mr. Lam raises his hand to hit Lin Moqing again, but Li Zimian quickly grabs his hand. Mr. Lam, after all, Moqing is your daughter. Please be gentler. Mr. Lam shakes off his hand. Then he says to Lin Moqing, I'm going back to the company. You handle this yourself. Li Zimian asks worriedly, Moqing, how's your face? Is it swelling up? Lin Moqing coldly pushes Li Zimian away. You go out. I don't need you to worry about me. Li Zimian obediently listens. All right, I'll go out. Don't get too agitated. Lin Moqing grits her teeth angrily. Dongyue, you just wait. 1 week later, at the Han residence, the housekeeper and Dongyue are playing with the baby. The housekeeper says, this baby is so easy to care for. You can tell it's here to repay your kindness. Dongyue replies, yes, the baby is much stronger than I am. At the same time, Lin Moqing and 2 bodyguards stand in front of the Han residence. Lin Moqing shouts, Dongyue, quickly return the baby to me. This illegitimate child still doesn't have a household registration, right? It's still registered as my adopted child. Dongyue holds the baby tightly. Lin Moqing, are you crazy or what? You dare to bring people here to steal the child in broad daylight. Lin Moqing points and orders the 2 bodyguards. I'm openly taking the child. Charge in and bring that baby to me. The 2 bodyguards quickly climb the wall and jump into the Han residence. Dongyue runs away with the baby, calling for security and the police. At this moment, Han Tianlan rushes in to stop them. Lin Moqing worries. How can it be such a coincidence? Dongyue, frightened, holds the baby and calls out to Tianlan. Han Tianlan grabs Lin Moqing's wrist and sternly reports to the police. Officer, the main suspect I just reported is her. Lin Moqing didn't expect this. What? A while later, at the police station, Han Tianlan, holding the baby, says, I have both witnesses and evidence. Officer, can you charge her now? Lin Moqing immediately says, what charges? Call my lawyer here. I have official adoption papers. I adopted through legal channels. You have no right to arrest me. The police officer says to Lin Mo-ching, stay here and wait for your lawyer. Please don't make any noise or raise your voice. Han Tianlan says sternly, don't worry, your lawyer will bring you a court summons soon. Lin Mo-ching panics. Tianlan, do you really have to be so heartless to me? Han Tianlan continues before questioning me. Think about what you've done to my wife and... Lin Mo-ching turns her eyes towards Dong Yue. It's all you. It's all because of you. Han Tianlan takes Dong Yue's hand and ignores her. Lin Mo-ching, let's go. Today's incident can be proven just by checking the cameras. In the detention room, Lin Mo-ching argues with her lawyer. Do you have any way? I adopted the child following the correct procedures in accordance with the law. The lawyer replies, the other side has DNA tests. Their evidence is more favorable than ours. Right now, we can only say we'll try our best. Lin Mo-ching raises her voice. The issue isn't about trying our best. It's about winning at all costs, or we'll all be ruined. 3 days later, on a street, two girls whisper to each other. Hey, have you heard? The Han Corporation's CEO is suing the Lam Corporation's daughter. Yeah, I heard they used to be a couple too. In a room, two men are talking to each other. I wonder what happened between Han and Lam corporations. This is the calm before the storm. I'm afraid when the wind blows, we'll be swept up too. A man holding a coffee cup stands nearby, covering his mouth. This time, I bet the Han Corporation's boss will win. I'm still optimistic about Lam Corporation. That old fox, Lam Duck Tak, has been in the business world for 15 years. No one can compare to him right now. Lam Duck Tak angrily speaks on the phone. Lam Mo-ching, I worked hard to bail you out. You better handle this lawsuit properly. If you don't succeed, don't expect me to acknowledge you. Lam Mo-ching coldly replies over the phone, I don't even want to acknowledge you as my father. Don't think I don't know where you are right now. Stop with the empty threats. Lam Duck Tak angrily throws the phone. Disrespectful brat. Lam Mo-ching holds the phone and scoffs. Father, you're still waiting for that woman's child. I'll make sure she gives birth to it. At this moment, Mach 2 approaches. Old Lam, don't be angry anymore. Your health is most important. Lam Duck Tak looks at Mach 2's pregnant belly with concern. Leaving you alone makes me uneasy. Later, I'll take you to the hospital to wait for delivery. On the way to the hospital, Mach 2 falls asleep in the car. Suddenly, the driver shouts, not good. A moment later, a car rushes straight towards Mach 2's vehicle. The two cars collide violently. The driver quickly reports, Mr. Han, the car you told me to follow has been in an accident. Han Tianlan panics. What? Call an ambulance immediately. Dong Yue says to Han Tianlan, it must be Lam Mo-ching's doing. I need to go to the hospital right now. Han Tianlan replies, and I'll go to the accident scene to gather clues. Let's split up and take action. A while later at the hospital, the doctor tells Dong Yue both mother and child are safe. The baby needs to be in an incubator for a few days for observation and monitoring, while the mother needs good care. Dong Yue feels relieved and replies, thank you, doctor. The doctor turns and adds another piece of information. The two men accompanying this pregnant woman couldn't be saved. Do you know them? If you do, please help us notify their families to claim the bodies. Dong Yue is thunderstruck by the news. All right, I'll go identify them later. If I know them, I'll call their families. At the morgue, Dong Yue stands before a covered body. Suddenly, her phone rings. Yue, how's Lam Duck Tak's lover? Dong Yue replies, mother and child are safe, but Lam Duck Tak is dead. Han Tianlan says, what? If Lam Duck Tak is dead, the Lam Corporation will surely be in chaos. I've caught the driver who caused the accident. You go home first. Leave the rest to me. Dong Yue sadly agrees. At Lam Mo-ching's house, Lam Mo-ching holds an ice cream stick when the maid reminds her, Miss, you need to take good care of your health. You shouldn't eat so many cold things. Lam Mo-ching arrogantly says, I know. No need to remind me. Just do your job. At this moment, Lam Mo-ching's mother approaches. Don't eat cold food anymore, daughter. What happened today that made you so happy? Lam Mo-ching says smugly, Mother, that mistress and her bastard child will no longer be able to threaten our position. Her mother is shocked. What do you mean? Suddenly, a bodyguard rushes in to report. Young miss. Lam Mo-ching stands up. Why isn't the job done yet? The bodyguard anxiously says, Young miss, Mr. Lam. Mr. Lam was also in that car. We just went to confirm. Mr. Lam died on the way to the emergency room. Lam Mo-king staggers. The ice cream stick in her hand drops. Lam Mo-ching's mother panics. What did you say? Mo-ching, what have you done? Lam Mo-ching stammers, backing away. Father clearly had a meeting tonight. He wouldn't go looking for that mistress. I checked carefully, Mother. Her mother collapses. Her body trembles. Lamo King screams, Mother. Early morning at the hospital, Moktu worriedly holds Dong Yuet's hand. I heard them say a man died in the car. Is Old Lam still alive? Yuet shakes her head. Today, Lam Corporation has issued an obituary. The funeral will be held in the afternoon, followed by cremation. Moktu sadly lowers her head. He's gone. How will I raise this child? And what about Lam Mo Ching? Dong Yuet says, don't worry. For old time's sake, Tianlan and I can help you go abroad. Moktu sighs, thank you. At the Han residence, Han Tianlan is happily playing with the baby. At this moment, Dong Yuet enters. Tianlan, give the toy back to Dada. Dong Yuet gently pokes Dada's face. Dada is so obedient, yet you keep making him cry. Han Tianlan says, it's because he keeps putting toys in his mouth. It's dirty. Dada seems to understand and pouts. Dong Yuet happily says, that's good then. Han Tianlan asks, you think it's good that he does that? Dong Yuet moves closer to Han Tianlan. No, I mean you and the baby are both by my side now. That's what's good. Han Tianlan gently embraces Dong Yuet's waist. I think it's good too. Then Han Tianlan kisses Dong Yuet's sweet lips. The next morning, at a certain villa, Li Tu-Than and Han Tianlan are sitting and talking. The biggest black file on Lam Corporation is their illegal transactions with foreign countries. With this evidence, Lam Corporation will surely fall. Han Tianlan slightly raises his teacup to his mouth. Whatever happens to Lam Corporation, Lam Mo Ching should also pay for her actions. Li Tu-Than frowns at the mention of Lam Mo Ching. It reminds me of my brother who doesn't know his own efforts. I've kept him at home for days, yet he still hasn't come to his senses. It's such a headache. At this moment, Li Tu-Mak enters. Are you talking about me again? At that, Li Tu-Theng continues. So what if I am? Your mind is so muddled, can't I even talk about you? Li Tu-Mak tugs at Li Tu-Than's sleeve. Brother, let me go see her. She must be suffering, having accidentally caused her father's death. Han Tianlan stands up. Tu-Thang, let him go. He should see for himself how Lam Ching is suffering now. Li Tu-Than's eyes light up. Thank you, Tianlan. At Lam Corporation, several bodyguards are massaging and serving water to Lam Mo Ching. She looks extremely comfortable. Suddenly, Liu Mak enters. Mo Ching. Lam Mo Ching is startled. Why are you here? Lam Mo Ching quickly orders the bodyguards. You all leave first. Yes. Li Tu-Mak asks angrily, are they your new lovers? Do you still remember I'm your fiancé? Lam Mo Ching scoffs. What fiancé? I'm now the CEO of Lam Corporation. So that invalid engagement contract, I hereby declare it void. Hearing this, Lo Mak is extremely shocked. In the evening at a bar, Li Tu-Mak and Thoi Vu are chatting happily. Li Tu-Mak is already a bit drunk. He lets out a burp. Seeing this, Thoi Vu says, Brother Lei, don't drink anymore. You're too drunk. It's just a woman, after all. If not her, you can find someone else. Li Tu-Mak picks up his glass. You don't understand. Thoi Vu looks at Li Tu-Mak with a concerned expression. At this moment, a sleazy man approaches to hit on Thoi Vu. Miss, would you like to have this drink with me? It's sweet. You won't get drunk. Thoi Vu quickly refuses the man. No need. Thank you. I'll just have fruit juice. The man looks at Thoi Vu with lustful eyes. Such a cute girl. Why don't you come with me tonight? I'll make you feel good. I promise I'll treat you 10 times better than Li Tu-Mak. Suddenly, Li Tu-Mak gets angry and kicks the man hard. Li Tu-Mak threatens, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll cripple your arms and legs. Then you can go feel good in the hospital. The sleazy man runs away in fear. Yes, I won't dare again. Li Tu-Mak laughs. What a useless guy. Before you even did anything, he was already scared to death. Li Tu-Mak gently taps Thoi Vu's head. I know you're capable. Drink your fruit juice. At this moment, Lam Mo Ching hurriedly enters the bar. A bodyguard follows her. Where are they? Li Tu-Mak freezes when he sees Lam Mo Ching. Lam Mo Ching angrily asks Tu-Mak, who is she? Thoi Vu pulls Li Tu-Mak's arm. And who are you? You don't even introduce yourself. Are you any better than others? Li Tu-Mak frowns and asks Lam Mo Ching, why did you come here? Lam Mo Ching raises her voice. You publicly announced our engagement was canceled to the whole city. Don't you know what consequences this will bring to Lam Corporation? Li Tu-Mak replies. Clearly you suggested canceling our engagement. I just publicly announced that we're over. Is that not allowed? Thoi Vu covers her mouth, right? Anyway, Brother Tu-Mak has to announce that he's single now. Otherwise, how could I have a chance to be his girlfriend? Hearing Thoi Vu say this, Lam Mo Ching angrily rushes over. You bitch, shut up. Li Tu-Mak quickly shields Thoi Vu. Thoi Vu worries, are you okay? I just wanted to help you get justice. Li Tu-Mak pulls Thoi Vu's hand. No need. He faces Lam Mo Ching. Is it because Han Tianlan wants to cause you trouble that you came to find me? Stop clinging to me and solve it yourself. In the evening on the road, Lam Mo Ching is driving when the bodyguard reports. Miss, the madam has fainted again. Lam Moqing says, I'm on my way back. Give her the medicine first. At this moment, she sees Han Tianlan with Dong Duet. The car behind honks loudly. What's that noise? Mom, can you please drive a bit faster? Lam Moqing is angry but can't do anything. Dong Duet turns and asks Han Tianlan, was there an accident? Why have all the cars stopped? Han Tianlan takes Dong Duet's hand. There's a car driving too slowly. Watch the road. Don't look around anymore. Dong Duet looks down at baby Dada. Dada, why is your dad so fierce with Mom? When I'm not around, is he also fierce with you? Dada goes and reaches out to be held. Dong Duet looks at the baby intently. Dada say Mom. Han Tianlan gently touches Dong Duet's shoulder. Dada is still too young to talk. Let's just try and see. Dada cutely calls out, Ma. Dong Duet hears this and gets very excited. Did you hear that? Dada can say Mom now. Dong Duet happily picks up Dada. How is Mommy's son so smart? I don't know. You're so clever. Han Tianlan hugs Dong Duet and the baby. He gently kisses Dong Duet's lips. Very good. The two share a sweet kiss on the sidewalk. Lam Moqing is driving. She sees this scene and freezes. Although someone is reporting bad news. Boss, I heard that Han Corporation has submitted to the court a lot of information related to Lam Corporation and some of your previous criminal records. I'm afraid we have no way to win the lawsuit this time. Lam Moqing grits her teeth. She angrily says, useless. Can't you find any way to resolve this? The person on the other end continues, I suggest we file for bankruptcy. If you don't want to go to jail, take this chance to quickly withdraw. Don't delay anymore. Lam Moqing angrily slams on the brakes. She imagines the connections and scoffs. Quickly withdraw. These people have ruined my reputation and career. I'll definitely make them pay 10, 100 times over. Everyone is suffering. Why should I be the only one to bear it all? Early the next morning, at Ellie's house, Thoivu and Lei Tumak are happily playing cards. It's agreed then. This time, whoever loses will have paper stuck to their face. Suddenly, Lee Tumak's phone rings. Who's calling so early in the morning? Lee Tumak picks up the phone, unknown number. Lee Tumak answers, hello, on the other end. Is Lam Moqing. Tumak, I miss you so much. Thoivu turns her head. It seems she's outside. Lee Tumak is startled. Thoivu quickly stands up. You two go ahead and talk. I'll go somewhere else. Lee Tumak asks, are you in front of my house? Right now. Lam Moqing with tears rolling replies, Tumak, I beg you, please help me. I'm so scared. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you and everyone else again. Lee Tumak stands up. I can't help you. I'm sorry. You should go find someone else. Lam Moqing cries. I'm not asking you to help Lam Corporation. I want to beg you to help get my mother out of the country. I can't escape anymore. Please help me this last time. This favor, I'll repay you in the next life. Lee Tumak looks towards the door. Have all the things you've done been discovered? Lam Moqing replies, yes. And there's also my father's company debt. I have to bear it all. As soon as she says this, Lee Tumak immediately opens the door. Lee Tumak asks kindly, well, do you want me to help get you and your mother out of the country too? Lam Moqing rushes to hug Lee Tumak. Lee Tumak pats Lam Moqing's shoulder. Don't cry anymore. I'll help you. In the evening, at Lee Corporation, Lee Tumak puts on his coat to go out. Thoivu says, Brother Tumak, Brother Tuthane told me to keep an eye on you. Lee Tumak leaves without paying attention. I know. I'm just going for a short walk. Staying at home all the time is too tiring. Thoivu reminds him, then when you come back, remember to buy me the sweet cake from the bakery I like. Ah, I know. After saying this, Lee Tumak closes the door and goes out. At this time, Lam Moqing lands in a helicopter. Lee Tumak quickly runs towards her. Mothan. Lee Tumak asks, where's your mother? Unaware that he's about to fall into her trap. Lam Mothan smiles. She's already on the plane, but I plan to stay. Lee Tumak pauses. Stay. Do you know what you're about to face? If you don't leave now, I won't be able to help you later, even if I want to. Suddenly, there's a thud. A stick hits Lee Tumak on the head from behind. Lam Mothan orders her bodyguard. The plane is about to take off. Tie this person up. I'll deal with him later. Morning at the La Family Villa. Thoivu stretches and walks out of her room. She glances at Lee Tumak's room, seeing it tidy, so Thoivu wonders, after a whole night, Tumak still hasn't returned. Thoivu walks down the stairs while calling Lee Tumak. Don't tell me he's gotten back together with that woman. This guy really hasn't woken up yet. At this moment, the door opens and Le Tuthan returns. Thoivu worriedly says, You're back. Brother Tuthan. Le Tuthan smiles and asks, Why do you look so surprised to see me? Thoivu stammers and waves her hand. No, it's just that I was just mentioning how I couldn't see you, and then you immediately returned. Haha Luthan asks tiredly, Is Tumak still sleeping? Thoivu replies him, If he sleeps, he'll sleep until afternoon. Li Tuthan then lies down on the sofa. being the youngest child is still more comfortable. In an hour, I have to go to Lee Corporation for a meeting. Remember to wake me up. Thoivu sighs deeply. At this time, Lee Tu-mak has been captured by Lam Mo-than. He lies in a dark room. Lee Tu-mak opens his eyes wide. Where is this? At this moment, Lee Hu-mak remembers that he was hit on the head, causing him to faint. Lee Tu-mak stands up. Lam Mo-than, you really are heartless. At the same time, Lam Mo-than enters. You could sleep all day. I'm impressed. Lee Tu-mak says sternly, Lam Mo-than, neither of us owes the other anything. Tying me up won't benefit you at all. Lam Mo-than squats down to face Lee Tu-mak. Benefit. She gently scratches Lee Tu-mak's face. Now I can't even escape, so what use are benefits to me? Lee Tu-mak frowns. If not benefits, then what do you want? Lam Mo-than puts both hands on Lee Tu-mak's face. Tu-mak, say you love me. You love me, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to help me after just one phone call. It proves I'm still in your heart. Lee Tu-mak chuckles softly. What are you trying to prove? You don't love me. You just want to return to the glorious days you once enjoyed, the feeling of being pursued by others. Lam Mo-than forcefully squeezes Lee Tu-mak's face and says, go on. I'll let you keep talking. Lee Tu-mak immediately says, Mo-than, ever since I saw you ruthlessly kill someone with my own eyes, I've been afraid. I value my life and fear death because I'm scared that one day when you no longer like me, you'll do the same to me. Lam Mo-than shouts loudly, you said you love me, so I can do anything, can't I? Lee Tu-mak says tensely, love must come from both sides. You have no heart, so you can't reciprocate my feelings. Lam Mo-than, the Lam family has collapsed. Don't indulge in vain fantasies. Lam Mo-than widens her eyes and laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha, I've come to my senses. Lee Tu-mak, I must take revenge. As for you, considering you're still good to me, I'll spare your life. Lam Mo-than forcefully grips Lee Tu-mak's neck. Aren't you afraid of death? Say you love me. Say you'll never leave me. Go on. At Lee Corporation, Han Tianlan, Dong Duyet, and Lee Tu-than are sitting and talking. Dong Duyet says, use your hand to support Dada's bottom. If you carry him like that, he'll feel uncomfortable. Oh, I see. Lee Tu-than sighs. Seeing you two like this makes me want to get married. Dong Duyet leans slightly on Han Tianlan's shoulder. Get married then. Let me register an account for you on a dating website, huh? Lee Tu-than widens his eyes. Stop hurting me. Lee Tu-than hasn't reached the point of wandering on dating websites to find a wife yet. Han Tianlan looks intently at Dong Duyet. He's right. We should stop interfering in his business. Lee Tu-than falls silent after hearing this. Tianlan, you at this moment, Thoivu rushes in. Brother Tu-than. Lee Tu-than is startled. Thoivu, what's wrong? Thoivu says tearfully, Brother Tu-than, I lied to you. Yesterday, Brother Tu-mak went to meet Lam Mo-than and hasn't returned since. I've called many times, but just now the phone was turned off completely. Lee Tu-than is alarmed. What? You say he went to meet Lam Mo-than? Dong Duyet interjects, right? Maybe they've run away together. Han Tianlan immediately says, let's not jump to conclusions. They can't have gone far. Dong Duyet worries. I feel Lam Mo-than won't give up so easily. Someone with such a strong desire for revenge wouldn't be willing to live in humiliation. Han Tianlan asks after hearing this, you mean she's still in Longthan? Dong Duyet confidently says, I guess she won't leave. She might even seek revenge on all those who have hurt her. Of course, this is just my thought. If you feel it's incorrect, just pretend you didn't hear it. Hearing this, Han Tianlan and Lee Tu-than exchange glances. Lee Tu-than sighs deeply. You're very right. Before, Lam Mo-than had already harbored hatred for two people. So now it's not as simple as saying she'll leave. At this moment, Han Tianlan's phone rings. Han Tianlan looks at the phone and reports, my people tell me that Lam Mo-than used Kora's plane to take her mother away. Tu-than worries. Can we find out where Tu-mak is? Han Tianlan replies, I've sent people to investigate. Don't worry. Lee Tu-mak and Lam Mo-than have no conflict, so nothing should happen. Dong Duyet comforts Lee Tu-than. We've submitted all the evidence of her crimes. Tu-than, don't worry too much. Lee Tu-than says, yes, I hope nothing happens. At this point, Thoivu finally lets out a gentle sigh. A day later, two people are gossiping on the street. Have you heard? The CEO of Han Corporation is hosting a banquet to introduce his wife and son to the outside world. The girl next to her curiously asks, oh, am I living under a rock? When did he have a son that I didn't know about? In an old house, Lam Mo-than says to Lee Tu-mak, Han Tianlan is hosting a party to introduce Dong Duyet to everyone. Do you think my efforts over the years have been of any use? Lam Mo-than moves closer. She gently strokes Lee Tu-mak's cheek with her dirty hand. I haven't gotten anything. While Dong Duyet did nothing and easily got what I wanted, and now I'm hiding in a dark ditch like a rat crossing the road. Lam Mo-than mumbles, am I very funny? Lee Tu-mak avoids her. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Lam Mo Than stands up. She glares. Of course I have to take revenge. If I can't live well, then Han Tianlan and Dong Duyet shouldn't expect to be comfortable either. She slams the door as she leaves. Litu Mac breaks out in a cold sweat. No good. If I don't find a way to get out, sooner or later I'll die here. Litu Mac curls up into a ball. He keeps moaning, help, help. Two of Lam Mo Than's bodyguards standing outside. Hear this. Do you hear that voice inside? It seems like the young man in there is moaning. The one next to him worries. That guy was tortured by Miss Lam. Don't tell me he's about to die. If something happens to this person, Miss Lam might kill us. Then the other bodyguard opens the door. Let's take a closer look before we say anything. The guard approaches and asks, Litu Mac, are you all right? Litu Mac painfully says, stomach hurts. Give me medicine. The two guards gape. Miss Lam just left. You take him. I'll call a doctor. Later at the hospital, the doctor says, the patient hasn't eaten and is very hungry. Didn't you feed him? The guard jokes. We did, but he wanted to go on a hunger strike. Another guard enters. Give him some porridge. Don't create more trouble for us. The doctor helps Litu Mac sit up. Be careful. Litu Mac whispers in the doctor's ear, save me. The doctor hesitates. Is he being held captive? A guard moves closer. Are you done? If so, hurry up and leave. The doctor quickly says, we're not finished yet. The patient still needs an IV. I didn't bring the equipment. Will one of you come with me to get the medicine? The guard hesitates, turns, and says, well? The doctor quickly adds, this condition can't be delayed. If we wait, the patient will get worse. Hearing this, the two guards remind each other, you go. I'll stay here and keep watch. Litu Mac glances and thinks. Luckily, Lam Mo Than fears being discovered, so she only hired these two guards. Otherwise, I don't know how I'd escape. The guard looks at Litu Mac, warning him to behave. Litu Mac smirks. Then he kicks the guard hard. Litu Mac quickly runs away. It's time. The guard pants, chasing after him. On the busy street, Litu Mac runs, breathing heavily. Where the hell is this place? Just then, an old lady selling vegetables waves at Litu Mac. Young man, want to buy some food. My produce is all fresh, you know? Litu Mac shakes his head. I'm not buying. Kid, go somewhere else. Litu Mac then asks, ma'am, can you lend me your phone to make a quick call? I've lost my phone. I need to call my family urgently. I'll pay for the call. The old lady hands her phone to Litu Mac. No need to pay. Go ahead and call. Litu Mac happily takes it. Thank you, ma'am. Then he bends down to call Litu Than. Please pick up, brother. Before he can do anything, the guard catches up. You brat, so you're here. Litu Mac turns around, alarmed, then throws the phone back to the old lady. I'll be back later. Then Litu Mac runs away exhausted. There are so many people here, I'll just pretend to be crazy. Unexpectedly, before he can run, Litu Mac freezes. It's Lam Mo Than, approaching with arms crossed. You think you can escape? Litu Mac replies, you're quick. Lam Mo pinches his chin. Litu Mac, Han Tianlan betraying me is one thing. Those lackeys of the Lam family turning their backs on me, I can let that go too. But you, what's your reason? The guard steps forward. Miss Lam. Lam Mo Than sternly orders. Take him to the abandoned house. Litu Mac lies painfully on the floor. Lam Mo Than stands watching, mocking him. Litu Mac, haven't I been good to you? Litu Mac, his face bruised, doesn't answer. Lam Mo Than angrily grabs Litu Mac's hair. Look at me. If I hadn't treated you well, you'd have been chopped into pieces by now. You wouldn't be intact like this, talking to me. Liu Mac coldly replies, do as you wish. Lam Mo Than laughs bitterly. I heard the news. Han Tianlan is throwing a party for that bastard child. Tu Mac, tell me, if our child was still alive, wouldn't it be very lovable too? Litu Mac doesn't even look into Lam Mo Than's eyes and replies, it's fortunate it wasn't born, so it doesn't have to have such a mother. Lam Mo Than takes out a sharp knife. Why? Why do you all have to betray me? She says, frowning, then raises the knife towards Litu Mac. At the party room, Litu Mac asks Han Tianlan, are you sure this method will work? It's been over half a day and we haven't seen any sign of Lam Mo Than. Han Tianlan confidently replies, as long as she wants revenge, she'll definitely come. At this moment, Lam Mo Than is already standing in a corner of the party room. Litu Than turns around. There's a phone call. Then he answers the phone. Hello. Two guards stand in a room. One of them calls to report to Litu Than. Mr. Lei, we found Lam Mo Than's hideout, but it seems the house has been abandoned. Moreover, Litu Than worries. Moreover what? The guard replies, we found a pool of blood on the ground. Litu Than becomes frightened upon hearing this. Expand your search area. I'll be there right away. Litu Than walks away in panic. Surely nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Han Tianlan touches Litu Than's shoulder. Tu Than, what's wrong? Litu Than breaks into a cold sweat. They said they found a pool of blood on the ground. Dong Duyet approaches at this moment. What happened? Han Tianlan turns. Tu Than's brother might be in trouble. Dong Duet takes Dada from Han Tianlan's arms. Go with him. I'll take care of things here. Later, as Dong Duet carries Dada away, suddenly Lam Mothan holds a knife to Dong Duet's throat. Dong Duet freezes. Lam Mothan with sharp eyes says, "Long time no see, Dong Duet." Dong Duet calmly asks, "Lam Mothan, how did you get into the nursery?" Lam Mothan glances at the nanny lying unconscious in a corner and casually replies, "It's simple. Just kill someone in the nursery." Dong Duet holds Dada tightly. "What have you done to Ledu Mak?" Lam Mothan frowns him. At this moment, Yanhui and a guard approach Dong Duet. Lam Mothan shouts, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her right now." Scene changes to a deserted street. Li Tuthen and Han Tianlan run back and forth. Tumak. At this moment, a guard runs over breathlessly. "Mr. Han, we found him." Han Tianlan and Lei Tuthan turn their heads. They ask in unison, "Where?" The guard, breaking into a cold sweat, "In a shortcut 200 meters from here." Moments later, Lei Tumak lies unconscious on a deserted road. His body is covered in blood. Li Tuthan rushes over. "Tumak," he cries, embracing his brother's body. "Tumak, wake up, Tumak." Han Tianlan, witnessing this scene, remains silent. Tuthen. Han Tianlan suddenly turns pale. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel so panicked? Then he reminds the guard, "Send someone to protect Mr. Li. You come back to the hotel with me." "Yes, sir." At the hotel, while everyone is chatting excitedly, on the rooftop, Lam Mothang corners Dong Duet. Several guards surround them. Dong Duet keeps backing away. This is not good. If this continues, Dada and I will fall off. Lam Mothang holds the knife to Dong Duet's throat. Dong Duet, without fear, asks, "What exactly do you want?" Lam Mothang points the knife at Dong Duet. "What do I want? I want you all to be buried with me." Dong Duet quickly throws Da towards the guards. "Catch the child." Dada cries loudly in fear, "Wah, wah." Fortunately, a guard catches Dada, "Madam." Lam Mothang rushes forward, pushing Dong Duet off. Tears stream down Dong Duet's face. As long as he's safe, that's all that matters. At this moment, Han Tianlan appears. He quickly grabs Dong Duet's hand. Han Tianlan shouts tensely, "Hold on tight." Han Tianlan grips Dong Duet's hand, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Lam Mothan tries to grab Dong Duet's ankle. Any movement could cause both to fall immediately. Dong Duet looks up and asks, "Why did you come back?" Han Tianlan grits his teeth. "Li Tumak is in trouble. I was worried about you. She's gone mad now." Lam Mothan, gripping Dong Duet's leg, struggles. "Han Tianlan, it's all because you forced me." She shouts tensely, "I want you to see Dong Duet and me go to hell together." Dong Duet quickly uses her foot to pry off Lam Mothang's hand. "Let go of me, Lam Mothan." Lam Mothan immediately grabs Dong Duet's ankle with both hands. "Die with me." Han Tianlan's hand still doesn't release Dong Duet. His trembling hands make Dong Duet tear up. "Tianlan, let me go. Don't hold my hand anymore." Han Tianlan says, "What are you talking about? If you're gone, what will Dada and I do?" Han Tianlan quickly orders, "Hurry up and help." "Yes, sir." Two guards immediately come to Han Tianlan's aid. They all grab Dong Duet's hand together. "Mr. Han, let's pull Madam up together." Lam Mothan, without hesitation, stabs Dong Duet's leg with a knife. "If you don't let go, then watch her die like this." Dong Duet's stab trembles in pain. "It hurts so much." Han Tianlan says, "Lam Mothan, stop hurting Dong Duet. I promise I won't prosecute you." Lam Mothan laughs bitterly. "Han Tianlan, things have come to this point. Do you think I still care?" She stabs Dong Duet's legs several more times. Han Tianlan starts to worry. "Lam Mothan, what exactly do you want?" Lam Mothan grits her teeth. Her face sad, she thinks, "What do I want? I want you to be as anxious and worried about me like this." Tears stream down Lam Mothan's face. "Someone once said they'd love me forever. Unfortunately, that person is dead, killed by my own hands." It turns out, in that desolate room that day, Lam Mothan coldly stabbed a sharp knife into Letumak's heart. She glared, saying, "Say you love me, you still love me, right?" Letumak, breathing weakly, "My life's biggest regret is loving you." Hearing this answer from Letumak's mouth, Lam Mothan was stunned. "Impossible, this is impossible." Then she madly stabbed Letumak's body multiple times. "Hurry, say you love me." Blood flows from Letumak's mouth, but he only responds coldly, "I don't love you, Lam Mothan." Lam Mothan glares and delivers a fatal stab. Letumak stops breathing. Thinking about this, her tears flow. Why? Why do those I want to love forever look at me with such contempt? Am I that useless? Then Lam Mothan shouts, "Han Tianlan," she asks with a hopeful face, "did you ever love me? Even for just a minute, even for just a second of emotion?" Han Tianlan coldly replies, "No, I only loved Dong Duet. Before, I didn't know how to love, but she taught me what love is." Lam Mothan is stunned. "So that's how it is. So that's how it is." Saying this, Lam Mothan slowly lets go. She falls from the building. A large pool of blood spreads around her. On the wall hangs Liu Mac's memorial photo. In the noisy room, Letu Mac's funeral is held. Dong Duet, arm in arm with Han Tianlan, asks, "Where's Tu Than?" Han Tianlan shakes his head, "Don't know. Since that day, we haven't seen him again." Dong Duet sadly replies, "It's unexpected. The final outcome turned out like this." At this moment, Li Tu Than approaches. "You two are here." Dong Duet comforts Le Tu Than. "Tu Than, he's gone now. We must look to the future." Le Tu Than smiles bitterly. "I know. How's Lam Corporation?" Han Tianlan replies, "Restructuring the organization." Lam Mothan's death left a mess behind. Le Tu Than pats Han Tianlan's shoulder. "Didn't you want to acquire Lam Corporation earlier? Now is a good opportunity." Han Tianlan says, "Yes, but you should also suppress your grief." Le Tu Than sadly shakes his head and leaves. Dong Duet watches Le Tu Than go. She sighs and says to Han Tianlan, "I used to think that evil begets evil, and good begets good. No one could escape this principle. Now it seems I was wrong." Han Tianlan asks her curiously, "Why do you say that?" Dong Duet replies, "Li Tu Mac wasn't a bad person. Although he stood by Lam Mo Than's side, he didn't do anything to help the wrongdoers. Why didn't heaven spare him?" Han Tianlan gently puts his arm around Dong Duet. "No matter what, this matter is over now. Next, there's another big thing to do." Dong Duet looks puzzled. "What big thing?" Scene changes to inside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Dong Duet and Han Tianlan sit in front of a camera. "Is this the big thing you mentioned?" Han Tianlan leans close to Dong Duet. "We should have done this long ago. Duet, too much has happened before. We should have come here long ago." Dong Duet looks up at Han Tianlan with her big round eyes. "It's not too late now." Han Tianlan can't resist and kisses Dong Duet's sweet lips, making the photographer blush. "Ahem, you two, there are people around." Dong Duet then asks, "Have we started shooting yet?" The photographer raises the camera. "Ready, smile, you two." Click, click, a few sounds. A beautiful photo has been taken. Later, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Dong Duet holds up the marriage certificate and keeps looking at it. "Never thought I'd get married one day." Han Tianlan also holds up his certificate and says, "Seen enough." Then Han Tianlan takes out the certificate. Dong Duet is surprised. "What are you doing?" Han Tianlan gently kisses Dong Duet's cheek, putting it away so someone won't regret it later. Dong Duet replies, "Childish." Han Tianlan then picks Dong Duet up. Han Tianlan, "What are you doing now?" Han Tianlan smiles, "Someone called me childish, so I have to take her to do something that's not childish." Dong Duet struggles. Han Tianlan, "Put me down quickly. Call me husband." 1 month later, at a large building. Inside is Han Tianlan and Dong Duet's engagement party. The scene is unprecedentedly lively and bustling. Dong Duet is getting her makeup done in a room. The makeup artist praises, "The bride is so beautiful." "I'm not just saying that. Our wedding dresses are absolutely stunning." Duet looks at herself in the mirror. Then there's a voice. "Miss Dong, a friend is outside saying he wants to see you." Dong Duet turns her head. "Who is it?" Futuja cheerfully enters. Duet, long time no see." Dong Duet looks beautiful in her wedding dress. She turns her head. Tuga. Futuja happily comes in. Han Group's CEO is having a wedding. The whole Long Than knows about it. It's really quite extravagant. Dong Duet stands up, surprised. "You." Futuja smiles and hands Dong Duet a card. "Here's my wedding gift for you." Duet, this is from me and mother. You can't get married without a dowry." Futuja says, "I'll sit outside. If you're ever mistreated in the Han family, I'll always be here as your solid support." Dong Duet takes it. "Thank you, Tuja." Later at the party, Li Tuthan gently adjusts the bow tie on Han Tianlan's neck. "It's not easy to see you getting married." Li Tuthan curiously asks Han Tianlan, "Did you invite Futuja?" Han Tianlan replies, He's considered Duet's family now. Everything from the past is over. We should invite him to attend." Le Tuthan smirks. "You understand people's hearts so well." Then Le Tuthan gently pushes Han Tianlan's shoulder. "Go greet the bride now. Wish you both happiness at the ceremony." The host's voice rings out with an announcement. "We warmly welcome all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, young and old, who have come to celebrate this wedding today. Now, we, the close friends and family of both sides, are truly delighted to welcome this momentous event. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of hearty applause in place of joyous firecrackers to welcome the appearance of our two main characters on the happiest day of their lives, the groom, Han Tianlan, and the bride, Dong Duet." At this moment, Dong Duet, resplendent, prepares to enter. The person beside her gently pushes the door. "Let me open it for you." The Memsi's voice rises again. "And now, we'd like to invite the bride, Dong Duet." The beautiful Dong Duet steps out from behind the door. She slowly walks towards Han Tianlan. "Tianlan, the two of you take steady steps towards each other." Han Tianlan gently takes Dong Duet's hand. They both proceed to the stage together. Li Tuthan, holding Dada below, asks softly, "Is Dada happy?" Dada smiles, pointing towards her parents, Papa, Mama. Then Dada playfully pokes Li Tuthan's cheek. Adoptive father, Li Tuthan gently kisses Dada's cheek. Dada is very smart. At this moment, someone approaches. Li Tuthan turns, surprised. "Isn't this?" Li Tuthan quickly picks up Dada and stands up. "Grandfather Han, you're here, grandfather." Han speaks sternly. "You still know I'm Han Tianlan's grandfather. Such an important wedding, and you didn't inform me. I only found out through others." Suddenly, the grandfather looks at Dada. "Is this my great-grandchild?" Dada happily extends both arms. "Grandpa, grandpa," making Li Tuthan smile widely. "Dada, be good. Call him great-grandpa, not grandpa." Han Tianlan then picks up the child. "Great-grandpa." The old man smiles happily. He holds Dada while looking towards Han Tianlan. It hasn't been easy for these two young ones. I hope they can have smooth sailing in the future. In this solemn moment, the host says, "Bride and groom, in joy or sorrow, in health or sickness, in wealth or poverty, do you both agree to go through life together until the end?" Dong Duet quickly responds, "I do." A moment later, Han Tianlan gives the ring to Dong Duet. "I'm so happy to have met you, my wife." Dong Duet whispers, "For the rest of our lives, I hope for your guidance, my husband." The two share a passionate kiss. Below the stage, everyone applauds enthusiastically. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like, a share to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.